check it out. Don't you know that I'm loco? No respect on the streets for the po-po. Yeah, a real live action figure.
A little flustered now. It felt like it was in their hands. And oh, Patsy. 2, make it 3. The triple to end it all. It's only Glaive. This is it. Spirit have done it. Patsy again with the multi-kill and Spirit the 2-0.
And now Fallen alone is able to win a 1v2 on the CT side in a similar spot, but this time he's got to deny a defuse, not make one. In with the first. Fallen with the clutch, and he delivers again.
Survival, last man standing or dead on arrival. The choice is yours, you want to make it out. But click, clack, reloaded, bodies that I'm taking out. Disarm the enemy, targets ahead of me. I'm moving steadily, cause I gotta make it out of here.
Now Zorte solo on his own, peeks into Jame, and if he kills Kicker quickly, then Yakinder can't come stop him, but that disjointed timing, still, he has a chance. It's confirmed, 8 shots, 70 health, and Zorte just waits. Yakinder throws that frag, and it is on the money.
God damn.
Norby's position up close could be enough to kill Kicker.
Oh, no, Norby switched.
And Kicker is right there to punish, right there to break their hearts on Mirage. Regon in from window. Hades has the tall box, but his intuition as he turns it into mid and turns it into the 1v1, looking for the clutch. But where has Hades gone? He's got it!
Revolution! I hope that you're ready now. Revolution! Cause you know that it's going down. Revolution! I hope that you're ready now. Revolution! Down. Disarm the enemy. Targets ahead of me. I'm moving steadily, cause I gotta make it out of here. I doubt you ever heard of me, but no, you won't murder me. I'm moving so readily, ain't got no time for fear. Disarm the enemy. Targets ahead of me. I'm moving steadily, cause I gotta make it out of here. I doubt you ever heard of me. I know you won't murder me. So readily, ain't got no time for fear.
Welcome everyone once again to beautiful Antwerp, Belgium for the PGL Major Day 4. That means it is the last day of Challengers, and that also means that we only have 6 teams playing today, and only 3 of those will make it to the next stage and be able to call themselves legends. My name is Shax, and I'm joined here with 2 legends of my own, Devil Walk and Maniac. I think that same thing was said by Frey yesterday, and I think he said that Pimp said that Maui didn't deserve to be called a legend, and
I don't know why Pimp is
here?
so mean and so...
He's not.
He's mean.
Yeah,
Is he?
we're
Man,
both
Maui,
legends.
Maui,
Stop fueling the fire.
Maui, if you're here, man, I think you're a legend too, man. Don't let him get you down.
Let's speak about some legends that qualified yesterday. We had Ents, we had Outsiders, and I think within the realm of what was expected, I think, you know, we expected them to make it to legends. And then there was Team Spirit, those upstarts, Mathieu, who set aside Astralis.
3 very different stories. Spirit convincing, surprising people, taking the better of Astralis and doing what they need to do. And outsiders, we think they might be dead, but they're not. They're dead walking, but they're making it.
They keep grinding back. They keep showing the same strength and composure that they've always had, and that's super, super good coming in. And you know, it's kind of a last dance also. Might give them extra motivation.
Yeah, I think that's a great way to put it, and it's nice because our expectations change day by day, as it always is in the major. But I do feel like the youngsters of ENCE and of Spirit, to some regard, are also sending a strong signal to some of the most experienced players that we have at this tournament that it doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to make it. You're going to have to pull out a lot in order to beat some of these newer generations.
Sure, it's a passing of the torch, right? The best players of yesteryear are not the ones we have today, and I think for ENCE, it's great because we're all kind of gauging their ability, probability to make a deep run at the major, and I think the fashion with which they qualified to the legend stage gives me enough to hope and dream about it.
We hope and dream indeed. Let's take a look at the schedule. Only one stream today, only 3 best of 3s, and 6 teams still in the running. Astralis versus Team Liquid up first, followed by Bad News Eagles versus MIBR and Forza versus Imperial. It's finger-licking good, what we're going to see here today. And of course, we can talk about it and be very excited, but there is so much on the line for all of these teams. So I want to go down the line and talk about the matches we will see today. The last one will be Forza versus Imperial. And when we talk about new generation versus old, this is just encapsulating that so well. The last dance that was dropped here before, maybe for outsiders, but for Imperial, that is what it is. Some very experienced players coming out of the Brazilian scene, now up versus Jerry and his merry men of youngsters.
Yeah, I think it's all gonna be kind of this storyline of can the old guard keep up with the pace of Force, because they are kind of chaotic, they are kind of crazy with the way they play. So it's gonna be a very, very interesting game for them.
I feel like the context and where they teams meet changes the whole narrative, because in any given day, if I'd ask you, is Forza a better team than Imperial? Then yes, I do feel like Forza is a better team. I think they have the strongest individual, they have momentum. But because we are on day 4 of the Challenger stage, because Jerry was 2-0 and couldn't convert against Vitality, couldn't convert against outsiders, what mental state are they in?
Yeah, especially I think when you look at the slugfest that was versus Vitality. And remember, before that we said, can they even stand up to a team like Vitality? They did. They actually won the first map versus them, and then they got incredibly close. Devil, in terms of what that takes out of you, not only as an in-game leader, but as some of these players that for the first time are under all that pressure, how does that weigh on you going into this last best of 3?
I mean, they had such an incredible start, starting with a 2-0 and now being dropped down, losing 2 games in a row. Very exhausting games, so it's definitely a tough mental challenge for them to prove themselves, but I still see the belief in them, and I still see they truly want this, they're hungry for it. So yeah, I think that's an advantage going into it, actually.
You know what's my only fear? Map number 3. That is my only fear. If I'm a Forza fan, if I root for Jerry, and if I see Imperial push Forza to that 3rd map, I wonder, would the ghost of Vitality and outsiders come back creeping in? You know you've had that chance, you've had the opportunity, you missed it twice, and this is where it truly comes together.
Fallen said in an interview, people were against me when I started in 2015, and they thought I wouldn't ever do anything, and now I'm in the same position once again. People don't give us a crumb. They don't think we're going to make it, but you can never count them out. We saw it yesterday, Fallen with the clutches through the smoke on Mirage as well. They still have it, but is it going to be enough is the question. Let's also talk about Bad News Eagles up versus MIBR. What a story for both of these teams, and I think the key here will be energy management. Yes. Is that the right way to say it, Devil?
Oh, definitely. I mean, they're all like, we've obviously heard them. I think you've even heard them through our mics at times. They're incredibly passionate and incredibly high energy. Every single round, every win, everything they pick up, they share like, I don't know. It's crazy the amount of you know, how loud and energetic they are once that happens. So if they can manage that energy, I think that is going to be key.
I always thought that being that emotional can be a double-edged sword, right? It's something that you have to yield with a lot of caution, because if you're super hyped, super activated when you win a clutch, and then you get completely silent, then it can be complicated. Now, we have this lineup right here from the Bad News Eagle. Talk about new generation, talk about a new fire making its way to the major. A beautiful Cinderella story. A few individuals that I just want to point out very quickly. Juan Flatru, exceptional, excellent player. That was the case at the RMR, and he's showing up here at the major, but I have questions questions about Synopsy. I have questions about Scenery. I worry a little bit. The performance I've seen from him here compared to the RMR, today is the day they can rectify that narrative because they haven't showed up as much as I wanted them to.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you. I think Juan Flatcher is this kind of guy that kind of brings this confidence in everyone, because when I see him on the cameras, he really, you know, he shines with it. He really brings that out, and that's a perfect teammate to have in a team that you know, like, how is he so confident? I have to match it, you know, I want to match it.
Yeah, and it shows also in their play. And I think for the Bad News Eagles, ever since we had the from LAN cafes to the major, now it's a different chapter. And it may be a fairy tale, but Magic isn't going to help you today, right? You have to frag on the server. And for them, I think we've seen the building blocks. First, it was, yes, we played a lot in LAN cafes and FPL, so we were naturally always very aggressive. We have to tone that down, but also keep our own style. Now, Stickle, the coach, is that how you pronounce it? I'm actually not sure.
I believe it is.
Yes, has given an interview and said, okay, now we need to do our energy management as well. And what we can't forget for this team is they didn't have an org backing. It's a lot all at once now. The stickers, the media, meeting the prime minister, everything, right? But you have to keep your head in the game with all that going on.
And that is what is difficult. It is really difficult for a player to realize that you are right here, right now, at a defining point in your life. Not even your career, but your life. Your life is about to change depending on what's happening today. We already had that pathway when they made it to the major, to the challenger stage. We had this narrative, but now it's to be a legend, to be part of the 16 most elite teams in Counter-Strike. How do you deal with all that pressure on your shoulder when you connect to the server? I cannot even remember how it was. What was it for you when you were then?
I want to reference back actually to the days of No Chance, because we had a bit of a struggle. We didn't have an org for like 11 months. We qualified for the minor, and it was incredibly difficult to balance meeting, you know, with potential organizations, to all of this talk happening while you're trying to perform at the tournament. It's incredibly exhausting, and you need all the energy that you can, you know, bring forth and muster in these games already.
And similarly for MIBR, of course, when it comes to the Counter-Strike scene, rather, in Brazil, so much pressure to perform because of like the legends of Imperial and whatnot. And they've been up and down, but somehow they have something that always makes them rally. They always have some crazy clutch that gets them back in the game.
I'm happy you mentioned clutches, because yes, I do think it's an element that they have going for them. They have quite a few players that I'm ready to put my money on whenever they have to bring that 1v2, that 1v3 home. Exit's obvious choice. He had yesterday multiple moments where he made the difference. Now, if I had to differentiate Bad News Eagle and MIBR, I feel like MIBR evolution has been a bit more long time coming. We've been together for a while. We've had the ranking graph where we show their improvement over the month. And I wonder, has it built some sort of solid base that equips them to handle with the pressure today? Because they've been together for the longer time, because they've been here a little bit more. Is that going to be a factor in this game?
I think also, you know, Bit coming in as their coach, they have gotten a more stable line of improvement with him coming in, and he also has that pretty calm presence. You know, he's extremely experienced, played in high level in 1.6 to this in CSGO, so I think that kind of presence really helps them maybe manage a little bit better.
Yeah, it's interesting because sometimes they get ahead in a game and they allow the enemy to come back, but sometimes they can do the same thing, right? I never count MIBR out, and I don't think we're going to do that versus the Bad News Eagles either, but that's going to be an insane best of 3. But let's dive into the first one we're going to see here on stream. What a banger. Astralis versus Team Liquid. And if you will allow us on the desk to meander for a little bit down memory road, because I think it really tells the story of the future, but also the past of these organizations. There was a time in the world, Maniac, where these two were the best in the world. They were vying versus each other, and Team Liquid had so many issues taking down Astralis and sometimes succeeded. But now we have a completely different story.
Yeah, it's a sign of times that pass, right? I mean, if you are a fan of Counter-Strike, if you've been around for years now, you're accommodated with the name of Liquid, with the name of Astralis, with the Xip, with the Glaives of the world, with the NAF, with the Elite. These are major titles. We see some of their encounters in the past. But we have to be real. We have to address the situations. None of these teams are where they used to be. None of these teams are every day near the glory that they had. They are only fighting to make it to the legend stage. This is where we find them. One of these teams is not going to be the legend at the major. Shox or Zip will lose their title of All Legends Major Club. That is going to happen today. And this is a sign of the evolution of Counter-Strike as a whole. And I don't think I'm ready. I'm not equipped with it.
No.
It messes with my brain.
We've been talking about it all morning, right?
Yeah, I mean, I get nervous just by this point, you know, but it's an incredibly impressive stat. You know, was it 16 majors in a row that
would be
reached
17 if they make it.
17 if they make it. I mean, that's insanity. Insanity, what a legacy. And, you know, I'm not sure none of them are ready to leave it behind, I think.
No.
So it's nerve-wracking for me, almost from an empathetic point.
I know.
I think champions, a champion is not just someone who wins the trophies, but is someone who gets back up when it isn't going their way. So in that regard, let's look at kind of the play we have seen out of these two teams. Let's start with Astralis, who yesterday, I think, disappointed a lot of fans. And I think upset a lot of expectations by not being able to beat a very, very strong Team Spirit. Give me the cliff notes of what went wrong and what we cannot see from Astralis again today, Maniac.
Quite honestly, I was shocked by the Astralis stat and how they displayed their performance against Spirit. I had a narrative in my head. I was ready to give Spirit a map, but I thought Astralis would fight back, would be pushing to a third, and then the nerves might kick in for Spirit. This is where the experience of the Zips and the Glaives of the world would kick in. None of that actually happened. None of that happened. Spirit pushed over the line on Overpass, and then they made easy work of Astralis on Ancient, a map that Astralis had put so much effort into building in their map pool. They've been outclassed by Spirit, and it changed the whole story. It changed the whole vision we have of Astralis.
Yeah, and I think you know, some of the things that we mentioned before in previous matchups is that T side, can they find solutions? What is the key victory point for Astralis? And I believe that it's Config. He needs to put up numbers. He's been underperforming compared to the last 3 months. I think he has a 114 rating in past 3 months, and at this event only a 0.96.
When we look across the board, right, their CT sides are incredibly solid. They are willing to do more proactive moves there. But on the T side, they may have a plan, but for some reason, they do not pan out.
There's a lot to unpack as we hear the roars going in the venue. There's a lot to unpack from this graphic. I want to direct your attention to the right-hand side of that. First of all, we have Farlig, the hybrid AWP, having a terrifyingly low rating on the T side, means finding a lot or not a lot of solutions. You have Glaive as an IGL struggling to make sense of the chaos, and Zip who's lurking and I think is not necessarily grabbing the opportunities that presents itself. So as a balance, as a structure, you have a problem. It's profoundly flawed in the way they want to activate their plan on the T side, and these numbers, they scare me.
Yeah, and it's also the fact that they seem a little bit disjointed. Once they lose Config, nothing really seems to happen on the map. They seem to be picked apart, they need to sneak into AWPs, and they constantly, you know, derail from that point onwards.
Yeah, you see here, of course, on the CT side, it is much better, but everyone's CT sides are fine, right? Nowadays, you do have to work on those T sides, or you have to go above and beyond and kill the game there, and that is also not possible.
You're absolutely right. I still believe that we have to give Blame his flowers, as I like to say, for that CT side. That man is the most efficient, productive CT player I've seen in a long, long time. You can try and badmouth whatever you want about his playstyle. His positioning, his patience is short, nothing of perfect. But there was a number on that graphic that scares me a little bit. It's Glaive. I think that Glaive is struggling immensely on the CT side to find his groove, and this has repercussions on the T side then, because if you never find your zone, if you never get in that flow state, how are you supposed to have the impact later down the road?
Well, we have to move on to Team Liquid. There's one thing, Devil, that you wanted to say to Astralis.
To Astralis?
Yes, you had something to say about their plan.
Yes. I have a quote I had prepared.
Okay.
So basically what I saw yesterday, they were too spread out. It was a little bit undecisive. And I brought this quote: "A good plan violently executed now is better than a perfect plan executed next week." And that's kind of how I feel about the Astralis T side.
Not a lot of violent action.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes 30 seconds on the clock, everyone's spread out, and there is no plan. Let's move over to their opponents, Team Liquid. We already set the stage in terms of what this team once meant for North American Counter-Strike and for international Counter-Strike. We see many of the names coming back, blended in with some new blood, like OC. But it has not been anything to write home about so far.
Look, after day one, we were on the brink of desolation, if you're a Liquid fan. This is where they were. It was a catastrophe of a journey at the Major. There was 0-2, and Nitro said it in an interview, listen, I have confidence moving on to the best of 3. And I doubted the words. I said, this is a nice interview, but let's walk the walk. And in fact, they are here, 2-2.
Yes, they need to make it. Talk to me about the headline. Shocks. Of course, a legend in his own right. There are a lot of haters, but he shut up some of the doubters as well so far. Where do you land, Devil, and what is he going to have to do today?
I mean, I think he's basically the only overperformer in Team Liquid compared to the past 3 months. I think he has a 1.7 rating this event compared to his 0.99 in the past 3 months. So he has stepped up in this LAN environment. The big key for me is a leash. I think he needs to bring those big numbers if they're gonna have a fighting chance against Astralis.
Yeah, Elish hasn't exactly provided what he used to. Just to quickly touch on Shocks as well, we have to realize his position prior to the Major and in the grand scheme of things. First of all, he was a liability for Liquid, and I believe regarded as such by the community, maybe even by his teammates at times. So how important is it that he's actually the one carrying the torch, actually trying to carry them through? He's a major winner. That man has experience. He's been there around the block. Is that going to be, I guess, the fire, or what's it called? Would he ignite a fire for his teammates? Yes. Because they see him actually step up and think, damn, if he's doing it, then I should be doing it too.
We should all do it as well. I love it. I think we could go on for another 30 minutes about some of the intricacies of this matchup specifically, but let's leave that to the play they show us on the server and perhaps start talking about the map Fido and where it could go. I think there's a couple of things that for either side you have to take off the table, naturally.
Yeah, I believe Astralis won't play around with Dust 2. Same with Nuke for Liquid. These two maps should fly out the window quite quickly. Now, when it comes to picks, Liquid, and you'd like to talk about prep, the trap card for the preparation. I feel like Vertigo is an obvious choice, but if I feel like it, do Astralis feel like it as well? Because by the numbers, Vertigo made a lot of sense. It's not exactly the best map for Astralis, and then the Ancient, which they had worked on a lot and prepared for that moment.
And an interesting thing about this Vertigo pick by Team Liquid is that this is a weird stat I'm going to bring up, but the average amount of rounds that Astralis get when they lose Vertigo is 17.
So they put up a
How
very good
ridiculous
fight.
is that?
Ridiculous.
I know the number, the 25% win rate over the last 3 months might be a little bit of a smokescreen if you don't go behind it and see who do they play against and what were their results.
Ancient is coming out again for Astralis, and I think that is fair. They've always been strong on it, even though they've lost some crucial games on it as of late. Should you then avoid it altogether or not?
I feel like there's no guarantee. I don't know if you agree with me, David, but I don't feel there is any guarantee that either Liquid or Astralis will win their map pick. No. Vertigo of Liquid against a strong Astralis, and then the Ancient of Astralis has been lackluster against Spirit, and Liquid are very happy to play Ancient. They've played it around the block for a while.
I mean, it's a very, very interesting 3 maps we're going to have because Ancient did not look great for Astralis yesterday. They still pick it now. And we were debating actually before the match, maybe they switch into an Overpass. They looked a little bit more solid there. So, but that's going to the 3rd map. So I think it's going to be a hell of a series.
Mathieu.
I'm just working with all these ideas in my head right now. Who would I put first? Who is in the better position? Neither teams have given me so much to believe or so much to be reassured, but I still remember who they are, and I remember where we are. And I feel like this day number 4, making it to the legend stage, when your name is Glaive, even when your name is Zip, you must have had something inside you.
Astralis and Team Liquid, give us something to believe in. Give us something to root for you. This is the most important series of their year so far. Let's get into it.
Well, we're well and truly winning on this one, Hugo. I genuinely believe this is game of the major so far. Astralis versus Liquid, there's so much to talk about in terms of the rivalry that developed between these organizations, between some of the players that we have in the server right now. I want to hear your thoughts on it, because I know, mate, since I found out this is what we got to cover, I've been ticking like all night long thinking about it.
No sleep. I hope it delivers, Harry. I hope it delivers. If there are any NA fans back in North America who stayed up late or got got up early to watch this. I think we're all hoping for a competitive series, no matter who wins. It's a heartbreak. That's the only way to look at it right now. Heartbreak for someone, for one of these teams, for some of these players. Shocks, Zip, both these guys making top 16 every single major. That cannot continue. But we wait for nothing. We're getting right in. Vertigo is the first map. It's a Liquid pick. And Astralis on that CT-sided start. Lots of util for Liquid as well. They just want to run the standard smoke wall, potentially mollying the sandbags, playing it safe. Farley's going to get aggressive.
Oh, that's a good opener out of Elige, though. Flashed off the angle. It all starts to get a little bit messy up in this bomb site. Conflict's getting aggressive over on the short side. Shocks and Naf, they go swinging him together. And so they will overwhelm. Dane up in the front line, the only man playing ahead of these smokes that are now down. Blave going up, going over. Ooh, okay, little stray bullet gonna catch Elige, and oh dear, it's the old boys of Astralis that part ways with Liquid first. It's a real clash from the past there as Zip and Glaive get a kill onto Naf and Elige piece. OC swinging out. Let's at least keep this in the advantage of Team Liquid. And now a lot of time ticked off this bomb. Someone's got to get on it. They're low on health. They're low on chances. And OC, he's not, he's not pulled into that famed Liquid curse, the famed kind of rivalry that went on. He's a fresh face within this squad. And he's not feeling that pressure, not feeling the burden of it.
And that's what we need, right, for Liquid if they were ever going to take this series away. It's not just OC who's such a young player, such a fragger, but also Shocks, right, like the cool head on this team. Maybe it can at times be the hype man for this roster when they're in sticky situations. And when you're up against Astralis, always in the back of your head, you know what Liquid are thinking. Fast mid push, and OC's holding for it. It's going to be an easy cleanup onto the flat eco. No kills for Astralis as they buy up nothing and coming in with the big guns in round number 3. For me, I want to see how much ramp control Astralis want to establish early in this game in the gun rounds on CT side. We already saw them flash back into ramp on the pistol. It fed a couple of kills the way of Liquid. So how is that going to look now that we've got a little more util to play with, a little more weaponry? Liquid are still going to be running bonus though, so Double Mac 10 can try and keep it fast, try and catch Astralis sleeping in these early rounds. Shocks with a preemptive smoke for a Molotov, going to keep the pressure on the B stairs, just doing his defaulting as Liquid hold off on all sides of the map. Cool nade for the boost.
Yeah, Config still looks to play into this though, still wants to get involved. Molly out in middle is far from ideal for Team Liquid. Elige tries to get up the B ramp. Oh, okay, nice. They have run down middle, they have gotten out past Glaive. A CT player in Blame F mollied off and forced back off the angle. Gonna give a bit of breathing room, Liquid. They're on a bit of a timing here. They need to run down the site, man, and they will. OC might be low, trapped in at the generators, but that's not going to stop him from swinging wide onto Farley. And now Blame F all alone in this clutch. CT side, man, this is where this guy does his best work. It's not over yet. That nade going to bring them even lower. 2 bullets could end this round for Blame. 2 bullets could pick up the first for Astralis, but will they connect? He's still being very measured as to how he approaches this one. Sneaking his way in now. Naf's going to try swing on the contact. Blade, first man gone! And there it is, the 1v2 and 2 points of health remaining. It's the first on the board for Astralis. And it comes off the shoulders of a giant.
Yeah, this guy has been the one consistency, right? He's been the one guy who, at least on the numbers-wise, has been putting up some incredible CT sides. We know about the woes, the struggles on T-halves for Astralis. I'm certain we'll see them today, but Blame has been so consistent in his CT rounds especially. So, nice little clutch. Liquid so claustrophobic there. You could see how scared they were just hitting down on boxes with 20 health apiece. Nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. And it's going to be a nice little clutch out of Astralis to start this map. Of course, only bonus for Liquid, hence the quick mid to be, just using those Mac 10s fast. Oh, that nade just jumps away. A little tag for OC off the top of the ramp before Astralis' smoke bloomed. They get punished for getting the information. Farley might even try and get out as well. Liquid, they've got a lot of real estate at least. Bottom B not contested, only Zip here right now. Config has been divvying it up between mid and B. Liquid though, they're going to group back on that A site. Full ramp control right now. Are there reflashes for Astralis? They have nothing in terms of util, right? Nades and mollies to stop a plant. They would love Liquid to go so late that there's no backing up, no backing out. Instead, it's Astralis who are going to force the fight, force the issue. Pushed up on ramp for a little peek. Config gets headshot. Nice entry from Nitro, and now Liquid just need to explode.
Oh, Farley's re-swinging back in very, very late there. Nitro, double opener in towards this A side of the map. And oh, it's a nice nade in response out of Blame. He's not out of the round, is he?
Nope.
Doubling up. Bringing this back for Astralis. Blame F tries to go up, tries to go over, but ultimately goes down. And now they're going to trade this little AWP around. Now fly the man to Don it, what with him being so low. Molly to force Zip out of the boost. The flash wrecks him with Glaive so low as well. That utility, yeah, it scratches OC down just a bit, but uh-oh, backpack's been seen. Shocks. He knows that swing was coming, and so there's the closer. Liquid are up onto a third. They brush that one aside. Now they break the money of Astralis. And man, I've got to say, you know, if Liquid can get a good few T-side rounds under their belt, I think they could run away with this first map.
Certainly an option. Right now, Astralis' game plan of trying to re-aggress in mid-rounds on ramp is just getting them absolutely screwed, right? There was no utility there. They had nades and mollies and some nice nade usage at least, getting a kill from Blame, damage onto the planter. But yeah, you really want those flashes to go back over the yellow side and actually try and fight Liquid while they set up on ramp. Astralis know what's going on, right? That's what Vertigo often comes down to. It's the info game. It's, oh, are we being faked out? Which one's the commit? How many are on ramp? Are they walking away? And Astralis so desperate to just try and brawl it out on ramp, but Nitro with a really sick double entry in this round. You know, we're talking history between Liquid and Astralis, and you can't talk about it without mentioning Nitro. He's been here many a time. Now just pistols for Astralis. They're stacked up on A though. Perfect round to do so. Naf's out on mid, but we've got a bit of a boost up for Astralis. Using this in an eco is interesting. You might want to save this for gun rounds, but there are multiple boosts you can do over this A ramp side. Naf holding in middle, but Zip's getting walked on right now. Nitro's right below him. He has no idea.
Yeah, this is poised really nicely for a mid to be, and with Zip just blindsided by Nitro, there's no one else left to actually hold the line. It was a heavy A lean out of Astralis, right? They had a big old boost employed over towards the short side. They were peeking ramp, and so this one going to get laid to rest pretty convincingly. Gotta say, man, I like what we're getting out of Liquid early on here. I feel like, you know, you can still sometimes see like the battle scars of the past in the heads of some of the OG Liquid boys, but whenever you have someone like OC or Shocks left alive in these clutches with a bit of health, I say clutches, you know, I actually mean like they're the team with the XV1.
Yeah.
I feel like you actually get a fair bit of them too, like trying to swing, trying to fight, trying to just put the round to rest. You know, we've had moments for the other Liquid guys where definitely they try to lean into the more conservative nature of those rounds.
Yeah,
I don't want to say it, but we have
them
exactly,
past,
right?
yeah.
So, yeah, I think it's quite nice. You know, this is where like the injection of fresh faces is actually a really good thing for Liquid.
But is that the same case for Astralis? Have they quite figured it out just yet? Oh dear, Farley's pushed down on ramp again. Elite just caught him just up in front of that big smoke, and there's nothing for Farley to do. No way for Astralis to trade. Liquid, meanwhile, again, have not only full ramp control, but they have B stairs. Glaive still here trying to fight, and Elite tries to double up. A nice attempt, 4 health on Glaive. Zip, that barrel might be spotted. There's 3 players up close. They've contacted him to B, and they've seen him. He's trapped, and he can't even take one with him.
Oh yeah, double up for Nafly. And with that, the B site falls. Blame might be taking a peek in, but with Glaive so low, even though you get that nade kill, you still probably don't even want to think about giving this round a go. So they're going to bow on out of it. 5 on the board now for Liquid. And I got to say, man, it's a little concerning to me. I feel like the first few deaths of Farley kind of maybe overextending at ramp were forgivable. Now it's becoming like a routine problem, right? Yeah. Where he is offering up this fairly consistent A pick over towards that side of the map. Hope we can get to see the AWP in his hands soon. Yeah,
it's a little awkward right now. It's well played by Elige, though. He has that deeper smoke, right? Even though Astralis throw the bottom ramp smoke off of a lineup, Elige lobs one up, a big smoke, and it gives you basically a little pocket up on ramp. It can be so deceiving getting shot over and through smokes on this map, especially on the A ramp. But yeah, when the kills are on a platter like that for you, certainly no complaints from Elige. Definitely a player that needs to be performing top level today. With Inferno not coming through in this series as well, that gives that gives me more confidence in Liquid. I don't think that's been a great map for Elige as of late, and certainly not for Liquid, who were confident that someone will pick it against them. Back to ramp with 3, and again that deeper smoke just to give a bit of a bubble for Liquid. They're going to try and boost up over. Glaive and nades, combo as old as time, but nothing will connect to this one. OC's just AWPing shots through smoke, trying to bait peeks into the boost. Config and Zip have a nice crossfire setup, but Shox looks attentive. They just found Glaive, and Config's been cornered. Easy kill. Zip tries to move in to save him, can't do it. And right now, the defaulting for Liquid on both sites, every single round is coming up with kills.
Oh. Yeah, that one's a little rougher, but it's all well and good, right? Just one frag, one solitary, one over towards the B side of the map.
Baby.
OC, that's beautiful. He's been looking really good to open up, hasn't he, OC? Yeah. Which I am very much looking forward to. I don't necessarily think we've seen him like that 110% just yet, but this could be the series where we get that. And hell, man, what an exciting prospect. What a time to get it. I think it's probably helped by the fact that Farley hasn't really had that AWP and has been having a very rough time over towards the A-bomb site, right? So maybe OC starts to feel a little more restricted once that AWP's in play for the other side. 6-1 though, this is a really good T-half already that Liquid have under their belts.
And it only builds into your worry about how we know Astralis' T-sides have been struggling recently. This isn't even their map pick. All these details, all these factors, and Liquid keep getting out of control, swelling rounds together now on this first half. Very one-sided game. Not felt like Astralis have really been in control. That one little clutch out of Blame in their first gun round, that's all we've had. Config's trying to hype the folks up. Another very important gun round here for Astralis. You can stop this, you just need to get around on the board. Sometimes that easy can completely change the momentum of the matchup. Can Astralis find something here? Big green in their hands, but OC's waiting. Wallbang shot won't connect. Glaives get bullied by double nades up ramp. He's surely got to give it up this time.
Farley's at the sandbags with his AWP, right? Finally getting to bring that into play. And so you hope he can have a round. You hope he can get activated with it straight away if Astralis do want to start to pull this comeback. I think one of the biggest problems you face lately with, Zip having a bit of a dip in performance is you can't really have anyone else go quiet in the team. Farley needs to step up, and it's a missed shot over on short. It's not even close. Shox now moving in. Ashes will leave him blind, but he's safe from this boosted player.
Okay.
Ooh, but a spam goes a long way. Nitro, some things never change, do they, as Glaive smoke spams him with the A1S. Now that bomb plant in. Oh, there's the return. Nafly tasted their own medicine.
It's
Glaive
done.
and Blame are cut down, and with that double, it's the save. Team Liquid 7-1 up. The T side just keeps on building. It's showing no signs of slowing down.
Yeah, this is just impeccable right now for Liquid, and they're so confident. You can see it in every single round. They're even hunting these kills yet again. Don't want to give anything away for free. Massive exit for Config to keep his gun, but Nav's coming in as well. Config denies too, and so at least keeps these weapons standing for Astralis. But Liquid, they can suck the losses up. They don't mind. All they've got is dubs on fire now. 5 in a row, 7-1 since that clutch from Blame. And this is getting very worrying as well, especially when you look at OC, who's performing extremely well to start this map. And, you know, Astralis have already had their own problems with AWPs. It's been all the talk of this Danish team ever since Device leaving. Felt like Lucky wasn't enough. Farley certainly looked damn good at the RMR. This is unlike him right now, but with the pressure on the young guy into a team of legends. And just the name that comes with the org. Gotta hope that's not getting in his head too much.
I mean, dude, here's something else. Like, this is kind of wild to think, but like when you look at like raw experience across the board at this sort of level, like Liquid actually have the edge there, as wild as that is to think about. You know, for even like Blame F, as much of like a staple of the Counter-Strike scene as he's been, this is still like the biggest matchup he's had in his career in terms of meaning at the major. So, you know, this is like a huge deal. And then like Farley obviously kind of falls into that camp as well. You know, the pressure's really on for these two individuals to try and show they got what it takes. It is kind of wild to think about it with Blame in particular, with how long he's been around.
Yeah. Another mid-take. Liquid just keep pulling different things out. While ramp has been conceded for now, Astralis have Blame back at Sandbags alongside Glaive. Liquid don't really have much going on at A, just throwing some util up top ramp. Elite keeping their attention drawn to this side of the map. Astralis going back. They want to play a retake round rather than just get mowed down through these, you know, cross smokes again. This is all a ruse though. Liquid want to split this B bomb site. Nafly still up in middle. 4 players heading lower B. Zip on the bomb site. No util. Just got to fight his way out right now. 1 and 7 as the anchor player. This site can be so rough to hold. He's got config here. Astralis seem to know what's up. Mid is a big gap right now, but with this B play coming in, Astralis know exactly what's up. Good help from config. Saves Zip's life, and then they won't stop him either.
Oh, overcon Nafly. Oh, it could have been big. Instead, config still here, still the master of this B site. Lines up the first man over at Ram. Shock's now throwing into this clutch. 1v2. Glaive and Farley on the other end. Farley, oh, looks like he wanted to push that.
Oh, yeah.
Shock's, after getting kind of betrayed by that one step taken, was looking deeper in at the generator.
It looked like he wanted to tap it, but I think he switched too soon. I don't think he even got that audio cue off, right? You can get a really, really fast fake in and you know, maybe force Farley out there, but good patience to not commit off the flashbang was very tempting, but with no tap, Shocks just comes right to him, and Astralis managed to hold it down on B. Right now, Config's looking sick, right? Like, he's putting up some big B holds, even though Zip's just, you know, not really doing too much, getting a kill here and there, but Config, another multi, and actually stops the mid to B this time, especially after Blame falls. He only had a millisecond to flick back to Con to stop that split aspect from Nav. Could have gotten very much out of control. Another B stairs take for Liquid, but they've put a lot of onus on this position. Nitro's going to get mollied. That will suck his health right out. Blame's ready to re-peek on Glaive's contact, but Lelige has cover, trying to run back. While Zip's been picked yet again at B, Config is still playing close. He's got that early info.
Oh, he wants to peek on the back of that util. Shocks gets the spot, but he's spammed down low and doesn't want to risk going back and giving up this 5-on-4. Got the rest of his team moving in to join him. And I do like this, right? They just saw Shocks leave B. The presumption on that is that Liquid are leaning over towards the A site right now, and Config did take this control earlier. So Astralis think they've made the right read. Now, they are starting to re-aggro over towards ramp, right? Glaive and Blame F kind of pushing in on this side.
Dear.
That's where Elige is hoping to play into matters, and he has kept 3 bodies over at the A site. Config here alone from behind double, can't get 2 of his own. Nafly will trade it. There's a lot of low players. There's a lot of injury here. Util will be devastating. Farley stops that plant. Nade now, or Molly rather, goes over. Nitro's got a delay.
Oh my God.
Follow-up Molotov, and by the time that fades, man, you've got only a few more seconds. Glaive is running into middle with that 3rd Molotov right now. Will he be able to get it in? He's got to throw it on the fly. No, it won't get there on time. Nitro still dead as they run him down. And Now Shocks just getting the AWP out the map, trying to do as much kind of economic damage as he can. There's the lineup. Forget the economy. He's trying to win the whole damn round. Going through the smoke. Shocks is ballsy. They don't know about him. He knows. Up on the bomb, Glaive will check for it. And Astralis do get that one over the line. It's a good attempt out of Shocks, right? Takes it as far as he can within the confines of the round he's dealt. But it will still be an Astralis round at the end of the day. Some good util usage to kind of suck all the pace, all the chaos out of that one.
Yeah, king of the smoke, Glaive, right? He didn't fall for that one. As soon as you lose track of Shocks, it was supposedly close stairs. And especially with that plant as well. Had no idea where he got into, but just holds on to the smoke just in case. And Shocks, very nice try, but that's, again, another round locked in on this B-bomb site for Astralis, starting to build their way back in. Nice aggression from Farley, right? Not just the util combo, but upon realizing that Glaive couldn't get there to throw that third molly in time, he just pushes in off the plant. He knows it has to be a commit with 10 seconds left up. So, you know, kill and a half for Config on B, despite Zip falling early. You know, Zip falling early is definitely the weakness. Liquid keep abusing it, keep exploiting it. But Astralis have managed all of their rounds on this B-bomb site. Dane's waking up, perhaps. Liquid can't get ahead of themselves. Short side smoke this time. Zip's even dropped B. This is different. Liquid have had this real estate for free in the past, so might not be ready for such an aggressive player, especially with Config trying to sell it. Trying to bait them in. They look aware, but that molly's not going to clear Zip. It's not bad. What read do they have?
They've got the idea that he's down here. They knew all about it. Config has just saved Zip's life. I like that realization out of Config, right? With all the util going in, he kind of cottons on like, okay, yeah, they clearly know something's happening here. And what it is might not be exactly clear, but blame, here we go.
Yep.
That's a freebie onto Elige. Will get mollied out, traded after the fact. Nafly's been good in this trade work. There's still more where that came from. Pushed up on the short side, rotations now coming through. Glaive with the pincer back onto ramp, and Astralis starting to exert a little bit of dominance here on this CT side, starting to streak some rounds together.
Yeah, Farley with a double as well was a bit necessary. He's been very, very quiet to start this game. No AWP in that round, but no need. And yeah, it was a little awkward for Blame. Maybe expected a bit more respect, but of course Naf was going to peek with the Molotov and deny his exit from the sandbags. He even had a smoke. You can see the jitters are there right now for Astralis. Tried to take the gap, tried to keep up, you know, further man advantage as much as his team did on that B side. Quick with pistols, running through smokes, a pace change. Astralis going to hear all of this though. That wood step is so loud. OC's burning down to 10. Elige eats a nade. It's very, very punishing for Liquid.
Yeah, that's kind of brutal. They smoked one of the mollies, but obviously like Astralis threw two, and it like split them in half. So as they ran back through the smoke to try and stop burning, they were burning more in a different Molotov.
Yeah, this round's cooked. No getting out of this one. Naf again trying to lurk mid. Has been a bit of a consistency on these B splits. Astralis have cleared ramp, and they now know exactly where Liquid are. Ooh. Yeah.
All right, OC, there's one. But there shouldn't be too much more success in this round for the Liquid squad, right? Shocks going to try and hit this little timing over in middle. As this is happening, Astralis are reflashing themselves in towards B ramp, just confirming that Liquid aren't here. Going to give them a far better picture as to where these two could have gotten to. As that clock's ticked on down, you can see they kind of lean towards middle. They lean towards A. With OC now dead, Shocks is going to get out mid. Okay, AK now retrieved. Shocks with a third, or second rather. Farley out of the round and a B plant open. Plant's already good enough, man. Shocks has made this a profitable round, but can he take it any further than that? No. Blame F will put a stop to it. Wrestles him to the ground. And Astralis are in with a 5th.
Yeah, I know who I'm betting on in that one. And physical altercation for Blame gives him 4 kills in that round on both bomb sites. Yet again, this guy is keeping up the rounds for Astralis, whether Liquid like it or not. And the gap is closing, man. The gap is, you know, it was there. Liquid was 7-1 up. Astralis are starting to string gun rounds into this CT side. Pressure getting lifted. Would love to see an, you know, OC AWP opener here for Liquid. Oh dear, that smoke completely missed. Off the map with you. Wasted utility, a rarity from Astralis. Coming from the hands of Farley in there. He's going to be sat back in middle with the green. Glaive, solo ramp, a lot of responsibility. Here's the tag, though. Elige close in smoke. Glaive's going to get out. He knows he'll get mutual respect. Elige didn't want to push in after being tagged. Noise Q is so obnoxious. Farley still has mid on complete lock. So Astralis are freed up. Glaive wants to go back for a little bit more. Smokes are his friend, but they're your enemy, Liquid. Oh, even more to Elige. Can't find him, can't escape him. Elige has to give this up completely.
It's moments like that. Dude, it's moments like that where you're just hearing like the bullets rally through, you get dinked, you get tagged again by Glaive, and you could just feel like it's all flashing back into Elige's memory. Boost up, boost over.
But Nitro's in.
And Nitro's already up and past it. Now, Farley is inside of the site. However, Nitro way closer than they were ready for.
What?
Doubles up, Blame F. At least good for the trade, but there's a lot more coming up the ramp side. Needs a little bit more out of the muscle man, and Nafly will get rid of him. Config in Zip, 2 versus 3 in a retake at this A bomb site. They don't have util, but they do have a kit. Big looking to get stuck in early, is annihilated. Nafly having a hell of a game. It's all on Zip. Clutch Minister going to try and come back to that title. Now down to the 1v1, but on the other side, it's someone who can go blow for blow with him in clutches, can try to outdo him. He's on the bomb, but Shox denies it, and Liquid get that round on the board.
Oh, sweaty, very, very sweaty for either side. Seconds between that defuse and a round for Zip in the 1v3. Man, Nitro saved that for Liquid. What a beautiful double. And Farley's caught with nades out in the middle of the site. At that point, it's a little bit unlucky as well, right? His team had just boosted up. They cleared ramp. They killed what they think is the deepest player, but Nitro was already up in position.
Dude, so many of these Zip clutches would go down against Team Liquid, you know, and to see Shox, both of these players, like phenomenal clutches. I'm pretty sure Shox as well is like right up top of the board in terms of clutch stats, right? And like him and Zip kind of vying for that, man. Like, and he goes ahead and he gets it over the line for Liquid. These are like moments in the past where that might have fallen apart. That might have been like the beginning of the big choke. But Shox doesn't let it happen.
And that's what we needed for Liquid, right? We needed, you know, firstly maybe a removal of the cursed aspects of this team, but also a cool head, someone who can step up in these very high octane moments, not doubt themselves, not call the fake. We just saw Astralis called their 3rd out of 4 tactical timeouts already in this game, and we haven't even looked at the T side where the majority of their problems appear. Farley hits his smoke this time. Shox takes a spawn with the AWP, and he can't find that kill. Zip, a very risky jiggle, but no punish for it. Glaive, every round, something different. But will Smoke Spam get him down this time, or has he found the perfect angle? Hello, 1 kill. He knows Elige is coming, and there's a second as well. Glaive sees the leg, but OC trades it back. He's grabbed that AWP off of Shox and put it to good use. There really has been a changing in this half, right? Initially, it was Elige on his default A, solo often, getting kills, finding openers, causing a nuisance. Glaive has absolutely won that in the last few rounds. No question about it. And Astralis have done such a good job, again, of holding on to utility. We see that in the back pocket for these guys with some of their molly combos on B right now. With 2 HEs, 2 smokes still available to stop plants. OC ding. Blame wants to finish the job, but he's being hunted yet again.
Nade could do it.
Oh,
Nade's
will.
gonna do it. OC on the receiving end of that one. That's about that Astralis util blame. Still fighting so aggro around this smoke at top ramp. And I mean, everyone is here for Astralis. Liquid gonna have to brawl their way in to a fully stacked site. They're taking so much time. This one shouldn't happen. Shox knows that. He's running out of there trying to save the orb. Won't survive the journey. Naf just doing damage.
Oh,
but
no.
now he kind of wants to push, kind of wants to die. And luckily enough, BlameF will give it to him. I do like that move out of Naf, just to run at them there. You're so screwed if you're just trying to tuck in at sandbags on like 20 health. You know you were going to die after time, so he just runs at them. He either goes for the glory, gets like some crazy double, manages to stay alive, or he just dies and still has cash in this round to follow.
Glaive plays that double so calmly as well. He knew there were 2 players up on ramp, but he didn't try and chase the second one, get caught, you know, falling off. He just pulled back and knew Elite would walk into him. There's Farley with a spawn and a pick off the back of it. Conflict's caught out in mid as they run him down with pistols. Farley has to hit some bangers here. Ooh, it's an awkward scope. They haven't dropped in just yet. He's found 2 already. Molly's going to do nothing. He can just sit pretty until Elite takes his head off. Zip stuck between 2, got to pick a side to fight. Shox, keeping the pressure on. He's even being backstabbed from the stairs. Teammate trying to help out. Elite caught the cross, and Shox traded at the end. It's Astralis really pulling that half together, given how it started, but ultimately an excellent T-side for Liquid on Vertigo.
Yeah, I mean, you just got a phenomenal first half out of BlameF, but it shouldn't come as any surprise, right? This guy's been incredible at the major so far. Right, it's just been lights out.
Yeah, second highest rated player of the entire tournament right now. Only second to Degster, which is nice to see. We already know how these CIS teams have been performing, many of them making it through, and even more today with a couple of chances in these 2-2 games. But we swap over.
Yeah, and I mean, something that's been a bit of a reoccurring theme in some of these matchups is like these ludicrously good first halves out of BlameFs, where he kind of is on that CT side, or I guess just CT halves out of him. And then, not to say he falls off entirely, but you definitely like notice the little less at times on that T side. So hopefully he can keep that going. He's going to need to if Astralis do want to pull this one all the way back. Opener for Farley has set them up for the A play. Now, Liquid don't really have the util to like play super retakey here. They kind of need to push around this smoke, prod their way back in, and Alicia's presence has at least stopped that plant for now. Short-lived though, knocked out shortly after. Flashes on Naf, but aren't going to be worth a lot, right? As he's fighting here alone, he's flashing himself into these peaks. Now going to try and use this second one a little wiser, hoping it can set up Nitro, but he's never given the chance. Farley, this is a really good pistol out of this guy. Went from being a bit of a problem area early on to now opening up with a double in this T-side pistol to put Astralis on level pegging with Team Liquid.
Yeah, Glaive missed that flank timing. You know, Nitro had such a good timing up on short, but I think because Liquid peeled off and stopped peeking, Astralis realized, like, yeah, there's got to be someone behind us. We're getting backstabbed, and so they go and just double-check back Farley, like you said, with a lovely round. Shox loses 1 armor, 1 health to that bomb, so not even a free helmet either, or a cheap one, which is a shame, but the save is at least allowed. Elite, man, he had the round in the palm of his hand, but kind of expected Astralis to be a little tighter there. They had 2 XX smokes. They only threw 1 on the left side to try and get up from short, potentially going to re-smoke it in the post plant, but Elite had such an open chance to take that planter out, and he gives it away. Astralis, that was a little bit scary, a little bit shaky for a second, but a pistol round is going to do them justice. Oh, that looked on it for Elite, but Glaive, the MAC-10 headshot through the edge of the smoke. That wasn't, you know, a perfect one-way for Elite, just thrown on the fly off the back of that Molotov. And you could see Glaive still had a pretty nice angle over it. Now Astralis just can group up and hit this A site, which was already weak in the pistol, is weak in the second. Just Nitro, sealing elevator side, with almost no way of stopping a plant.
Yeah, and I mean, with that fight not coming through, it should just be a save now. I would have even maybe liked to have seen just a full 4-man save. That's kind of like a blame F from his time back in call style play anyway. Try and get as many of these, you know, 4-sport weapons out.
Yeah, I also like the way that Astralis execute there, especially considering it's round 2.5. They throw in a short side smoke to get them up, cover from that awkward boost headshot angle where Deagles and Scouts can, you know, tear through you. But also they smoke elevator. They don't throw the 2, you know, site walls where CTs can rush through with a primed flashbang and stop a plant. They just have so much more room on that A bomb site to feel comfortable, and that's part of the reason that Liquid just give it up completely. They can't throw bodies through smokes. And so 5 alive in the second round is of great benefit to Astralis' money early in this half. I called it a great T-side, and it was for Liquid. 8 rounds is fantastic, but given how this game started at 7-1, it certainly feels like a momentum change. We need Liquid to dust themselves off in that next gun round.
It sounded like Nitro was coming in with a bit of a call for this one. Bit of a mid-lean out of Team Liquid. He's peeking ramp early with this USP. They hear that rally off, and that's kind of an invitation. Config holding for this mid aggro, and Elijah is going to get busted trying to cross quietly in the mid round. Meant to be an Astralis round, and well, now it will be. Blame makes it so.
Yeah, he's great at farming ecos, this Blame. Like, there's one thing you can't argue with, and if he hears her on pistols, he will tear through them. Suddenly turns into that entry player that we know and love a little bit more than usual. But very clean shots, no better guy for the job right there. Crushes Liquid's head in his bicep, and Naf has to save his Kevlar. But this is the buy for Liquid, and boy, do they need this first round. Not because this one's out of control in terms of scoreline, but just because of the streak that Astralis are putting together right now. Liquid need to quell it before it's too late.
Yeah, I'm not worried just yet, right? I mean, it's kind of been par for the course thus far. Astralis win the pistol. They don't often fall down in getting those conversions, so they've been able to get that kind of 3 in a row. This is the real test. This is like the real eye test, right? This is the moment where we're going to get to see, do we get worried for Liquid? Do they immediately bounce back? They've got everything they could possibly need. A kit in play, good bit of util, AWP in OC's hands. Up against a bonus round. You know, the stage is set for a response from Team Liquid. If Astralis do manage to get this past them, I'll be laughing all the way to the bank. Out into mid for Config and Blame F. Flash goes in. Naf's only good for 1. Now, he wasn't too blind. Would have loved the double up there. But turning away from that flashbang, just offsetting the crosshair for a moment. Nitro... What? Will he turn? Will he check this? Yeah. Yes, Glaive. Oh, shot in the back. And that's a real feel-good moment for Nitro, who was getting bested a lot in that first half from these kind of smoke short plays out of Glaive.
Astralis still take a lot of space. They don't let that ruffle their feathers. They know that Nitro ran back, so you know, the timing is pretty good for Astralis to walk up ramp right now, but Liquid just have the manpower to play the site. Elige has even left middle on a gamble to reinforce this one. 3 on A right now. He still has to check middle, but this is a full commit for Astralis. 3 players walking in behind the molly. Don't know how Nitro sees him and wins that fight, but OC finally doubles up, and that is what we wanted from the guy. He was 9-1, and in this round 11-10. He had really slowed down on that T-side AWP, but a massive impact round with 2 kills to close. Don't even let Astralis get into the bomb site. And yeah, Naf, like you said, would have loved the double, but that flash was perfectly designed, just meant to make him turn. The fact that he even gets 1 in that mid-engagement is surprising. OC not had the spawn, just going to be throwing the smoke like Farley once did. Shox has even dropped B. Audacious.
Oh, they're moving up through all these smokes at ramp. Glaive's running it. Glaive is looking for these openers. Bit of smoke spam. You'd love something to come through for Elige on the back of that. And even Shock's now getting spotted down here at the bottom of B. That is an opener out of Zip. They try to fall back, they try to react to it, and it's this crossing off of ramp, it's this decision to try and capitalize on Zip's pick that gets 2 players killed down towards ramp. They run it before that smoke's plumed.
God, that A1S is so silent. Zip looked below him.
Dude, he was like prepared to kill Blame. He was like, yeah, I'll shoot him. He's shooting me.
This boost is being held. Now, your gun can stick through the wall. This happens if you quick switch. Or if you jump too high, your head pokes over the top. Oh my God, Naf, he was crouched. Zip, he couldn't see a thing on that angle with a crouched CT in position. Naf was perfectly playing for that boost. Blame is still going to get the trade. 25 and 11, high impact, especially in that first half. Can he come through with a round saver right now? Him and Config. This is going to be one hell of a round if they can do it. Running up into A, no smoke for the wall, and Elige is already here.
Oh, mate, their flash out of OC is beautiful. Blame, so blinded. 15 seconds, Config can't do a thing. Elige goes up and over, and in with a third. Tying this game up now for Liquid at 10-10. Okay. All right then, Astralis have still got money, right? They're still able to keep the purchases coming through.
But that was like the deepest ramp peak we've seen all game, right? Think about even Astralis on the CT side. They were just playing, Glaive was hiding in short smokes, pushing through close ramp, maybe playing sandbags or headshot angles. But Liquid, that re-aggro completely caught Astralis as they tried to leave to go back to that B bomb site. They were expecting a little bit more respect. The molly down, it's a nice nade, but no one standing in the firing line. Baiting for Elige, who's pushed up on short. It's a flash to middle. The orb's pushed off, but OC. Oh my God, one tapped by Config, just bursting out onto the scene. He will get traded. Naf and Spawn won't let this get out of control yet.
I mean, top performer Shox still holding strong over at this B side of the map. So if Astralis do want to try and follow through, they've got quite the duo to look to get past. They go quiet for now in the 3-on-4. Trying to decide where to go next, what to do. And with this deep ramp peak out of Elige, you could justify an extra man moving over towards this B site right now. As the util goes in, I think Nafly is going to be the movement. Right, starting to make his way over. Shox, a one and done here could be enough to set them up nicely. And so a 3v2 as they attempt to cross in. The bomb now dropped out in the open and Blame is low. With mollies and nades still in play, it was never meant to be his round. He goes fighting, tries to bring that to the realm of a 1v1. But I mean, even if that engagement didn't happen there in that fashion, there was more than enough utility to just win the round for Liquid the moment he attempted to tap that bomb.
Yeah, 3 CT rounds in a row now for Liquid off the back of their first buy. It took a long while for Astralis to even get established in their CT half in the first. So this is a far better sign of things for Liquid up against a squad that is now on eco. One nade up the ramp to try and force a bit of respect, but Elige is not in the giving mood. There's A site fighting deep. Nice spray. Gets one. Off on Nitro transfers for 2 and 3 as well. Pistol out. Close it, buddy. It's Elige to help. A full house between the old boys of Liquid and 12-10 as they get rid of the eco. Not even an AWP available for Farley unless he's glass. And even he is considering it, not buying until very late.
I mean, I love the kill distribution on Liquid. It's like everyone's really, chipping in. You look over at Astralis, and it's like a one-man army right now. Rounds won or lost based on the success of Blame. And look at the aggro in middle. This is so confident. Shox manages to get out of there. It's not every day Config gives you a second chance at life. And there's even this boost employed on the A site. Glaive was never ready for that. I love this from Liquid. They do so much early. They really grind for that opening pick. And now that they've got it, they don't want to give anything over. It's a lot more reserved.
still these kind of gimmicky positions in middle, right? Another boost deployed, and they're just tearing the Danes down. Blame and Farley left up in this one. But they're going into what is essentially a stacked A bomb site all alone. Blame, well, he does get one. He wasn't ready for the Elige wrap Supreme up the short side, and Liquid, they are on fire.
Yeah, this is incredible. Elige just looks so much better in the CT side as well, right? Previously on this team, before the current form of the roster, he was a B anchor. Man, he really never had fun over there, did he? Was often just, well, we all know what a B anchor looks like. Zips having trouble as well as he was in that first half. So, you know, Elige now back on that A-bomb site. Very, very nice for him. Free roaming, spamming smokes, good util as we know he's got. And 3Ks that round to put Liquid even further in the lead, forcing the final timeout out of Astralis. It's a 3-map series, Harry, and you know this screams a competitive one at least. But Liquid right now, use the word gimmicky. I don't think there's a better word for it. They have so many things in play. That deep aggro mid play that forces Astralis to activate quick into the 2 boosts.
And I mean, this is where, like, the idea that Astralis used 3 of their 4 pauses in the first half is like a big problem, you know? Like, their T-sides have been the issue, and suddenly they've used their only pause here for this partial investment round. They go running out into middle, Nafly churns them up. And really, I mean, I look at this, like, with Blame Dev, with the guns you got, there shouldn't be much of a chance here. Shocks, back of B, does have assistance from Nafly, who's already dropped in. B-side's just off limits with these 2 here, it feels like. Config and Zip, now just Config. I think reality kind of setting in. This one ain't happening. Elige wide swings him. Liquid playing with confidence. Full confidence in that, right? They're believing that this map is already theirs, and with good reason. They've streaked all these rounds together. The only ones that Astralis have managed to muster in this second half was the pistol and those subsequent conversions.
And this is sick for Liquid because they've not really been tested on this map up against, you know, tier 1 opposition. They're often just playing NA and Brazilian teams. Last time they took on an EU squad was Heroic back at Pro League, which they did win. But this is not a normal day in the office. They've come in very well prepped. God, lead, full set, full NA, right down the bottom of ramp. He's trying to smoke it off. His teammate Nate's out as well. Pull your gun and put it to use. Blame will stop 2. Liquid suddenly snuffed out in this round. Didn't know when to quit. Playing with confidence, but maybe not knowing when enough is enough.
I mean, those are the kind of rounds that Blame really wants. You know, he wants you to get aggressive. He wants you to come to him, and he gets that double down at the base of ramp. It set Astralis up so nicely in this one. Now, with that kill kind of getting traded over here in middle, and we get into this 2-on-3, Liquid, how do they want to play this? Early on, they had Nafly B leaning, but I think they realized that's a little too split up. It's a little too, you know, spreading your resources thinly. They go for a bit of a gamble lean, more so towards this A bomb site. And now that util goes over B. I'm really curious if they want to give this a go. I mean, OC's got a lot of utility, right? That could be reason enough for you to want to give it a look in. He's starting to make his way over. He's flashing that fly through the smoke. That is just full ballsiness. Tries to make a play, tries to save the day. But that's not happening this time around. Astralis will break this streak and finally put up a T-side rifle round. However, a lot of it comes from that aggression down the A ramp, right? Getting fed that double kill over at A, getting fed a double swing over in middle. Liquid might not want to go back to that aggression in this follow-up round, and so those kills might not come so easily.
Yeah, I'm really liking these XX on B for Astralis. They're running the same ones, you know, when they can, when they're given the stairs control. It's double molly, quad default, and it's double smoke, you know, towards green. Coming left, right side, just locking Liquid out. There's no way to do it. They had to just go full hero through smoke for Naf. With him dying, it's a reasonable save. Plenty of money to justify that attempt there for Liquid. Just trying to keep Astralis honest. But as we know, and as Liquid fans know, game's not done until 16 is found. Astralis may be out of pauses, but Liquid, they've got to keep running through this one. Farley back on his AWP. Haven't seen much of a head-to-head between him and OC in this map, though. Free smoke on B, knowing a Molotov is coming. Naf's got a lineup, perhaps just for this same choke point, or either a one-way on stairs. Farley looking through that sidewalk gap, and he's got it. Elige finally gives it up. Patient is Farley. The Dangerous Dane puts a pick on for Astralis. 5-on-4. Shox feels the need to get aggressive with that flashbang he drops. They're going to hear that. They know exactly what Shox is up to. Dropped in front of this smoke right now, looking for legs underneath it. But even escaping here can be very dangerous. There can be gaps over the top. Zip is looking for it. You see he has something, but Shox jumps over and gets back to safety. Astralis going to walk through the smoke at this point and get ready for another one of these BXX.
Oh, the timing on that duck down for Shox. He goes back, but yeah, that will sign his death warrant, man. He just wasn't ready for them to be so deep up the ramp. The timing couldn't have been worse. Zip with the opener. OC has reclaimed 1 kill.
Oh, what?
Nafla Nitro getting stuck in with a frag apiece. Suddenly, this 2-man retake swinging on out, and the bomb's not even down yet. Glaive all alone, flashed off, still good for the first. A 1v2, and Nitro's dead as well. Glaive versus OC. A 1v3 turned 1v1 from the man at the helm of Astralis, the man trying to keep his major runs looking fresh. He's cut from different cloth, quite the pedigree. Glaive eventually is to commit to this bomb plant. OC now moving in, out through the CT side, swinging, and that's where Glaive bests him. A 1 versus 3, and a little bit of confidence inspired in Astralis now.
Oh yes, Liquid, now they're feeling it. Now they're feeling the burn. What a beautiful round out of Glaive. Even that smoke spam on the second one, just through the lip of the gen smoke. So Glaive-esque, so Astralis, and Clutch is finally coming through very, very late in the game to keep them in this one. It's what woke them up. It's what gave them their first round in this map anyway, was Blame doing it, and now Glaive has joined the party. Sickening round to keep this game going. That would have been 15 for Liquid. Denied, and a timeout. They need to cool off after that one. Astralis, hey, they're probably appreciating that. Heart pumping for Glaive, I can only imagine. And Liquid still looking fairly stoic, but it's always in the back of your head, especially with someone like Glaive on the other side. Man, Naf's even got the second AWP out. He's having a great game, though, so I'm on board with it. Going to be taking it for an A-ramp peak. Heading towards the short side. We saw Farley find his opener there last time around, but smoked off. Elige is here. Sorry, Naf's in middle, rather. It's OC AWPing A. And he's looking through that smoke. Beautiful shot. Could barely see Farley. Double nades getting lined up for the B Tetris, but Shox is safe at the back of the site. No problem. 3 nades, in fact, thrown is a huge warning flare sent out. So Liquid know where Astralis is stacked right now. And Elige knows he has a max 1v1 coming down to the bottom of A. He really wants to take it. Glaive's not giving up that angle, but there's a bit of fight going on all game, and Glaive tries to pre-fire it. Elige, however, very cognizant of it. 5-on-3 now. Liquid, they couldn't close it last time. This is their best bet yet.
Yeah, this could be 15 waiting in the wings on their map pick.
Any flickers?
He's going to have to, isn't he? If he does want to hit this, they're going to try and assemble this boost just to deal with Blame F, the man going up. And he doesn't often miss those. Oh, Config alongside him.
No
They're
way.
into B. This was a 3-on-5 that so quickly turned sour. Liquid. It's all hinging on this wrap, and Elige's feet, they've been spotted. It's the info. That's enough. Knowing about him deals with that whole issue, and they hear OC running away. They hear him making a break for it. Astralis are on to 13. And I mean, man, there might be, you know, a collection of different players in the server. Might not look entirely the same. But the ebbs and flows, the way, you know, the feeling you get as a Liquid supporter. Well, some things never change when they face Astralis. Nothing's certain, nothing's guaranteed, not even this save. Because guess who's hunting? Blame F is right here, having snuck past OC already. Not only is he dead, there was even chances to knife there for Blame.
34 kills, and yeah, he's just gonna giggle his way through that. A 3-on-5, Harry. Both picks down on A. OC getting the opener with his orb. Elige beating Glaive. You'd think that would be enough. But sick entries into the B site. Astralis have kept it fresh on B, right? They've run very flat executes at times, but they've also just been happy to pop in contact. That boost was beautiful. Naf could barely move his wrist before his head was removed by Blame. And, you know, this is the guy that we want, getting those massive entries into bomb sites on T sides that we don't always get. Sometimes Astralis, when they lose config early, they can look really, really rough on T sides, getting entries, finding space. But Blame does it all there. Really nice openers into that B bomb site. And palm sweating for Liquid right now. No save. Lacking that money, this game is closing up. A 7-1 lead to Liquid, and we might just be looking at 14-all right now. They have to eco.
Oh my god, yeah, I mean, it should just go 14-all. Like, Liquid in this one.
It's done.
Shox is getting run down. Okay, good for the first, but now he's getting split up through the ramp side. Zip moving in. Hang on a moment. Alicia's Deagle's come out with another. This is getting a little bit weird. The bomb's suddenly going all the way back to join up with Blame, who's out on the A site. Liquid, because they don't have a lot to work with, they've panicked these rotations. They ran in fast to pad this side of the map, and look at Blame F. The guy, 34, now 35 kills deep in this, doing everything he can to make this major appearance something to remember. Blame doubling up. Liquid might have had a moment where this looked winnable, but you can't get past the iron wall of Astralis. Finally, Elige is going to best him. You imagine he's done enough. You imagine he's already set Astralis up for 14 and dodged any danger in this round. Fake flash for Elige, but Farley don't fall for it. And he's out of there. He's saving. He's running away. Astralis bring this back to 14-all.
Oh, now another 3-on-5, Harry. Back-to-back for Astralis. They just keep doing it. The double opener, Shock stopping the quick mid to B, Elige hitting a dig. It doesn't matter. None of these advantages mean much for Liquid. Blame keeps breaking open bomb sites. What a perfect lurk to clear the entire site out. And one by one, Liquid feed him, rotating back in through CT spawn. Incredible. Astralis have really had trouble closing Vertigo games as of late, right? We got that stat from Devilwalk. Average lost rounds, or average 1 rounds on a loss on this map are 17. They love an OT. They've been full of them against G2 and Tropic Heroic, but this time they want to close it in reg. They've got a chance. Might need Blame getting 40 kills in 30 rounds, but it certainly looks possible.
It's just insanity, isn't it, man? 37 and 18. It's ludicrous. As long as Blame's still alive, you're always believing. One of these mid-to-Bs over in middle. Fly, it's only 1 kill out of him. Zip facing first. Up through the ramp side. Shox needs to win this. His B-holds have been the best part of this for Liquid, but he's gone right away. OC and Nitro, 2 versus 3. It's low HP on Zip. Chance to find him with utility. All the offensive stuff's gone. Blame dead. Zip also caught crossing. And so now it's Farley. Talk about a trial by fire. Round 29 at 14-all, and he finds himself in a 1v2. 40 seconds left to play with. A million ways to play it, and thousands of thoughts rushing through his mind right now as to what could be happening. He's going to keep it simple. Crosses in. Commits to the plant. Nitro swinging out from CT. Could offer up a pick here. Farley's going to go hunting. They're both there. P250's going to have to do it. And a missed shot. Oh, Nitro just gets it back under control. Elige was ready to be disappointed. He was ready to be upset. He already had his head in his hands, and Nitro just gets that round.
That was terrifying. Terrifying, Harry. If one AWP shot connects there for Farley before the pistol comes out, that's his. Nitro so low. but he chunks them down with a P2, and it's still not enough. Liquid now have used every single pause. There's no more breaks on this train past this point. And Astralis are fighting for overtime. I can't believe they close it. That was again, this time it's Liquid the men down. 2-on-3 back into that B bomb site. And the AWP for OC has stepped up massively, right? Farley's had a couple of picks, but by and large, it's been the CTA WP, it's been the NA side that's looked like the better sniper in this game. Astralis, no, B has been the weakness. That has been their way in. But finally, amid to be shut out by Liquid and no better time for it.
A lot of util up a ramp early. Just a lot of util traded. That's more of a problem for Astralis than anything. Okay, blame F. All right, lad. Up through the short side. Not every day you see him up front of the pack, but he's taken all this room ahead of the smokes, and I like that he doesn't go further than this. He's already sealed the deal, and like, guys, they're not peeking ramp, don't worry, it's nice and safe. And the rest of his team start to complement this by moving up it. Liege over the top will get traded. Now, are they going to molly this? They've got one, not getting lobbed in. No one's looking at sandbags. Nitro could be in the position, out with a swing. Now they know he's here. Those mollies are going to start to come over any second now. And there it is, burning him out. But he dropped the smoke early, trying to play around it. Shocks his ramp flank, only good for one, as Blame F and Farley turn on a dime to deal with him. A 2v2. Naf and OC, they don't have Captain America and Nitro to guide them through this one. They've got to fly solo.
I can't believe Shox whiffed that flank. He only got one. This game could be already over. Now Liquid in crunch time. Blame's going to swing. OC needs to hit that immediate shot, but he's left the angle. And his contact, the paranoia, the fear. Astralis have crept into the bomb site, and Blame has found OC down to 10. He's got the space. He's got the room. Blame is up in your business, up in your spawn. And OC core moving leaves Naf alone. Blame's here to close, and he goes back for more. Double dipping, 40 kills deep, and 30 rounds of play. Naf has got to stop it.
Nafly's got to uproot the tankiest guy in the server and out of it, and he's gone now. Now only Farley swinging. Naf's going to find him. And Team Liquid, they win the 1v2. They put a stop to a Blame F that's 40 kills deep to close this in round 30. 16-14, and it's Nafly rising to the occasion to make it happen.
How much can one man do? Not enough, apparently, Harry. And these clutches finally come in for Liquid right at the bitter end. That one tastes bitter for Astralis, losing Vertigo after a massive comeback in the first half. That was 7-1 up for Liquid. It felt fantastic. Astralis had a second wind. They pulled out back-to-back 3v5s to even keep that game in their pocket, and still cut jeans, Harry.
Dude, and Blame F managed to get all the way to CT. It was in that position he put on that like huge 4K round just a couple ago, right? It felt like it was teed up to go to overtime, and Naf is able to rise to the occasion in a clutch versus, that's not like Blame F who had a good CT side and was like kind of that's a Blame F that was incredible throughout the entire thing, was literally in like legend form, and Naf puts a stop to it to take Liquid 1-0 up.
Yeah, Naffa's feeling great, and Liquid closing a map against their kryptonite. What do we make of it? Back on the desk.
Absolute insanity. It looked like it was a sure thing. It was going to overtime. Nobody was getting past Blame F, but Liquid and Naf just close it out. Just close it out after they started on a phenomenal T side to kick off everything, Mathieu. What a game. I mean, first off, it's delivering. Let's just say that.
Big time. Big time delivery from that game. And what a sigh of relief for the Liquid players and the fans around the world. I cannot express how devastated they would have been if this game ended up being an overtime game. And we all know all the cards are reshuffled once you get to that point. Liquid had a grab on that game. They had it under control fully, and then it's the glaive clutch, it's the 3v5, it's Blame F and timings. And you're thinking, no way, it's happening. Astralis has put it back.
It's incredible. I think they just raised, you know, the average pulse of everyone, you know, on the earth by 10 or something. You know, like It was incredible. I was standing here, I'm amazed, I'm shocked, but it's an incredibly bad sign that you have a high performer like BlameF with 40 frags, 2 KD, 131 ADR, and they can't close the game out.
It's an enigma that I'm trying to figure out. He has got more kills than Zip, Farting, and Glaive combined. One-man army on the side of BlameF. What can one man do to actually make it past the finish line?
And I think that gives us a fantastic starting point for our discussion about this map. One heavy hitter is not enough if you're up versus a team like Liquid, where many of the players had their moments and were working more as a unit at times. And I want to kick it off in terms of the T side coming out of Liquid. And let's start with Shox, because we talked about him before. And Maniac, you said if Shox gets a good start, that is a great sign for Liquid.
Totally. He's very momentum-based as a player. He's quite emotional, and I think he feeds off a very good start, and that was the case in this game. Very quickly, early on, he had a lot of impact in some of these clutch situations in the post-plant moments. Shox really delivered. We mentioned his name. Thank God that they win round number 30, because that whiff from behind A round would have haunted him for weeks and months hadn't Liquid closed it.
Yeah, I've been on the receiving end of these momentum-based shocks in the past. I remember MSI beat it 2012 in the finals. He aced 3 pistols out of 4 against us, and we played quite close of a game against him, and it was just, what are you supposed to do?
I think the way we have to look at it, right, is that Shox performing this way automatically changes the structure and the balance of Liquid. This is something that we haven't seen happen in a long, long time. We criticized him. I called him out for his performance. But when you end up with Naf being solid and delivering, Shox being solid and delivering on the CT side as well, things make a lot more sense. There is balance to the defense.
And in terms of how Vertigo goes, Devil, you were talking about the fact that for Astralis, they fell behind early, and it is very hard on the CT side when the other team gets rolling to get back into that Vertigo, right? Especially when it comes to retaking the A side.
Yeah, I think it's a map that requires you to have a very, very solid buy. You can't just have a 4.2k buy and play with a smoke and flash, which you can actually make work on most maps. But on Vertigo, it's super, super hard because you're almost forced to be aggressive constantly on A, and it's very easy for terrorists to punish you then. And I think that kind of, they didn't get the money control they wanted because of that good Liquid start, but they grinded it out and they came back into it once the money settled.
We had a couple of replays, but I think they're kind of broken at this point
I will
in time.
narrate all these rounds.
We can paint the picture of round 13 where Shox gets yet another clutch.
Yeah, you are talking about that very good start from Liquid, and I think it put a lot of pressure financially on Astralis. I want to give props to Nitro. I think he had a couple of moments where he basically did what we expect Glaive to do, which is take the duels, be out there, put your life on the line. He did that on the A ramp, and then at the end, the 1v1 between Shox and Zip, the clash of the legends, whoever gets it, and it's a 0.01 difference we have here. That is going to be a trade game, a back and forth on that A side. It's a clever little boost coming in from Astralis. There is Nitro right here with the double entry on that A side, worth $100,000 million right there. Naf is going to be good on the trade, which he does obviously perfectly, but then it's the clutch towards the end. It's Zip almost giving us, I guess, a revival of some sort in the 1 versus 3 attempt now, and then it's Counter-Strike, a cruel mistress at times. 0.0 to 0.2 seconds. Shox makes the clutch.
Yeah, I love how you said that, kind of trying to revisit old glory, because for like a lot of players, it is about you want to tap into what made you one of the legends before, right? You want to channel that in some way. And I think when we talk about momentum, then that is really difficult now for Astralis, because they do come back into this game. Their T-sides that were criticized a lot by us yesterday were actually better. BlameF is doing well. Why is it not enough? And why can't it be enough when you have 40 kills on Blame?
Honestly, I have no clue, because I don't have the answer for it, really. Because on this T side, we have been a little bit criticizing BlameF for not finding that impact on T side. Now he had an incredible CT half and an amazing T half, and they should win these. If they don't, I just don't see what are their winning, the key points for them winning maps then.
I mean, we have to call out Zip. I'm sorry, I know we have to be careful with just pinpointing stats and numbers, and usually there's a context behind it, but you do have a player that is not pulling his weight right now. That's an issue. 9 kills over the whole map when Blameif is at 40, and Farlig right after him with 13 frags. Very little impact. That's an issue. Look, the Clash of the Legends right here, we painted that picture, both trying to remain in the old Legends club. Shox had a much better performance. If you are on Astralis right now, and you're looking to your right, you look into your left, you look at Zip, you want to believe that this player is going to be right there with you in the battle. He's going to help you. He's going to pull his weight. He's going to take his duels. That is not the vibe I am getting. And I empathize, but there is a truth to it that we cannot ignore.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to have a little bit more time to talk about Ancient. I'm just going to leave you to kind of simmer on this, what Sponge said in the green room. He said, yesterday Astralis played Spirit, and they ended up losing the first map on Nuke, and then they went on their map pick where they start on the T side on Ancient. Are we thinking a history repeating itself is on the cards? And how can Astralis make sure that they don't fall into the same trap and lose their legend status and their spot at the major?
Honestly, it's a difficult one. It really is, because we watched that T side yesterday on Ancient, and Blameif had struggled on that. I think Blameif is one of the players. He has a few maps he is really good at on the T side. That's Mirage, and he showed up here on Vertigo. Ancient, I haven't really seen that. I need Config. I need Config to really put the pressure, and obviously Zip to pick up some numbers.
For me, it's about concretizing any good information, good positions they have. That was the problem that I had versus Spirit. I didn't think the game plan of Astralis was bad. I think they had the executes, they had the way in. We even talked about it. They traded quite fairly moving into sight, but it's about really pushing it through the finish line. When you have a 3 versus 2, you have to capitalize.
We have a little bit more time after the break to talk about exactly how Astralis can attack Ancient, or if it is just going to be Liquid that book a 2-0 after this.
Now that's what we call Major. 14 days of high-octane action. 14 days of fierce battles. 14 days of special bonuses from GG Bet. Whoop, cheer, and make your fortune.
Well, welcome back everyone for our second map. We are going to Ancient for Astralis versus Liquid, defending their spot to try and get into Legends. Astralis is trailing but let's maybe start with Liquid and how they can close this out. Let's recap the positives and tell me how can they be implemented or translated into Ancient, or will there have to be a change?
I mean, I think Liquid, they feel a lot better. I look at the body language. I look at how the atmosphere seems to be working for them, and that's something I was worried about in the past. But I see some revitalized energy there, and I see some positive signs. They were smiling, they were happy, and I never really saw that in the previous games. So that's a good sign for Liquid.
And we see that across the team. One of the great positives out of Vertigo was the fact that everyone chimed in at a key moment. And it is so important, so vital that we know all of them are kind of activated, and whenever times come to pull that 1v1, to put that 1v2 or the multi-kill, then everyone or anyone is going to be able to do it.
Yeah, we actually heard a little bit when we were walking to the analyst desk at the end of the last game, and I don't exactly know who it was, but I know that OC was still alive, and someone on Liquid was saying, go ahead, repeat him, you can do it, you can do it. And I think that's a great sign in terms of kind of the hive mind and the enthusiasm coming out of Liquid. Now, they are obviously on the up and up. Let's talk about Astralis, that Ghost of Ancient yesterday, of course, still lingering. To recap some of the notes we gave them for their T-side, Devil, it was you have to be more fast with your plan. You have to execute it, and you have to be strong in your conviction when you execute it, because you can't wait that long to make your plan happen. Otherwise, you're going to be snuffed out, and they then lost the plot completely.
Yeah, so we were talking a lot about like they worked the map control well, they got into the sites, but then everything fell apart. And for me, it was like a disconnect happened. Once they entered the site, they didn't clear, they didn't go for the trades. I remember a round where Dexter was just left on A site, and they were planting.
Yeah.
Like he was actually, he would have been able to kill that planter. And these are the moments, like you can't do that. Like you can't just let him, you're giving players opportunities to destroy your entire round that you worked for a minute and 15 seconds to even enter the site. So they need to sharpen that up. They need to be more decisive in those final moments.
And I worry, because I agree with you, but I think a lot comes down to confidence and trust in your plan, knowing how you're going to go from an advantageous position to closing the clutch. And when we look at the end of Vertigo, I worry that Astralis suffered one too many of these clutches. Towards the very end as well, 1 versus 2 that Nav pulls out. You know, that kind of grinds at you, chips at you a little bit in your mental, in your resilience. I hope it doesn't play a role in it.
Can't spell confidence without config. And I think he is someone we need to look at. And it's been such a running story throughout his place in this Astralis in terms of consistency and in terms of when it matters the most, right? And I think we have to look at it in conjunction with Farley as well, like both members that have really been under the spotlight. For Farley, starting on this T side, what does he need to bring?
I think Farley needs to be more aggressive. I think he needs to take more space. He's been a little bit too drawn back, a bit too passive. And I think Astralis as a whole needs someone to be able to step up, show themselves with config.
Start with config. Can we start with config?
Yes. Yes, we can.
For a second. I mean, he's a man that deserves and receives a lot of praise. Before the major, he had found that consistency that we were always criticizing for. He comes in here. I haven't seen any config-esque performance quite yet. I haven't really seen the beast take over. I haven't seen the man take all the duels without any fear in his eyes. Where is that? We talk about the T side, we talk about the struggles of Astralis. I want to see him go ahead and take that space. Get the 2v1 for Glaive and let him organize the 4v3. That is something that I haven't seen. And it's literally now or never.
Yeah, but the problem is we need more aggressive players on Astralis right now. They are too flat, they are too slow, and they need to be able to embrace a little bit more chaos, I think. I think they're complicating some things. They just need to be confident. So Flasha saying, you know, do stupid things, but with confidence.
That's the key word. That's the one we circle back to all the time.
Yeah, and I think it's missing. It's missing, and it's really, really drawing Astralis back, and I think they need to go for this now or never, exactly like you said.
Well, now or never, indeed, or it's out of the major for you. And when we look at their opponents in terms of Liquid, I feel like they have been kind of on the bad end of on the receiving end of all the criticism. Rightfully so,
Absolutely.
right? This is a team that has to perform better. Their start at the RMR, their start here at the major has not been good. But there were voices that said, once it hits the best of threes, we have faith in them. Think they could make the run. I think they could do it. And when you have those players on that roster who have been in this position before, they're feeling that now again, right? And as you said, Shox is not only great on the server, but he can be a hype man for the rest of that team. And this is also what they need now. And if they can channel that, they might just well be legends.
They have to tap into this newly discovered potential that is Shox right here, right now. Used to be a liability, not anymore. He was one of the main force on Vertigo, and he can put it back to Ancient as well.
Super exciting. Let's see what happens, and let's see if Team Liquid can book their ticket to the legend stage right here, right now.
Every single major, Shox and Zip, have been in the top 16, but today we find out which one of those two are broken, are going home in the challengers. Hell, it was last major back in Stockholm that Shox, in Vitality, managed to eliminate Astralis and Zip in that legend stage. Right now, Astralis are only 16 rounds, only one map away from not even being able to get there, let alone make a deep run. NA didn't feel like they were going to do it going down 0-2 for Liquid, but this is their attempt at the reverse sweep, and this is their best bet to get there.
Yeah, Astralis might have always been the kryptonite of Team Liquid, but Shox, he's the Batman, right? He's not vulnerable to that. He's all well and good. And he might be the one pounded down on Astralis. T-side start for the Danish squad. Out in middle, Zip goes 1-for-1. It's an early fight here. It's kind of 3v4 little stack up. And Elige with this double, dropping the bomb out in no man's land. Astralis, they're going to have to go out. They're going to have to seek their fortune and try get that back.
Blame F. He's in CT spawn, Harry. He's walked all the way through A. They might be considering the B wrap, but right now Nafly is not thinking about Temple. Blame. Oh, the turn is perfect, and Blame walks right into the dead angle. Glaive gone from middle, and they've just got to brute force, bite their bullet, and head into mid. Nitro's tucked in, and Naf eviscerates the final man. Lovely pistol out of Liquid. They completely duel Astralis in middle and steal away that opener. On these T sides, man, Astralis need every round they can get. This has been a roster that has been trying to make not only Ancient a mainstay in their map pool, but trying to make an argument for being the best team on this map overall. And the recent results, the results here at the Major, have not screamed that. They lost it to Spirit yesterday. They got bodied. And so Astralis cannot drop the ball here. Liquid fully bought in the second, and it's full Glocks, baby.
Yeah, I also want to talk about something that like Maniac was saying on the desk, which is, you know, he wants to see Astralis like looking like they're on the same page and believing in the system and working together. I think after a performance like that, it's kind of my biggest worry is that the way that Blame kind of processes the game, the pace at which he operates at, does feel a little different to the way someone like Glaive sees things. And at the end of the day, no one else was anywhere near Blame's scoreline. At the end of the day, no one else made that last game competitive. You know, you got like these two guys who can IGL, these two guys with varying viewpoints as to how rounds should be played. And if Blame is saying, guys, play around me, who are you to say no to that, you know? This guy just dropped 40 kills to try and keep you in Vertigo.
And like you said, no one else there, right? Blame, 1.78 rating. No one else on Astralis even got a 1.0. Right, Config's next best at 0.99. Like, no one's even positive. It's a 30-round game, and it felt like it all came off of one man at times. There were clutches. There was a big one for Glaive in there. Yeah, it does create a bit of worry, you know, about the longevity of this series, about the longevity of this squad. Legends in their own right, and right now, 14 rounds down from never making the Legends stage. Liquid, full focus right now. But we've got the buy round. First of many to come on this T side for Astralis. Once Glaive called.
Fast over towards B ramp. Zip, he was sandwiched between two Molotovs. The moment he made the decision to take that peek, he was committed. He was trapped. That's a nice way to engineer an opener out of Team Liquid.
Look at Shox. I mean, Astralis left B. Even if they try and re-aggress and take this space back, Shox is fully tucked. He doesn't care. He is just chilling in the pocket of B. Astralis are not going to be ready for this position. And first they have to clear Naf. They're coming from mid. Right now, good check. Oh, the timing. Blame was actually considering it, man. Not just the brawn, but the brains as well. Shox runs away, and Naf hits some wall bangs. Liquid, they can just fall back. They've got a 5-on-4. The pressure's on Astralis right now, desperately hunting for a refrag. Shox upgrades his gun, and Liquid are just big chilling.
Yeah, 50 seconds, and Astralis, they've dropped players into middle. I'm assuming this is to end up back at that A side of the map, but it's a little scary. They haven't really probed this side. They don't really know what's happening. They're going to have to win this fight to Nitro, and then they've got to be ready for OC, who's still tucked in at the back of the site. And now the Molly in their way. They're going red. They bypass that Molotov, trying to take space. Shots here, can't hold the line. Config will get the better of him. Now wrapping A. OC out with the swing, only good for one. Are they going to come through this? Are they going to try and push on him? Flames holding. These are the kills he wants, and a double up. It's only Nitro left. Bomb plant safe, it's for CT, and Sublime can sit here all day long.
Damn, he felt like Nitro did enough just to stall them, lock them out of Donut, force them to go the long way around to CT spawn to take that A site, but no chance for a retake with Liquid running in through smokes. A beautiful double up for Blame, delivering what he must, as we've learned. And, you know, not just him, but he needs his squad around him as well to perform. Nitro forced to save in the first buy. And Astralis just about get it under wraps.
See, look, it's little moments like that. That's where Shox is very, very helpful, right? Just to keep everyone like in it. You know, I don't think anyone's checking out yet, but it just keeps you like dialed in. You know, he always sounds very positive with how he talks. He's spurred on a force buy here for Team Liquid. And Astralis, they want to try their hand at a fast B play. Now, Elige almost caught and will get run down. It's now flying Shox to hole with a double. Shox is now pressured, trapped in a corner.
What?
Oh, Farley almost didn't check for it. Nafly still trades that out in 3v2. They break apart the first man, but they can't get past the second, and Zip is blindsided. Nitro there to walk it over the line, and the decision to put money in, to have Nitro drop one over. Liquid, they're going to reap the reward of it. Astralis, they try to switch the pace up there with a fast A play, a fast B play rather.
Yeah. Not even smokes on the fly, man. They get one down on short, but where's the long smoke there for Astralis, right? It just never lands. It never comes through. And that's triple peaked, right? One by one. Every kill they got, they discounted the next man. It was good trading for Astralis, but that third rotation from Nitro was so fast, they completely let their guard down. If you're going to B-rush like that, you can still throw quick, long, and short smokes on the fly that barely need you to stop running. And it would have been nice to see that for Astralis, just to give them a little more leeway, a little more room in the bomb site. We know those T sides are difficult. I'm not going to count Astralis out with a bad first half, but they need more than 5. That wasn't enough back against Spirit. Astralis are poised for a quick A pop.
Yeah, Nitro's going to need some help, and pretty quickly as well. And no one's super nearby. OC can start to move back around, but for now, Nitro's alone, and they will overwhelm him. They run him down. It's Blame F there with the trade. Point man from Vertigo still stepping up in the early stages here on Ancient. Naf looking like he wants to play around this smoke, and Elige is waiting patiently as well. These smokes now start to fade, and Astralis, they can replenish them, but it needs to come in quick. Zip's throwing it. I'm hesitant to say a little deep, but Naf with that push on out, drops the bomb, doubles up. The chance of getting much done now with the hero AKs, it all resides on them. Farley and Blame. 2 versus 3, scared to get that bomb down. Someone's got to do it, gents. Farley's probably being told to go back now and make that happen. But in leaving this CT angle, Shox has moved in, and it's a plant for CT. That's the bomb dropped. Blame 1v2, can't do a thing.
And, you know, those are the moments where it's like, yeah, Blame will have said to him, yeah, go get the bomb, you plant, I'm going to keep the gun out. Once again, like, can't blame there, right? Like, of course he wants to be the guy with the gun out. He just dropped 40 kills. But it means that Farley has to run all the way back from CT to make it happen. In that moment, Shox hears the footsteps. He's no fool. He's going to start to take space on the back of that.
This is something Liquid we're doing really well on Vertigo, and it plays even better into the way the map works on Ancient as well. It's just like not over-facing in those pre-plants. When they have a man up, when they're 3v2, when they're 4v2, like they will just chill. They did it so many times on the B site. We saw even clutches where Astralis would tap that bomb 2 or 3 times before they commit, and Liquid would never panic and over-face. It's especially good in Ancient because we know how difficult those plant spots are to get comfortable, right? Even the fact that Farley plants for CT is only because of the fear of Donut. The smoke was still up, but they could get spammed. There are not many places to plant, right, that you're safe from. I like the double setup, something new for Liquid. Jump it. It's very scary, getting that early spot. They even know that OC's here as well. He fires off. Flash gets him away, and that's fine by Astralis. 5 on 4. Farley may be very low. He's gone all the way back to spawn just to avoid nades. Living and being a number on the scoreboard might just be enough right now. Astralis can group for a B execute if they want. They've shown a tendency to want to take red, but there's so many CTs here. Liquid waiting on this mid-smoke fade so they can re-aggress. And if Astralis have left mid at this point, which they have, Liquid can now set up on a very fast triple flank. Oh, they won't go for it. Surely Nitro can. These smokes are about to go in.
Yeah, site hold mate is all on Shox, and he's armed with an MP9. If he deals with Blame F coming through the cave, that would be lovely. Elige assembling this boost, going up, going over. Now they're going to start to spam back. Tracer's not found, and so Config just having to sit in this smoke. He's trying to make the play that wins the round, and he will deal with OC. Elige was hoping to trade this, and he will. Now Nitro in through the cave, besting Blame. A 2v2. Silence falls on B, but only for a moment. It's broken by Zip as he swings out. Glaive alongside him. They walk that one over the line. A little B play with a bit of utility going a long way for Astralis once they get that 5 on 4.
Yeah, I like that closer as well. Not just Config, picking players from smokes, but then in the 2v1, they just chase Nitro down. It's always scary in post plants on B to go back to ramp to slink into cubby or cave, because suddenly, next thing you know, Liquid are getting on the bomb, they're smoking you off, and so Astralis just keep them contained. It was a very nice try for Liquid in a man down round. But that is their money broken now. Another boost on long. A triple boost, in fact. Hello, putting the scout over the top side. Naf. That is one way to do it. Oh, he won't hang around. But if he did, he might have found Farley.
Another opener for Blame F, the caveman. Nitro has been very, very safe with the angles he's played over here on A. A lot of it just designed to not give that opening kill over. That is a headshot out of OC's Deagle, but it's just through the lip of the wall, and so Blame F is still alive and kicking in this round. Scout tag onto Config. You're whittling down Astralis, but you're not landing any of these killing blows, and eventually you need that knockout punch, that 1-2 combo. Shox here, back at the B site. All alone as his teammates start to move over. Smoke's gonna fade, but Shox dies trying to cross. And that will trigger a save out of Team Liquid. Gonna hold on to the Deagles, hold on to the Scout. Try find something with them in the next. This is a good early recovery from Astralis, right? Already amassing some T-side rounds.
And they've had full mid control this entire game, except for Pistol, of course, where Liquid triple midded. But Astralis have just had mid whenever they want it on gun rounds, right? Liquid somewhat have to respect that. They sometimes take it early with util, but more often than not, they'll peel back into their heavy B hold and leave Nitro just spotting in Donut. But right now, it's giving Astralis so much freedom, right? Whether it was that red wrap into their first one round on the A site, or even right there, when Config's deep in A main and Glaive is peeking Donut, both may get tagged, but they keep enough of Liquid on that A site that B is completely open for the taking. And it's also very quick for Glaive to just run back up ledge and regroup with that B hit. All players of Astralis tagged up in that round, none of them put down. So Liquid a full eco now, just with Scout on Naf, a Deagle on a Liege. Should be Astralis' chance to really build back into this game from what was a scary start, you could say. A Liege attempts a pot shot. Glaive doesn't allow it. And the reboost at B again. Nice. Oh. Didn't want to hang around, did he? Unlikely they saw him, but now they know what's in play. They know there's a heavy long setup at Nav. He does get removed by Farley. Nitro trades one with the USP, but Astralis say, you know what? We don't like it. We've got Config all the way up into your spawn. Let's just split A.
Yeah, Config loves a bit of middle. He really does, and he's taken a great bit of space in this round. Blame's just seen them leaving, and so right now Config knows he's about to get given a chance for a couple, and he takes that in his stride. The third man does not last long. Just a Liege now. And with him brushed aside, Astralis have tied this up at 4-4. All right then. All right.
Yeah.
Blood starting to course through their veins again. No more is it just the Blame F show. Couple more guys starting to come alive. Liquid calling in a tactical pause. I think that speaks volumes. You know, back on Vertigo, it was Astralis just railing through those tac pauses, right? You could really get a sense of the pressure they were feeling based on how many of them came out in the first half. Well, this time it's Liquid to break it first, break into that little bank of tac timeouts and have a bit of a time to talk this one through.
Yeah, definitely sooner the better, right? They've had this double eco, so want to get on the same page and how they're going to approach a rifle round. Interested to see whether they want to take middle. Obviously, you've got to leave an area open if you want to put two players there. Often it's going to be either running two off of B or just leaving A open for the first 10 seconds and that mid player going back to Donut to listen for steps. Unlikely to see full A rushes this early on in the game. Astralis' defaulting is working out pretty well right now. They are going to lean 4-1. A completely open.
Holy B lean, right? Like, look at this.
But it's only early, right? It's like, stacking Inferno and throwing banana nades and then going back. Nitro lobs all of his util and then retreats to the A side. Doesn't really need much for that site, especially if you have mid-control. And Naf's got his eyes on it from the cave side. With the Liege all the way down ramp, Astralis have respected this play. Re-smoking the door and buying time before Astralis can even get involved in this round. I like the boost too. Liquid even had the one-way in middle that shows NET's feet if they try and creep. Not the best re-smoke. In fact, maybe even the worst re-smoke. And so immediately replenished by a Liege. Didn't like that one.
Dude, that's a bit of a shame. You could have kept them from pushing here for like another
30 seconds.
Yeah, like just 30. Over if anything, right? So like, mate, yeah, that's kind of brutal. As now it's going to give the option for these B door players to actually get involved. And Liquid, after losing Nafly over on lane, they've had to take some risks. They've had to take some gambles here, kind of peeling away from the B site, going for a heavier lean in Donut and Red. When you think about, seeing Config in middle, normally it's been paired with aggression into the Red room. But this time, he's sat on his laurels, picking up kills on rotating players. It's a double B hold as a Liege has now Joy and Shoxy inside of this site. Both players are pillar. It's a bait and switch. Shock swings, and a Liege was meant to get something done there.
Oh, Blame saves it, mate. He may have team killed and taken down Zip. He still follows up with a double kill, plus through the smoke. Winning that battle against the Tracerless A1S, not an easy ask, but Blame steps up to the plate. And nice mid-lurk from Config, right? This is a map where he is very, very comfortable right now. And, as a player that Maniac on the desk wanted to see step up, and I think we all did, really, his performance in this major has been pretty quiet compared to previous months. Good to see him already coming into his own on this T side of Ancient, just lurking mid. This time he's storming it solo, full util to get Config up red again. Mate, again he is top mid with 10 seconds played of the round. Of course it's eco, Liquid are going to make gambles, but OC's running a rotate. Config eats the flash, however that gives good info to OC, he knows what's going on. They do anything to stop it though, Blame is continuing in his cave offensive. The Liege running a rotate that is heard every step of the way. And right now, B is getting tightened by Astralis.
it's a really rough spot for Shox. It's like, yeah, just pick a side, any side, and they're going to come from the other. Considering, you know, this was Liquid bouncing back early on and looking good. It's quite the turnaround now for Astralis as they're chaining all these rounds together. Config keeps getting blessed with, you know, reasonably good mid spawns as well. Like, this one isn't one where oftentimes you see him like run the gauntlet in middle. Still close enough for him to justify giving it a look in, but I doubt it's one of these crazy, you know, red dashes that we get out of him. He'd normally love to be in the spawn a glaive for that.
Yeah, need to see a mid-take for Liquid, I think, in the gun round now, because they've just been completely giving it away all game. Orp is here this time. He's going to try and jump across. OC in the pit now. 3 players here for Liquid. They're fine with leaving A open early. OC gets that kill on the cross for Config. Could barely see a thing. How is he getting flashed? He's looking into the wall. These ones are working differently for Astralis. Nice kill for Naf. And Farley dead and untradeable at B. Astralis is still trying to brute force their way in, but Nafs has beat the molly.
Yeah, Zip leading the charge, but he's shortly after cut down. Even though Blame's good for 1 on the ramp side, he's going to have to fade away. Smoke spam could go a real long way, and a stray bullet catches Glaive. 2 HP Blame F now in a 1v4. He's got 13,000 in the bank account, so he's going to try to do some damage here. And they're giving him a fair bit of respect.
Yeah, I mean, Liquid need the money, right? If they were ever going to pull this half back, this is already great for Astralis. 6 rounds, you're going to be happy with it at bare minimum. And if Liquid want to pull this back, they need clean rounds. They need 4 alive. They can't offer up kills to Blame. Like you said, he has nothing to lose in going for this. So more than worthwhile in trying to cripple that economy and set Liquid up for a reset. Nafly denies with 3 on the B site. And Liquid put up 5. Baby steps. Just trying to walk their way back into this CT half. Nice mid setup as well, seeing OC get involved with the AWP. Not had many. And more often than not, when we've seen, you know, scouts, it's been Naf getting triple boosted on B. Not really coming to fruition just yet. OC had a great game and an even better recovery when he went quiet after the first half. Back on Vertigo. Astralis this time, they muscle back and they take lane control immediately. Liquid, full send mid.
Oh, yeah. I do like it. You know, Config, you know that he has a real tendency to lean this way, and occasionally he's just left alone. Now, that's a problem where the longer you ignore it, the worse it gets, right? So they're trying to address it early on by fighting him in middle, hoping that's their route to a 5-on-4, as it was in the round prior. This time, though, the kill is not found by OC Zorp, and Zip is going to spam out Naf inside of the B site. They set up Shox with a flashbang, but it is just 1 kill. Elige needs to try and fill this hole, fill the void. Oh, they line up! Glaive and Zip cross paths, the stars align, and it's Elige going to him. Now, Config is all the way through this A bomb site, right? I said the longer you ignore the Config problem, the worse it gets. He's taken a lot of space. He's cleared out a path for an A rotation out of Farley and this bomb. Config is still giving Astralis a chance in this round, but as he reroutes, as he ducks out of A and looks to go red, he's open to this AWP. OC is waiting for it. The plant's going to go down on A. There's nothing that Liquid can do about that, but they are in a 3v1 retake.
Oh, Elige going for it, trying to get this plant before it's even stuck in. Farley back to Donut, and Elige. That one's going to hurt. Dead immediately. 10 health for Farley. He's got a Molotov to throw on the bomb, but they don't have a smoke. Farley, oh, it's gone out. They just lobbed it in Donut. Now he's cut off completely. This is not for a spawn rotation. He's going to have to walk to avoid them hearing every single step. If Liquid stick, they win right here, right now, but they don't know that. They wouldn't make this read. Oh, got to swap. Nitro, he's the one with the kit. He's not the one on the defuse. It's time for Farley to get aggressive. They're off the bomb. Uh-oh, Farley runs away. Rerouting. Now the kit's on the stick. OC's covering with a pistol. Missed shot. And that is it for Liquid. If Farley walked the entire way, there was maybe a route, but even he thought they would stick it with the kit. That was just Liquid not wanting the AWP to be the guy covering. Very risky. But even so, they get it just at the very end. What a weird and wacky round. with that B aggression, just catching Astralis. Hip heard the steps, but couldn't comment to Glaive in time, was already caught running away here. Elige made that round happen with the flank onto Config. Advanced position shut out. And another pause for Liquid even then. They're trying to figure out the Config problem, Harry. It is getting worse, it is getting more space, and it is setting Astralis up for very close rounds right now.
Yeah, this is one of the worst mid spawns he's had, so I doubt you have anything crazy going on there, right? When you got the good one, you can get ahead of those Molotovs. You can actually get there just as they bloom, barely take any damage. But that's not a grace that Glaive nor Config are offered this time around. The Molly's going to flush Elige out. It's nice that he's just able to get out of there with very little risk. You know, he even had teammates lobbing flashes over to facilitate his retreat. Does mean there's a bit of a gap over here in middle. But he's still floating around, trying to keep it in check. There's that top red smoke to cut Elige out of the round and putting mid entirely on the shoulders of Nitro.
Oh god, Config.
Good damage on the spam out of Config, and now with mid control taken, he's set Glaive up to cross back to the rest of the pack, but Config wants more. Config wants more out of this. He's jumped over Nitro. Right now, might not be entirely aware just how close he is. He wasn't spotted crossing. He's going to try and pincer in as his teammates set up for the B hit. He's going to be here to cause problems in the back line.
That's a big smoke at 30 seconds, and Astralis, Config's going to walk into his death unless they make enough of a fake to force Elige's rotation. Nitro's moving in. Elige, he seems suspicious. He must have heard the jump across. He never left his position and does manage to find Config. Now they know it's B, and Astralis have 10 seconds to plant.
Oh yeah, this one's starting to get real bad real quick. Zip with one, Shock's just playing for time, and Nitro lines them up on the wrap round. Liquid onto 7. They do piece that one together very, very quickly, right? And I think you're dead on. I was wondering if he heard the jump once he still floats around there for so long. And the fact that then he calls for like Nitro to pincer it with him is a really nice touch. Just never gave Config that room that he's been so good at getting. Finally, we get attack pause out of Astralis. Their first one being used here right near the end of the half.
That was super awkward, right? Because not only does a smoke come down at 30 seconds on ramp where one player is playing for Astralis, but there's 3 in cave. They can't run and execute. They can't throw anything. Even peeking to throw smokes from cave can get you killed. So Astralis didn't have enough, you know, of a position in that round to fake anything for Config to activate, and he couldn't make a play because he was getting collapsed upon by Nitro and Elige. Beautiful flank timing for Nitro. Very quick to climb up. He's been doing this a lot, you know, starting in Donut. When he knows this is a B play, he just cleans up in middle. Especially when Config is dead, not getting lurked on anymore. Oh, Liquid might be going back to taking B space. From spawn, Nitro throws a door smoke. It's only 2B though. Config fast out of middle. Right over the smoke goes Elige, and this has been quite a 1v1 that they've often been embarking upon. Elige getting the better of it now in back-to-back rounds.
I feel like in a weird way as well, the fact that like Red gets smoked early and all those flashes go over kind of gives Config's game plan away, right? Up until now, mid takes have been fairly slow if Config hasn't had spawns. So the fact that it's all immediate was kind of screaming to Elige, okay, Config's going to try his like fake run and gun up middle. Farley at least trades that out and now takes a lot of space of his own all the way into the red room and even manages to get past these B rotations. Right now, everyone is scrambling to deal with this man trapped in red. That flash is a thing of beauty. They've got him boxed into a corner, and Nafly will capitalize. Astralis, they've lost the room they fought for, right? They throw 2 men to the wolves out in mid to try and get that space in red to hold back these rotates, to make life hard for Liquid. But now with both of them gone, it's down to the rest of the gang. A little B pop, Zip,
Up and through,
no.
dies in Glaive's Molotov. It's very disjointed there, as well as Glaive is worlds apart from his teammate, but that might work to his favor. They just saw the molly TK Zip, so as far as they're aware, he was on lane. This is super quick, super decisive out of Glaive, and he's looking to add another 1v3 to his tally. Everyone grouped in CT for Liquid. They don't want to let another one rack up for Glaive. Sat back in the donut right now, caring for a mid-rotate. Smoke on the bomb. That's pressure applied. The tap with the smoke makes Glaive nervous. Swinging out is where Nitro finds him. And the two leaders clash. It's him coming out ahead. Liquid 8-6. And a chance, a shot at recovery in this first half of play.
This is incredible, man. Like, it was the other way around, right? Back on Vertigo, it was a 7-1 lead for Liquid. Astralis pulled a massive comeback, you know, to end the half with 7 of their own. And obviously, we all know how it went. It was Liquid closing in round 29 and 30 with clutches. But even so, this was the opposite. Liquid, sorry, the same again. Liquid starting strong. Astralis pulling it back. Now Liquid taking the winning half. Not like Astralis have woken up in time, but they might be stuck again with a mediocre 6-round T side unless this B play works. And again, Liquid have taken lane. Full control once more. Even Elite push down ramp. 3 players here. And it frees up eyes on A as well, because Nat from B now is cleaned up middle. There's not the chance for Config to walk out of A main in this round. This time, Liquid don't bungle the door smokes. They have one more still to go to buy time outside of B. OC up on A, deep in spawn. Almost an impossible angle to clear unless Farley perfect crouch peeks him. They can't even flash this angle off. It's so tight. Execute smokes come in, and Astralis give it a go for the last round of the half.
Yeah, I like that they wait till that smoke blooms. As you say, you can't flash that AWP off the angle. You got to smoke him. Now he's set up over here in Temple. Not getting given a peek yet. Farley's going to see him. Knows about this AWP inside of the site. Looks like he wants to take this engagement. The flash goes in. Config takes room once those shots are exchanged.
Wow.
Nitro with command to open up the retake, however. Trade is good, but now they know about Config. Pushed into Temple. Nafly still in Donut, cut down by this AWP. Finds itself in Glaive's hands.
Hello.
On the smoke, Config dead. That's a hell of a turn out of Elige, who's still doing everything he can to make this retake happen. A double up out of him. Oh, he's dead to blame. OC now in this clutch. 1v2, taps the bomb, but a missed shot, and Blame is there to close. Astralis take a 7th. The A execute serves them well to round out that first half of play. Blame with the big closer. Right, that big double kill to make it happen. And it's spearheaded early on by the likes of Config and Glaive, thinning the herd.
Yeah, 4 on 5 off the execute for Astralis, but everything kind of goes to plan there. The flank is cleaned out. Glaive actually takes Farley's up and even gets a pick with it, and nice advanced position. Even though Elige does some great clearing, you know, coming in through the Temple. Not enough manpower there for Liquid to close out the round. And, you know, Astralis can be happy with that. A 7-round T-side is pretty damn good, you know, given the current state of Ancient. We'll see what Liquid are prepared for today. Whether they were ready for this map. Was Elige saying he believed Astralis or whoever were going to pick Inferno just a ruse? Were they ready for Ancient all along? Fast out middle for Liquid, running down Config here. Oh, he gets stuck on the corner. Slowed his timing. He just gets out into the site in time, and they're running in through main as well. Config, not much room to move right now. Smokey does pick one headshot, but he is getting chased at the moment. Zip from a range, and Farley finds a headshot. It's a 2-on-3 right now for Liquid.
Hang on, they should know Config's here. Where do they think he's gone? Oh, no! Emerging from the smoke, Config! They never should have forgot. He makes them remember. A triple and a pistol found for Astralis. Looking to pick up some steam early on this CT side. I mean, these halves, these have not been the problem areas for the Astralis squad. Not usually. This is where they look to do their best work. With the bomb plant, just going to be a
It's going to be the eco here out of Liquid. Looking to get guns on the board right away in the next.
Yeah, they're just talking it over right now, thinking their next gun round, because this is going to be nothing.
Zip looking to farm some money. Zip want to make some cash, maybe. Over here in mid, Farley's feeling confident. It's only Glocks at the end of the day. That's what they're telling themselves. And so Zip should get rewarded.
Right. Oh, it's a nice volley. Nitro's forced out. They've cleaned both sides of the door. Both corners gone. Blame. Oh, dear. Zip's like, yeah, man, I got the SMG. I can make 600 a kill. Blame's like, nah. All mine, baby. Zip gets the last, and Astralis pick up the lead. But will that last? Can they hang on to it? Or are Liquid's rifle rounds going to get them back into this game? We still have essentially the bonus for Astralis with double SMG.
I mean, this might not have been an ideal start to the second half for Liquid, but hell, man, I mean, these guys have actually shown good resilience throughout the major here, right? They've been 0-2 down since the very beginning, and so every game could have been their last. They've still battled all the way to here. Astralis, meanwhile, they were up 2-1. They've had chances already to make it to the major. So for Liquid, you know, this threat of elimination, it's been dangling over their heads the entire damn time. And they're not about to let it break them yet. Slow start to this first rifle, right? Grouped. 2 outside the B doors, 1 guy holding for the A main aggression, and then you have this little double setup over here in mid. Now starts to peel away from main, looking to join his teammates in middle.
Bomb. They're going to have to reset someone. Ali just trying to dual config in middle, but he's not been stopped. Flash from his teammate hits him in the back. Smoke in the front, and finally mid is going to get taken at 45 seconds for Liquid. What do they want to do with this, though? Leaning back to A is Naf. They're going to up and abandon the B lane. Nitro trying to think of his routing, comes in from mid instead, and so this will be an A split right now for Liquid. Astralis seem aware. Config's gone back to watch the red room to deny a wrap round, and even Farley's running away to reinforce the A main side. That's where the bulk of Astralis, or Liquid rather, is coming from. Glaive's up close. Flash timing is good, but it doesn't work. Glaive will, however. 2 kills coming off the SMG. Bombs loose. A Liege is low, and there's 10 seconds. There's simply no hope. Glaive is farming right now. Nitro just here for the glory, for the kills, or for the save. Blame doesn't know, so it will be 10 rounds to Astralis. A gun kept, but not much pride left for Liquid in that round. They just get ruined by 1 itty-bitty MP9.
Yeah, that's kind of brutal, isn't it? And, I mean, you were dead on. It didn't even look like the flash from Farley actually went, like, deep enough to play into it, but that didn't matter to Glaive. Full faith in the swing. Good for the double. Annihilates that push out through the main side. And also makes a sweet bank of cash for himself and gets out of the round with an AK. This is all the makings of an Astralis CT side coming together. Saved AK in Nitro's hands, scout for Elige, Eagles on everyone else. And it's another one of these returns to kind of slow starts, right? You got to respect this early mid util. Don't ever saying that. Now they start to work their way out, and Config still holding this line. They learn about him in the cubby. He's just jiggling, trying to hold this one off. Farley will fall. And so Config's going to make a bit of a hasty retreat here. Doesn't want to be boxed into a corner.
Instant rotate. He knows how long Liquid are going to be scared of a second player in middle, of him still being behind the red smoke. Glaive's already readdressing, swapped sides with Config, and now they see what they think is a 3rd player in middle. It's only 2, but it's enough. Zip drops that bomb, Shox is late to the party, and well, Zip has eaten all of the cake. It's 11-8, and Astralis right now looking very, very solid on the CT side. Haven't seen anything from Liquid to even build into this half yet to give us reason to believe in their T side. Not really taking any space at B at the moment. Would love to see an execute. It's pretty standard on this map. It's the go-to. It's almost obvious at this point. They've tried everything else. A lot of mid-control attempted. So what will Liquid's B lean look like? I can only presume that's what they're going back for after this third timeout.
Yeah, Astralis, you know, starting to like switch on, starting to wake up as well. It's a far more like even game across the board, right? Like it shouldn't take a genius to work out that Blame dropping 40 on Vertigo isn't super reassuring in a loss, right? I think it shows that everyone else had a bit of a rough time. For me, you know, I'm happy that the old boys, the guys who were here when Astralis won their major titles in Glaive and Zip, you know, they've started to turn it around. Both of them were still down bottom of the board in this one. They've kind of evened that playing field a little bit.
Oh, that's really awkward. That you know, deep molly, the infinity molly, bounces back and mollies off Liquid in mid. They're just running out A main. Farley, he's put highlights here before, not today. Repeaks back into Shocks. Glaive is going to try and stop this plant, get in their face. He's been spammed through the smoke though. Donut smoke, not there. Just one in the middle of the bomb site instead. The Util almost letting Liquid down, but it's shots through the smoke that do it for Naf. A little fake out for Nitro just in case. But right now, Liquid look assured in this 4-on-2 to actually get on this T side finally.
Astralis still poising. Like there's a part of them that wants to look into this. They almost don't want to admit defeat up against this investment. And Blame F is getting run at by this Mac-10. Doesn't matter, and this is why they hung around. They believe. Now Nafly's wrapping Blame over here in the donut. He's coming in on this flank. Meanwhile in Temple, Shocks also just trying to buy time, trying to lend credit to Nafly's wrap. Blame sandwiched, cannot win this. And so they're tempted in after Blame F's double. They're tempted in after the 2-on-4 turns 2v2. But Naf was there as the insurance policy. The Blame coverage was taken out.
Yeah, and the smoke as well. It was really for main. It wasn't for Donut. Like, Zip was still sticking out, and that's because the last place he expects is the place he's just come from, the place that they've just cleared. Nice round out of Naf to close. Good attempt from Astralis, but it will matter not. They could afford that one, right? They had full money. So a couple of buys still in the tank here for Astralis. Full lane control getting denied by Liquid. Or for Liquid by Astralis. All that util coming in. It's just Shocks hanging around outside the B doors. Blame is always a nuisance here. He's got great wall bangs. But Liquid, their game plan is just to rock and roll this A site yet again. Continuing to abuse this part of the map. Glaive and Farley yet again posted. Farley's deep in donut with that orb. Glaive is about to get smoked off. He wants to fight for the headshot angle. Molly will cause problems there. He's going to have to change position. Back into donut here to try and deny the plant. Dropping out as much distracting util as he can. Nitro has nice routing. He's all the way through Temple, but Config has run the smoke.
No way does Config fall first there. So much damage. Glaive's playing around this smoke he's dropped, right? But Nitro made it all the way into CT. Zip has got no clue. Oh my god, the trigger discipline here. He doesn't just want one out of it, but what about none? Oh no! Nitro, that's unforgivable. Elish is dead on the timing as well. Oh dear. Oh no! Glaive lines up the final two. It was right there. It was right for the taking. And trying to be patient, trying to get more out of it. Should have just took what he had while he had it.
He just wanted his team to move in and play off the back. Maybe he could even, you know, set them up for a CT plant there, but Zip sees no fights in the A site, and he starts thinking, wait, is it a fake? Am I in the wrong place? Do I need to go back to B? Begins to rotate, and Nitro just takes a shot too late. He could have even not fired there. He could have called his team, plant CT, I've got it. The entire area is clear. I don't need the kill. I've got the space. That's more important. But he gets nothing. That is devastating. For a guy who's actually looked really sharp individually in this team, despite coming back in. Would be easy to expect, you know, aim-wise, I'd let him down. That's not what I've seen from Nitro so far. That is pressure mounting for Liquid. They had so much room in that bomb site. And a devastating drop.
Dude, it's like you just saw the flip, like, the switch flip in his head, like,
oh yeah,
I'm going to get no kills out of this. I better take it while I can.
Oh.
And that realization just dawns like a millisecond too late. Oh,
and these A plays were working.
That's rough. That is a rough way to go. That's going to hurt the mental as well. And now Astralis are trying to take some liberties, a bit of main aggression out of Glaive. Good for the double. He's already done his job in this round. Giving an M4 over early, maybe not ideal. It shouldn't cause you too many problems, not with all the real estate that's been taken. Liquid don't know it, but they are forced into this A play. Although, Nitro with the scavenged A1S, dealing with Blame, getting aggressive, has suddenly opened options up again in this round.
It's completely freed Astralis to 1-1-1. They have no trade potential in this position. They've all got to hold their bomb size. It does give a really nice angle to Zip because he knows he has timing to take lane, and so he can deny both sides of B on his own. Config's going to grab that AWP and use it towards middle. Farley regressing into the scout with a lead. Oh, that is a filthy headshot. And Liquid, who just pulled the handbrake up for a moment, have forced Astralis out of their sights. Now it's only Config. Another 1v1, but he has won it. Second shot won't connect. Going to give it up. Wait for Zip. He's a long way out right now.
Is this the Nitro redemption arc, though, man? He's been the driving force behind all of this, right? The man with the double, the man with the kills, the man with the plan. Now the plant as well. Zip, that's a spam and a half. Nitro's still alive and kicking. Trying to go through this CT smoke. Config low on the other side. Nitro with a third. This is the redemption. Just Zip left to beat. Flash goes out, Nitro goes over, and that's so damn clean. That's one way to make up for the whiff in the last round. He 4Ks this one. They poke the bear, and there he is, roaring to life.
This is a different Liquid, man. Back in the day, this team would just fall apart, losing around like that. That is, what a confidence booster for Nitro, who is head in his hands a round ago, and then goes on to beat Zip, the guy who flicked back on him in the 1v1. Sick round. That was money on the line for Liquid. That was a force-up with nothing but techs, with scouts. Beautiful headshot for a Liege, and Nitro with 4 kills to completely capitulate Astralis.
Yeah, dude, this is like resilience. I really had no faith we could really get out of this iteration of Liquid, you know? But as mentioned, like, ever since the 0-2 kicked in, ever since they've been like with their backs against the wall the entire time, they've had that quality. And even, you know, the fact that like Nitro individually is someone who kind of got bullied a little bit, like when he first came back in the server, it felt like it would be kind of easy to get in his head while he caught up. Having the ability to put a round on the board from nothing, from nowhere. That shouldn't have happened. It all starts with Glaive, if you remember, pushed up in A main, getting a 2-for-1. It felt like that was more than enough at the time.
It should be.
Oh my goodness. Liquid onto double digits. And now brimming with confidence.
Zip wanted to get involved there, won't overcommit. Take some damage and gets out scot-free. The re-aggro Glaive, but Elite on the other side converts a very messy spray, running and gunning, taking down the top performer of the other team. Glaive still eyes on the prize in middle, sees the jiggle for a Liege, and manages to finish the job as well. Smoke will land. Shox is trying to hit some headshots on that B side, but he's got to watch out from nades as well. Config not happy that he didn't close that kill. Could have gone one step further here for Astralis, but they've done some really good damage, and this B stack is in the right place right now for Astralis.
Oh, they heard the flash. They heard the flash hit him. Nitro knows there's a close player. Config, okay. He was really taking it personally that he couldn't finish Shox off the first time around, and so he just sends it down the ramp. Liquid are committing into a 4-man stacked bomb site here. Config on the pillar, moving out. Nafly's gone past him. OC with the orb, trying to make this happen. Over on the short side, there's another kill for OC, and now it is just Glaive, 1v2. He's been good in clutches. He's given us moments, but this is the Liquid that's fired up. Even once you get past this orb, there's still Nitro waiting at ramp.
Have you even considered him? Well, now you know about him. That AK rallies off. OC swings. Missed shot for Glaive. Having to close the gap now. OC still taking all these peaks, and it's the lineup, but Nitro's there to walk it over the line.
Captain America, man. Mr. America right now, just putting round after round after round on the board for Team Liquid. OC is so ballsy, man. He's been very quiet in this T side, but finally getting the AWP double kill entry. He's even swinging Glaive in the clutch with no teammate trade potential, but finally on the last second Nitro comes in with a swing. Good save from these two to get Liquid another gun round. And they've broken the money of Astralis, and Astralis who were attempting 2-on-4s just moments ago because of how wealthy they were. Liquid are believing all over again, and it should not be on the T side after going, 8-7, which is very good for Astralis, that Liquid make this happen.
Dude, the other thing that's wild is like, yeah, on Vertigo, you beat Blame F. Well done, like that was it. That was the only guy you had to worry about. But here, it's a team effort. Everyone's pulling their weight for Astralis. This is the full 5, and you're now in a position to tie it up at 12-12. There has been a bit of a weird moment here with Config USPing a man out. OC could even get caught looking to leave, but he's heard the footsteps. A missed shot. Glaive's just going to count his lucky stars and get the hell out of there.
Yeah, they now know it's B, though. That's the problem. Astralis are already running through shocks. Those are massive entries. It's only an eco round, but Config's here with a gun. If he had more teammates to buy him time, this AK could have done a lot. Now it's smoked off. Shot! And Nitro's put down low. There's always hope. Can Astralis keep believing? Glaive up close. Sharks wants to finish the job yet again. Get some more pistols out of here. And Naf will help out as the MAC-10s roar to life and win the round for Liquid. Very scary as far as a full eco goes. But it's really unfortunate that we don't have the money for Farley right now. I need to see that CT AWP. It can be so influential on this map. There are excuses to be made on Vertigo on CT side. It can get avoided, get smoked off a lot of the time, but this is a map where AWPs, dominate. AWPs will rule, and there are so many options. And Farley, he's had a couple of chances. He's been sat back on a default box or a big box and gone 1-for-1, and that's just not enough right now, especially now that OC's warming up and finding entry rounds with his.
Oh, Config very blind. Both players were on that peak, and Elige is going to be the man to win it. That looked like a Config kill all day long. Ooh. I think Config's starting to get frustrated, right? We can see those mouse shakes out of him. You see him going for these hyper aggro mid plays that are often fairly fruitful, but now they're not anymore. And this is one of these things, man, with the Astralis of old. Glaive knew exactly how those folks were under pressure, how they were when things weren't going right. With this one at a major, this is like the ultimate test. This is where you see the true face of your teammates and you learn who you can depend on. Farley over here at this A-bomb site, playing default. This position has often been Molotov'd, and OC does have one to lob in. Starts to try and make this play happen. Nafly runs down Farley on a wide swing. A 5v3 over here in Temple. Glaive feels the pressure to get involved, right? It's been Nitro, the captain of Liquid, stepping up, but now Glaive wants his turn. 3 in the round, and suddenly it's grinded to a halt. Out through mid, Nitro still here to play. Elige with a missed shot, and it's a 2v2. Bomb out in the open, 25 seconds. Time is a problem. Gonna have a chance to get it down for Donut, and Nitro's here to lend a helping hand. Oh, it's the clash of the captains. Elige dead over in Donut. And Nitro just off the angle. Glaive has not given this peek up. He's expecting contact first from Blame. Surely Nitro can't do it again. Oh, there's the first. He might be able to. Just Glaive, and Nitro's gonna do it from Captain America to the Man of Steel. Look at him go as he holds his own. Now Liquid are up in the lead.
That's 4 in a row right now. Ever since Nitro whiffed that flank kill on Zip, Liquid have not stopped. They have not slowed down. They have not put down rounds, and Nitro's come in with clutch after clutch. I have never seen one devastating round build up a player quite like this. With all the history of these rosters, 33-8 historically, Astralis v Liquid, almost indomitable, almost unbeatable. But right now, Liquid are just rounds away from eliminating multi-major legends. Top 16 every single time for Zip. And who knew that it would be Liquid to do it on the T side of Ancient? Surely this can't keep going. Astralis have one more eco. Liquid are almost guaranteed a 14th round. On the T side of Ancient, Harry.
It is insane, isn't it? Like, for Liquid to even win this matchup, that's them, like, jumping a major hurdle, a career-long hurdle. Even if the squad's changed, you know, back when Astralis were fielding standards, when, you know, the squad was originally starting to kind of dissipate, it was still a matchup that would go in favor of Astralis. There were even tweets, I think Darren put one out that just said, like, yeah, you could put 4 Scarecrows in Astralis jerseys and they would beat Liquid. Well, this iteration of the squad, not looking like it.
Yeah,
Just pistols now, and I mean, this one is a Liquid round all day long.
Of course. Of course, yeah. I don't want to get ahead of myself. You know, we're not even done in this matchup yet, but just a bit of an ode to the past. It was Cloud9 at Boston who went 0-2 in the Swiss, falling to, I think it was Space Soldiers in G2, and then they reverse swept the entire Swiss, went 3-2 up. In doing so, beating Astralis there, going on to win the major. Look, I ain't saying Liquid are winning the major. I'm just saying that they have set up 2 rounds away from a full BO3 reverse sweep into the Legends stage up against their Kryptonite. Same players, maybe not fully, but same organization, same history, and same mental battle to climb through. Liquid are on the ladder.
Oh, and it's OC with an opener. Zip, the first to fall. A B site now that's under-defended. And OC, even though he's blind, even though he's mollied, he still gets out with his life. A 5-on-4. Liquid going all the way back, right? They figure at this point Astralis are in their heads. I mean, hell, Nitro hasn't just been out calling. He's been out fragging. He's been out performing, out clutching, out positioning. And so when he says that we do this, Liquid going all the way back into an A play. They've got full faith in their leader right now. Grouped together, Elige holding down middle. The stage is set for an A play. Astralis, they've got 2 men on deck to try and slow that down. Farley and Donut, and Config alongside him. It's contact right now, and Farley's caught crossing, trying to go back to Temple, trying to watch main, was not prepared for that timing. They're going to clear Donut, Config's dead, Glaive and Blame F so far away that they have to save. Liquid, they get to 15, and they get there with 5 alive. It's flawless.
It's a save, it's done, it's 15. Liquid, I don't know how they're doing this, but Astralis are falling apart. Cole were cannibalized, so NACS could succeed. And Liquid are just a few kills, a few moments away from shutting out of Astralis in a major, finally eliminating them in the process. Glaive, he's just trying to save his gun. Blame wasn't even given the satisfaction. Naded out into the cave. Glaive blinded, and Liquid will finally give it at least 1 weapon. But I don't know if that's going to be enough. Glaive has to drop, and even then, does he want to risk buying the AWP when Farley can't hold this A site right now?
I mean, he is crumbling under the pressure, right? And I think fair play, like he's been in some really rough spots. Like that round there, he's called to go and help Config hold down middle. And as he kind of decides on this mental timer, okay, they could be main now. He's only, you know, half a second off. But that's what matters most in Counter-Strike. Half a second, a millisecond can decide a round.
Glaive's taken the goddamn AWP, Harry. He's just giving Farley a FAMAS. He wants the big green. He wants to feel like if he's going to lose, it's on his merit. It's on his shoulders. But can he find it? Yes. Elige picked out a middle. A worthy pickup for Glaive. If you want something done right, do it yourself.
But it's just the polar opposite situations. Like on Liquid side, everyone has full faith in Nitro, and he's got full faith in them to do their job. Right now, Glaive's the man donning this AWP because he's the only one who feels like he can use it. Shocks, ooh, and OC with kills outside of B. What started good for Astralis is now even odds. Over here, it's Farley with the FAMAS. Naf, will he clear him? Will he check for this? Oh, doesn't believe it. Believes it's already clear. And so Farley, a must-win kill. Shocks at 1 point of health, entrusted with this AWP.
Astralis trying to live to fight another day. And I mean, looking at the HPs, looking at the positions, it's going to be rough for Liquid, but they do have a route available into the B site. The big question mark is Config's flank, right? They won't be ready for just how fast, just how close this silent player is.
And Liquid haven't gone B all game. They don't really know what the setup is right now. They don't know who's playing here, and especially with the switch up of positions in this round from Farley. This is giving more anxiety for Liquid and more timing to Config to come in on this backstab. He's found Shocks. OC in the middle of the site hits a headshot. 20 seconds. Does he really want to run A? No. Glaive denies it with a big green. He puts up 2 kills and keeps Astralis trucking on.
Yeah, just barely still in this, right? Hanging on by a thread, but hanging on nonetheless.
6 rounds in a row for Liquid, finally broken. Up against Elimination Point, up against the Legend stage. As good as this T-side has been, as much as Liquid have built into this matchup, we know they can't always close. That ugly beast can't afford to rear its head here and now. 2 chances, full buys in both rounds. And Glaive is keeping up the orb.
Oh, Blame's playing aggro outside of cave this time, right? He's really gone aggressive over towards the lane. OC trying to get boosted, but Glaive will hear these little jump ups, and so you imagine Zip doesn't get caught peeking. He's not in a position where he needs to peek this. Blame already has the info. That smoke now starts to fade. Blame did have the other one to lob back into the doors, but for now, he's just going to let them take this control. Is that a decision you'll come to regret, as now they're hot on his heels, moving towards the cave side? Blame! Oh, he's really overestimated just how scared Liquid were by that. And now they pick up the pace into the B site. Zipnix doing his best to hold on, doing his best, but it's got to be even more than that, because he's now deleted a man advantage for Liquid. The B take coming into fruition. Glaive doing everything he can with this orb to try save the day, but it won't connect through the smoke. It all comes down to this retake for Astralis. They've lost Farley. OC's followed up with a double. Can't make it the third, but Config is dead, and Astralis are gone. 0-2. Liquid going to the Legend stage. It's a reverse sweep from 0-2 down, and they beat their old kryptonite Astralis.
Good morning, North America. Waking up on the right side of bed today, and it's Shoxy again. He did it back in Stockholm. Under Vitality in a different org, eliminating Astralis, and once again, over in Liquid has shut these Danes out of the server. Unbelievable series out of Liquid. Not just the clutch factor back on Vertigo to shut out that map in round 29 and 30, but then to go on with a good first half for Astralis to look incredible on the T side of Ancient. Those A hits were just amazing for Liquid. They didn't even touch that B site until the end of the map, and that is a well-earned victory to go through to top 16. I am gobsmacked.
Dude, oh man, and like what a fall from grace, you know? This rivalry, this head-to-head, it used to be a thing of legend. It really did, but now for Astralis, the time for legend has turned to myth. They run this one short. They had opportunities to make it to the Legend stage. They had 2 chances, and they fall short both times. This time to Liquid, and dude, I've got to say, Nitro, what a hero, man. What an absolute gem we just got to witness from him on Ancient. Like, from whiffing that moment where he was just trying to milk it for all he could, to then going on to win like 3 rounds in a row from clutches, turning it all on its head. I'm gobsmacked.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything more we can add to that. We'll have to let the Deaths break that one down and see how they feel after Liquid go through to top 16.
We feel the same. I think many people feel the same as to how the series has played out and just how dominant Liquid was able to be. And there's so much that goes into it, from being the last hope from NA to being Shocks trying to make his mark again to Nitro losing the momentum and then bringing it back for his team. We are going to talk at length about Liquid because we should. But before our guest gets here, because we are going to interview someone out of Liquid, I would like to close off the chapter for Astralis because we didn't get a chance yesterday to do the same for some of the other teams. Mathieu?
I'm going to have to change my emotional mode. I was in Liquid Success, now I have to go
Just for a
into
bit.
Astralis' sorrow. It's going to be heartbreaking. It is absolutely heartbreaking if you're Astralis. It was very well put by the casters, Hugo and Harry. They had opportunities, they had chances. They were the household names of the legends of Counter-Strike. And honestly, today, they don't belong in the top 16. And it must be heartbreaking for them and the fans.
Yeah, and I think also, you know, they had the things they needed to bring out on the server. They got brought out on the server. Config started stepping up. They had all of these things going for them, but Nitro just shut it down, and that's... I can't imagine what you feel after losing clutch after clutch. In those
Remember,
moments.
that's what you mentioned during the pre-show. Devilwalk said they have to close these rounds. Whenever they have to know how to be decisive, how to close a round when they have an advantage. Here, it is the tragic story, if you're an Astralis fan, the tragic story of clutches that just go and slip through your fingers when you must have them. And they're going to look back at that VOD, and I guarantee they'll have nightmares.
Oh, absolutely. Nitro nightmares, Nitro-fueled nightmares, right? We're going to take a look at the replays later, but so important in the context of this crucial game. When we look at the scoreboard as well, I think it's similar for Team Liquid, right? It was going well for everyone. And we have to be fair to Astralis. It's not like it was as bad as it was on the previous map. They were finding some more momentum, but they weren't sharp enough when it mattered most.
They had a few positive signs coming out of Astralis that led us to believe we would see a third map. I mean, you see Glaive at the top of the scoreboard. He obviously had quite a slippery run here at the Major. We saw Config coming to life and having that impact on the T side that we were ever so needing. It seemed like it was enough. It seemed like the pieces were here for a third map.
I'd love to know what you think about Farley is, of course, unfortunately at the bottom. Glaive picking up that op in those ultimate rounds. What does that signal to you?
It's not a good sign, let's put it that way. I mean, I do think Farlig did some really massive mistakes in this game, and the pressure probably got to him. He was off on his timings, he got caught off guard way too many times, and it's unfortunate to see my boy Asker do it like this and go out of a major in this manner.
I get it from Glaive, but like, there's a point of me that asks, like, why do that? It's like the last 2 rounds.
I think when you find yourself in that situation, when you see that you are 2 or 3 rounds from being eliminated from the challenger stage, you throw everything out the window, the kitchen sink as well. You just try. And you're Glaive, and you're in a good game individually. You put everything you can in the basket to make it work, and it didn't.
Sometimes it's that thing that when you're losing, someone wants to play the hero.
Yeah.
And it's a dangerous trap to fall into Counter-Strike. Oh, hey, Richard.
Salut, copain. Hey, da.
Yeah?
That's for you.
Hello?
Oh, it feels so weird to hear you like that.
Yeah?
Like, yeah, you are close to me, but I still hear you in the headset. Damn.
Yeah.
Hey, Shocks, congratulations. Unbelievable stuff. Yeah, talk me through your kind of first thoughts after that series and what you did today.
I'm really happy about the team, and I think we did pretty good, like just qualifying for the next stage. We had been over like a schedule which was like pretty insane since the beginning of the year, and to be honest, like we barely had any practice time before the major, which like really sucks, and it's really sad because when you're going to the major, like you want like to be in the best preparation possible, but because of how it is, like we could not do that, so we just have to play how we can and with what we have. And with that, like taking Astralis 2-0 and going to the next stage, it's a good sign. And more we're just gonna play games together. Like we should be like getting better and better. So it's nice. I'm happy.
I want to say congratulations first of all. I'm be honest. When you were 0-2, I was looking at you play. You guys as a whole, I was really worried by the faces, the behavior.
You had to.
Very worried. Now explain it to me. How do you go from that moment 0-2 to the fire of the 3-2? What happened? Discussions, thoughts. What was the key?
Honestly, not that much discussions because we already like spoke a lot like in the past week. It was more about like we know like it's gonna be really sad for us like if we just don't going like further in the major, but we also like just accepted like okay like we know we can be like way better, and during the first day, for example, there was like a lot of frustration because we knew we played like really bad, but because we didn't have like any really like good practice time, it was really hard to just figure out ourselves together on the server. So after that day, we just like accepted like how it is right now and just trying to do the best we can with what we have right now. And from there, like as I said, like just playing together more and more from match to match, we're gonna get better because we're just gonna keep playing together. So
is that what you did individually as well? Because day one was really complicated, and then you started shining in the game against IZ. Complexity. Now I think you had a great series here. How did you think through that moment from the first day to then revealing a level that we hadn't seen in a little bit?
Well, I used to do a lot of match preparation in the last few weeks, and even like in the last 2 months, I would say, for the team. And after the first day, like I could definitely like just figure out like I can have like the best match preparation I can have. Like it just doesn't gonna matter because this is what we need right now. So after that, I just take what my team needs the most. And I feel like it was me just trying to adapt on the side, giving some energy, some calls, some also confidence plays. So I just gave out the match preparation, let my teammates like do it or whatever, have full trust in what they are saying, and just focus like really on the present, on the game, and what can I bring like right now.
So there was some incredible moments in this game.
Half of the rounds, actually.
Yeah, like how was it sitting there watching these moments round after round that your captain Nitro was doing? Can you explain how it exploded, how it was, how you felt?
We'll play round 21 actually for you and round 22 at the same time. It's coming.
Yeah. I mean, the elephant in the room is obviously, were you aware that Nitro had that moment where he was behind a few people?
Yeah, because I died.
You were on his POV as well?
Yeah, I was in his POV. Okay, you want a fun fact?
Yeah.
I want to know everything.
All right, after that run, basically. Because,
right here, right now.
Yeah, because he whiffed. When he died, or just after the run, I don't remember, he just said, okay, fuck it, I'm retiring, guys. And then he just coming up with like 2 insane clutch like in the next round. I think it was just like confidence. Like I know Nitro like is really good, especially in these kind of situations. He's just like, yeah, it is a tense match. You're playing your life for the major. You have like also like in his like situation right now to still be able to communicate like, guys, hide, don't die, but in the same time keeping your focus on your cursor to not miss a guy. So a lot of things, and when things get nervous, like you can miss like that, honestly. And I'm just really happy that after he was just like, yeah, I'm gonna retire, and after he just come back with 2 huge clutches.
And how do you feel as a teammate when obviously you see your captain having that whiff and you know it hurts and it was a really important round, but right after he clutches back, did that put you guys back on track immediately?
I think it was definitely some mental boost for us, for sure, and also for him. And talking for a leader, for example, when the leader doing big runs like that, it also gave the leader, in my opinion, like a lot of confidence in the calls, for example, which make like all the players around like really confident. So overall, like definitely good. And I know that he's really good at these things because we are doing a lot of retakes right now, you know, like in the evening, having fun together. And bro, I swear, he's the best player in the world in retakes.
Okay.
So I'm happy that finally he can do it like in our official match, because he's doing that every fucking evening.
I love it.
Fair enough, fair enough.
I gotta say, Mathieu made a point earlier when you had a really good start to the day, right? You were doing very, very well. And he said that's really important for the team because when Chucks gets a good start, usually he keeps going. And it also seems to us from the outside, so I want to ask you, that you are such a positive influence when it comes to kind of the momentum in the team. You get the jokes rolling, but also the enthusiasm. Are we reading that correctly in terms of your extra role in the team as well?
I would say since I joined Liquid, I'm trying to. But if I'm being honest, like for example, this event I have been like kind of struggling on this part because of the schedule. Like since the beginning of the year, I have like been barely at home, so it was very exhausting. And right now, like I'm lacking a lot of energy coming to this major, which is like really sad. I would love to be like in my best shape, but as I said, like the schedule is how it is, and you can do anything about that. So, but I mean, my mates are aware about that. So, for example, I know Josh, like OC, he just told me like 2 days ago, like, that's fine. I mean, I totally understand that. So I'm going to try to do it as well. And he did it. So like it was easier for me then to just come back in the games, and I was doing it. So having like more team spirit, mind spirit like that, like is really helpful.
So what you're saying, if you get like 3 nights of amazing sleep, you're literally going to be unstoppable because...
Probably, yeah.
Probably, yeah. Amazing. Thank you so much for that. Congratulations. Really insane. Liquid make it to the legend stage, and how over Astralis nonetheless. Very excited to see what they can do. We are covering the next best of 3 in here in just a second. It's going to be Made in Brazil versus the Bad News Eagles. Don't go anywhere.
succeed in this game, you need to invest in yourself. Be daring. Innovate. Calculate. Never hesitate. Follow your instincts. Don't follow the crowd. Back yourself. Bank your wealth. Analyze, strategize, and galvanize. Now is the time. Take your shot.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality, where a group of letters can mean everything. Where Mirage is a place for bombs, battles, and glory, not an illusion. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
It is time for us to hit the final stop on our tour here of Antwerp. We are at the Chocolate Heaven, aka Chocolate Nation. We're gonna have a look inside. It's a museum where we get to enjoy chocolate, look at chocolate, learn about chocolate. What more could you want? I'm so excited. I'm like a big kid in a chocolate store. Chocolate Nation, the Belgian chocolate experience. And I do have to grab Frankie with me to enjoy some chocolate moments. I'm sorry for keeping you waiting.
Oh, it's okay, James, no worries. I thought, you know what, it's only fitting that I should lead you on a tour of Belgian chocolate in Belgium, because I'm not Belgian and I don't make chocolate, but I do eat a lot of it.
But you have been on tours before and I haven't, so.
That is true. I've been to Cadbury's in Birmingham and I've been to the Chocolate Museum in Cologne.
But I feel like this would probably be better considering we're at the home of chocolate, right?
I mean, Maniac.
Is the story of our beloved Belgian chocolate and how it became world famous.
Woo!
I've got a timer on the leaf.
Oh, this is a cocoa pod.
Aha!
So this is where the cocoa beans come from.
Rainforest, okay, this is what we're in. This is like a Counter-Strike map.
Yeah, Cologne, another city where there's obviously been a couple of majors. They have a chocolate factory there. Ooh, but it doesn't smell as good as this one. Yeah. That bag is really creeping me out. Let there be light.
I'm learning.
Thank you. Rubeck Cathedral, maybe?
Something cathedral?
Because Flemish is a mixture of German and French,
yeah.
so I just don't know if the V is actually pronounced W and the V is
Normally they do that
V.
other than us, isn't it?
Rubeck Cathedral.
Lit up, looking beautiful.
Have you been to the Sports Palace yet?
No, no. Is it nice?
No, I've not been yet. I'm so excited to go.
Well, we were walking across here, right?
I think
on the
we
first
were,
night.
yeah.
Is this where the waterfront is?
Yeah, it was amazing though, because all the Counter-Strike players had
Oh, they've gone
were
for their
out having
exploration,
dinner, so
yeah.
I was seeing people I hadn't seen for years, and it was so exciting. Ooh, oh, this is nice. I'm into my interior design. I would say yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, you kind of like the older style, like this kind of thing, right? From what's in your kitchen. Oh, okay.
It's just creamed on the plate. Oh, is it? Oh, no, it's just like one of those little biscuits, isn't it?
Hey! See, it's on fire. I like it. Good stuff. Well done. Hey!
Oh, these are real. These are real.
Are they? Not.
Yeah, look. This is them making it.
Jesus.
It's like a chocolate Hogwarts or something. 170 working hours.
If someone took a bite, I wonder how much they'd charge you. 27 students made it. It's incredible.
It's amazing.
Incredible.
Can that be the trophy? Have we got a trophy for the PGL Major yet, boys? Because I can...
PGL chocolate trophy,
Yeah.
very on brand for Belgium.
I'll put a good word in.
Life is like a box of Belgian chocolates. You never know what you're going to get.
Did you ever think, James, when you started doing Counter-Strike professionally, that you would get to travel around the world talking about your favourite game and also get to walk around a factory that smells of chocolate?
Never, never. You know, it's like all dreams come together in some way.
I know, I didn't even dream that I get to go to a chocolate factory as part of my job, but I have to say, it's definitely one of the perks.
This is better than paid to play. It's like paid to eat and enjoy at the same time. They really like making sure all we want to do is eat. My stomach is actually saying to me, like, come on, feed
Yeah,
me.
you need this, James.
Feed
You've been working
me.
incredibly hard
Exactly.
talking to me about chocolate.
Oh, wow, look at it. And it smells so good. Oh. Oh, it's so warm as well.
Oh, it's actually quite technically difficult to chew.
Ah, see? A lot of cocoa. Enjoyable? You missed it? She's definitely missed it. It's got her.
I don't know why melted chocolate makes me giggle. Oh my god.
Definitely worth eating. We've missed some games, but I think it was 100% worth it. We just shouldn't tell the players we did this.
Let's not tell the other broadcast talent either. In
they
fact,
were working.
no one in production knows we're here, do
we?
we? So as long as we don't tell anyone about this, I think we'll get away with it, boys. Come on, let's go.
We found out that you went to the chocolate museum. How dare you? But you brought something back for us, so that is fine. I think we're going to hear a lot of that. In this next match, Bad News Eagles up versus Made in Brazil. And we've got a little bit of a swap coming in at the desk as well. Pimp, welcome. Excited to cover this series?
Super excited, man. I'm hardly, we start from that Astralis Liquid game. That was so emotional. That was so wild. But I hope the next couple of games are going to deliver at the same page.
I mean, I think when we look at the teams that we have ahead of us here, it's going to be high-octane Counter-Strike, right? Let's start with the Bad News Eagles and their fairy tale run so far. It's actually an apt word to describe what they have gone through without an organization, coming from the LAN cafes, fighting their way through the open qualifiers, through the RMR, and now one step away from being legends.
I know, it's a complete change of decorum that what we had in the first series. We were talking about legends trying to stay alive, trying to remain relevant in the game. Here we have two new squads, new players around the block, trying to make it to the legend, trying to make it to what they have probably watched and witnessed for years and be part of the circle, be at the table with the top dogs.
Just one game away. Just one game away for both of these squads, right? It's so amazing, especially as you said, for the B&E guys, right? They're renting a house, they're renting a mansion in order to be able to practice.
They're getting it from a fan.
They're getting it from a fan, right? They're getting the support from the entire country as well. It's been a great thing to follow so far.
We have a quote right here, very interesting quote, something that we have to keep in mind this whole series. It's particularly talking about the emotions, talking about the necessity for Bad News Eagle in that game to keep them in check, to measure the energy that they are going to use. And I think this is a theme that is overarching the both teams, both camps. MIBR, BNE, two teams very fiery. They win a round, they roar, they're out there. They lose a round, they disappear just a little bit. So it's going to be the fight of who can actually manage these emotions along the way.
I agree, you know, even though that it's one of those scenarios where I just wish they would. I would just wish they would just lose their shit, you know, to go absolutely crazy. Because this is a game that, as you said, Maniac, it's the most important Counter-Strike game any of these two teams has ever played in their careers, right? There's so much at stake, let alone the money, let alone the status as a Legends, but the fact that you establish yourself in the game as being one of the top 16 teams going into the major, I want to see that fire. I want to see those emotions, and I want to see them lose it, you know, and then restore it back, then fall down and you know, showcase on the server that you're good enough to make it to the next stage. I'm really, really curious to see which one of these two teams that are going to keep those emotions in check the most.
And how you step up to the plate, right?
Yeah.
Let's take a look at a couple of intangibles or questions we have coming out of the server right now. I want to talk about Synopsy just a little bit because he impressed a lot of people unexpectedly, I feel, at the RMR. Not as much yet, right? That's something that the BNE really has to be able to tap into.
You're absolutely correct. It could be a sign of worry if you are a BNE fans from all around the world. Synopsy was a rock during the RMR. There is no other way I'm going to put it. He was next to Juan Flashru and he was delivering time after time after time. One of the highest frag in IGL we had. Here, right now, it's been a little bit more up and down. He's been in the shadow. I haven't seen the same Synopsy as we did when we were in Bucharest in the studio, and they will need it. We know it's the story of IGL's fragging. He's going to have to step up.
For sure. It's also a bit of a tell that the competition now is just a little bit more fearsome, right? It's tougher teams they're facing. Synopsy, up until yesterday, has played a decent tournament, I will say. Against ENCE yesterday, he went -23, which is why those stats you saw on your screen look so one-sided to him playing bad. But up until that point, he's actually been doing a decent job, I will say. But no doubt about it, when you're facing teams like ENCE, Forza, etc., well, the competition is just so much harder.
Yeah, definitely so. Let's talk about MIBR as well. I feel like there are similarities here on a lot of levels, even though, of course, MIBR have kind of a longer tenure and a longer route that they've showed us, right? They have steadily been improving and getting to a point. As long as they get more practice against Tier 1 competition, European competition, they have added things to their toolbox, but they're also a team that can go up and down so heavily within the context of a game.
They can, but I think the main point that you nailed is that it's been a long time coming. Their improvement as a team. Pimp and I, we've witnessed them play in many other different tournaments where they were up and coming. There were a couple of good signs, but it always felt like it was just not enough, right? We could get excited and we'd get a bit disappointed. I think the fact that they have gone through all these tournaments together gives them a very solid base to mentally deal with what's in front of them. They've been together for a while. They've been there for a moment. They've lived through these emotions.
And it feels like they've finally found stability as well, right? For the longest period, we questioned them having Cello in and out of the lineup. You know, there's been some unfortunate circumstances that wouldn't allow him to attend some of the tournaments. But as of recently, they've played some solid Counter-Strike. The quality on the server is undeniable. And we saw it during the Blast. We saw it now that MIBR is a team that I think have a good chance of making it into the Legends, but also, you know, be a bit of an annoyance to some of the better teams out there.
Yeah, and also, of course, in the context of kind of the national background, right? For Brazil, very important. On the other side, for Kosovo, very, very important. It's all things that come down to the line. And let's see where this map, Fido, goes.
Very interesting. The MIBR pick going towards Nuke, to me, was relatively obvious, but that's what I didn't know. I didn't know if BNE was going to actually back their aim and go for Ancient. I know they like the map. Vertigo could have been also in the pool, but they decide to go for Ancient. That tasty T side you have to start on now on Ancient when you pick it.
That's rough, you know. That can be rough at the very least. BNE, we know they're good at Ancient. Vertigo being the third decider map. That's a map where both of these lineups have played a decent amount of games. MIBR and the RMR in this tournament as well have had many rounds to figure out how they want to play. I love this map pool. I love that we're not seeing Dust 2. I love that we're not seeing Mirage. I love that we see tactical maps where you force two teams that have a bit of a repetition for being, you know, FPL kind of style, a little bit free-flowing, but we get to see some more tactical maps here.
Yeah, I think that's a good point because for both of them, it's been kind of the name of the game. Yes, you got fraggers, you have people that can clutch and hype each other up, but how deep is your tactical book? How many pages are there in that? Where do you land then when it comes to the tactical maps? Does that change your feeling about this best of three?
It doesn't change my initial impression. I still think MIBR is the stronger unit right here. I think they have more time together. They have a deeper playbook as well, whereas I feel BNE is one of those teams that rely a lot on that momentum. If they get off to a good start, if they get the emotions going, then yes, BNE can be a very scary team.
I know, and I don't know if these maps actually fit the profile for BNE. Right? We know, we've seen players take over. Dust 2 is the best example. Remember, Dust 2 is where they shocked us first against Entropic. Back to the RMR, that's where we started noticing them. Now we have a very closed tactical map pool. Rigon, go ahead. Show me the same fire on these maps because it's not easy. It doesn't leave a lot of space.
Show us if you can take that step further. I said it in the pre-show as well. It's been a fairy tale for the Bad News Eagles, but there is no such thing as magic right now. You have to perform in the server. So let's get into it.
A career-defining game for the 10 players stepping into the server tonight. 2 wins, 2 losses. It's do or die, sink or swim. I've got more cliches if you'd like them.
Yeah, look, I think we're going to have plenty of them right here in a very momentum-based game of Counter-Strike between these two teams. Emotions are going to be on full display, right? Throughout this event, these two teams have been some of the loudest teams, some of the most passionate, at least wearing their heart on the sleeve right there. And I think come the end of this series, there will be tears one way or another. One of these two teams, I don't think they're on too many people's dockets of making it to the Legends stage. This is going to be a dream for both of these squads. And because of the lack of favorite, you saw it there with the odds, both believe that they have a very good shot. It's not like they're stark underdogs, right? Both of these teams consider the real chance right now to grow into that top 16.
Like, you know, there's nerves when you arrive, when it's all kind of new. You're plugging your mouse and keyboards, you're seeing the faces of players you've admired for years. But now your own story has its conclusion. One final game of Counter-Strike, a best of 3, and it starts on Nuke. MIBR, they've looked like they definitely have what it takes, but so have the Bad News Eagles. 2 teams, 1 spot. And it all starts with a pistol here on Nuke. I love this map pool. Catch a little glimpse at that. Ancient, Vertigo, when and should we require them? And we're going to be jumping on into our first round. CT start for the Bad News Eagles and MIBR on the tee. Let's see what that game plan features to get us started.
Pretty heavy lobby presence here, looking like they want to set up for maybe something a bit quick out top here once this yard presence has been taken from Cello. The Julie's up close and personal. Turtle creeping, crawling over towards ramp and having a bit of a looky-loo.
Out now, GXX will fall off, maybe get a bait for Rigon. They may assume it's clear. He's going to have an opportunity here. 4 back to turn and immediately dispatches of the bomb. Garrier, Rigon popping off round 1. Deletes, made in Brazil, and there's still 1 left. The round is not done. Cello, completely evaporated team. Just him. Hanging out in yard, and he's going to be cleared. Another quick click, but Rigon starts as he means to go on.
Rigon took his hands off the mouse and keyboard right there to celebrate those 4 massive kills. So I think it confused everybody, maybe even the people at home, that round was done and dusted. What a display that was. Hook, line, and sink of the bait was perfect. Check this one out again. In the back, we talk about how difficult it is with the USP to land shots like this. No problems whatsoever for Rigon. That is massive. And GXX, he even gets involved here with the 1 tap of his own. Great start for the Eagles, 1-0 up, and into the Glocks are MIBR, so expect this one to have the pace taken right out of it. Maybe slightly shell-shocked after that.
I still am, yeah. It's one way to do it.
Well, we know that the AKs will be coming out into the next round to play here for MIBR. If they could get a kill or 2, find themselves a bomb plant, make sure that they recycle the utility of the Eagles, have that reinvestment going into the next, and you can see it being limped out across the map here as they do just hit the brakes. No rush about this. 3 M4s have been invested into here, so it's imperative that Rigon, GXX, and Flatro do not drop these guns. Scenario and Synopsy, they can take a little bit of a look. They can have a little bit of a challenge here and try and farm up some extra cash if they would like, and I'm sure just by the nature of this, BNE know exactly what they're dealing with on the other side.
Yeah, there was absolutely no chance for a plant, if you can recall. So likely eco up against them, and you're not going to really force the issue, as you've highlighted. Those SMGs likely, when time does get narrowed down, you can see Synopsy starting to activate a little. Chips away at the shoulder blade of Jota.
I want to feed Rigon a little bit more here. Over towards ramp, the M4 this time. Spams on through. 1, 2, 3. To the line up. This is simple stuff.
Rigoing, and Rigon. There we have it. 2-0 for the Bad News Eagles and 8-0 for him. That's not bad for a 2-round start.
Well, if you could get a clean 2-0, don't consider death, and the only 2 players have been necessary so far. So sure, Rigon and GXX have warmed up at least a little bit. Let's see if the others can start getting involved in some of this action here. The 2 SMGs are carried across. Not a problem when you're locking down top heart squeaky door. Should be able to operate sufficiently with these. But MIBR, this is where they get to set the tone of approach with their first buy round. Cross smoke towards red. Molly as well. An aggression from Rigon here.
He's not stopping. He wants to keep flowing, fragging up a storm. Rigon draws first blood again. Out top comes Cello. Synopsy safe initially, sprays on down, Cello staying dynamic on the SMG, no bullets, Turtle cannot finish his first. It's Jota's Flames that do pull us back into a 3v3, and this is not going to slow down. Scenario topside, GXX, they heard him, the spray should bring him down, he's jumping. Full Neo, channeling his inner matrix. Down to a 2v2 now, the smokes, the frags, is going to keep on going. This is a death match on topside. Woody in the edge of the smoke, it will fade. And so will the lights in his eyes. Flatro responsible, and Flatro doubles for the BNA 3-0 start.
Oh, getting fired up here. Look at Flatro firing up the troops early in this. And as mentioned earlier on in the piece, this is going to be all about emotions. You saw the quote there from the tweet from BNE talking about being able to manage those. But in a match like this, it's going to be hard to overcome that. You're going to have it in the back of your mind that you want to be focused on keeping it level and getting the job done. But round after round, as you move closer and closer to that potential legend stage berth, it's going to be hard to contain that excitement. Maybe a lighter buy here coming out of MIBR. They have invested in some util, so Squeaky blown off, smoke in front, causing a bit of confusion as far as the rotations go. No confusion there. Bullet straight through the smoke. Flatro easily takes down Cello.
It's a big scalp to take. Cello's been, cut short, but they do break through. Good flashes, Heaven's Blind. Look at Turtle. Scenari barely gets vision back. Before Synopsy can at least trade, needs this onto Woody. Delivers as well. Head visible, Jota hunted, and oh dear, Flatro pushes a little too far. Both of them dropping into the site to finish this fight, but he's gonna get away initially. The nade, good for it. And so a very quick and hectic start to our nuke. Now, T-side nuke can have multiple paces.
I want to dig in with the word quick there. The only round that was slow was the full Glock round where the intention was just to milk out utility, right? So this has been pacey. The first gun round, they were forced into a top reaction because of the yard pressure, right? They've gone, it's heavy yard, let's push multiple members out here, let's take some space back, and they weren't able to capitalize. But the coach bit behind the crew, a legend of MIBR days, setting them up, having a bit of a chit-chat here, and wants to try and set the record straight. This would be a good opportunity now to establish a standard default gun round. Get the smoke walls up, cross over towards Secret, cause those rotations to happen. Because if you see the way that some of these rounds are played on out, aim has been a key. You see Synopsy coming up the heavens there, how clinical the shots were, right? And we've already seen Rigon and what he can do. So if you can force BNE to be overthinking situations or caught out of position with his rotations, that's what you want to do. Heads up Counter-Strike is not where you want to take on the Eagles here today. They're looking sharp.
Yeah, love the confidence. Not only does Rigon neutralize Ramp, but just immediately on the first gun round, takes himself yard, keeps that momentum, keeps that vibe, for lack of a better term. He's definitely feeling himself, and confidence is half of the game here in Counter-Strike. The mental side, not to be understated.
This is 2 openings here. The squeaky door blown off, and the yard wall out here as well. So a lot of resources used early here from MIBR. Double nades. The idea was there, the timing in favor of Cello, as he will make it across right now, using the smokes, but they used a lot of resources just to get one man down.
You wouldn't believe who's there already as well, Rigon. The name we've said the most in the openings here, and his responsibility is just to cage Secret. He seems to want to clear Secret.
Could get a one-on-one against Cello, who's currently looking the wrong way. More of a difficult clear there, as Synopsy has a look as well. It's back towards lobby for 4 of MIBR. Cello's just drawing a little bit of attention here, and he is doing a good job at this juncture.
Yeah, his responsibility is survival before contact can be taken elsewhere. Steps heard. Flatro safe from the flash. Vision still present for him. 2 flashes invested now. GXX in support, throws a flash of his own. He will be nullified by the flame. Turtle unwilling to commit just yet. 40 seconds, and still the bomb in lobby. This is the duel. Rigon on Cello. Both tagged a little. And just around the corner, Rigon lives on. This is aggressive. And back's a turn. Bomb down. Woody not expecting that one. And it's already fallen apart. MIBR need a way back, and Turtle's the one to provide it. Snaps the head off of 2. 18. They got to go quick. Trying to be funny with it. Down the vent. That's brave. And into the claws and clutches of Rigon. That'll do nicely. Another round for the Eagles. And MIBR still flat.
Yeah, it was a bit sketchy on that spray right there. I thought maybe a second he can be able to course correct and get their way down in towards that lower side, but handled here. And it was that aggression, right? There was a moment where 2 players were glued to the attention there of that Cello Secret take, but no pressure was applied. We saw that Cello got across, but he didn't put any pressure over towards that lower side. So Rigon's forward position told them early, hey boys, don't worry, they can't be under quickly here. Focus more towards ramp, focus more towards top. The simple flashes towards ramp drew a rotation, but not quick enough to react here. And MIBR blanked early, 5-0.
Yeah, this is where the comms just have to be super crispy. you know, you can't rest on your laurels. 5-0 feels good, but it doesn't take much for things to spiral back in favor of your adversary. Cash-wise, MIBR are going to have to do something quite avant-garde. Not everyone will be able to fully invest.
Yeah, and that's why the second timeout's come on through, just to have this conversation. They don't have to go all in. It's starting to look like they're having some purchases coming through. A MAC-10, some AKs being invested here, a CZ for Cello. This is the thing. They have max loss bonus, so as long as they leave themselves, you know, about that 800 to 1,000, they will be able to rebuy into the next. Not possible for Cello because of the save, but the rest have left enough cash here. So you can see this type of buy means, hey, it looks threatening now, but we can get a full buy into the next round, no dramas. Now the question is, with this MAC-10, do they want to get stuck in? Do they want to go a little bit quicker here?
T-side CZ as well. Looking forward to seeing if Cello can really get anything done with that. Oh, and great initial flashes through the skylights, and it's Ceneri full blind, unloading into one. And immediately MIBR sent packing from this top commit.
Yeah, well, that was an investment to try and get away with some space here. But as I said, heads-up Counter-Strike against the Eagles right now. They're very hard to stop individually, and Rigon gets another chance to mow down a few.
There we go. Already in the double digits, and ooh, that's the CZ kicking into gear. A quick shot across the bow, but Flatro in position, ready for the repeat. 3 here. Bait, switch, bit of a flash on himself, and Cello could have an opportunity. He does. 2 on the side up. 3 from Cello. His first 3 frags, and he's making a round out of this. This would be quite the flip of the script. Smoke to nullify decon threat. It is Ceneri low from the double doors, and he strikes just as the bomb does go down. Gives Cello more room to maneuver. GXS has missed his shot. This gets sketchy for a moment. But BNE pull it back up thanks to the handiwork of Cello. We get a bomb plan.
Yeah, as you mentioned on the T side CZ, you don't see that every day of the week. So get a lot out of that. It's able to do a lot of damage here. Just keep that CT economy slightly humble, because if they get away with another clean one there, could have been some real dramas. But handled, 6-0. Woody, he made sure he could invest in the AWP right now. So this is telling that the pace of the game should change, right? You want to allow that AWP to at least try and isolate some fights or set up to buy you space here. So let's see how Woody wants to apply the big green. GXX on the other side to do the same.
Yeah, I've forgotten that nuke can be slow. MIBR don't seem to know. Here's Woody. He might just put his head in the vice if he's not too careful. Synopsis has gone aggressive into the lobby this round, and he's actually already taken the lobby lurk down. That's going to force MIBR to acknowledge something. I just saw Joe to get down vents, if I'm not mistaken. So that's something to keep our eyes on as he progresses. He will have to make a sound cue. You can see the Rigon's already aware.
Yeah, very aware of this here. Still a gap, but if he just stays in the doors, it's not going to account for a lot here. They have the number advantage, and Synopsis needs to be very careful here. Could give her his life for free, and there's no need for this.
Looking the wrong way, an immediate frag ties everything back up, but 4 apiece.
He only saw 1 as well, so he's given his life over for just 1 piece of information, which doesn't count for anything.
This is tough.
Well, here's the thing, right? If you know that Joda's lower, you have 2 options. You can either try and get across Secret, right, and get on down. He can hold the vent rotation, but you need to cross GXX's AWP. Now, they have 1 smoke on Woody, and GXX is actually relocated here. They might be able to just walk across, you know.
Yeah, but he's timed it well. The smoke implies a commitment, and he will have vision for the first. Flashed off and spots them. That was the bomb, no less. He saw Woody with the bomb. Surely that's info for the rotate down. Rigon is already deep on the site.
Joined by Flatro.
And GXX catches the tail of the assault. Cello outside down. 3 remain, and they are still in limbo. 25 seconds. You do have to get that bomb down, lads. Smokes are up, flashes too. It should get them through the decon door, but Rigon's here to deny. And down goes Woody with a quick tap to the back of the head. Jota has to do more than just frag. He has to plant. And it's Ceneri. Rotates in. Oh, that's a bit of a fumble. It could get awkward, but so is the clock. 8 seconds. Jota fakes at 8, and that's the end of that. Bad news, Eagles. They're happy to biff.
It's going from strength to strength right now. This is a different type of round that they handled. The rotations, as you mentioned, that little vent drop coming on in should have caused some issues. But Synopsis' initial lobby push right there, as we saw him scamper back through hut, you will see the incendiary right here on the floor. This is the gimmick incendiary that you throw in the corner of the door right there to make it seem like it's a standard protocol utility round. So that's great little work right there to grab them an opening, and actually it paid on out in a big way because he ended up giving away his life for almost free there. So the good and the bad, but the round still for the Eagles. And money starting to be a real issue for MIBR here.
That's a real one.
Yeah, don't walk through that one, Cello.
But I mean, those gimmicks, what better time to pull them out? 6-0 up. That's when you start throwing something fruity at them. And here comes Cello, head to head. Synopsis consistent in this hut hold. He has unloaded his mag and lost his life. Ceneri called upon. One down, one more to go. It's Exit with a long-range Mac-10. Does meet his maker at the hands of the AK, and now just Woody still in the lobby. GXX is close quarters on the AWP, might be hitting the quick scope if he's lucky, but low and susceptible to a Tech 9, just like...
Saved by the flat throw.
And a 0-8 for Woody has not got his teeth into this one.
They're having a great time. You can see the reactions right there, but this is the lead that the Eagles need to be able to keep on going, right? You do see them get into games early, and then the comeback is always made possible. So how flexible can they say? This is the third timeout from MIBR in 8 rounds of play. They're obviously under the pump. There's no doubt about that. The score line does the saying right there, and Woody being 0-8, Exit being 1 for 7. 2 individuals here not really getting out the blocks. But on the other side, everybody's fragging.
We've seen, first Gunny, they're dying open kills with an aggressive yard play. This one before, your lobby holders getting caught out as you pressure yard with an aggressive move from BNE. And if you do find an opener, they seem more than happy to kind of let you just have enough rope to hang yourselves.
Well, we can frame a lot of this, right? On these lower buy rounds, they've tried to dictate the pace with faster plays. That plays into BNE playing heads-up Counter-Strike and just winning those opening duels from favorable position through protocol utility. And then when it's not a top rush and it's a default round with smokes, as you mentioned in the first gun round, it was yard aggression. In the next, it was the lobby push with the gimmick. So they're dictating when they're expecting these defaults to come on through, and that's what we should be getting into round number 9.
And if you're MRBI, just quaking in your boots, you don't know what's going to be thrown at you next. Like, say, an aggressive AWP ramp.
Well, let's see how far he wants to go. He has a bodyguard of Rigon here as well. They could push the issue, and they will. Of course they will.
Oh, it would really sour the MIBR camp's mood. They're going to go for a boost here on T-Ven. But as the AWP crawls, oh, Woody spots him out. Oh, he can get both, and he does. Finally, BNE punished for their aggressions. Let's see if MRBR can translate this into a victory.
They have a player lower right now, so ramp would be the best port of call, and I think Woody knows exactly that, starting to make his way on over. There's nobody available to deal with this, and if they double push hard, this is a perfect position from Exit to get both.
Only got 16 bullets, though, so he does have to be quite precise. Bomb's already going down. He hears them there. Cello still resides in lobby, so MRBR set for success here. And finally, breaking their silence, their 8-round silence. Synopsy to put his head right in the crosshair. Cello plays the reaction speed test.
You won't expect this now if you're Flatro. Why would you be expecting 2 players in the lobby though? Exit gives up the position but does finish off the kill, and beautiful stuff, well handled, and that is Woody's first 2 kills of the game right there. So great to get him involved, and you can see how that immediately translates into a round. So good stuff. They've been able to weather this storm, and now it's about bringing it back into a respectable scoreline. The half's not done, even though it looks like a very bleak scoreline. That was a little boost that we were highlighting, and great stuff from Woody there. To combine here is a bit more of a unit. But yeah, this is the thing. It looks bad with 8-0, but now 8-1, but it could very quickly become 8-7, 9-6. So hold on tight, because BNE have already exhausted most of the cash in the coffers here.
Oh, this is quick. Turtles are ready. Look at that, ahead of the util. GXX none the wiser. They have gotten across to Secret.
Flatro's already lower.
Oh, down goes the AWP. Woody again puts his name in the feed. Back-to-back rounds, he's now finding bloodshed. And not his own. Rigon summoned to address the yard gap. He will have main, and you can see the Turtles already down there. They may not be ready for this. On Flatro. Responsible. And that's another one for Woody. Lovely shutdown. It may fall to Flatro, and he may not be ready for this. Great shot out of Turtle. MIBR starting to find what could be a full clean T round, and that is a necessity considering the way this one started.
Yeah, big problems right now for the Eagles. As I mentioned, the cash has been spent, and if Synopsy and Scenario want to save, right, that's probably a conversation they're already starting to have. Synopsy would need multiple kills on the crossover towards Secret here, and it's not even a certainty that it will be the B bomb site just yet. Walking down ramp, they have control of the lower site in the palm of their hand, but it's about getting that bomb on down. It's unlikely that this one goes wrong, but there's always still a chance.
The only thing that's making me nervous is that bomb's position in sync with Synopsy. He's not actually, he's no longer holding it, so no stress. Exits down. Info relayed, and
yeah,
4 of them down lower.
Yeah, do you want to go for it? Even if you flash into the vent, Joda could probably turn it in time. They have to save to stay threatening. But you could see here after they lost that opening kill, that's when it became a little bit more individual, right? And waiting for the pushes. So MIPR have gone, hey, we know exactly what they're doing. They're coming for these aggressive maneuvers. If we can throw some utility so they search for info and they walk into our crosshair, all we have to do is click. And obviously right now the ones who've been doing the better clicking have been the Eagles, but this is great. Woody in 2 consecutive rounds has managed a multi-kill. Right, that's the change of tune. 2 big AWP kills as well. against, well, I don't want to say both AWPers, but Rigon did pick up that AWP to have a second crack. Scenario now trying to carry that one across to see if they can find some traction with it. But this is where for the Eagles, if they don't want to let the half get away from them, they're the ones that need to make the adjustment. Because MIBR have, right? They've decided if you want to keep playing this aggressive style, we will change, we will wait, and we will hit those necessary shots. And they're getting loud back here. We knew that both these teams were going to come today and put everything into this.
Yeah, I mean, it's all out there on the line. All the practice sessions, late night conversations. And it all boils down to one best of 3. They've played thousands of them. But for both MIBR and BNE, this is where you got to put it all out there.
It's interesting to see the Eagles not go for a timeout here just to see if they wanted to apply these weapons in any special way. I know that they will be looking for a buy into the next here, but maybe even just to address the problems of the last 2. This is still quite a threatening round with the pistol upgrades. The AWP now trying to peer on in from the top site.
This is what Woody might be waiting for.
Yeah, if he parks behind CT Vent, though, this is great, right? They're not going to be able to molly him out of position at all. He can actually stand and should be good for one unless they bait a shot or early flash. So a power position here, if they do try and linger in towards that top site. He can't really rotate around, though, when required. That is a little bit of an issue here. But also note, Scenario and Synopsy still have smokes. How long, how stoic can they be with these in hand? Position's about to be negated here by this smoke.
Great jiggle. Confirms the AWPing presence is one thing. GXX addressing Yard off the back of that, and you can see that Cello's was kind of parked the bus and returned to the pack. Ooh, Flatro sound cue given. Jota knows there's something close, something fishy afoot. Nerdy Molly doesn't quite spread. They really want to keep MIBR stationary. What are you up to? Flatro falls to his demise. Now they can just execute. GXX from the heavens. Not easy to contribute with the AWP up there. And here they come. Head to head with Woody. Woody already doing damage. Where did that come from? Rigon has shut down 2 on the Deegs, and the pistols are connecting. It's only Woody. And it is more than threatening, Chad. It's lethal. MIBR sent back to spawn, and 3 hearts still beating for BNE. That is going to get the confidence back in the Eagle side.
15 kills for Rigon right now. He's been an absolute monster. 4 on the pistol, 4 on the first eco round, and then he's just been able to get some massive impact there right with the Deagle. We caught a couple of their earlier games within the tournament, and the Deagle was one of his weapons of choice right there for Rigon. So a massive little round from him. I think that Flatro was looking so desperate towards Squeaky Door there because they don't want to keep letting Jota get that squeaky control and drop down Ven. It has been a nuisance in a couple of these rounds here.
I like this. Another change up from them. GXX falls off, uncertain as the outside nades do come in, but Flatro is going to be able to report.
Pop, maybe.
Any cross.
Go? It's the bomb on Turtle, so looking more ramp-centric right now.
Right. And Cello's trying summon. What the hell? Okay, I think he got a little lost. Finds himself in main. And GXX happy to bring the pain. It's Rigon's ramp. Could come a knock-in. Exit late Yard at the moment. 3 on this top side. So Rigon got a lot on his plate if they do choose to push this. Jiggles from Turtle. He's got GXX as well in support. And that's too easy. Nice tracking. Follows Woody on the wide swing. And now with the bomb in their grasp, MIBR's options looking scarce.
That's perfect now, parking this AWP at range right here. Power position with the bomb down. Rigon can play the wombo combo. Not even needed. The shot is hit. Exit will get 1 towards Yard, but we'll have to find 4 more kills if he wants to even kick up a stinking around like this. It looks like the way that he's positioning himself, he might even want to be waiting out these 40 seconds for the save. So rounds few and far between. Up to the double digits, the Eagles should find themselves here. Interesting with the 2 types of teams that we have in the server today that we did find ourselves in the Holy Trinity, their map pool. Nuke, Ancient, and Vertigo, if required. I think a bit more of a brawly nature between the 2 here, but Rigon having a look, ready for this, and cannot connect. Rigon continues to do damage here. Big smiles on the faces. This is probably going a little bit too well. I think
suspiciously well.
Right. Yeah, this is everything seems to be working.
Oh no, he's been punching.
I think he's cut himself right there as Mr. Old Flatro. Don't know if he's been hitting the desk.
I'd argue that might have been after the hot death, you know?
Yeah, okay.
Bit of frustration or a very, very passionate fist bump.
Yeah, right there. I see
nice.
it. Yeah.
You just fully like...
Might have to get first aid out there with a Band-Aid or 2.
We might have to. Yeah, this is attack pause. We might need a medical pause. after that one, but that just shows how much passion is involved, and you can see the dismay on the faces of MIBR. There's a long game ahead of us, a full best of 3, but when you've come this far, so much of a lead-in to this game, you can't help but feel that the way in which this game started for MIBR, it's going to test their mental early. 10-5's a great half. You know,
yeah, they can still turn it around.
It's so attainable. These calls, what worked, have that conversation. The last time it has been used, it's elapsed bit. Better have given them a good couple of tips.
But this is where it chops and changes a bit. One of them was a 2-man ramp push where Woody got 2 kills, and the other with Woody with the AWP, one top silo and then towards Yard, and the kill came his way, right? So this is where if the Eagles have made the right adjustments, how are MIBR now going to find more rounds? Look at this, look at this.
My, Xenopsy, bloodthirsty. And he does catch lead. Nice from Jota. No rebuttal from the squad. And he's going down. Oh, he should go down to the nade. The spray, he's just paused. Evades all of that trouble. And he's got himself down. Fair play to Jota. I don't know how he's pulled this one off.
Very dicey stuff right there. But again, addressing this Squeaky so aggressively, it's key that the Eagles want to deny this. And this time around, not only have they given up the space, they've given up a death. How do they operate in this 4v5 disadvantaged situation? GXX to try and address Yard, but if the smoke wall lands and there's no gap, he will not be able to deny this secret cross. The rotations will have to be met differently here.
Yeah, and look how mobile they are. We've got 3 members of BNE to contest this. And Scenari's going to push, maybe even going to mantle over for the flank. This could be huge.
Master footsteps.
Huge. Exit. His first victim. Nothing else to report. Jota's in the vents. Flatro loses his life to find that information out. And Rigon, this is a hard one to clear. Jota opens the door, though. He's always been found. Big for the MIBR boys. And set for success now.
I don't know. That little mask of the footsteps right there to allow the jump up was great. I think one of the issues and the reason they didn't want to spam through the smokes, is he giving this one a
He's having a look, isn't he?
Okay.
He's got all the nades, you know, smoke to force the swing. Oh, you're getting me hyped. Oh, you wouldn't. You wouldn't, and he won't. Okay, GXX, I admire it.
It's an attempt.
It is an attempt.
Yeah, but that's going to be the AWP scooped up. So Woody's going to be loving that one. And as you mentioned, 10-5, not a bad half whatsoever. Just 2 more rounds necessary for the Brazilians to get exactly that. The buyback is available here. And again, it's Jota and this annoyance at the squeaky door.
I can't believe it. We saw him get a nade and a full magazine of M4A4 thrown at him, but just through cutting himself, just standing right in the middle of nowhere, he manages to evade, and a brilliant round from MIBR. Can they build upon it, string together 2 consecutive rig on? Yeah, he's bringing it back to Cello. Look at the crossfire established. Okay, it will be at least tested, and Turtle at least stops it before it gets out of control.
Jota's down the vent again. He's done it again. He's been able to slip on down. How are they addressing this? Flatro over towards Secret, and I don't know if he's aware.
Jota certainly is of the potential.
Has to make a sound cue here. Yeah, not looking. Flatro might die on the side of the head. Yeah, he will. Jota should have this kill every day of the week.
He wants to wait for ramp. Now they know. Suddenly, Synopsy swings out. He reveals himself, and now MIBR set for success. Woody not looking. Bad cover and a flurry of frags back. MIBR have fumbled. And it's GXX to put the nail in the coffin. Yeah, they will get loud after that one.
Yeah, and I don't know how they even pulled that one off. Flatro goes on down. You're thinking to yourself, at this point, they not only have the lower control, they've completely pants the rotator. And then what's the rush? You're right, Woody's looking the wrong way, expecting a push towards the lobby position as well here. The desperate swing of Synopsy gets something, and that allows GXX to be activated for 2 big kills. It all kind of just fell apart in an instant right here. Looking good until it wasn't for the Brazilian side.
Whoa, that's going to hurt. Could get worse. 12 as well on the agenda. Can we stop Jota from getting down the vents? Hasn't held them back, at least, not in this previous.
Well, Flatro's down again to address Yard. I guess if you can cut off 1 point on the way on down, at least you might stifle this. Nade could be good here.
Heard them. They don't know. 1 done. Cello CZ again, good for the first. And now they've got some pace, some threat, at least. The bomb descending. Rigon is always ready. This low sight, lots of pesky hard clears. It's Woody's task. And he is knocked to infinity and beyond. Cello, exit, what have you got? enough to at least make the round interesting. A 3-on-3. Synopsy. Chance. Oh, and between the wickets. Leaves the bomb to go down. Safe. Astralis plant. Scenari still on the top site, and GXX might have Cello with that. Oh, wrong choice of the two. A Deagle wallbang could have done it. Oh, okay. Looks like MIBR have done enough to end on a high, but there's no reason not to go for this. And GXX falls first. Scenari very slow on this. And MIBR fourth. Just a couple of seconds away. This is MIBR's pick, and they muster 4 on their T side.
Yeah, well, this here is where we get into those conversations, right, about the way that the game is being played at the moment here with this Silenced M4. Apparently, the Silenced M4 is not Flatro's weapon of choice anyway, but the CT side, that's where the whole conversation has been about in this current meta. And in that regard, winning this T-sided pistol right now for Eagles could spell disaster for MIBR, who wanted to exactly what just happened to them, do a shutout early. I think it was 8-0 before the Brazilians were able to get on the board. So the pistol for both teams extremely important here for the Eagles to close it down quick as you like, for MIBR to start this comeback. And as soon as you get that pistol round, you win against the first Force by, you win the first gun round, you're back in it, right? You're starting to believe, you know, it's the CT side of Nuke. Let's see how the Eagles want to start structuring this T half. For them, they just need one of these playmakers to have a pocket full of pistol kills. They're going to be setting themselves up to close this one down.
Let's see what the call is off the break. BNE have been throwing out some rather unique pistols, and success has been high.
Okay, well, Cello spots one on the jump there, but information is kind of getting collected everywhere. Main smoke thrown. GXX allowed to work in yard with this P250 in hand, and out ramp they come.
Yeah, Cello immediately will turn tail. Here's the descent of
Bomb's
3, and
here,
they're just bouncing in. Yeah, this is a big duel for the yard player, but Cello's already handling business. Plucks Rigon from the pack as well. And it's the bomb delivered to Dark. Flatro needs this. Block, double frag required. Maybe even a triple. He spots out exit on Deacon. He's got the info. Now he needs some frags. It's not looking great. There's the first. More required. It's Scenari who meets his maker. And no bullets. Still alive is Flatro. Full 1v5. Poor Soul, just the one more will do. MIBR, compulsory pistol in the pocket.
And that's what you want to see, trying to get them fired up here, right? You know that MIBR are just as loud, they can be just as passionate, and they can use that momentum in the same way. So great pistol round to win. Now, MIBR in their first half opted to take a full save. It looks like the Eagles are set on doing, well, something similar. Some light pistol upgrades. There's a Deagle for Flatro, a P250 in the hands of Rigon, and Glocks for the other 3. So if Flatro can find them an opening with this Deagle, there is a chance to get excited about something if you're an Eagles fan. Otherwise, too much of a muchness of how this first half kicked on off. Turtled up here, nobody overstepping the mark towards yard. This is positive signs to avoid that Deagle, right? They're not charging from warehouse. They're not trying to get up close towards that T-Red box. They're actually playing reserved in main, and well, as you can see from the heavens right here on the jiggle, would have to be a banger of a Deagle shot here to be able to peel the head off of Jota.
Something the Eagles have become known for. Certainly the capacity for those spicy Deagles. And if Woody turns around, he might get Deagled in the side of the head. That's only the one, though. Turtle from the top rope. RKO out of nowhere, and Synopsy with his little block gets little done.
Okay, well, this is where we get to see what flavor the Eagles are about to approach this T-half with. Woody's into the AWP early here. Big green equipped. It's going to give them a lot more flexibility in how they want to approach these CT setups. Surprising still not to see a timeout, right? Knowing that you have this type of a lead from the Eagles, I'm sure that they spoke about their game plan and how they would have approached this map here, but if you've got them, you may as well use them before the game just completely runs away from you here. 5-round lead, deep flash from Jota. Going to try and park himself towards the left-hand side of Warehouse. Great position here to get them if they do try and flick around towards the heavens. Deep smoke towards Squeaky, and taking their time about this.
That looks nice.
They're actually backpedaling now to do the smoke wall yard. They have 3 smokes remaining. Back to spawn to line them up. Chucking himself into the corner right there is Scenario, looking like he wants to throw the Same variation, I believe, Perfecto does for Na'Vi. Diagonal smoke wall will land. And, oh, wow, he spotted something right there, Jota. That is massive. Rigon did not stand a chance.
Yeah, really, really couldn't ask for more from your yard rifle. Catches it immediately, and here comes the main body of the assault. You can see Cello's Sixth Sense tingles. Jota loses his head immediately, and a dink is great. Cello gets away, is better. They don't have to commit. We still have 40 seconds. Ramp is theirs, and so is Lobby, as they will wrap back around. Turtles advancing into Synopsy. Woof, looking the wrong way, but snaps in. They're so low, though. Exit can take them both. Paranoid about Heaven, justifiably. Scenari needs it. Good flash from Flatro, but it's GXX with an opening.
They both can't come up the vent here. If they're both trying to come up the vent, there's just no way. They're going to have to try and pivot quickly up Secret here. Need to get a move on. Bomb's getting planted. Post plant getting established.
Wow. They dug themselves out of quite the ditch there.
This is just going to be the save right here. They don't want to give this AWP over. Cello as well, already starting to make his way over towards T-spawn. And just with the diagonal smoke wall, Rigon goes down, and you think there's real problems here. But it's that Flatro kill onto the rotation onto Jota, right? He quickly got a move on after the smoke wall was up, understood that he couldn't be much help from that position. But he got sat on down, absolutely obliterated right there. It's a huge kill from Flatro, but Turtle being close in hut and not converting that kill, that was the one that really came back to bite them. There's one for Cello on the way out the door. A little bit of damage done to the finances, but bomb will go off. Both confirmed. They can buy here, right? Exit could get into an M4. Cello could drop one as well, and then they could get an MP9 for the last. So there is still a chance to stay threatening, and you'd like to if you were MIBR with a saved AWP and an M4. Starting to juggle and drop those guns across here. Remember, they used 3 timeouts in that first half, so they're not going to have many options right now to do that here in the second. You can't take it this early, even though you'd love to have the coach chip on in to maybe advise on how you want to use these goodies. And never mind, they're able to get out M4s for everybody, but lacking util. Only 2 incendiaries right now, and they're both going to be used here to stop out this top rush.
Yeah, it wasn't coming.
He's through. He's not going to expect this. He's not going to expect this.
He's already got lots on his plate. Cello now happy to strike again with an opening. So ramp control conceded, but MIBR with the man advantage, still guessing, still uncertain as to how many were there. Support from Jota as well, down to the low site. It's just bullets for the CT side now, and well, Cello's got plenty of them. Another nice dink and execution, and he's not done yet. They're still unable to find him. Flatro still good for the one. Some legs to this as Rigon stops Cello before he can find more than the 3 he's already posted.
Pistol out for Woody, Alex.
USP.
Spotted.
Still a threat, though. Halves the health of Rigon and gets the hell out of dodge. You may as well. You've got the man advantage. You do not want to let it slip.
They went back towards topside right now. This could be a good call. Just coming up the vent. Turtle's going to be able to tuck in towards CT vent here. Hard clear.
Yeah, GXX. Let's see what you got on the rifle. Known to walk, but does not clear it. Neither does Rigon. Still down into the site for the first, but cost him a great deal of his health. Exit from main side. Silent climb out of Woody, and he's considering going down the vent maybe. Rigon, not ready for main, but they're not checking. He just gets down. Loud though. 8 seconds. He might just have time. Just. Oh no. Yeah, no time for that. Just a little fumble, and after time, Rigon will go down, and now MIBR know what they've done.
Oh, okay. That one right there, getting a little bit tricky with it, was Rigon. I love the idea. And if he just got in there, he would have had enough time to get that bomb down, but would have been completely exposed. You can see that he ran them around the map. They made them rotate so much right there. So the Eagles did a good job of keeping MIBR moving. That opening gambit as well through the ramp smoke, taking contact, not making any sound cues. It did surprise Cello, but he did a lot of work right there onto the first and stalling them out down the ramp position. Back to the pistols here, and this comeback is on.
Oh, caught on the unscope, but it just gives a new lease of life. A second attempt for Flatro. Looks like Jota's got a few too many targets and not enough bullets. Does go down. Turtle happy to farm on up, and this one doesn't get too much further than the opening gambit on main.
Oof.
Not to be underestimated is Rigon.
It's the Rigon Deagle.
Yeah. Distracted, baited, and executed. So 12-8, a 4-round deficit for MIBR, and with every round, the guttural squeal coming on out of MIBR because they know well, not only is this their map pick, but a bleak start, dug out in the second. They managed to forge 4 rounds. So far, Eagles have 1 round to boast from their T side.
I'm still surprised not to see a timeout here as well. You saw how quickly MIBR were using them within their first half, just trying to take as many opportunities to have a chat. Because if the Eagles aren't getting into the sites and not getting the bombs down, it's going to make these buys few and far between. Chex is even into a scout right here, so let's see how this fares against Woody's AWP on the other side. Take the pace out of it again here. I have liked the way that the Eagles have moved across the map and been able to trade off of one another. It's been tidy stuff.
You can see their positions implies a top exec, but no one's in lobby to go off of this.
If they want to throw the util towards top and then try and get across yard dry, I'm sure that's something that the Eagles would do to back their aim. They are setting up the smoke walls as well, so keeping the feet planted towards A. Jota clearing yard right now. If he backpedals and assumes it's clear, it would be the wrong call, but now the smoke's come over. It is confirmed that something's on the other side.
Okay, Cello is smoked off. Jota with a lot to do here, and there is Rig on he's going to be trifling with. That's a nice smoke. You're not going to be brave enough to jump into that. Flatro considering it. He's just on the lip. His feet could be slapped here. Yeah, nice angles management from Jota. Another opening kill for MIBR's defense, and he can back away happy, but look at the gap that has been formed. Synopsy up against Turtle. There's so many bodies. He calls at least 2 topside. GXX has got a scout, and that won't get it far. Rigon meets Turtle too. Oh. And it's Zaneri! Wow. Zaneri! Things get hairy for MIBR. 10 seconds. Jota, though, forcing the flames. He has to go up. He knows where he is. But from oh, what a shot! The 180! But Jota, braving the flames, will stop them from embarrassment. Good God, Zaneri. 4 frags in a very short space of time. Reminds MIBR who they're up against.
What a sequence right there. And that 4th shot. What was that? I know they didn't get the round. I know that it looked one-way traffic right there, but that individual display was massive. Gonna take a timeout, gonna have a talk about things finally. The first one called for the Eagles right here. Maybe just to calm on down Zaneri, because if he wants to go on that level of a tear again, I'd love to see it.
Bro, the reaction.
That was huge.
In a different universe, Jota was behind the molly and forced to come up late.
The timing right there.
Let's see that again. The second, great. The third is ridiculous. But the 4th, something to behold. Look at it. Good God. You can celebrate, but I'm surprised you ain't got some sweat on your forehead after that one. So 9 for MIBR.
That could be a massive round right here, especially if the Eagles bounce back in. If they keep this one threatening or even win it with this low buy, they're going to break MIBR. Their cash is really strapped right now. That was huge from Zaneri, and here we go.
Okay. Charging in. Flashes were good, but Woody is better on that AWP, and Exit's still ready to receive them. I like this gap. Synopsy might have just slipped. If he plays this right, times it well. Woody not having any of it. Quick reaction shot out of him. Okay, so the bad news Eagles, as threatening as they may be, struggling in the same capacity MIBR did here on Nuke.
Wrong way. I think he's known now.
Oh, a nice warning shot. Rigon unable to find it. It's Zaneri again.
Have another crack.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe he could click a head or 2. God, he's ready for the 180s, this kid.
Yeah, the crosshair keeps landing in the right place time and time again. But that was good from MIBR, right? The way that we were framing that was if a lot of damage was done, it would have put MIBR in a really rough spot late, right? Because think about this. Their loss bonus is bottom of the barrel. It just takes them losing 1 round without any cash left over in the reserves, and they will have to go for a force or a save, right? And most likely with a 1,400 loss, you traditionally see the force. And if they don't win the force, well, that's the bad news Eagles up to 14. So that is going to stay as an ever-present threat until MIBR stretch their legs in the finance department.
No open yard from the CTs. They've once again put their trust and their faith in Jota. Did it once. Let's see if he can do it again. Full yard smoke set up. You can see 4 members of Eagles about to release utility at the same time. So this is where they have to make the move. They've got 15 seconds, 20 seconds to get everything you wanted out of the use of this util.
Are they missing a smoke here? Or are they going to throw this one on the fly? There's a gap in their L block right now.
Yeah, they do on the fly, okay.
They might use this to pivot in towards main here.
Would be an interesting call. Loud rig on as he charges into Jota's warehouse. Oh, it's a hard clear. Bags are going to be turned here. Bags not turned. Ready to clear. Oh, they don't expect it. Look at this. A multi-kill round winning from Jota. And the bad news, Eagles, that might be another fist to desk moment, because not only was it the double chat, it was the bomb. That is a very bitter pill to swallow. Flatro reminds us what he can do.
They still know he's in warehouse. The problem is the time right now. We're at 35 seconds. They have to take Jota out of the equation, get the bomb, or the round is basically done.
Synopsy's actually going to get this duel without Exit really messing him up. This has to happen now. Synopsy has to hit this first headshot, and then they can move. Bang. Okay. 3v3 established, but that clock is their worst enemy. Never mind the 3 Brazilians. 15. Oh, agonizing for the T's. GXX just posts himself straight into Woody's line of fire. 10. Gross. Flatro, back turned. What can you say? The victims of Jota in the warehouse. And now you can see smiles and belief starting to creep into the MIBR camp.
Jota has been the most influential player, even though, well, before that round he didn't have the most kills. He still doesn't. He's at 17, just one behind Turtle here. I just think the positions in which Jota was able to find himself on the T half contributed to the rounds that MIBR were able to pick up. And now on the CT side, the kills and the rotations that he's had have meant an awful lot for MIBR here. That one right there is massive. The fact that you can peer out from that position and know that you have 2 kills on a silver platter is huge.
They're going for a quick pop. Exit, playing anti, expecting the fight, but still gets flashed up. A treat, Rigon with 2, but look how many bodies have hit the deck. It was a complete whitewash. Left in a 1v3 with a full round to play out, and yeah, Woody happy to push out, draws the crosshair, Cello with the dunk, and we tie things up. They are ignited on fire. That means 5 sequential rounds, more than that now. It's 6. On the trot from MIBR. Grand total of the half lies at 8-1. You can see their setup.
Well, this right here is MIBR's first chance in this game to take the lead. Real opportunity for them now if they convert against this buy of the Eagles yet again. They took a partial, they tried to hit top, and they were stalled on out. Quite a mirror of these 2 halves here. Neither team really getting away with too much of a game plan. Difference maker is MIBR could rely on Jota to get that squeaky and vent control. Right now, there's nothing that it feels like the Eagles can replicate. There's nothing that even feels like a threat. Remember, within that first half, the Eagles are desperate to deal with this position, and Turtle's been mollied out. This is it. Synopsy doing his best Jota cosplay. Has made his way down the vent, but straight into the man himself.
More impact. More impact fragging.
Read like a book, right? His positioning right now at the start of these rounds has been fantastic. Really good stuff from Jota here.
Going yard, I'm in warehouse. Going vent, I'm in vent. What's next on the agenda for the Bad News Eagles? Your first gambit has been completely rumbled. I like the boost. Usually good to clear that stairs position, and Woody may find himself there, but at the moment is sending, and a boost as well.
Perfect.
So they can just park Cello ramp, worry about everything else as a unit.
Yeah, turtling up right now is perfect. GXX would have to hit a banger of a shot right now to clear out this Heaven player of Woody. Maybe it's Rigon's turn as he slips in towards main, creeping forward in the smoke. The top hit is impending right now.
Woody just committed to the site. So they're gambling correctly. Edge of the smoke. Rigon. Flash. Not going to succumb to the Woody. Oh, again he hits it. Oh man, close line. Turtle on the hut. Looking for trouble. One does get down the vent. It is the bomb on Sceneri, but if he's too lackadaisical about this, he's not going to be ready for Jota. Not ready for Jota. More impact as he denies the bomb plant. And it will be MIBR taking the lead for the first time this game.
Well, GXX has given away his position with that smoke. He's just going to try and hold on to this AWP, and I think they'll give it to him because what type of impact is he meant to find? They just turtle up MIBR, right? After they get this kill, they just play these passive angles, right? You saw there, and you mentioned Woody dropping in towards the site. Well, they still had Exit up on the top rope right there as the insurance policy in case anything did go wrong, right? This turtle up approach, and I'm not talking about the player of MIBR right here, right now, is perfect. There's just no way to get in. They're not giving the Angels over. They're not giving the chance to find those kills. They're forcing them to play with the utility, walk through their own smoke walls, try and get that space. And when they do in certain situations, they've fallen foul to maybe a one-way smoke that's been thrown or mismanaging angles of it, walking through, not clearing all their corners, not expecting players to lie in wait. They've just been walking into this wall of MIBR.
And this is the other side of that coin. Sure, whilst you're loud and while the rounds are flowing, you're just kind of driven by that momentum. But the opposite side of it is when you come into that second half and you start noticing the absence of that vocalization.
This is where it needs to get more free-flowy. This is where the Eagles kind of need to spread their wings and fly, as it were, because they need to operate with something that is a little bit more outside of the box, right? Drop the cross smoke towards red, but play in front of it and take a fight. Force MIBR to be out of position because they know how to react to your utility and your plays perfectly right now. If you keep doing it by the book, by what you've seen in the demos, MIBR are the ones who are handling that. This is where we need the Eagles' flair if they want to find themselves a T-sided round.
There's no absence of flair on this roster. So instead of the vents, using the wall of smoke to just park Synopsy safely and unannounced across.
Well, here's the flare.
Here's the flare. He's actually not going secret. He is taking a huge gamble. Not even concerned about the potential for Jota in that warehouse. Not there this time. Woody for the responsibility of ramp, but look at Synopsy crawl. Agent 47 behind enemy lines. Woody's advancing. If they connect this, this could ruin everything.
Tasha's not ready. I think he was spotted.
Yeah, he is. He's just going to be a free frag. Caught moonwalking out, and now they can do the same at that opening pick. But here comes Synopsy. You're not ready for that. Oh, no! Completely fumbles. Woody does not react in time, but Cello will stop it before it does spiral. Now MIBR get to play that game again.
Yeah, the turtle up. It begins again. Back in towards that shell. Jota towards lower with Cello. The two over towards the top side can lock things down as well as Turtle makes his way back up the vent. The squeaky's not even blown off here, Alex.
You heard it.
Oh!
No, the crosshair is bang on the noggin.
It's all on exit.
He's got three. Advancing into his position already. Handles GXX. It's Scenari that keeps them in it. Bomb down, 2-on-2. Cello from the venture should have been spotted out. Oh, no, Rincon Brave puts himself right in front of Cello. Will win the duel, and it puts Jota, Mr. Impact, into a very difficult clutch scenario. Up heaven silently. Scenari and Rigon trying to bring something home for the Eagles. The first fight's given, and Scenari will strike when necessary. Okay, 2 rounds found on this T side so far.
Wow, and that was space that Synopsy was able to get away with. That I don't know if you're going to be able to replicate that. The fact that he was able to creep the entire way around there unaccounted for was huge. He didn't get the impact he was looking for. That's a couple of times we've seen Woody just get shot in the back, expecting his teammates to be able to cover him off. And this one right here, a decent attempt from Jota, right? It would have only taken a moment or two to swing on over if Scenari didn't hit those shots, but trying to reignite themselves right now are the Eagles. 13-13 tied up again. Mac 10's out, pace change.
Could be. Molly ignoring it completely, but with the HE combined, and look at the multi! Cello has taken 2 of the Eagles out of the sky in the opening 10 seconds. Again with this man advantage for MIBR.
Jota's already down towards lower here, and they have 2 smokes. If they want to smoke window and doors and allow the AWP to post up on single, with Squeaky being blown off, they will have to smoke over towards those doors. No way about it. Oh, chopping and changing positioning here. Virtue that the AWP is up the heavens. If he misses a shot, they can scale quickly.
He's got an extra smoke. Woody paranoid.
Very scary stuff for Woody here.
The smoke especially, like, you know that's going to keep him busy. Fakes the drop off, hoping to pull and lull that Hell player in, but there's no one there. It's 3-man wolf pack coming into Jota's domain. 2 smokes, they got the T's crossed, the I's dotted, bomb to be planted. Turtle starts to rotate as he hears more and more of those nades.
Big gap in this, and they broke the window for him.
Oh yeah, he can get pretty funky with it. GXX may not be anticipating a window maneuver. Turtle to come through single. You can see the responsibilities have been outlined. Another vent descent. Couple of steps. Doors open. Everything hanging on by a thread here. Timing crucial. Nice nade. Jota alive though, and now Turtle's coming out single. Jota's down from the windows. It's all onto Flatro. GXX strikes for the first. It's a 1-on-1. Fakes the bomb. He sees they're off it. Oh, shot! GXX has missed it, and Exit should have it. Okay, 14 is locked on in for MIBR, but a valiant attempt from Bad News Eagles. Again, these 3v4s coming down to the wire.
Yeah, look, they get the bomb down there, but they were set up, and the patience of MIBR in that retake, the fact that they're all happy to come on down the vents to join Jota in towards that lower site, it was well played from the Eagles to get themselves in. But this right here, you could see they knew that they were a bit more strapped for cash, tried to take some space. Cello gets 2. If you only got 1, maybe it wouldn't have been enough, because a 4-on-4 in this situation, that extra man could have been the difference maker. And that CT smoke that they limped on out, it meant the world for Exit. Able to isolate that fight, play over the top of it. It drew GXX in. Otherwise, he would have had a clear line of sight towards that bomb.
You saw the interview on HLTV, MIBR talking about what Cello brings and what his attitude brings when he's screaming his head off. Tends to ignite the passion in the whole team. Top of the scoreboard now.
GXX there just rubbing the eyes. Hopefully not too frustrated with how the previous went down, because they're not out of it just yet. 14-13 the score reads. Money fragile. Very fragile for MIBR here. Remember, they're on the knife's edge. That loss bonus, bottom of the barrel, it's going to mean absolutely the world for the Eagles. They could still run this one home in regulation if they pick this one up right here, right now.
So much at stake in a single round, and already we've lost 55 seconds.
And they're turtled up again, right? MIBR, they don't want to take the fight. Come to us.
It is just polar opposites of the defensive spectrum, isn't it? They're so light on. So light on Util. The main smoke, is it going to be something as simple as that? On the fade, Turtle to be dynamic, swings out. Rigon's already underneath him, and oh wow, Woody's kept him safe, kept him sound, and it's Woody's double this time around. 3 from MIBR, it's Flatro trying to do it all, and it's Turtle that ducks on under, and they know what that implies. MIBR from down in the dumps of defeat, and now on the brink of victory. This was their map pick. The Eagles' defense managed to accrue the 11. Well, time for the 12th for MIBR.
Yeah, we were talking an 8-0 start out of the Bad News Eagles here. It was looking great. They were dictating the pace. They were taking the fights. They were getting in their face. But now they have been absolutely blank. They lack that constant presence of annoyance that Jota managed to do for MIBR in the first half. Spam on through. Lots of damage done. Jota, the man, the hero, chipped away out here. 55 points of health remain. But what's the way in? What door do they knock on? They're given so much space. We've seen Synopsy try and punish it in a couple of different variations. A yard lurk quickly around towards the heavens. Try to make his way out. Squeaky drops into the vent and goes on down. They have the space. They're being given the space. It's not like they even have to take it here, as Jota has a little bit of a look, pokes his head up secret, and sees absolutely nothing towards the yard position right now.
Jota's been finding impact all over the shop. And this could be the headshot. AK VM4. Jota spotted out. And that's enough from him. Anticipating the reaction. Oh, Woody. Rigon! Oh, what a headshot! He does pluck Woody out of hell. Like a bat out of hell, heading to heaven. Flatro, that's the bomb. Turtle does spin around already. The bodies are dropping for the Eagles. Getting plucked apart. Synopsy, all Scenari gone, and that'll do nicely. They find their voices, they find that passion. The fire burning bright in their belly as MIBR take their map pick. What a recovery.
Yeah, getting absolutely fired up there, and can understand why. When they were down in the dumps when it was 8-0, it was looking bleak, but timeout after timeout from Bit, the coach, to try and get them a couple of rounds, right? 11-4, it doesn't look good. It doesn't look good whatsoever, but 4 was enough. They put up the CT wall in that same fashion right there, and the Eagles, that was a chance to get 1-0 up in this series and now put them onto the back foot going into their own map choice. The problems now for the Eagles right there, they were looking a little bit flat on the T-half, and that's where they have to start off on Ancient.
You talk about those times from MIBR. I reckon Eagles might have had 2 or 3 left.
Yeah, I felt like they only used 2, and that came in the second half right there. So maybe something they can address going into the next map of play. But that's a great comeback from the Brazilians here. 1 map away from the Legend stage for MIBR.
1 away for Brazilians in the Legend stage. And we're going to break it down over at the panel now. So why don't we go ahead, put your feet up, relax, and let them break it down.
Yeah, we'll gladly do that indeed. What a comeback again from MIBR. And I feel like I've seen this movie before when it comes to Made in Brazil specifically. Sometimes they do take a little bit of time, right, to figure out the plan, maybe to warm up in some of those individuals. But once one clutch comes through, they all come through, Pim.
It's a momentum team, right? Once the ball starts rolling, they really start to feel it. An amazing comeback right here, being 8-0 down in such an important matchup, right? It requires some sort of resilience in order to restore yourself and make sure that you're ready for it and coming back. I feel for MIBR that it was a well-played game. Even the 8 rounds they did lose in the beginning, it came from Bad News Eagles being very one-dimensional, right? It was just pure aggression, relentless aggression. Within the first 10-15 seconds of every single round, MIBR died. And as soon as they stopped doing that, they actually had the game under control.
I feel like they did this map on hard mode, if you're MIBR, the hardest mode possible. You allowed Regon, man on fire completely from the very beginning. He had that crazy pistol round. The string of rounds coming in, everyone is get fired up on the side of Bad News Eagles, being right in your faces. Chad was talking about it, and yet, still, they find that depth to figure out a couple of rounds on the T side, making the difference, which BNE couldn't do on the second half.
Yeah, it was very interesting to see. Do you think it comes down to, well, actually, let's look at this.
That's a ridiculous way to start the game.
That was nuts.
To talk about a player that we know can catch on fire like Regon, someone that thrives in these moments, and he opens up the round, he opens up the most important game of his career with a 4 headshot in 5 bullets. That's ridiculous.
It's impressive, and it was great to see Regon, and he was one of the few guys fighting impact throughout the entire game for BNE. Even on the T side, he tried his absolute best to push them over the finish line. Unfortunately, there wasn't much help coming in for him, and I guess that is one of the few things you can say about BNE, one of the things we addressed coming into the game. Sometimes it is a little bit too one-dimensional in the way that if the aggression is not working, then do they have anything to fall back on, right? We saw it on the CT side. The first 8 rounds, it was just relentless aggression, pushing ramp, pushing door, pushing hot. But as soon as MIBR figured it out, they didn't really have a backup plan.
Yeah, it's like they shot all of it, all the power in that first CT round, and they played it so aggressively. And I know we were talking about it, and we were like, this is not supposed to be this fast of a map. This is supposed to be a little bit more tactical. So, is it the fact that MIBR was able to show us a little bit more tactical depth when they moved on to that CT side, or did they just get the upper hand in the aim duels?
I think that's what we expected. We expected MIBR to have more mastery on a map like Nukem. When we talk about mastery, we talk about the ability to backs against the wall, figure out a way back in, figure out a way to fight in this game. I think Jota was a huge talking point. The amount of time he was in the right position, in the right place, and BNE tried to figure out a solution. They tried to come up with some shenanigans they could do, but Jota was in vent, Jota was in garage, he was in main.
I think he's under the desk too.
He might be over here, maybe just be ready to jump on the clutch. That man did an excellent job shutting down BNE in that game.
You see it on the screen right here. Opening kills 7. He only attempted 7 as well. He's 100%. Yeah, that's pretty impressive. And as you said, he was all over the map, constantly assertive, constantly moving around, and very proactive in his way of playing Counter-Strike. I agree with you, though. I think we got what we expected from MIBR. They were supposed to be the better nuke team. There's a reason they picked the map as well. And I would even go as far as saying for BNE to push it to this point where it was 16-13 is also a positive thing they can take into the next map, because they did a good job here.
Yes, but they got so many rounds on the T side. Like, it was 12-6. On the CT side, rather. It was 12-6.
That's the issue that I have with Bad News Eagle now, trying to sell the narrative of them coming back, is I feel like they had everything they needed for a beautiful steal, a robbery on the first map. Right? They start 8-0, they have the money, they have momentum, they have all they need, and then they find only 2 rounds out of the entirety of their T side, which, mind you, they will start on Ancient, right? So I hope they can just stop that rhythm right now.
We'll be able to talk at length about Ancient as well. I do want to take a look at round 23, which was, I think, another one of those clutches coming out of MIBR. I believe it was Cello, but I'm not exactly sure. Let's see.
We talked about Jota. Look, we talked about his positioning and how he had, at times, completely shut down the plan from BNE. That's a good example. He's behind them. For some reason, Regon and Senri just missed the idea of checking that corner, which is a huge issue. There's going to be a couple of shots fighting back from BNE. That's a great little timing here as well from Synopsy. But in the 3 versus 3, what I really like is that they don't lose sight of what they need to hold. You can see that setup makes sense. They protect each other. Exit is right here behind side. He's got an ult behind him, and it just falls together like a pieces of domino.
And you can even see it on the time right. Even though they get it into a 3v3 scenario, there's only 12 seconds left of the round before they actually start moving into the side. So it's easy for MIBR, despite maybe being pressured a little bit, as you said, just to stay calm, stay composed, and actually shut it down for BNE. The few times they were, the few times they got close of making it out of a round, they left themselves with no time to actually figure it out.
Yeah,
you said it, they had everything in order to make make an upset right here, besides the T side, and that's the problem for BNE.
And we've seen it a couple of times now today and yesterday, also with Astralis. Now you move on to your own pick, right? And it being Ancient. And you start on the T side. So you start on the side where you have not been able to find the solutions on the previous one. We'll talk a little bit about Ancient in just a second. We are going to take a quick break as we take a look at some highlights from the first map. And we will be right back to preview that second one.
Now that's what we call Major. 14 days of high-octane action. 14 days of fierce battles. 14 days of special bonuses from GG Bet. Whoop, cheer, and make your fortune.
Welcome back, everyone, to the PGL Major, where the Bad News Eagles are looking to keep their dreams of making Legends alive, and MIBR is looking to join their compatriots Furia in the Legends stage. But then they have to win the next one, and it is Ancient. It is Bad News Eagles' map pick, and as we were looking at the stats a little bit, Pimp, we looked at kind of the opponents that BNE have beaten in 2022, and that spells out some difficulty for them.
You could say so, you know, they do beat teams who are below them in the rankings quite consistently, but the two times they played a good team on the map of Ancient, NIP, they lost out both times. The positive spin is that it was 16-12 and 16-11, so they were competitive against one of the best teams in the world on set map. But yes, they have to do something they, in theory, haven't done in the entirety of 22, which is to beat a decent team within the top 25 on Ancient.
I think what they also have to do is to prove to everyone out there that they can also win, not only based on momentum and emotions. And don't get me wrong, this is beautiful to witness. It's beautiful to see. It's a weapon that they have to use and they have to yield. yield. But what we have seen on Nuke is that when the win is against them, when the rounds aren't coming, they can drop flat just a little bit and seem deflated. That I don't want to see that. I want to see try. I want to see figure out solutions, come back into a game, fight back, reclaim momentum, because we haven't seen it on the first.
Yeah, don't find so many solutions. You, of course, come from Blast where MIBR lost to Pain, right? Was there something in the way that Pain showed the way? They are, of course, a very different team, and they played Vertigo and Dust too. But is there anything there that you could say, okay, this is a clear path for the Bad News Eagles if they want to beat MIBR?
Not really, to be completely honest. I think Pain is a different team and they play a different style of Counter-Strike. BNE is as many tried to describe here, a team that is very much based on momentum. As I said before, and as I've tried to explain a couple of times, it does feel like to me it's a little bit too one-dimensional. If the plan A is not working, plan B is not really that strong, and I get a sense that plan C has never been discussed. It doesn't even exist. And that's a problem for BNE. We kind of highlighted it coming into this one. MIBR has been together for a long, long time, so the plan Bs are set in stone. There is a plan C, and it just seems like the deeper we get into a game, when we get into a 10-10 scenario, 12-12, that's when MIBR have the opportunity to go ahead.
So you look at, if you are objective and you look at it realistically also, when you just look at comparatively how long MIBR have been practicing together and playing together, and how the surge of BNE has really come up in 2022, there could be a natural ceiling here, right? So then the question is, can these individuals, can a Regon, can a GX, can they go above and beyond? But that is a difficult one to do.
And can they manage to put MIBR outside of the comfort zone? Because we have seen on Nuke that wasn't the case. We even had clips showing how calm they were and composed MIBR were in the defense. I don't think they're quite there yet on Ancient. I think if you're Regon, if you're Flat True, I think you can push them in a position where they don't necessarily have a protocols in place. And suddenly things are getting much more dizzy. You don't exactly know what you're supposed to do. Your teammate hasn't have an automatic response, and then mistakes happen. And I think this is what, if you're a BNE fan, that's what you're looking for. You're looking for chaos and response that aren't here for MIBR.
MIBR is already out of their comfort zone. They share the same history when it comes to Ancient. They cannot beat anyone good. Every time they face a European opposition, they lose. They did it at Blast to OG twice. They've done it to Copenhagen Flames as well. They haven't been able to beat anyone good on the map. So I think MIBR already now is a bit out of their comfort zone, which is why I fully buy into your point right here. The more aggressive you can get, the more you can push the limits in the beginning of the game, the quicker you can make MIBR realize that, oh, maybe we're not ready for Ancient against a good team.
And we have seen that it is a game of margins, right? Often versus MIBR, teams are able to mount a good amount of rounds, but when they get going, if you give them even half a clutch, if you give them half of a momentum, they will take that and they will run. And that's, I think, where it comes down to what this particular game also encapsulates. That is such a difficult word.
For sure.
In terms of MIBR and the Bad News Eagles.
Yes, and on the side of MIBR, I think they truly have players that can step up in that moment. Exit is a name that I have in mind because I truly have the idea that no matter where he is on the scoreboard, no matter how good of a game he's having, I'm going to open my ass to 13-13, I'm going to see him in 1 versus 2, and he's going to put it off. I've seen that movie 2 or 3 times already throughout the major, and that is invaluable. Knowing that a player is going to step up and make the difference, disregarding his situation in the game, it's a huge value for MIBR.
I agree. I'm just super happy that MIBR gets to start on the CT side, because I've seen them play Ancient 3 times, and every single time I've seen them, the T side is dare I say, a little bit uninspiring, right? It's very basic. It's very simple. They like to walk up A ramp. They like to walk out B, and if they win the initial duel, then yes, it can spin out of control, but there's not a lot of rounds. There's not a lot of mid-round calling. There's not a lot of trying to maneuver around the map to force your opponents to rotate into an uncomfortable situation. So it's very much do or die for MIBR. So I hope, from what I've seen, that they have bettered themselves on Ancient, that they're coming in with a more inspiring T side, and therefore I'm also happy they get to start on the CT side. Because if we want a competitive game, I think MIBR needs at least 10-11 rounds again on their CT sides if they want to stand any chance of winning.
You're saying there's a chance we get that third map.
I think we will.
We
I
will.
think we will. Yeah.
Love it. Music to my ears. Let's head over to Chad and Machine for the game.
Thank you very much, Shocks, Jacob, and of course Matthew. I wouldn't hate a third map, but I'd feel like it's definitely up for debate. Though you can see the bookies, and I wonder if my analyst is feeling the same. Ancient, could it be the last map between these two?
I want to build on what Jacob was saying there, not just necessarily about MIBR and their CT side. I think it's all about the T rounds here for both these teams. Both teams picked up the CT pistols, right? Both teams really struggled on the T side of Nuke right there. And I think obviously their approaches on the CT side were a little bit different. The Eagles were quite aggressive, whereas MIBR were happy to turtle on up. This map allows for both play styles. You can play aggressive early, then you can turtle back up into the sites here. But I think that the difference makers could be, and when you get into a best-of-3 series like this, where what we see in front of us now only matters, if you pick up the T-Pistol, right, if you are the Eagles, that could mean the difference between them having an 11-4 first half or maybe even a 9-6, 8-7 scoreline, right? So these early rounds on the T-half is where a snowbally, more momentum-based team has a really good opportunity to stamp their message early on, right, and force these lower situations where MIBR are down to the pistols. They're in that washing machine of the CT sides here. Now, I think that it's going to be difficult to manage those emotions that we've been talking about throughout. You saw how fired up MIBR were after that win, and you saw how fired up you had the boys from the Eagles getting within that first half. Rigon bloody took his hand off the mouse and keyboard after 4 kills on the pistol round because he knew that he had won it right there and then. So these emotions is still going to be a storyline throughout here, but the pressure is going to go both ways. The Eagles 1 map away from being eliminated, MIBR 1 map away from qualifying for that next stage and joining Furia in the Legend stage.
We could have 10 Brazilians in the Legend stage should MIBR convert here on Ancient. The newest map in the pool, Bad News Eagles looking to extend play and take us to Vertigo. We've seen both teams look threatening on it.
Yeah, we actually did the Bad News Eagles versus Imperial game on Vertigo right there, and the Eagles seem to have quite an easy go. I think under the scoreline as there was a bit of a comeback on the CT side from Imperial, but they were dealing with whatever was thrown at them there. But I actually do like MIBR on the map of Vertigo too. So I think if we do get to that third, that'll be where the more brawly clash starts to define itself, because so far Nuke wasn't that way. There was teams attempting to go quick, attempting to force the issue, but not being able to get away with those quicker moves. But here we are. We're underway. Pistol round, map number 2. T-start from the Eagles on their map choice, and Scenario and GXX are the two with a little bit of util to work with. 2 smokes, 2 flashes, a Molotov in plate, and well over towards the B bomb site here.
Just go B, said a Swede, and they're in. Look at
very
the
quickly.
There's 2 in cave. You can have cave, because we want spawn. Look at the smoke arriving just at the same time as Synopsy, in case anyone was brave enough to push through. Already a frag from Turtle responsible for that ramp and lane side, but already BNE bringing the pace. Gap on that smoke. Gap on the smoke as it fades. Geeky positioning of that. And oh, Jota, he doesn't believe it. The smoke was up. False sense of security as Synopsy will take 3 heads on the Glock. Leaves Turtle all alone, and he's known. He was spotted out on the lane. Hard to track. A jiggly scenario and 3 bullets. Make a fresh clip as he clicks on Rigon. Oh God, it's getting sketchy now. And Synopsy with panic does unable, or rather unload those dualies. That's 4 from him on the pistol. A magnificent start and a very quick plant.
Yeah, and we were just highlighting how important rounds exactly like that are going to be. So a great leg up here. It's just now avoiding this force buy that's coming back in from MIBR. Tidy shots from Turtle here, but Synopsy using this one way to great success. Beautiful stuff from him as he picks up 3 massive kills. A great round here, and as soon as he stalls them out towards spawn, there was no kit in play. Very unlikely to see the Brazilian side get back into action here. BNE quite quickly to set up smokes over towards A. Up and on the boost is Exit.
You can see there's a smoke cave side, so there's no immediate information. Ramp hasn't gone pushing, and Jello hasn't had any sign of life. Throwing out his own smoke now. With this boost from Exit, drops off, unwilling to fight. Instead, just wants to delay. And you can see that dribble smoke will sow some doubt. Jota getting himself into the site, looking to pick into that temple, and a gap on the big box. Rigon spotted and tagged. They're just going to plant, even though they know CTs are all around them, but GXX bounds into the site with a MAC-10. Good for the first. And 2 very quick takes on this site. Rigon lucky to get away, bodyguarded by GX. 2 in this donut, make it 1. Synopsy does take 1 out. And it is Exit that will scoop up that rifle, but hard work is done. Oh, not going to clear his corners here, GXX, and that's going to be punished. Woody would have loved to have gotten a bit more than just the MAC-10, but it will be the best bet. Saving that, saving the flashes. And the Eagles getting out of dodge.
Important stuff, right? This is the fact that they're going to be up to 2 rounds, and it was against the pistol and now the force buy. So difficult rounds, right? Difficult rounds to be able to win right there. This is where it should get a little bit easier. The fact that Woody only gets the MAC-10, doesn't even have a sidearm to drop on over into the next round of play. This should be the easiest round yet for the Eagles against likely a bunch of USPs or maybe P250s at best. The flashes, that's where there could be a little bit of a threat. If they try and initiate Woody in with the MAC-10 and he can get a kill or 2, cause a little bit of disarray in the ranks for the Eagles, it's a chance to get something done. You can see 2 P250s upgraded. Those flashes have been dropped across accordingly. 2 HEs as well here. So looking to do what they can with quite a little.
Yeah, it's going to be GXX again with this MAC-10, and down goes their MAC-10. So quick farming. Should have been 1,200 bucks, leaves with just the 600 instead.
And in towards A, so this is great. Using the map, its territory, the information coming their way, and Flatro is going to finish off exit coming on through, looking for more, shutting the door on any threat towards this site. The bomb goes down, a third confirmed, and now it's just hoping and hiding from the MIBR side. So a great start here from the Eagles, but we've already seen good starts. The Synopsy will take down Turtle, no dramas. Remember, 8-0 start, and then they ended up losing Nuke. So it's not about the start for the Eagles, it's about how they intend to go on.
Difference being, I mean, an 8-0 start on Ancient T side, I think that would be a little different kettle of fish.
Yeah, if they are able to get that level of a kickoff here, that would be fantastic, and then we could really start that conversation about Vertigo that Jacob was alluding to on the desk. No AWP available here for MIBR going into the first gun round, but they will be getting out the 5 silenced M4s. No defuse kit in sight. Enough util to get the job done. But what will this first gun round approach look like? Are we going to see aggression? 3 towards B, 1 mid, and 1 early towards A.
Par for the course of GXX. They used 2 smokes for that, Chad. That is a little bit of an oopsie daisy. Turtle flashed off, spotted out. Synopsy has ramp. Battered and bruised though. Rig on GXX is still ringing from the initial utility. Slither gap held. 3 CTs about to be tested by the full Eagle 5-man unit. The flashes exchange and it's Scenari and Rigon tested again. Their health so low, but the frags even better for the Eagles. A nice strung together multi. 3 kills out of Jota on the defense, and they still can't stop him. 4 from Jota, and the last, the cherry on top provided by Woody, slumped up against the cobbles as MIBR will post their first of Ancient.
Huge round right there, just shutting them out as they're trying to come on in. That rotation from Red House came over very, very quickly. They had 4 CT defenders over towards that B bomb site. It was good trading. It was very good trading right there out of B&E, but just too many bodies to deal with. So great stuff there to get their first round on the board. Now, one note during all of that is MIBR, just to try and claim that space early and make sure it's a bit more prickly for the Eagles, used 3 incendiaries of their own. 1 deep down the ramp, 1 over the top, and 1 out cave. So if they're going to continue to use 3 incendiaries on this side of the map, they're not going to have a lot to stall out with as the rounds continue on, and warning shots either way. Cello immediately chipped on up through the board. Synopsy landing with great success. A deeper smoke to negate the cave smoke, and the timing on that is actually a lot, right? Because as the T-smoke fades, Cello's smoke is still up, and if he wants to hang around and be a nuisance here, he can.
Interesting to see that boost on the box, as opposed to the boost to the box. Gives him a higher elevation for any quick jiggle peaks, and whoa, yeah, quickly getting out of dodge the flash, enough of a cue to get them to back on up. Lining up something of his own here, Synopsy, a flash into the take. They clear left side, right. Clear by the flame. GXX. Oh, wow, it does take 1. Separates 1 from the pack. Turtle still there. And hugely aggressive. Gets away. Still ready to address the cave push as well. Lot riding on his shoulders. Scenari will take the frag and the head. Now rotations are on their way, but it's just exit. This is a winnable 2 versus 3. You can see the health leak because they've got about 100 health between them, even less now. Ooh, bomb to be planted uncontested. The nade's not going to do much. This is the duel. Synopsy's just going to put himself straight into the jaws of Woody. Coming in towards Scenari's position. He's just hanging out in the open, and with his back turned, it puts it all onto Rigon, who just does not have the health for this, and they know where he is. Running out of options, and Flames will finish the job. Beautiful retake out of the Brazilians. And the party starts early for the CTs.
A bit louder than the last map as well here,
You didn't
aren't
try
they?
that one, did you, Chad? The long, high-pitched squeal? That was
No,
never
that's
part
a
of
new one right there.
your repertoire.
Really enjoying themselves here, aren't they? And Turtle, instrumental couple of kills here. The re-aggression catching them off guard, expecting to be given the breathing room were the Eagles after the early exchanges, but no.
Really well played.
Slow and steady wins the race as Turtle crept his way on down the ramp, and now it is going to be a bit of a hodgepodge buy coming out of the Eagles here. An AK-4 rig on, the rest into something a bit lighter on. MAC-10, Tech-9's Deagle, and well, could be at least the threat of something pacey out mid. Infinity Molly, top mid smoke is late on this. Synopsy as well using their cave smoke to get quick control of ledge, and look like they want to pipe their way out towards the mid corridor here. Everything denied as the silenced M4 bullets come on through and don't find any damage whatsoever.
This is big. They could catch Exit here. The smoke tells them where he's coming from. Multiple targets, and he's not scared. Has the support and completely flattens them. It's just GXX, who was supposed to arrive late from main. But very little damage inflicted. Quite the opposite from Woody's nade. Crosshair's not far off the mark, but there's another to account for. Jota's good for it. And we're going to tie things up nice and early. They're looking to put a bow on this MIBR.
Now, remember we had the discussion in the first map of play that the Eagles were, I don't know if they were reluctant, but they weren't opting to use their timeouts when situations got a little bit away from them here. Now, this is the type of situation where you wouldn't mind a timeout, just to have a conversation, because, all right, we hear you. We definitely hear you here, and I think the world might be hearing MIBR soon if they continue to put pain down rage. 3 consecutive out of them right now. But this is the conversation, right? Do they want to take a timeout? Because Rigon in that last round bought into an AK when the rest were lighter on, which means Rigon now has to operate with something lighter while the rest, well, should have AKs. Him and Synopsy into the pain of those MAC-10s, and they are split up in a 2-3 right now on this T side, so it smells a bit more default heavy. Double incendiary mid. Look how many incendiaries are getting burnt early here, right? 1, 2, 3. That's 4 across the map. Make that 5. All 5 incendiaries of MIBR are used within the first 15 to 20 seconds of the round just to stall out the early heads-up pace of the Eagles.
And it works. Shadow advantage. No, doesn't stop him. And now Jota trying to flip the script. He's got 3 directly beneath him. And they've all passed. No! Sceneri doesn't go down. Synopsy turns around. And 2 on that MAC-10 mag. He's put Eagles in prime position now to find that 4th. Exit, last seen Donut, last round. It's a safe assumption he might be somewhere similar. You've got 2 in mid to deal with that rotate. Woody just... even the tip of the head spotted, so there's some info for him. But they've got the bomb. They've got a 2-man advantage. All the Eagles have to do now is ensure that there is trade potential on this grouping.
You can see how worried Exit is here. He was even flicking over and worrying about the very, very deep temple push. And now as he goes for a bit of info, top red, he's just missed the timing here. Plays behind the molly, can pivot back towards A. Exit can do this.
He's going to be there in time. Synopsy ahead of the pack with his low HP. He's just going to get clear and look to get information. His death is information, but Exit can extinguish and Flatro. Ballsy to push in, but does take Woody out. The Orping presence denied. It's up to Exit. And 1 versus 3 quickly becomes 2. He has the kit. He has vision of temple. Bomb ticking away now. They can strike in unison here as soon as the contact's taken by Scenario. You expect GXX to leap out, but now play the time, play the bomb. He has no idea where you are. And he just takes the fight at the right moment. Decided to become a battle outside of the server as well.
Yeah, we need the decibel reader down there for this one. I think 2 of the loudest teams we have. Obviously, everybody knows that the South Americans, the Brazilians specifically, love to get loud. Huge from Synopsy. That double, it actually defined the round and how it was going to unfold there, because the continuous tussle that we're having over towards this B lane early with all the util that's being dispatched, you can see how that's unfolding. Bit has called the timeout here behind the boys. The first for MIBR to have a conversation. There is enough money as far as the buy department goes here to get something cooking for MIBR. Cello can buy, Jota the same. Exit can too, so they are going to prioritize the AWP in the hands of Woody. It means Turtle will buy into a FAMAS, but they have everything they desire or close enough to, other than a kit right here for MIBR. So if we find ourselves in a post plant, maybe this is when the saves do start to come into play. But we've seen a bit of diversity out of the Eagles. Remember on that first anti-eco or anti-force round they did this A piece, and right now heading over there with 4 members of the team quite immediately. Might be telling of a similar type of play.
Molly to fake it. Flash, Eaton, Woody on the repeat. Oh, doesn't matter if he's flashed. It's good from Rigon. Better on the second. He actually catches Exit as well. He's not done. Rigon, he's looking to win the round on his own right here, right now. He could fire off a pot shot. Smoke deep on CT. No info donut, but the bomb already down. Mission accomplished. That is an A take if ever I saw one.
Yeah, and we know that A is quite a retakeable bomb site here, but without a kit, without any donut presence, nothing established across the map, all coming through CT or Temple, it's not to be right here. Lovely little maneuver. Let the scrim flow through you as Rigon just busts open that A bomb site, and Synopsy closes down the round. They come his way. He calls where the final two are, and the hunt is here.
Yeah, they want to take everything away. Really leave you to think about this one. Jello, not longer in the server, and Turtle holding on to his M4. I think that'll do nicely. I say that, Scenario is actually continuing.
They're all coming.
Chasing as much as they can. Turtle gets a couple on the exit, but B&E will leave with the round.
Not really worth it there when you look at the economy at the end of the round right there for the Eagles. They have a couple of players who are below the 4K mark. So throwing bodies to take everything away from MIBR, they've actually allowed an opportunity if MIBR wanted to force in here. It's unlikely for that to be the case. Next round, 2,400 as the lost bonus, just going to operate with this one silenced M4. But if they're able to get 2 to 3 kills again here, MIBR, they're going to keep the Eagles right where they want them financially. This is looking like a B rush.
Yeah, there's not going to be any incendiaries this time, at least.
Running through their own smoke.
Oh my goodness, yeah, straight in and straight out into Turtle. They boosted. That's the frag they need. Oh no! Disaster has struck, and so has Turtle. 3 in quick succession. It's up to Scenari. Need this. Gets it. Has to save him from red faces now. Scenari with just 48 points of health will scavenge away the M4 to make this more manageable, but BNE making it difficult. Jota will come in from behind for that ramp. Closing the gap. He can go anywhere with this, though, Scenari. 75 seconds to work his magic.
Clear everything.
This is the hard clear. Nice find. Now he can go to A. Knife out. Well aware that Jota likely was closing in on that B, so Scenari here really does need to save the Eagles, but this is a whole lot more than we were accounting for. Wow, Jota didn't opt to go for the AK. He's in such a hurry, knows he doesn't have a kit. There was 2 options available to him, but now he's stuck with just the MAC-10. It may be a round, but so much damage dealt. Bomb now down and ticking. Scenari opts for the safe play, and yeah, the things will peter out, but it's like a bittersweet celebration here.
Yeah, I might just want to go find one of those AKs you were talking about because the bomb is now over halfway gone and Scenari bailed them out. That fast play, the previous where they used the Molotov of their own to make it seem like they were going for a default and then just ran on in, sure, that was creative. This time round, I've seen some crazy maneuvers before, but smoking the top of B ramp and running on through it into the unknown, maybe that was virtue of the fact that, hold on a second, he's going to lose it all. Let's get himself an M4. Don't worry about the AK. He's a silenced M4 fan, is Jota. But right, maybe they went for that type of play because of the weaponry they had. And when we have a couple of MAC-10s, let's just go fast here, right? And that's costly again. So these haven't been clean. Very messy rounds indeed as Turtle does so much work right here. But very good play from Scenari. This is a massive clutch. I know it is against the, well, practically eco. It was just the M4 of Turtle he had to deal with there, but he bows them out. And we spoke about how important these T-sided rounds are for the Eagles. They found 6. This is a good half as far as Ancient goes. Anything more right now, going to be cream on top of the cake.
6. It's a great haul. I think Scenari's getting an extra bonus after that one.
And they have been doing it with momentum, right? I know that one was a clutch right there, but the round previously, it was Rigon just running into A and flatlining too. So that right there is just showing you that the pace, when they get a little bit more room to work with on a map like Ancient, what these individuals can get away with. If you haven't been watching the Eagles, one thing that they have in buckets and spades is their aim, right? They can shoot. No doubt about that.
Quick throw of the smoke from Spawn will lock out any progression that Rigon may have desired.
They missed a smoke here. If you look at the radar top left, you can see it in absolute no man's land there between the A site logo and the red house, and B lane being claimed. Rigon hearing a lot of this. There's the smoke highlighted. Doors to be re-smoked, but it's going to be either an A fake or an A go. It must be a fake here. Donut smoke, CT smoke deployed during the rotation. As this B door smoke starts to fade, they can creep on through and find a fight.
Yeah, I think MIBR are a bit suspicious though. You can see Woody was starting to rotate now, summoned back.
Could be a double pump. The bomb's still A main right now.
Yeah. Okay, a fake, followed by a fake. And it was going to be sold because Rigon's taken down the first. There's more bodies there to confirm their suspicions, and A is wide open for the plucking if they can just not die, which they've done. The exit will come through CT. GXX has taken him down. Perfect. Now they need to get that bomb down because the rotate's on its way. And Jota, oh, the maneuver! He does manage to slip through Scenari. And GXX has cancelled the bomb. Caught out, does take one.
Needs to
Puts
get
it into
away.
the crotch of Jota. It's Cello on Red Room. Big duel now for Synopsy. Can't seem to find the head. And it's Turtle that puts another dead. Bomb loose. 30 seconds. Synopsy 2 fights. Big spray onto Cello. And Turtle, he has the bomb in his grasp. It's up to Flatro and Synopsy to solve this riddle. Not going to be easy. It's Turtle with 2. They've got 15 seconds, now just the 1. Flatro pegging it straight towards the B site. He will have time to get it down, and it's going to come down to another 1v1. I assume Turtle's going to give this his all, though.
So many question marks now in this retake. The bomb's down. The bomb, by the time he gets there, will have already had roughly 10 seconds gone. And if he runs, he's going to give all the information over towards Flatro, who could be absolutely anywhere now. Worried about the hot pursuit. Flatro's tucked in towards the cubby.
He's coming into the angle. He's been pre-aiming this whole time. And Flatro delivers for the bad news Eagles. More bad news for MIBR. 7. 2 1v1s back-to-back go the Eagles' way.
Yeah, this is really punishment right now for MIBR. They're going to think, what do we have to do to get these rounds done? They even gambled back with the rotation. They were finding the rotation back over towards that A site in time and actually still made a round out of it right here. So it's just these final few kills that are really the difference makers. And off of this, I think maybe just to cool the collective down, a timeout from the Eagles.
But yeah, there's an example of the other side of BNE. We've had them run, shoot, hit the head. We've also now seen a fake into a finish, albeit down to the 1v1. Well,
that's one of the things with this map, right? The rotations can be quite quick, and you're more than happy to give up A territory because of how often you think you can retake it. But if you get caught off guard when scaling back, you might go down, unlike Jota did there. And that's actually kind of a hard fight. It's a weird elevation. That type of fight right there for the CT, when they swing on out, they're a little bit lower than you would be expecting, right? It's a fight I was looking at quite a lot, and it is a weird one. And back in with maybe a B rush again. Okay. 4 towards B lane, make it 5 as the bomb comes on over. Turtle's been good with these aggressions, but this time around it's just going to be with the MP9.
It's conservative buy. Flash is high. Rigon says bye-bye to Turtle. It's still that Cello CZ. Seems to always find a frag when it's in his palms. 4 in. Banging through, does not connect a single bullet. Plant save. That's Cello again. Look at how dynamic he is with this pistol. Again, impact. Necessary from Jota. A conservative light buy, and they're 2 frags away from converting. And Sceneri does turn around. Woody, bit shy on the bullets. Jota now vulnerable. A full fresh mag found for Synopsy, and so damn low. Close, but no cigar for MIBR. Ouch. Ouch.
Yeah, I think he wants to knife him here. Well, he wanted to knife him. Not going to get away with it. Bit of spamming in the bodies here from Sceneri. Trying to make himself a popular man, I think. But this is great now. More than enough rounds on this T half. 8-3 the score now reads, and they can continue to put pain down range. Really great stuff. And they just continue to do these pacier maneuvers. It's so explosive. They just go as a unit. As you mentioned before, they even did something a little bit more fakey, which means that MIBR can't just hedge their bets in these rotations. But it continues to be close. It's not like these have been easy rounds for the Eagles, right? USPs and 1 M4, right? There was an M4 and a couple of upgraded pistols. The round before was a full gun run. They've been close. They've been very close rounds here.
But dude, there's the 8. 8 for this T-Hall is magnificent. They'd bite your hand off for it. And Rigon's already caught an opening. Woody through the red room. Synopsy leaping down from the heavens for another. So 2 casualties immediately. A little bit of team damage. I'll exit. A criminally underchecked corner. And he's made a meal out of that one. We're looking at an extension of this lead. BNE justifying this ancient pick.
Yeah, I think if you're MIBR, you just want to save, right? You're out of position. You're in the wrong side completely here. You're just hoping to hold on to these rifles, but we've already seen how much the Eagles want to chase. And here's Sceneri again, pushing on down. Cello onto Flatro smoke. Sceneri going to try running through the grey screen, but guess what? They know where both are, and those little yellow dots on the radar all gravitate towards their positions to rump this away.
They really want to take it all. A missed shot out of Cello. Flashed. They are still surviving. A battle just to hold on to your weapons. A missed shot goes unpunished. It is Synopsy for the first, and everything taken away from MIBR. Yeah, that is one to celebrate. You've not only won the half, extended now to 9, you've also taken everything away from this save. Chad, the master of the money craft. They're on what, 4.1 high end? You've got 3 more rounds to play. It's a tough decision, and it is a CT timeout.
Well, this is the thing, right? You're already down a river without a paddle on one of the more CT-sided maps that we have at the moment in the pool. So you feel normally at this juncture of the game that you just have to buy to get whatever rounds you can, which leads you down a darker path, because as you keep going for half buys and pistol buys and you don't have everything you need, you can't defend the way you have to, and then you lose another round. But at this point, it's desperate, right? Oh, it's this late, we need rounds, boys, let's buy, let's see what we can get. And otherwise, it's a quick game, it's over, and we move on towards Vertigo as the third, right? Because that is how we're sailing right now. MRBR did a great job coming back over there on Nuke, but that was their map choice, and they were able to close it on the CT side. They had troubles on their T side if it wasn't for Joda finding space. And now on the CT side, they're all having a rough go of things, other than Turtle, I suppose.
Yeah, it's a compromise on the buy. They've been threatening on these every single time, but oh my god, they are just doing it again. It's not going to be GXX trying to open the account. He misses it. He's not going to stop, though, and he does connect MIBR face-to-face with their adversary early. Opening up the site with the AWP, it's badass. GXX does what we all wish we could.
They just have so much confidence in their individuals right now. They continue to look for kills, hunt for kills. Rigon doing exactly that. Exit goes down, 1 tap to the side of their head, 2 remain. And they're all across the map. And guess what, Alex? You don't even need the bomb to win the round if you're BNE. Look where it is, over towards T-spawn. They've all just decided to go out and kill. 1 man remaining, Woody, and he's being hunted. They're clearing and combing the entire map right now, just looking for the frags.
Another one to the side of the head here. Impending doom. Go on. $1,500. He wants it. He wants it. Left. Oh! Okay. That's what he deserves. And they might go down to this AK, and Nade'll do nicely. They are feeling themselves. Starting to already fill their mind with ideas for Vertigo. The third map, should we need it. And PNE with a 10-round T-haul on their pick. Does seem to lean that way.
Yeah, this type of hijinks won't be making you very popular in one part of the world. I can guarantee you that much. The spraying of the bodies, the attempted knives, the chasing and hunting them down, not giving them absolutely anything here. But the Eagles apparently can't do anything wrong. Even when the rounds look dicey, they get close, they still convert.
Yeah, they're being gangsters about it. This time towards A. There's always a new page in the strap hook. Back towards the A site, and Exit. He's just jiggling for a util. Flatro's usually pretty quick, though, on the draw. Okay, that's info in itself. You don't have to extinguish, but it looks like they wanted to flash and go. He does get the smoke out in time, and now to instant bloom, courtesy of the incendiary.
This is the first time they've kind of held the wolf at the door and haven't been able to trade off of these type of aggression. So now the Eagles will have to retool and regather. They used a lot of utility to try and get themselves in towards that A site, left with the smoke, a couple of flashes. Incendiary, sure. They've drawn 2 players' eyes to focus on A for the time being, but as they move on back towards mid, they do need to find a gap as a unit. Looking likely to set GX up for a top mid fight. Smoke drops. Could be a slight gap in that one.
Yeah, it looks like it, but it's more about this duel. You'd imagine that GXX is going to peek from up on that ledge. And that's Jota. Gets info and gets away. Rigon flashed in. 2 to receive on A. Exit hiding in plain sight. He's not ready for Rigon. Charging through mid to A. A new avenue found. Jota does have a nice crossfire with Cello. And Scenari unprepared for that. Look at them strike. And now GXX with Flatro as well in tow. They can still crunch. Turtle knows. Turtle does now. Oh, big duel. Big duel to be won out here. Everything hinging on this, and with 9 seconds, they can't plant.
Just needs to live,
They just can't plant. He's 5 seconds away. He will survive on the big box. Close to an absolute catastrophe.
I thought they were starting to give him away now, because look, the other ones the Eagles have had to steal away, they've had to work, they've had to earn. This one here, Jota putting himself in the open, almost putting him into the mouth right there. The claws of the Eagle could have struck into that one, and that is, yeah, a round. Sure, they get themselves 4. But that, as I mentioned earlier in the piece, was the first time they were denied and had to go to more of a plan B other than a mid-round. Because once they trade out and they open up, then the mid-round seemed to continue to fall in the Eagles' fashion. Their last round of play, with a 10-4 scoreline, is a Tech 9 at Deagle, 2 AKs and an AWP. So you can see just how close some of these scenarios have been, how many guns they have given on over.
And the prioritization of the GXX AWP, T-side Ancient, is It's been working out for them, and look at that from Jota. He is flirting with aggression. An exit completely books Rigon, not ready for that. Dismount and smoke. Exit's playing a good game here. The boost could have been nice. And already Jota's coming in to clear. Flatro's got his knife out. This is the double to bring home round 5. Perfect from Jota. That's more like it. The last 2 with just the pistols was supposed to be the finishing touch. Now they have to do it all. Bit of a recovery on the tail end here. Nopsy making a round out of it all the same, with the AWP on his back and the bomb too. They have no answers about A, admittedly. Should he be running, Woody would have been hearing that. So the fact that he's going to get a free B plant is unusual.
He has the AWP as well here, which is the perfect weapon on this HP. Now, Turtle is going to be getting here just in time. If the bomb gets planted immediately, Turtle can pin him down behind the pillar. Bomb planted, Turtle here. As long as Turtle doesn't go down, they can get into this round easily.
Spotted him out. Ramp pressure applied as well, so 3 different avenues. And he's just going to hide at the pillar with such low HP.
There's no way.
Synopsy, the first. 2 grouped up, ready for the trade, already spotted out. There's no way he can re-peek, and Turtle ensures survival. MIBR leave with 5.
It's crazy. He was on 4 HP and he got pipped through the side of the pillar down to 2. The fact that a bullet touched him and he didn't just get blown on over. A decent attempt, but a 5th right now for MIBR. And we spoke about the importance of these T-sided pistols. The same fits the bill for MIBR. The conversation stays exactly the same. These 2 teams struggled on their T-sides. Now, MIBR need to step on up to the plate and show that they can show something even similar to a very, I want to say, fluid, quite in-your-face, heads-up game of a T-side that we just saw right there. I expect MIBR to be a little bit more by the book, or a little bit more structured, not just so rush and go. Siren is going to have a, Scenario is going to have a kit and a smoke in his hands right here. Everybody else into Kevlar, and we saw what Rigon did on the CT pistol of Nuke. Exit and Woody with the util right now for MIBR's T-sided execute. And over towards B, all 5 are going to make their way.
They've just got the USBs and 2 bodies to try and deal with this. They're going through cave primarily, and Synopsy's already taken down one of them. They're actually going to push into this. You don't clear exit, and you're going to be punished for it. Rigon has to find this frag. GXX arriving on the rotate. Rigon has cleaned out ramp, and it's going back and forth, tit for tat. Oh, that's the duel. And Flatro seriously loves that. That may seal the deal for a 3rd.
It's crazy right there that Woody's throwing utility from an open position and that push just comes on through, because normally you're not going to expect just 2 guys walking down the ramp at the start. This was it. Oh, actually, no, he wasn't in the open throwing utility. That was massive. Okay, cancel everything I was just saying. What a shot that was.
I mean, we know that the meta is always evolving. Like, initially it was the shadow advantage, and you jiggle with the shadow. Then you would jump with the shadow. Now, the next is pre-aim the jump.
Yeah, that's crazy stuff. I don't know how you're meant to win a game on Ancient with yourself being down 10-5 on the CT side and losing both pistols.
Yeah.
This right here spells absolute disaster for MIBR. And look at this from Flatro. What is going on there? Straight through the doors. Who are they playing against?
They're playing some matchmaking right now.
Yeah, okay, that says a lot. And Scenario, every single time, loves to spam those bodies.
Yeah, you got to get, it's the mental game.
Making a habit of it.
It is a bit of a mental game, this one.
And it's a team effort as well over here. You sure you've got Synopsy at the top end on 20, but everybody else is pretty close together. 13, 12, 14, 11. Everybody contributing. Turtle's been doing his best. 17 in total for him. Jota's got 15. But and actually, there is quite a decent kill distribution for MIBR. It's just they've been rattled early in a lot of these rounds.
More of a default spread.
Well, it has to start here. It's the first gun round. The AKs are out. It is the bonus on the other side.
Where did Jota's health just go? I think he was just in mid. May have caught a bit too much flak from the nades and spray. Deep smoke ramp. And actually, Synopsy floating back. So trust in Flatro. Trust in this two-man hold. Scenari and Flatro. Crossfire and Cave. It's ramp that's wide open right now. Wide open for the taking.
They're banking that this smoke blocks them, right? So this is the timing. They have to understand that it is starting to fade now. And they're just going to creep on through. So this is actually a bit of a nightmare as far as that block utility goes from the CTs.
And if you're wise, you slip to long. Flatro's little glance received nothing. Synopsy loudly trundling. Wow, the mobile MP9 actually best. The AK keeps it very, very interesting. Wood, heard, could be banked. Jota low, still spraying and tagging Flatro down to 2. He goes for the ballsy spray, and that tracer fire is all they needed. One back from Scenari. Nade could soften up Woody. Doesn't, but a bit shy of the mark. And it's exit here with a round winner.
Nice shot.
Knocks the head out of GXX, and maybe not anticipating Scenari on this next one. Exit is looking good on the first. 2, both on the site. Woody to take the fight. It's not going to happen. Well, there it is. The first mandatory T round on the board for MIBR. They will find and raise the decibel limit.
It was a little bit of a bonus with those MP9s, but the thing is, there's not everybody on the Eagles with all the cash they need. Flatro's already bought right in here to a 5-7, and an ult's going to come out right now. This timing, Synopsy gets caught off guard, but still manages to get one, but they know that the other 2 are in Cave because of how much space they have, and at that point, Cave becomes their coffin. Some great shooting from MIBR, and they will convert the rounds here, but this right here is an important one out of MIBR. They win this, they're going to set themselves up for a bit of a comeback here.
It's all on Rigon's Deeg. I can see it now. I've been to the future. 2 clicks, 2 heads. Oh, that was his chance. And instead, catches Flat, will get away. A smoke to perhaps delay. They've already invaded Temple. A nice angle from Synopsy enables the opening kill. But look at Flatro fall through the flames and flashed on through. He will go down. Rigon lucky to have gotten away with that. Such low HP. With the head spotted on the plateau. Just the 2 of them now. Unlikely to see a commitment. Would love to take a couple more away. Synopsy getting a bit greedy for this. At least he's got the frag. Trying to take him and cut them down to size.
The orb's worth a lot, mate. Try and hold on to this if you can here.
Is he safe?
Orb's about to go on off. We're about to find on out.
Jota wasn't.
Yeah, but this right here, it's actually quite crazy that in that situation, as soon as they lost the site, that they even considered going for that. Because I know that they had a great first half. I think that this momentum-based Counter-Strike and maybe the fact that they were just getting away with absolutely everything here played into why they would even try a round like that. They lost the site immediately. They didn't do any damage. They didn't have any territory. The push through the Molotov even at Donut was so desperate. And then as soon as those players go down, the other 3 had rifles. It should have been a bit of a save call in that scenario. So a timeout taken, and the last for MIBR here. And if they continue to play CT rounds like this, they're a bit more flustered ahead of themselves and not considering the fact that they did have quite a buffer of rounds. It was 6. Now it's 5. This can get away from them really quickly here if they're not careful. This emotion, right, it doesn't just play into them yelling, it plays into the way that they approach some of these situations, and doing it by the book when you have this type of a lead needs to be considered.
It's easy to fall into the trap of just wanting to get it done. You've already started to imagine how getting to that third map will feel. You still have to go through the motions. So, into mid they go. Flash and smoke to facilitate. Early info for the A defense. You can see a creeping and crawling of the Desert Eagle. Oh, wow, that's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage. Scenari actually finds Turtle through the boards. What a gift. What a gift. You've got 1 rifle in play, Chad, and he's drawn blood.
Yeah, Flatro needs to be careful not to give that one back. So, drops on back just in time. Need to be so careful here. Synopsy up close and personal. The 5-7, perfect weapon for the job.
So there. Oh, he's just about got it across the line. So the man advantage maintained. And Rigon has completed the clear of A. That will get GXX posted up, and surely the AWP is enough to secure this. Nice find, nice timing. Scenari, a double when they needed it most. Cello out, finds nothing on the flash. The bomb does still need to be planted, but they got time for some hijinks. Rigon coming in to lock him in. It's exit from behind, does turn on a dime. 1 of the 4 required. in the feed. Why no one's looking at Cello? Shadow betrays, but his headshot's good. And he's doing so much. Takes them all down. It's just one flat throw. And the damage so much. 30 HP is all he's got. No armor. Does he have any hope? Exit will have to pick up that bomb. Time while he faffs and in paranoia spreads. He can relocate. Coming in from cave. Kit there to be scooped up will enable him to rot the clock. Oh, already. Contact. Exit is ready. And he will send them back to spawn. Taste of their own medicine as well. MIBR starting to remind us that Ancient is not done.
Wow, that was massive from Cello right there. I don't think he was even aiming at GXX in that kill. That was huge. That was huge. I cannot believe the way that this round kicks off that they're able to pick up. Exit with the whips from Rigon makes the most of it. And it's the second one here. Jeez. That is a huge kill. And Exit, it seemed like he knew exactly where Flatro was coming from there. I don't know if a sound cue was heard or what, but glued exactly towards that position, handled it very, very nicely here.
It's exactly what Maniac was talking about on the desk as well. You know you can count on Exit for those closes. Provides it at the most opportune moment. That is dreamy. They are boosting up. You can see a lot of pressure onto Flatro's position here. The boost should be set for success. Flatro spots him out, and again, Turtle caught out. That's twice. He's gone down in the opener.
Yeah, stood up there, the beam. Could not see Flatro there. Must have had a perfect view. Woody's been spotted there. I think Scenario thinks better at picking on out to that one here as he pivots back over towards the long side. It is a 2-1-2 spread of this defense, and maybe that opening kill is enough to send them packing over towards the other side of the map. Synopsys' position will be noted. Top red house here. GXX is in a forward position over towards Donut, and they're starting to slink forward in tandem with Rigon. Mid-call clear here, but the bomb is back towards A, and that's a big kill. Jota down 2.
Surely that will bolster the A defense now. Rigon, you've got GXX in mid. You can assist Synopsy, and he will. Uh-oh, heard that. May not be ready. Big box, neither of them ready. That's the first. Exit trying to close the round. At least the bomb now down. Woody falls. And Cello is very sharp on this AK. Another bullet to the head.
Fast flank from GXX
Safe
here.
plant. GXX is going to be coming in from behind. If they can just wait in CT, let that contact come from the flank first. They're so paranoid about CT and Donut. Not much attention drawn to this flank, and on pop the fade. An easy first. Temple, he screams. Temple is Exit. Can he do it again? So low, but already puts one down. Scenari just about saves him.
I think the comms are a little bit sketch right there for the Eagles. The fact that they aren't immediately glued on towards that position, they were looking more over towards like the, I guess we call it MBK. It's when you're outside of Temple in between that big box, but they will pick it up. They will get their 13th round of play here. It's going to be their third so far in this second half, and they break the streak of MIBR, who posted 3 on the trot. But immediately you can see how the close nature, and it was similar scenes that we had over there in the first half, right? The first half, the Eagles were walking away with the T rounds, and their cash was low. This time around, they lose one, and MIBR might have to be humbled here and go into just a light pistol bite. Tech9s, CZ, light util, and out mid they look to go.
Well, they've not got much in their pockets and already made damage, and bullets, 3 sprayed down immediately as Rigon will farm himself up some extra frags. Well, that's quick. We're not going to be talking about pulling CT utility out this time.
No, I think they wanted to try and have a bit of shock and awe in mid there. It's one of those, if you do get the... Oh.
Forgot the fire, got jammed, but the USP works just as well.
Yeah, if you do get the timing when you scale out mid there, you can close down the CTs. The flashes are good, right? You can catch them off guard. It becomes one of those more like 50-50 type of situations with the pace. But that was just an eco round. This is the buy coming on back in. 2 rounds now for the Eagles to close it on down and take us to Vertigo. You can see that top of our screen is the decider. Both of these teams have some positives. I really like the way that MIBR approached some of their A-holds on the map of Vertigo. And in 2 rounds' time, maybe we'll get to see exactly that.
Yeah, looking forward to talking about that. Should we see it? MIBR not out of it yet. This is a big fight early, and GXX is overrun, but Rigon is there to save him every single time. Another multi-kill, this time up against the rifles. Turtle on the edge. Completely smoked off, no gaps in that one. Over the top of this smoke, Synopsy will deal with Woody. 25 for Synopsy. It's good to see him back to his high fragging ways. But yeah, MIBR, they very early doors. It's kind of like that Nuke T side where you just started seeing those early casualties and petering out into quiet closes.
They just have no room to work with right now. They didn't trade very efficiently whatsoever, and it was with a crazy maneuver from the Eagles that Rigon saved them. And this is the thing right now. Loss bonus is only 2,400 into the next round of play. And they are going to be having to defend the map. So this is the thing, is the conversation. We hold on to 2 AKs. That's the best weapon we have next round. Or we do walk in and try. Do we try a 2v4? And that seems to be the option.
He's so ready. Rigon has so saved the Eagles single-handedly. And the A shut down. 4 kills for Rigon. And, well, 8 opportunities. 7, rather, maths is hard, but 7 opportunities for the boys of the Bad News Eagles to take us to a third and to level things out, just a best of 1 for your major hopes and dreams.
It was a sweatier affair over on Nuke, right? The comeback was getting quite difficult there in the tail end. There was moments, there was patches that rounds could have gone either way. And this is how this half started. But now the Eagles, the fact that they have so many to operate with, it should only be a matter of time until they close this down. Could be a Hail Mary B play here as Molotovs are exchanged, and here comes the boost up and over.
This is great. There's going to be a little bit of Summit to find, and he already has again put his name in the feed. Turtle shut down, tucked in tight are the MIBR boys. And Vertigo secure. 1 map in it. Both teams taking their maps. It will be separated and decided on Vertigo. Bad News Eagles with some good news.
Yeah, they made that one quick, didn't they? And when you consider how some of those rounds went in the first half, there were so many little clutch situations. Remember Scenarii there with the MAC-10 pulling them out of Turtle, almost winning a big round. So great to see them bounce back from Nuke, and it's all to be leveled in a best of 1, as it were. This is good. The series is delivering, and I'm hoping that we get a little bit more of the Vertigo style that we had on Nuke, right? A bit more of a closer affair. Maybe a bit more of a back and forth instead of these big streaks of rounds, but leveling it up in a 2-2 matchup for the Legend stage. This is what you want to see.
Yeah, I think my biggest takeaway from that is, whichever way you want to frame it, MIBR's incapable of finding a stringing together CT rounds on Ancient. We're talking CT biases. We're talking, you know, we've seen the CT round distribution on Ancient and at the Major. Unable to do it. Need to shake that off. Get back into that mojo that they had flowing on Nuke. And we're going to break it down over with our analyst before we get our teeth into Vertigo.
Exactly so. Thank you very much. We are still in it for both teams, and I think that's what you like to see when you come into this one and both of them are fighting for that legend spot, which would be monumental for MIBR and for the Bad News Eagles. Pimp, I'll start with you because we had some question marks knowing that it would be T-side start for the Bad News Eagles on Ancient. So did they surprise you in a good way? I guess so.
Both yes and no.
Okay.
I guess the surprising factor was they got so many rounds. I will say the level of play we saw on the T side wasn't necessarily that high, to be completely honest, right? A lot of rounds came down to clutches. A lot of rounds were in jeopardy all the time from B&E. So I don't think quality-wise that they played a good game of Counter-Strike on the T side. I would rather change the focus towards MIBR and say their CT side was just uninspiring. It wasn't good enough. And that's kind of what I saw the last couple of times as well. MIBR's Ancient is not at a level where they were able to compete against B&E, even though B&E could have played much, much better than they did.
I mean, the first half is a 10-5, and if you think about all the clutches that we have played, this could have been turning into so many different scenarios. And this is why I want to praise the boys from B&E. I want to praise their resilience. I want to praise their nerves, because they held them in all of these clutches. They could have been reset on 4 different occasions.
Yeah, I want to talk about this just a little bit, because Maniac, you were a bit frustrated, right? Because when it came to B&E, and I think they won the map. Fantastic.
Of course.
They got the clutches they needed. Fantastic. But you said they might lose to the calculator because sometimes when they have the winning position, they don't need to always pull a Jame, right? But don't run to your death and give up the money, because once you lose a round, then your economy could be in the dumpster.
It was quite clear to me that they had the intention of making a statement in that map.
Yeah.
Anytime they were in a position to win a round, they were throwing everything they had at MIBR. They wanted to get every single weapon, and we even saw them trying to knife someone towards the very end. And on one hand, of course, it's great for the show. It's amazing. It reflects on their character. But on the other, they were walking on that very thin line for the whole first half. I thought one round would reset them. Out of these 4 clutches, all MIBR needed is one of them to go their way, and that would have been the harshest reset possible for B&E.
And it happened a couple of times in the beginning. I want to take a look at round 5, because this is where I think we would get more a taste of this, right? B&E had a couple of rounds, but then they end up losing this one, which they actually shouldn't, Maniac.
Yes, here was a little bit of an alarm signal. As far as I'm concerned, we see it was the great entries from B&E towards the B side, but they had everything they needed. That's a 3 versus 2 bomb planted on B. You have everything you should need. Here, a little bit of naivety. I outside of Senri. He didn't know Cave was an issue, and then at the end, Regon burns down. Remember, we are moving from Nuke into this game, and I see BNE lose a 3v2 in a bomb plant situation. I thought that was the beginning of the end, but they had the reaction that I was hoping for.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, while I agree with everything we've said so far, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how BNE is winning, right? As long as they get the win.
Yeah.
No, but for real, right? The players, yeah, we can stand here and say there was a lot of rounds where MIBR should have won. Yeah, there were a lot of clutchy moments where Bad News Eagles had to win a 2v4 or 1v4 in order to stay alive in this game. But at the end of the day, when you win 16-8, you're happy, you're motivated, and as you said, they were just running down the opponents and running down the MIBR's throats.
I like the way you say that, yeah, because indeed we're not expecting them to be the most complete team in the world. What they needed to do was stay in the series
and win.
I'm going to take a look at some Synopsy highlights just because we were talking about him a lot and about, okay, maybe showing us a little bit more in this major. But after that, I think we were going to take a break to take some time to preview that last one in Vertigo.
Yeah, we got to give him credit, right? Because we brought him up as a player who haven't really found his level from the RMR coming into the major here, especially yesterday against ENCE. He wasn't looking too good. This game, when he's playing against players, when he's playing against a team that is on his own level or maybe slightly worse, that's when he comes into his right. That's when he can play good Counter-Strike. That's when he can be a difference maker on the server. So it's been a struggle some major so far for Synopsy, but he's coming in and he's delivering a great job here in Ancient.
Look, he's the captain. He's been struggling this major. There's no way around it. And what better time than the second map of the best of 3 that can put you in the legend stage to actually show up, to actually regain control of your own destiny, regain control of what the hell is happening with your team. It sends a strong signal to his teammates. He's going to be there activated for the third map.
That he is. As said, we are going to take a quick break and then we're going to talk a little bit about Vertigo because for how much we've been talking about MIBR as well, what the expectation was, there should be a little bit more in their strat book, you know? If we look at the games they've played over the last couple of months and the growth they've been through, and we haven't seen it on the CT side. So the question is, will we see it on the CT side? Because they will actually be starting on the T side, which is hard enough as it is.
It is, you know, and they have been struggling a little bit on the T side, but I feel like we're sounding like a broken record in terms of that, because it's the same for all teams right now. Everyone seems to be struggling on the T side. We had ENCE standing here, Snappy standing here, giving us an interview saying that everyone is struggling on the T side. So it's not an MIBR problem, it's an everybody's problem.
It's an everybody's problem, and they're about to make it everybody's problem. Hopefully, we'll be right back after this one for the third map between MIBR and BNE.
To succeed in this game, you need to invest in yourself. Be daring. Innovate. Calculate. Never hesitate. Follow your instincts. Don't follow the crowd. Back yourself. Bank your wealth. Analyze, strategize, and galvanize. Now is the time. Take your shot.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality, where a group of letters can mean everything. Where Mirage is a place for bombs, battles, and glory. Not an illusion. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Welcome back, everyone, for one last time with MIBR and BNE. This could be the last map they play at this major. It is all going to come down to Vertigo, and I feel like this is where it's all going to come down to everything they now have learned in the instances, right? MIBR, that long road, their recent matches, what they found out about themselves, about their communication in hotly contested moments, in passionate moments, about their energy preservation throughout the maps. Same for the Bad News Eagles. It's been a fairy tale run built on hard work, but this is now where you have to show everything you've learned and keep your cool in order to make it to the next stage.
Two teams with a different trajectory, right? Although the HLTV rankings speak as a very equal situation, 25 and 26, as close as it gets to make it to the major. On the side of MIBR, it's a long time coming. It's an improvement over months and trips to Europe trying to figure out their playstyle. For BNE, it's an explosion out of nowhere, literally out of Cyber Cafe, coming here to the RMR and then the major, but suddenly they took us all by surprise. They were able to make believers out of us, even though some of us didn't even know them 3 months ago. And now we are putting them up to par with MIBR, and we could see them go it. We could see them do it, making it to Legends.
And we have to see that on Vertigo, right? We have to see that being played out on a map like Vertigo, a map where both of these lineups are feeling somewhat comfortable. You know, a map that both of these lineups are okay playing in best of ones, a map that both of these lineups are okay picking into certain series. So I feel like we got it outlined pretty well right here. Two teams who, of course, are hoping to make the next stage of the major, but two teams who are also coming in on Vertigo, rightfully so, believing that they are the better team. So let's see who's going to be the better.
Who's going to see who is the better team indeed. If we can look at the tape from MIBR, we brought up the Pain match already, but what was interesting there is that they seemed to struggle, right? When they weren't winning the opening duels and when they couldn't get their foot in the rounds and couldn't get the momentum going, they really couldn't build on that. And I feel like that is an opportunity for BNE in the way they've been approaching these rounds, but then BNE is going to have to hit those shots every single round.
I think BNE starting on the CT side is definitely an advantage for them, without a doubt. They have the chance of winning the pistol, obviously, but getting off to a good start where you're getting control over the money. And I think money, when it comes to Vertigo, is very important. You need all the utility you can have on the T side if you want to be able to play the slow-paced game and then end up in some sort of execute either on the B bomb side or on A. So if you're BNE, of course you're hoping for a good start, and especially against MIBR. We talked about it. The T sides have been troublesome for everyone.
This man on our screen, if you're talking about someone that's making a statement right here, that's Regon. Look, I called him out during the RMR. I said he was coming here to Bucharest with the reputation of being that excellent FPL player, so much skill, so much fire, and you could definitely see it. The eye test doesn't lie. The man can play, but somehow he couldn't figure out a way to put his emotions in check and actually deliver. I felt like he was always maybe 1 second too quick. He was too eager to fight. This is a completely different Regon I'm seeing. Here, he's playing his best event for a while now with Bad News Eagle. And what the best time to do it than at the major, actually. He could be finally another Swiss in the legend.
No, that makes you
another Swiss, okay.
As far as I know, I think he's Swiss-Albanian. That's what Juan Flatro said. And
I'll claim a little bit of him if you want.
Yeah.
I thought you were French.
That depends on what we're talking about.
Flatro, we also saw on the camera, Regon was getting really animated, and he was like, calm, not too much. And I think, as we said already, that's going to be important for both of these squads. When we look at kind of the tape of MIBR, they had an insanely close game yesterday also against Eternal Fire. It was on Vertigo, and they brought it back. And I think when I look at the style of Counter-Strike that Eternal Fire likes to play, Bad News Eagles fit in kind of the same wheelhouse, albeit with... I can't speak to the experience too much, right? Because you obviously have players like Antares who have been there a million times before. But what does that mean for MIBR? Can they take some building blocks from that victory?
Yeah, a little bit. I'd say, at least take the confidence. They played it 3 times, twice during RMR. They played it once during this tournament. Every single time they played the map on land so far, they won it. Yeah, so there's a decent amount of confidence coming in. You brought up Exit, and you said that he's a guy that is supposed to come in for the clutches. And I just want to read one stat I found right here. He's only attempting an opening kill in 7.2% of the rounds. That is probably the lowest I've ever seen any player on any map. That is absolutely insane. So he needs to show up in those clutch moments, right? Because that's his role. He's not part of the rounds within the first minute. He's the guy that is supposed to close it out. And for MIBR on our struggles on T side, they need Exit to be at his best.
I think the fact that they might start on the T side is a key right here. We talk about the Eternal Fire. It was starting with a very strong CT side, and when they struggled to find that ever so needed 5th round. Yeah. So now we flip the switch, we flip the script. You're starting on the T side. You talk about utility and how needed it is on the T side. I'll give you the same for the CT side. Try and play Vertigo when you don't have any utility. Can we take ramp? Yeah, I don't have Molotov. All right. I don't have an op. All right. You're not even buy with 4K, something Devil will brought out at the desk earlier today. So whoever is going to take control in the first 4 to 5 rounds, that is going to be instrumental.
And it comes back to what we were talking about with the economy management of BNE on the previous maps, right? This is where you need to clean it up.
You were
right?
getting upset in the green room, right?
And I don't even know anything about CS, and I was getting upset because I do understand that you need the money to buy the things you need, especially on a map.
That's life, isn't it?
Life Vertigo, that is life, indeed. But I wonder if that's something that's going to come into play. I think we talk a lot about kind of the setup of these teams, you know, the organizations behind it for BNE that is all developing. You know, they're talking about getting that sports psychologist and getting everything else, but it's kind of like, yeah, they're workshopping it as they go. And I hope Stikla, the coach behind them, has said, hey, listen, don't mess around now. Don't try and go for that extra peak when we've already won the round. Please keep your wits about you. And that's what it all going to come down to in this one.
You're about to decide the rest of your, at least life on the short term in the 16 next round. That's what's going to happen. Mistakes are going to be made. And I think this is where it matters. You mentioned Juan Fletcher trying to calm down Regan. This is going to matter. Look, you're going to make mistakes. This is how it is in Counter-Strike.
Yes.
I know it's the most important map you've played, but you're going to lose a clutch. You're going to overpeak when you don't have to, and you're going to use stupid weapons. That is how it works. Now, can you fully reactivate for the next round? And this is where it matters. This is where I want to see them not throw away rounds. Doesn't matter. You have to stay strong in your head.
I want to enforce that point even more so. Do not move away from your identity, right? What got you this far is that, I guess, fire inside you, right? You're playing with the emotions on your sleeves. I want to see that throughout the entire game. As much as it sounds good for us to say, you know, stay calm, you know, stay reactive, play smart, do not lose your identity when it matters the most. You got to this point for one reason. That was because of that set identity. So let's see what it leads to here.
Oh, wow. MIBR and Bad News Eagles, stay true to yourself, and perhaps then you will be able to call yourself a legend after this. Let's head over to the casters and get into Vertigo.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, the scene set perfectly. Just one of these two teams is going to be securing themselves that legend spot to be in the top 16 of the teams in the world, biggest tournament of the game. It's going to be the highest highs and the lowest lows in either sides of the server.
And it being your first major as well, right, to be able to push that. So I think that to be able to have that to your name is a huge accomplishment. This is what it's all about. This is the World Cup of Counter-Strike, right? This is what everybody plays for. It's the pinnacle. It's the top of the mountain right here. And as we see the players probably just taking the last few moments to take a deep breath, knowing they're about to go to war for one last time here within the Challenger stage. As the desk is mentioning, sounds a bit like a life coach in a lot of this, right? But it is difficult in these situations to be able to handle these moments, because this is what it's all about. This is these individuals' identities. This is their entire life. They define themselves by what's going to happen. Their next couple of weeks is going to either be the high of the highs or the low of the lows, depending on how this game goes, because either of these squads making it to the top 16, that is an achievement in itself, right? That is them probably overachieving a lot of people's expectations throughout this Challenger stage. So it's a massive game, the biggest game of, I would say, all of these players' careers. Yeah. And it's about to go down here on Vertigo with MIBR starting on this T side.
Now, the T side, that's the biggest takeaway from that last sentence, Chad, because I saw you crunching numbers beforehand, whipping out the abacus. It's not been the most successful of T sides historically when you look back at the first two maps.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Even though they did win Nuke, it was through their CT prowess more so, or denying T rounds of Bad News Eagles. So for MIBR, over 2 maps combined, only 7 T rounds, and now they have to start on the T side and see if they can do better than that. So we're putting a lot of pressure on it. We're talking about it a lot. It's the cliche, if you've been following Counter-Strike for a long time, of how important pistol rounds are. But in the CT side of meta, with this Silent Stem 4 that is in vogue right now, these pistol rounds are worth a lot more than maybe they have been in the last couple of years.
Yeah, and we've seen CT lockouts on Vertigo hurt. They really hurt. If you cannot seem to find any legway up ramp, you're not allowed or given the space that you're expecting to have, you see that you quickly rifle through the book and run out of pages. It can be disastrous if they don't get their teeth in early, which is what the pistol, of course, can help mitigate.
Yeah, we actually got to do the game the other day that was the Bad News Eagles taking on Imperial on Vertigo, right? And one of the keys was the CT side and GXX having a massive performance. Now, there was a couple of oopsies, I would say, in the way that Imperial were approaching their T half. They weren't using their utility quite precisely, and crane peaks were coming on in very easily from Bad News Eagles to get the pick on Vinny every time he wanted to jump up towards scaffolding. I think he gave away quite a few opening deaths in that regard. I don't think MIBR are going to fall foul in the same fashion by any means. I've watched a bit of their Vertigo over time. I'm really impressed with the way that Cello and Jota are able to be these aggressive riflers over towards that A ramp once they do get onto the CT side. They have some great boost. They stay very nimble, and we can talk about more of that once we get there. But I think it's just going to be a little bit more pressure applied to the Bad News Eagles this time round on Vertigo. They're not going to get away with those free openings, or at least I don't think they should be getting away away with those free openings right here. So when they're up against the executes, remember how jarring they wanted to stay? It was early on in that Imperial game, scenario getting flashed forward, denying that plant. They ran out of time. There was a lot of those situations that were kind of scrimmy and similar to what we were seeing on Ancient, where they're just getting stuck on in. And I think that's what the desk is talking about when they're saying stay true to yourself. Keep going for those plays. If it's worked for you to get this far, you need to do it now when the pressure is at its highest. Otherwise, you might just make that split-second lack of decision, and it's going to come back and bite you in the ass.
Yeah, I mean, the word the desk were using, Jacob and Matthew, both kind of referring to identity. And BNE, I mean, their identity has been growing and developing over the course of their run. We're talking open qualifiers into RMR, into now the Challenger stage, and one map away from the Legends. MIBR standing in their way.
Just a quick update for everybody at home who wants to get this game underway. The players do, and we do too, but just waiting for one more to get back into Counter-Strike. A little bit of a crash right there. Shouldn't be too far away. I can see 9 players in the server right now, just waiting on one more of the MIBR players to lock and load and give us the big thumbs up to get this one underway.
Yeah, headsets still off and just trying to keep themselves warm, keep yourself centered. It can be frustrating when there is a little bit of an extended delay because you've just got yourself into the right mindset and you can feel that little test just constantly as the time ticks on. You've got to try and keep yourself in that headspace. There is not many more maps that you'll have played in your career that have this much connotations, this much fallout. You could be going home tomorrow, packing your suitcase, constantly replaying those choices you made on Vertigo.
Yeah, I said at the start of the day, right, there's going to be tears one way or another, and I think that'll be the case just because how emotional are we. We see the highs of these guys when they're celebrating. We're going to see the opposite side for the losing team of this when it's all said and done in 30 or more rounds time here. So we're going to get a crazy celebration on one side. We've seen the way that these teams celebrate before. If I'm the referee standing behind, I'd make sure that I have a bit of a wide berth this time round. But yeah, the other side of things is going to be a very glum-looking team who is going to be knocked on out after solid performances from both, right? We can quickly recount how we got to this point. For the Bad News Eagles, it was the 2-0 loss to ENCE yesterday. It was a 16-13, 16-9 loss on Dust 2 and Nuke. They were able to pick up a win against Imperial on Vertigo. That was the game we were referencing before. A 16-7 loss to Forza on Inferno and a 16-14 victory to kick off their tournament on Dust 2 against Eternal Fire.
Impressive that they boast such a diverse map pool. Considering we've talked about Nuke, Inferno, Dust 2, Ancient, like they're wide berth. It's actually quite impressive considering some teams have been able to get away with a bit of a smaller one.
Yeah, that was one of the conversations we were having about Spirit. In their 3 best of ones, they were able to play Dust 2 every single time.
It's actually quite impressive considering some teams have been able to get away with a bit of a smaller one.
Yeah, that was one of the conversations we were having about Spirit. In their 3 best of ones, they were able to play Dust 2 every single time. And we can recount here how MIBR were able to get to this stage. Yesterday, they had to have a must-win game against Eternal Fire in a best of 3. It was 2-0, a 16-13, and 16-11 on Vertigo and Nuke. They lost to Astralis on Overpass the day before 16-13, and we just waved goodbye to Astralis, who got destroyed by Liquid in a 2-0 fashion after Blame F did an awful lot of work right there just to get denied.
Zipex, for the first time, is not going to be in the top 16 of the Major. For the first time in his career. It was up to Shox and Zip. Both one of them was going to have their head in their hands. And I think for some, a real surprise that Liquid pulling off that 0-2, not for Cadian.
Yeah.
That madman called it 30 seconds after they conceded that the 3-2 sweep was coming.
Well, Cloud9's back, but not this team, right?
Yeah.
I guess they're North American nonetheless. Just to go through the last 2 results, it was a victory over 9Z, 16-14, and their opening game for MIBR of the tournament was a 16-14 loss on Dust 2 against Outsiders. That was the one that worked out very, very close right there as part of a comeback.
But yeah, they've had tough opponents. Outsiders, Astralis, not easy to trifle with, and it seems that here with BNE they have definitely met their match. We've got a nice even affair. I think the embodiment of that is the fact that we're here on the 3rd, both teams picking up their map picks. It's been close. There's been mistakes from both sides, unforced errors, and there's also been some forced ones.
Yeah, look, there was a couple of almost unforgivable moments out of BNE that they recovered, right? That Scenarii clutch that he had there over against Turtle, well, it wasn't against Turtle, it was Turtle saved M4, right? So there was a few moments, there were some sketchy maneuvers, but it worked on out, right? That pace, that play, they brute forced in, traded quite efficiently time after time. For our Brazilian viewers, I'm sure most of you know, I'm sure most of you, this is the waiting room for the last dance. Imperial will be taking on Forza as the final best of 3 of the day, the final 2-2 match. And if MIBR pick up this map, if Imperial win later in the day, that is huge for the Americas region, right? That is massive. We already have Furia waiting in that Legends stage. And that would mean 3 more teams joining them from
Huge,
the other.
wouldn't it?
Yeah, and that would be massive because the way that this started, it did not look great for the teams from the Americas. It could have been completely dominated by the European qualifiers in the next stage of play. If Astralis had won this morning, if Bad News Eagles are to win now, if Forza win later, that would have meant 15 out of the 16 total. Right?
Yeah.
Teams in the Legend stage were all from the European RMR. This is Americas as a region putting up a bit of a fight right here.
And, you know, history lesson, Chad. North America it certainly had its time in the sun. It was initially seen as somewhat of a meme. Slowly, notoriety and faith was restored through individuals, and through that, of course, we had the optics, we had that Cloud9 run in 2018. But North America, as the pandemic struck, so did North America's hopes and dreams.
Yeah, I think 2018, 2019 was some of the best years for North American Counter-Strike and maybe American Counter-Strike overall. I think, obviously, we had the SK Luminosity days where they were top of the charts, Cloud9 winning a major as well, but it was Liquid constantly going toe-to-toe for the better part of a year and a half against Astralis, the best team to ever do it. They had Taco in there at one point, they had Stewie come in, the whole Intel Grand Slam situation, EG later in that year as well, after they were signed from NRG, really showing some form over in New York against Astralis in a grand final. And then, as you mentioned, the pandemic kicked on off and the wheels kind of fell off. Obviously, Valorant came about, we had the player base split between the two, and struggling to recover right now. Liquid are North America's hope, Furia are America's hope. That is the case. But if MIBR and Imperial can join that mix as well and put up a fight in the Legends stage, it's showing that there's a bit of healing going on, because there's no doubt in my mind that in South America especially, there are so many talented individuals. It's about getting them up to case with how the rest of the Counter-Strike world approaches the game. You can see these guys can aim, these guys can shoot, they have a good idea of how they want to approach it. It's just about getting them to play at this level. And MIBR are one of the teams through the Blast circuit who have had more than enough opportunities with the names in the server right here to contend against the best teams in the world. And we're seeing the fruits of that labor finally coming in here at the Major.
Yeah, if your friends have just disappeared to go and get the snack or have given up on the waiting game for Vertigo, I have good news. It sounds like we are just moments away, just getting that 5th player in the server. Had issues with the login, but we shall be getting ourselves situated, and you should too. As we have got just 1 spot and 2 teams. The last day of play for the Challenger stage, and you've got, as you discussed, Imperial Forza to look forward to as well. So South America still at stake, looking to do as much damage as they possibly can. MIBR, BNE, Vertigo.
And while we have this time, maybe you're not too familiar with what lies in wait within that Legend stage. We can run through some of those names who are already qualified and have already been waiting in the wings, getting an extra practice and getting to see what your approach to Counter-Strike is going to be.
This is juicy. This is a juicy list.
Yeah, cop this one. Heroic, Big, FaZe, Na'Vi, Cloud9, Copenhagen Flames, NIP, Furia, Vitality, G2, Spirit, Outsiders, ENCE, Liquid, and 2 more to find. One will be decided in about 30 rounds of play. Looks like the fist bumps are coming in. All 10 bodies are now in the server. We are going to be kicking off at Vertigo. Bad News Eagles, MIBR, all the marbles on the line right here, right now.
Everyone readies himself. Final pre-match rituals complete. And ladies and gentlemen, just 1 team will emerge victorious. 1 map to do it on, 51 floors high. We find ourselves juking it out. CT start for BNE. It's going to be MIBR taking to the T. And look how many are heading to mid. This could be that mid to B that's becoming very vogue as of late. With 4 CTs leaning A, it is going to be a lot for the reaction here. Synopsy screaming for aid. Hides on the gen. This first frag from him could be a lot. And instead they have the sight. Dreamy for MIBR. Rotates are in. Bomb is down. Hard to retake. Flatrote confirms some presence close gen. Time ticking. Kit present on GX. It's only 1 from Rigon. Strafing in. Cello plucks him from the sky. His boots do not touch the ground. And look how quick that comes through. 3 out of Cello. And that's someone you want to see fragging early if you're an MIBR fan.
Yeah, Joda loved it as well. They're firing his boy up, letting him know how much that means. We just spoke about it earlier. 70 rounds over 2 maps, even with the nuke victory. And there's the pistol worth its absolute weight in gold right there. This conversion, even more important, as the Bad News Eagles have opted to force spy back in immediately. 2 MP9s, some Deagles in the mix, and some smoke grenades to try and negate some of these early choke points. A gap smoke thrown out from Woody, but it's fast again towards B.
Clear intent here. Scenari lucky to getting away on that first, but it may not be forever. Jiggle now might want to drop that smoke early because the pressure's coming. 3 here already, juking it out with them. 3 rifles coming and knocking at B. The flash will deter and enable a jiggle. Woody down on the bridge. They've got the bodies, but it's Jota that's got the headshots. Nice find on the first. It's Flatro, though, stubborn with the MP9. He has repelled MIBR for now, but look at the damage done. They are really wounded. Might want to see a juggle of the weaponry. Put that, yeah, perfect. Synopsy's been equipped with it. Time to reformat your defense. It's just GXX responsible for an entire side of the map. MIBR have regrouped and cut noise.
They have Molotovs here. The default molly right here to Rigon could be perfect. He's so low on HP, you have to respect it.
Don't have to give them this fight. Smoke's flying through. Cello, the leader of the pack. Nothing from the initial Molotov. 40 seconds, they aren't in a hurry. Procedurally advancing into the site, and there you go, one through. It's Cello again, high impact. Just the one on the MP9 and only. GXX actually not ready for this. Oh, GXX! He completely disrupts and erupts with the double. Oi, oi, oi. There you go. You said how important the conversion was, Chad, and it has been rumbled with a 1v2.
Backbound into the dumps right here. They're going to get the 1400 loss. That is massive. A smoke criminal. This fight, this biff, yeah, perfect work with the MP9s. You can see these weapons sing. Beautiful work holding down the trigger and dismantling the final two. And Flatro immediately trying to calm down the troops. This is a big round, but keep it slow, keep it tidy. This is just the beginning of map number 3. Force buy back, not giving up on the force buy wars. MIBR, Galil.
He's really locked in there. Oh, and spammed on down. Lots of damage convert onto the S, or rather the T. Not the SMG. Juan Flatro still has short, and you can see just 4 make it all 5 gathered here at ramp. This can usually end poorly.
But you saw that early util. They wanted that space. The fact he gets spammed on through, he has to relinquish immediately here, and now they walk around the map with a low HP Jota and 2 flashbangs to work with. Scenari on the B-bomb site, currently on his lonesome. The rotation is quite heavy elsewhere, but as Vertigo goes, they can, quick as you like, get on over to back him up. Rigon will be the man in charge.
Has a flash. If Scenari's getting pressured, expect to see that's called upon. Smoke actually very early doors, just as they're setting up the boost. Scenari could get caught off by this. False sense of security, and there you have it. The B site open for business. Rigon blind as a bat, already 2 across. He's trying to stay nimble, but MIBR threatening. Synopsy does put a good one down range. Bomb down. That's already an achievement in itself, but this force by war waging on. Retake time for the CTs. You're not going to clear that corner. GXX. Oh, lazy clear. And now an easy one for Jota. Still Synopsy keeping the Eagles in it. It has to all be Synopsy. There's another one for him. 3 and counting. Gotta count on Flatro to finish now. Jota was in the smoke, still is. Exit jiggles confirmed and tagged. 1v2. 1v1, no health, no kit, has to get out of there. And MIBR still jostling for control, successful on the B take.
We'll see there highlighted a kit was here, but just could not find that final kill onto Exit. Jacob spoke about him having to be the closer, and by virtue of him staying alive, he gets that one done. And we wage on with these force by wars. And M4 saved.
Wow, this is quite the hectic start. You got to probably go again. You got 2 saved M4s. You know your opponent just about cobbled that one together. And very early on these timeouts, MIBR seem very proactive with taking the 30 seconds just to make sure everyone's on the same page.
Yeah, and I guess this is to just have a discussion of, hey boys, we were playing quite quick before and running into them against that force buy. And heads up Counter-Strike is one of the things that the Bad News Eagles seem to do very well. Every time it's quick into them, Nuke, you can remember the A main push that Rigon was able to deal with. You have that saved M4 for Flatro, and actually Synopsy dropped one across to Rigon, right? So they have 2 individuals who are strong on the M4s here. Synopsy just wielding a Deagle, GXX with a Scout, and a 5-7 for Scenari. It's 4 AKs on the other side with an MP9 in the hands of Exit. Util is actually a big issue here for MIBR. So I think maybe they want to take the pace out of this to establish an understanding of what's on the other side. But this quick play towards B says maybe it is pacey.
See how far they can get. Very quick from Turtle. They definitely are early to condition B-side.
Maybe it's just to try and draw some util out here. Flash forward. Scenario won't see a lot. This boost up and over. Weapon advantage for Rigon against Exits. P9, and well, the toes will be spotted here if Exit's not careful.
Oh, GXX got to get out of there. One way not to be for Flatro. Flattened by Woody.
And that's the save down 4 down. GXX would love to get his hands on that, but he's relinquished the control and gone back towards the site. So nobody with a pistol is here to pick this on up. It's a great find in Turtle. He's just above you. He's just mantled on up. I'm not sure if Scenari's aware of this. Well, it's Synopsy, mind you. Perfectly played here. They've drawn the rotation. They've headed back over towards A. They're calling the ramp clear. They're out of position as far as the rotation goes. Remember, there's not a lot of util, so it might just be a contact in towards B.
Yeah, they're just punishing this.
The Eagles might not get the early warning system that it will be the B hit, but the information has forced this rotate. 3 players here now and a flank.
Scout might be wanting to take that first, just soften him up a little bit. There's one, straight to the chest.
They drop it back.
Cancel, but look at Rigon. He's got this rotate. Delayed them. They're coming. Charging, leaping into the spray. Rigon with the multi-kill. But the round not done yet. Exit floats through the middle. Completely detached from his teammate. As are the CTs. It's Turtle charging the bomb towards A loudly. And that, oh no, he doesn't finish it.
Delay.
Just needs to find it with the pistol. Jumping up. Pre-fire's there, but there you have it. We continue to trade blows back and forth. No one is going to leave without this constant battle. You're going to see the reinvestment unlikely. 4K on Exit, everyone else on peanuts and biltong.
This is the thing, right, Alex? You're right in the sense that maybe an eco would be the right call here, but because the economy hasn't been able to build for the Eagles either, all it's going to take is one of the two to string 2 consecutive together to win the Force by Wars, and MIBR know that. They've invested again. Exit with the AK, the rest with pistols. Util light, but they made it work once. They maybe can make it work again here. Out mid quick.
Very quick. One quick glance. Rigon's had enough of that.
Notice the poking nature that MIBR are getting away with while Bad News Eagles don't have all the stop protocol utility. Ooh, Rigon's going to walk into this. 1 and 2. Great little spray down there from Rigon. Surely that's the round. That's
You'd
the
think
AK
so,
dropped.
but I see a Cello CC. I usually start to have some faith. Nice find. Rigon is not losing any of that form. Again, with his hands off the keyboard, dude, the round is still live.
He's loving what he's doing.
He's just proud of himself.
I don't think I've ever seen anybody react in that fashion with hands off the keyboard. We've all seen an electronic moment when he's jiggling a corner with one hand on his face. But I've never seen someone get a kill, be happy with it, and gesture after getting a couple of kills. This is remarkable stuff here.
And as soon as you dismount the first, you just almost know the second is a gimme.
And the round's not over.
Yeah.
I don't know what he's saying. I'd love to know what's going through his mind in this moment.
He just in their head. He knows what was coming. Well, timeout called, and we talked about it. Chad mentioned it. Stringing together 2 was the magic formula. And B&E are the ones to strike it.
Ooh, 2 timeouts as well in 5 rounds of play here. I'm not sure if this is just to calm the crew down, because we know that it has to be an eco now. I mentioned the 2 consecutive. That's all it had to be, and that's done. And wow, the Eagles kept a whole lot alive right there. They don't have to reinvest. There's no SMGs. The worst weapon they have on the board is a FAMAS. Look how good their buy looks. Look how much utility they have now to condition MIBR and stop all of this early traction across the map.
Leave it all on the field. They need a clean one here. Shouldn't be too hard to come by. And it does seem like MIBR are going to have a little bit of a tactical.
So we have 10 players in the server right now. Cello is the only one of them who isn't a major debutant. He's been here before. But for everybody else, Exit, Woody, Turtle, Jota, Scenari, GXX, Mr. Flatro, Synopsy, and of course, Rigon. This is their first major. First legend stage. That would be quite the achievement.
Yeah, well, that dream will become real at the end of this map for one set of those players. Scenari has been rather persistent in this elevated angle. And with Rigon there, just as a contingency plan, this should go well. Lovely start. Turtle good for it, and Scenari does have to play a little bit more conservative here. He's being run down, and already Turtle with impact. That's 2 with the P250. BNE, they can't let this one go. And Woody, bit too lackadaisical there, puts the bomb on the floor, and now Synopsy for the finish. It is just Exit, trapped, and to be executed by the pistol. So damage control, a little bit of damage certainly done. Nice on Turtle's P250, but BNE will get themselves a leg up to 4.
Yeah, the fact that that type of round was such a small investment and they get 2 kills, that's actually pretty good, right? You have to be happy with that, as well as the recycled utility that has to be brought back into here. One of the notes is GXX bringing out that AWP, and against Imperial, he was an absolute monster. Probably the best performance we've seen GXX have.
What I loved about it was that he was clearly just, you know, calling the shots, where he wants to take those shots. Let's see where he's dispatched to early. Looks like he's going aggressive B, interestingly enough. Does mean they'll be free to do something here on ramp as a bit more of a unit. Synopsy up and over on that crane, a likely pre-aim, but Jota's crab walking. He impacted him. He heard it. So much damage, but that's the end of him. Synopsy does go down, unaware of the amount of ground covered by that of Jota.
It was the same type of fights that Synopsy was going for against Imperial, but was able to get away with it either virtue of the pace or poor utility usage. This time round, you can see the clear difference here. Boost to be set on up, and this can be extremely jarring, something MIBR do well on their CT sides. And Rigon, the man with the plan, peering on down, hoping that they overstep the mark. But if anybody's going to be aware of these angles, it should be Jota. He does this very well with Cello.
Yeah, you've got MIBR CT side to trifle with next, so every round a godsend for BNE here on the defense. Jota's been very restrained. You can see the entire squad's gathered. It is just this boost, so if they do get toppled immediately, or the reaction comes quickly, yeah, dismount. Perfect timing. Jota not threatened at all. Bit of a whipped utility. And Dragon does get flatlined. Big one from Jota. 2 frags. High impact from them as they look to take the site. There's only 20 seconds, so if there's any disruption now, like a connected spray, doesn't come through, nor does the wallbang. Turtle's safe from that and the spray. Decisions to be made.
It's the type of round they should save, right? The type of round that we had on Ancient where they got a little bit overzealous, pushed on in and gave away an extra gun. This time round, they will stay conservative, and it's the right call to make. Synopsy has enough cash to buy himself. Rigon will be the same. They could even get drops because Flatro has 5.7. So holding on to these 3 rifles is imperative if they want to have a bolstered buy into the next. And MIBR strike back immediately, and it just came with the opening kill. Synopsy overstaying is welcome. Those smokes, the elevation looking up and over them, favored Jota there for that opening.
Imperials frantically scribbling notes of effective smokes.
I think right there as well, I really like the restraint of Jota, waiting for his teammates to scale up the ramp before he pushed past that precipice of knowing where the boost is, right? Because if he goes up first, he goes down, that boost can get dismounted, and then they could even get back into sight in time. It worked out very, very well using the sound cues against them and converting the opening kill. So great stuff here from MIBR to keep themselves in this game. Just a 1-round game, and this is more like it. We've had blowout of halves throughout these first 2 maps. The third, I'd love to have a tit for tat, a back and forth, a clutchy affair. Here's GXX. If he's going to look for a fight towards Crane, it looks like it.
He's going the right direction. Let's see if that utility can counter him. Completely nullifies vision. He will already fire off a shot. Deliberate or not, he wants them to hear it.
Black damage is nice again onto Woody. Chipped on down below half HP and trying to find something
really
up and
wants
over
them
the
to
smoke.
hear it. Couple of flub nades. This is just a clear example of the pressure these players are feeling right now. Something that you probably never flub in the scrims, but you don't have this much pressure on your shoulders.
Another one-way dropped out here from BNE.
Yeah, and that's brave of Synopsy to try and take that fight.
Can't swing wide on that at all.
They're still coming. They're still coming, and Flatro down again. Another opening provided for MIBR, this time Woody. The one to apply his trade, it's GXX that wants to equalize, and oh, the flash, it couldn't be better! Brilliance from MIBR as they do maintain the lead, and it's Rigon meets Cello. Good damage, but that's just not enough. You got 2v4 right now, and they are completely separated. Just got to play the fundamentals now. Woody's done a lot, Cello has provided. And now just for that final finish, Util is on point here from the Brazilians. And there's more examples of it. Look at that. Sighted smoke. Oh, good damage. Whoa. Oh, the double. And Synopsy's alive and kicking. Confirms exit still on the ramp. Cello low on shore. This could be a multi-madness. Cello gets it with the low HP, but he's been handed something he can handle. Sceneri arrives on the site. 2 to find, and he's ready to fight. Exit crossing through. That's the 1v1, and Cello does not have the health to trifle with trouble. Sceneri to come up clutch. He's even got the nade, Chad. Kit is available. And sure, he snaps in. and BNE gifted the round at the hands of Scenery.
Huge clutch. Absolutely massive clutch right here. He did great work for them on Ancient in similar fashion. It was up against a bit more of an eco scenario, but this one as a gun round is huge to win right here. Being given a gift of isolating those fights quicker than they thought on that rotation coming on in. And this has to be Synopsy with the massive play. Up on the top rope, peering on down, the double kill from him. And as you mentioned, it was manageable. Those fights were just coming his way. Great stuff from Scenery there to keep them in it. 2-round lead for the Eagles and a necessary one.
You're going to be kicking yourself if you're Woody. The molly was there. Mantles up. Nice find, though, for the BNE boys. And can they string it together?
Oh!
Look at him go! Nearly the collateral. GXX throws himself into the fight, and Scenery built upon it.
That is crazy right there.
Whoa, mamma
Caution
mia.
to the wind with a play like that.
Delicious. Delightful. The nade on top as well. You know he's screaming. He's legged one. The follow-up nade does really ring through for MIBR. They're going to have to recover this one somehow.
I think MIBR is still trying to work out what just happened. They lost 2 players instantaneously in the blink of an eye. You can see how much utility they still have left over. They haven't even established themselves into the round just yet and have already lost 2 players.
It just started, Chad.
Ooh, they still can work with this. I think they've actually done a great job working towards A, and MIBR are going to take notes of all these one-ways. You watch one demo, you're going to see the different variations they want to lob on out, immediately negating Synopsy. Once Joda comes through, he'll see that on the other side.
He's not ready for this. I think Jota's got a good little timing onto Synopsy. Heavy fight, and Synopsy's the one to leave Supreme. Look at the off angle here from Rigon. He should be set for the finish. Ooh, a little bit of a mess of that. Fortunately, Scenery's there to keep it level. And I'd love an extra frag. Scenery gives it to him. Plant should be disrupted here. Platro's got him. Oh, no. Now he can go over. Okay. Got a little worried for a moment. Synopsy up to 11 with his defense of the B site. But GXX starting that one with an absolute Hail Mary.
It's surprising to me to see MIBR go straight into something a bit more B heavy when they have had success with the openings towards A. The round that they won was Synopsy jumping up and not being accounted for. Right? He should have been traded after 1 kill in the previous where Scenery was able to clutch that out. Going in towards B here, changing up the tune. I think that at A, they're going to have the better of looking for those picks. Yeah. Right? They've already been able to find it in 2 occasions.
Oh, that's a lot of info. Synopsy calls 4A. Could cause an over-rotate, and look at the gap. Scenery has no idea. He assumed Rigon had it, and now threading the needle. He is going to... Oh, wow. Good stuff. How does Scenery catch that?
That is crazy. That is a massive find right there from Scenery. Woody almost had the round-winning maneuver with that Tech 9. Now it gets slowed on down. It's a 4v5. It's still just these pistols, but Cello has his signature CZ75. Let's see if he can make something of this.
Rigon, brave, comfortable in these long-range engage. Tracking at least 2. It's Turtle CZ that does draw blood, but the rest... just a formality for Flatro. And up to 7. MIBR will get the AKs flowing once again.
I'm not sure if like the Bad News Eagles are like vampires or something, because when they smell blood, they just look for kills. Right? That's the way that they like to approach this game. I think they consider themselves to be better individually. Here's how he caught it. Oh, wow. Must have just seen him. Just caught like a glimpse of him as he tried to duck on under that line of sight there at the bottom of the screen. But right, even when they know where they are, Bad News Eagles go, yeah, let's fight, right? We don't want to let you get away. We just want to stop you in your tracks right here. We back ourselves individually where they're more than happy to take the fight to you. And now they have themselves a 7-3 lead right here as the guns come back out for MIBR. Do they continue to go back to allowing Joda to work A? Because he is doing a great job around those smokes for my money. Right, he's being able to isolate that. Both teams have different variations of smoke walls, but I would say so far, Joda's actually looked a bit more well-rounded in these gun rounds, isolating the opening fights. We have well, I have a whole bunch of different names for them here, but the sandbag one, which you're able to peer on down the ramp, we've seen that one get exploited. We just saw the Zaiwu, which was just attempted there, and Joda almost got the best of him as well. So there's a bunch of rounds like that.
GXX is starting to look as equally as dynamic as he previously did, and with the Molotov down, he actually does post up in an aggressive line, maybe short-lived. May not be the first contact we see, but yeah, Turtle is edging closer. Synopsy, you can see, ready to react should GXX take contact, and with a flash pop, this is... Oh, GXX! He has been found, and Synopsy does not find the trade. Big one for Turtle and Exit.
But good information. They know that there's another player middle, and they also know that there's an aggressive B lobby play going on right now. So either MIBR can stall it out, allow these type of plays to be bad info, and force out an over-rotation as Scenario is looking just as crazy as his teammate GXX as he descends down in towards the B lobby. Could get caught over the cusp of the smoke. More aggression towards mid from Synopsy. Dicey right now for BNE, and we saw what happened on Nuke when they continued these type of individual aggressions. MIBR punished them.
Juggling that. Back turned to his opponents, and now at least Synopsy will have options. It's a good weapon for this hold. He actually wants to go CT angle. Now, Util from Turtle will rip that away. They want to go for this mid to B. 2 from the stairs, 2 from mid. Synopsy, oh, great catch, just as Turtle starts to swing. And a defensive smoke dropped. They will wrap up the stairs. Synopsy really is on an island here, trying to use that smoke, hiding in plain sight. And Flatro assuming it's clear. That is the end of them. Cello, 2 before he meets that. Oh, not far off. Synopsy needs another. 2 on 3, trying to rumble over the top. Missed it again. How is he still alive? It's just Synopsy now, and yeah, that's the end of that. Keeping hold of the AWP may have been the end of that.
That could have been a remarkable round because he had chances, right? 2 missed shots. If they were both converted, that would have been absolutely mental out of Synopsy in that play. It's all started with the opening on GXX aggressive in mid. Synopsy was doing his best to bite on back, but they allowed that information play to come on through from the Eagles and used it against them because it was a gamble over towards the A bomb site. You saw 3 players rotate over there, and Synopsy was trying to deal with mid and B on his lonesome. The rotation was quick, it was fast. Looks like a missed smoke here for the CTs, Alex.
Yeah, and let's see what that leads to. There is a gap. Jota safe and sound unless he does put his head across. Wow, wowzers. Synopsy ready for the woody spray, or rather peek.
More chip damage done.
Yeah, significant damage. MIBR though, 4, great. 5 sounds a whole lot better, and already seems like ramp control is still firmly in the hands of BNE. They've got 3 here. GXX floating back now. Smoke check. I count 2.
The bigger problem with those smokes is they're both over towards B. If it is an A hit right now, no more ways, feet spotted, and you can see just not aware of how to play around these smokes. They've been picked off a couple of times, the 2 of them, Flatro and Synopsy here, so MIBR good at playing around this ramp control. GXX has rotated on over. This is the type of round where maybe gamble and operate for a save from the Eagles. Maybe have 3 to 4 members here and hope that MIBR come on over towards your site. They're relinquishing control once again as they continue to make it look like their intent will be A. Molly towards Sandbag, smoke towards left side of site, and they're walking back towards B, and once more, the space is being gifted on over. Scenario won't be able to stop them from here.
Yeah, you can see the intent as a late mid lurk. Out of exit, and they can just run in. Look, knives out. That's how confident they are they've solved this. Still Scenario, ready for it. And he's already committed into the site. Maybe he can slow them down. No, meets Cello, and the bomb will go down. It's Cello. Perfect overwatch of that plant. Stops any funny business. And it's just the 2 of them. You talked about a save. GXX and Flatro finds himself in T-spawn. He's going to at least catch Jota. And happy to have recovered himself a little AK upgrade.
Oh, Exit knows it's already a save here and is starting to hunt. So GXX could get caught off guard with the timing here if he isn't careful. Knife in his hand, not expecting Exit to already be this close. Creeping forward, staying ever quiet. But this is going to be the 5th round right now for MIBR. Going to bring their total up over the 3 maps now to 12 rounds on the T side. It's the most on any half so far.
And still room for additions.
I think that they can have a very strong half here. I think the Eagles will be lucky to walk away with an 8-7 at this point. I think MIBR are really going to start running away with things now. And again, they are giving away a lot of opening kills, but that's because I'm not sure how BNE will operate getting fully executed against. It is very difficult to play in the site. It's very stifling when the utility is going to come your way. And now MIBR have that plentifully. So much utility compared to... Oh, this is another fight. Flatro's fast.
Yeah. We haven't seen this before. This is a nice deviation from the norm. Good chance for Flatro to disrupt here as the B site's already been pushed up. Fading soon. He knows there's an AWP. So he's been spotted out. tagged up. They'll have heard that. Just forced to relocate and into Jota's clutches. GXX walks straight on into Turtle. A nice angle for exactly that. Now Jota at least does get taken down, but I mean, MIBR, they can regroup. They know they're only up against lighter buy.
Yeah, Woody's playing this one well. He's actually rotating very well across the map here. And the fact that it was both of those saved rifles gone already, this one is done. Call this one 6. MIBR are just methodically crawling across the map here. And this is starting to look really tidy from them. They're understanding the rotations. They're understanding the pressure points once they make a kill. And unfortunately for the Eagles, they're rotating on over to gamble on sites. There it is. But it's the wrong site every time. They've been out of position in these 4v4s or these mid-round scenarios. So for the Eagles, they really are going to be hoping to grab one more on the way out the door here, because this could be 5 consecutive rounds. It's 3 on the trot right now for MIBR. The buyback in is light on for the Eagles again. No GXX AWP. Lacking incendiaries, lacking smokes on several players here as well. Flashes aren't there to initiate early fights. They literally have 2 flashes right now, and that's on Scenario, who plays over towards B. How are you going to flash and fight that A ramp like most teams do?
It is again Scenario that has to deal with this early MIBR pressure B. They really have delivered in the capacity on that B side. They went for a 2-man mid-hold here. Nade right on his back pocket. And this mid-hold is about to be tested. Nice jiggles already from Turtle, but quick out of GXX, and they may perhaps neglect to clear out Rigon. They heard that retreat. Woody's posted up for the re-peek, but at least the information is nothing more to be concerned about in middle. Slowly and silently, they look to reposition.
Still problems here for the Eagles, right? They are a little bit lighter on in that util department. They've been a bit more reserved in the util department here. You can see holding on to 3 smokes, and we have a minute mark left. They haven't just played this one-way game towards the ramp, so finally a bit of an adjustment in how they want to defend this side of the map. Once sound cues are made or util is thrown, they'll block out positions there, and Synopsy can even extinguish out his feet.
Jota's going to have the angle. Oh, wow, but quick out of Synopsy and ready for the molly. Missed it. Continues to try and look for answers and spots out Woody as well. Big round out of Synopsy. And he might finish with a flourish. There you go. Exit's head popped, and 8 is on the board. A successful CT half. You said 8-7. More likely than not. Well, they've got the 8. Now it's time to see if that 7 is on the agenda for MIBR. Last round, first half, last map. And just one team to secure that legend spot.
Yeah, once we get on over to that other half here, I expect the quickness out of BNE and a lot of their approaches, right? Scaling up A-ramp quite quickly, and that's where we're going to need to see the best out of Cello and Jota. Cello right now is having a good game up to 14 kills. The rest of the team not too far behind here. Even frag distribution as the AU2 comes out once more. Jota looking for that space, and this has worked previously as far as openings have gone.
Spots out Cello. Don't know what he's seen there, just a cheeky bit of toe. And it's GXX, he didn't know. Jota does again, worm his way through the smokes. A big one back. It's Synopsy's double that does maintain control. Ramp is still under BNE rule.
Synopsy's a bit of a beast right now, isn't he? It feels like a quiet 19 kills. He's just continuing to pick him up as he drops down the Zywoo one way, has more kills on the agenda right here, but doesn't realize how close Woody is.
He's really alone on this. Flatter's coming. Woody's got him. No trade, but no announcement of presence. Woody can worm his way back. Flatro sandbags.
Safe util on the site. I don't think they're going to clear the position right now.
Woody
Flatro
had the molly. He considered it. And here it comes. Flatro. Oh, loses his head. MIBR, hot pursuit of the 7th now. And look at Rigon. He just wants to fight.
Oh!
He just wants to brawl, and he takes them both down. It's up to Woody to come up clutch now, and he's got time, but he hasn't got any health. It's Rigon with a triple. And they will leave with 9. Convincing case to close. You're right, Synopsy, a quiet 19, very much at the top of the table in the server. We're following that. Cello on 14 for MIBR. And Rigon just on the tail end of that with 13 of his own. Nice triple to close.
The Eagles play such a frustrating style of Counter-Strike. MIBR are playing it by the book, and then he just decides at 40 seconds to push on out and take 3 fights. It's like, well, we pushed you back, we found the kills, we've dealt with your aggression, we've dealt with your smoke walls, your one-ways, all of the geeky stuff, and then you just do this? It must be so frustrating for MIBR that he dealt that, and you can see the odds right now saying to favor the Eagles ever more, but a pistol round right now for MIBR, and we could be looking like a scoreline of 9-9. This one's not done just yet. Legend stage hopes and dreams on the lines here for these major debutantes. Kit 2 flashes for Woody, the rest into Kev. Smoke and a flash for Scenario, P250 for Rigon. Two-man mid-hold to try and deny any of this early space that Synopsy is trying to grab with the rest of his team headed over towards B.
You can see these flashes are going to be a large component of the defense of B. And he gets the info, waits for the flash, and exit ready to re-peek. Already it's actually Turtle that takes down the star of the show. Eagles down to 4. Another drops away. They've got all the bodies here. Oh, and it is an absolutely perfect pistol. MIBR looking to get both of them here. And that'll do nicely. Clean slate as the 7th secure. And you talk about 9-9. It looms. We saw the Force by Wars, of course. It's been done once. Can it be done again? They were trading blows right in the early doors of our first half, and they're going to try it again.
And I think this is where the Eagles do their best work, when it's these type of rounds and the economy hasn't been established just yet. Look how much utility is lacking from MIBR to stop fast Tech 9s. If they can find an avenue of assault right now where they're not running through a Molotov, might be a great opportunity for the Eagles as they lob some nades up quickly here, not going to find a lick of damage.
Oh! Rigon puts his name in the feed and taking a little bit of a leap as it's already having the wind sucked out of the room. Look how quickly they poke and prod at the entire BNE squad. Upon the next glance, it's all gone, but look at the corpses littering the ramp.
That was perfect for the round to get out of control, right? The Deagle opener, that's what you look for right here, but they just shut this one down. Joda's gone sure, but Cello, he's still alive. 3 for him, 1 for Woody. Now it's just Scenari, 68 points of health and a dream. He's been good in the clutches, but this time he doesn't have space to work with. Has to take a fight with a Tech 9 up ramp versus an M4 on a hot Cello. The round changes right now for Scenario. It's no longer about just picking up a victory here. It's seeing if he can do any damage whatsoever. Takes the fight, gets the kill, grabs one, 45 seconds.
Not ready for this though. Woody immediately takes the place of Cello. Exploits the expectations. Scenari thought he just forged a little bit of a room to maneuver. So it'll just be the one M4 he forces the rebuy on. We get to see that rig on Deeg, so there's 2 rebuys. Here it comes. Bang! Wallop!
Yeah, you think when you get that opening like that, you can actually spiral a bit of control, but not accounting for the sandbag position. I love it when you know that there's unlikely to be a Molotov coming your way. It's a good safety net position to deal with buys exactly like that. And they will be able to rebuy with no dramas, but trying to keep it a little bit threatening, investing what they can here, the Eagles. Couple of P250s at Deagle, some light Utah this time round, just stalling out across the map. They limp out a one-way smoke towards A. Well, knowing them, drawn like a moth to a flame, the smoke has landed, and of course the pistols get ever closer. Turtle, they're coming.
Oh, he's already done a lot of damage. He will be forced to get out, but you can see the support if network was there. Where's Woody? Dropped off. Flatro will get the M4. There's Woody delivering on the CT cross. Very reactive, this CT side of MIBR. Quick to attend to the situation. An opportunity goes awry. 2 in CT. They weren't ready for that. Perhaps Cello got caught out. The Deagles are present. Woody close quarters. Nice out of GXX to keep those frags coming, but just these pistols. Flatro so low and will go lower. No bomb plant. Couple of kills, same story as the previous, and the scoreline now sits as a dissatisfied German, 9-9.
Yeah, this is beautiful stuff right here to get back in here. That was such a sketchy round, and I think it was the flash that came on over that caught Woody there late as Turtle tried to scamper away. His spray got a little bit sketchy. I think he knew what a death there would have meant, but they were able to rotate on over quickly and deal with that, but this is where the business begins. AKs are out. What's the approach of the Eagles here? Gap smoke thrown from GXX. Looks like a bit more of a default spread as one towards ladder and one towards A. Babysitting B as well, allowing the CTs to use their early utility here to deny. Synopsy immediately looking for a fight on that extinguish, and Scenari, he's going to throw out util to keep this A bomb site under pressure.
Starting to crawl, 2 through mid. Others spread rather default. You can see he's lining up for a potential boost, but could just be for util. Wow,
So
barrage
many
of flashes. How many are left? 3, grand total. And there's one of them gone. Now the util arrives, and you can see that it's going to start getting a little bit of panic stations. Look at the CTs immediately starting to react out of A. Feels like a mid to B, is a mid to B. Angle from exit's great, should be going down, and it's Sceneri to provide the trade. Big one from Sceneri. 2 frags. It's Woody to try and respond. The smoke fading shortly. Synopsy in a power position, and the rotate held by Flatro. This has to be an Eagles round. Has to. Spotted out, forced off. Now they can access towards Synopsy's angle. You can see Woody with a potential strafe. Synopsy's ruled it out. He has GXX to kind of bodyguard that. Very loud about this. Synopsy does take the engagement. Confirms his position, but I think they want to save. And they will start to recede. The time just a little too light. And so BNE will edge ahead.
Held at the door there, and they were actually chasing their tail a little bit, looking for the mid lurk as well. There was so much pressure. I thought once the construction smoke got dropped, it denied any of that mid pressure. If Sceneri didn't get both of the kills on the way on in there, the entire execute was done. If they traded efficiently on the B bomb site or stalled them out with a multi from the MIBR side of things, that round was done because the mid players would have had to have been running through into a smoke of CTs looking their way. The fact that Sceneri gets those kills, it alleviates all the pressure. Sceneri's impact throughout this series, if you think about the ancient clutches, you think about some of the kills he's been having, think about the first half where we had the 1-on-2 clutch that Synopsy set on up for him. Sceneri's impact, you can really feel it right now within this game. Sure, it's only 11 kills, but that accounts for a lot here. And if they win this one right now, MIBR are in the doldrums as far as the cash goes.
Yeah, numbers don't tell the whole story, Chad, but Cello very loudly is going to be naded down. Flubs his strafe. He's trying to have an aggressive presence. You can see a lot of pressure on the MIBR shoulders. They're just dunking nades and util willy-nilly. Oh, everyone is.
Yeah, both teams have been missing some nades or throwing into smokes, just wasting the big pieces of utility here, but postured forward. Woody looking for a fight. Needs to be careful about this. That Molotov to his left. Very telling of a push coming his way.
Yeah, Flatcher has just been spotted out by Woody, but he's unwilling to commit to the fight. He's got to worry about short as well. You're going to see the rejig defense.
Looks very much like an A here. Normally we see these boosts, but it's too late for it right now. MIBR don't know how far forward BNE are.
Nice Molotov, and they will hear the lick. Flatro does take a tick.
Here they go, they're setting it up.
Perfect. Now they'll have the info on ramp side as well. See if the flight paths from BNE include a clear on this. He's looking one way. .35 now. MIBR are going to have to get a wriggle on. You can see the wriggle on lining up one side of the smokes, and this is going to be the question mark. Oh, they just dismounted. They're starting to rotate.
They think it's B. They think it's B.
Okay. Cello sticks around. Flatro still takes him down as they were caught in mid-round, and oh, that's a big push out of Woody. Gets nothing done. It's Jota trying to delay the plant, but Sceneri is punching in the numbers. They are low. Ooh, so low. 2 of them on just about 20 HP. There's something to be said here for Jota and Exit. Kits. Bomb half gone. GXX is going to be the contingency. He's been going to be spotted out there just over the edge of the smoke. GXX doesn't have to move. He has to just stay alive to deny. The rest, it's Flatro, Sceneri. They can lay their life on the line, and already you can see time is just not on their side. They'll back away. And another success for BNE, taking it, alternating sites. First B, now A. MIBR running away. And safe and sound on the edge of that. So, we're really getting to the business end of Vertigo.
Yeah, we were talking about the positives of Nuke and turtling on up and playing a little bit more passive. In this situation, think about what just happened there as like Inferno without banana control and out top mid control. Because the fact that a player was up towards Tetris box, Synopsy over towards B, was able to get flashed on in and take a fight, that drew the rotation immediately because there was no information at A. They had none, right? They didn't see anything, they didn't hear anything, it was very quiet. There wasn't even a little poke. They didn't catch a head, they didn't catch a barrel, they didn't catch a single lick of information. And the last timeout called again from MIBR. We've been asking for more from BNE. MIBR have been very liberal with them. They've used them consistently throughout all 3 of these maps right here, and we're seeing it again. This is the last chance that Bit, the coach, will have an opportunity to chip on in. Now, if they can't address the fact that they were in the dark right there, and that's the reason they were so jumpy as far as that utility came on in, they will find themselves in a similar situation if BNE want to address the round in the same fashion. 2 saved guns, an upgraded CZ. A little bit of util in the hands of Woody here. The amount of times we see Woody with a nade in his hands and not a gun, it's more often than not. It's to get across, but it's accounted for. Synopsy will wade them back.
Yeah, it's Exit's AK that's going to be threatening. Nice catch, but immediately straight back through the boards. Exit makes that AK known. Jota has his rifle towards the sandbag position, and it's currently got full control of the ramp. I say that with bated breath as Scenario goes walkabouts. The whole squad right around the corner. Jotas has been spotted out. He's got the smoke to elope. Up and over. So many bullets through. All 4 players unload their mag, and he's still standing. Oh, man. Jota will eventually tumble. Backflips off the top of the building. And they've got time. There is absolutely no rush. They know they've taken down one of those 2 intimidating rifles. Exit also has rotated through. So you can maneuver back. Not too much territory to be taken. This is scary for Rigon for a moment. That gets it on the jiggle. And there's Exit with his rifle just tapped away. Rigon, he is having fun in the server. Just careful now, Flatro. You could lose your rifle. You could lose a teammate. Because Cello, man on a mission, is walking straight into the AWP of GXX. Not going to let that one go. And BNE's lead grows as reality for MIBR will strike. They will have a gun round here. 3 on the trot. The first 3 rounds we've seen. And MIBR have been unable to take more than 2 frags in any of these rounds.
This one might be quick, Alex. Synopsy could have bought into an AK-47, but decided to go with a MAC-10. So expect a pace change here out of Synopsy.
Oh, concentration stations, man. Everything you practice for, everything you've been working towards now hangs in the balance. And look at Synopsy, that's the MAC-10. Flash to clear. Quick fight. It's Cello that's already dealt with it, but that perhaps is forced to rotate. Will MIBR
They have to go now.
Be passive? The incendiary's not going to stop him, surely. Yeah, Flatro's already crossing through. What a headshot. He's got it. Exit down. It's up to Turtle. Can Flatro do it again?
Whoa!
Yes, he can. What is that? Jota's already under scrutiny. Woody with a fast flank, maybe. No, denied by GXX, and the Eagles soar to 13. Nice angle for Rigon. And it still doesn't win the duel. Big stuff from the Bad News Eagles. The Raw, as they can feel that impending taste of victory and success. It is within touching distance now.
Yeah, it's going to feel very hollow over there for MIBR right now. 2 massive shots
that.
for Flatro right here, just instant on the second. The presence of Synopsy in some of these rounds, just the fact that he is running in or selling a fake, it is doing wonders right now for the Eagles. 3 more rounds required up against a light purchase here. Cello has gone for a hero M4 to try and get something out of this. Needs to find some traction as Rigon. He has been fantastic, the mechanical ability of this Swissman.
Safe from the flash, progressing now, 2 to find, and already bit sketchy on the spray. He has dispatched of Turtle. Next down as well, Rigon doing what he does best. Farming up the frags. He's ascended to 21 now in sync with Synopsy. And 14 looms. MIBR, some of these CT rounds just slipping past.
It's the team at the major without an organization. The first time for all 5 of the Bad News Eagles to be at a major, to get here in the way that they have, and to now be 2 rounds away from qualifying for the Legends stage. What an accomplishment this would be in itself.
Especially with the competitive field of play that Counter-Strike is in 2022. The level of Counter-Strike, the amount of support your opponents have through team frameworks and organizational support, and to be doing it through and facilitated by fans. You know, like, it does feel like we're rolling it all the way back to where some of those amazing storylines we've had in the past, the Kabooms of the world. And you can see what it means to them. Like, they are stone-faced now. These boys are not afraid to express themselves. And is that the first?
The first, just to take a drink, just to take a breather, just to understand that in 2 rounds' time, what they're about to achieve here. The cash, look at it. 9.9 on Flatro, 12K on Rigon. Scenario with almost 10K, GXX with 9 to his name. They lose a round. It's not the end of the world. There's no need to stress. Keep it calm, keep it cool, keep it collected. 2 more rounds. And they'll be going through to the next round to play against some of the absolute best teams the Counter-Strike landscape has to offer, lying in wait in that Legend stage.
It's not over till it's over, Chad. MIB are equipped, packed to the nines with everything they need to defend their honor. 1:55 inscribed on the clock. We go again. Flatro, Rigon definitely have not let off the gas in this third map. Woody posted up on this mid-fight. If Synopsy really feeling himself, it can't be dry. It is dry, and Woody will pluck him from the pack. 2 here. You may not be ready for this. You want to punish the AWP Rigon, but there's 2 lying in wait around this corner. Woody already posted, maybe not ready for Rigon close. Got to time it right. He hears those nades, but doesn't fall foul to the bait. And now they retreat. Now they get elope, and Rigon can activate. Woody is posted. Timing. Oh! Headshot. Rigon precise. And charging now, trying to thread the needle through the flames. Jota does equalize, but oh my god, it's hectic. Smokes are down. Great shot out of GXX. Neutralizes Cello on headshot. And Scenario already wounded. He's limping to try and provide support as best he can.
They fully rotated. The bomb's going back to B right now.
If GXX can sell it, Fun Flatro has got an open runway. The smoke will towards elevator. And he's changing his mind.
Exit's been pulled on over. They've drawn the rotation back. They're not biting on this. They think it is going to be B. 1 back to construction, 1 towards heaven, 1 towards B. They've strung out the defense right now. This is perfect from the Eagles.
If Scenario could just push up as much as he can, take the space while the smoke is still up. It's a very passive hold from Jota. He has no idea what lies around the corner. Scenario is going to clear. Such a power position, but the low HP. The flash is bad, and Jota can strike. Bomb uncontested. The post plant is everything now for the Eagles. MIBR, they do have the man advantage. Rotates are on their way. Juggling weapons, talking it through. Smokes and kits are plenty. They can drop retake smokes, Chad. Gonna really make the life difficult for that AWPer.
Flatro has to fight.
And GXX is getting close to deny that plan. Flatro does find the first, but it is onto GXX, looking for impact. He's lined up for the knife. Lined up. And ready to strike. What are you doing? Goes to the left and the right. They are on it, and that's 10. A bit of a heartbreaker. He was so close to it, and Turtle gives him a taste of his own medicine. AWP retrieved in good measure. And MIBR extend play.
Trying to keep themselves loud over here, but you can see it's stressful moments right there. The fact that they get so strung out, you can see Cello hand pressed to the face in that moment. And this is dicey. GXX was hoping to whittle down the clock as much as he could here. Didn't want to give away the maneuver he was going for. So low on HP. Had to hit this one and just can't. Cops a knife for his trouble right there. And Turtle showing him how it's done. Saves that AWP and gives it back to Woody, who found it open for them in the previous. Could that be the key to success right now for MIBR? Woody activating on this big green.
There are angles to peek into that boosted spot. GXX posted up to provide support on short. Cello heading towards the Zywoo. That's the angle, and Woody does bait the shot, lives on. AWP confirmed ramp. Molly will deny. Nice tickle on the nade, but with that Molly as the smoke fades, that's actually very nice from the Eagles. It should at least mean they can focus their attention on Woody. Flashes rain in. Nothing initially. It's likely to be an AWP v AWP here. Over the edge of the smoke is the rifle spray. Jota backs away on the reload. So much at stake on this opening move, and you can see Cello committed. Does nearly take 2. Got to stomach a disadvantage early now for the Eagles. So close, yet so far. MIBR have definitely found their voices.
Yeah, and retaining that space over towards A is huge. The fact that they still have A-ramp info, they can rotate and bolster B to help exit out.
Got it. Yeah, spots him out. More damage done. They really got nothing going on. Exit unwilling to commit to an aggressive maneuver when he's got this advantage. Forced in by the flames, and it is the end of him.
Two more here.
Oh
One
no,
more here.
GXX has got him. It's got to be Jota. He does find the first. They are low. Turns the flash. Flames on his feet. He has to find something. It's more from Scenario. The impact fragger. Now they have the advantage, and Rigon's ready. It's just Cello. 15 looms. Great flash. Caught out. Scenario can't finish. Can the clutch come through? Cello 3 in the round, looking for his 4th. GXX will not be caught out with the AWP this time. No knife hijinks. Bomb is half gone. Likely on quad side. Using that smoke is Cello. Gives him a sound cue. GXX has got that luxury now. Can jiggle, can play. And there's Cello. There's the fight. Misses it initially. Running out of time though. And that should be it. 15 to break B. Turning this one around. Turning it on its head. BNE, 1 round away, chat, from the Legend stage. Sobering for MIBR.
Rough night for them here as well. And this is the thing, they knew they won out the A-round fight, they sent them towards B, they had 3 players here on the site, but the key to BNE this entire time, this entire series is their pack mentality and their trading. They're individuals, you lose one, well you can't stop them all.
Oh my god.
3 MP9s, it's going to be a fast B.
It's very quick, he held it by the flame. Don't have to overcook it here. 4 leaning B early. It's Synopsy the exception. He's walking out mid now. A lot of control. He's already taking fights towards construction. Got nothing to report.
Bit of flak damage there.
Rigon eats it.
Lots of pressure. Look at this gap.
Whoa. Huge gap. I think the hesitance of Cello could come back to haunt him. He turns away just as Synopsy slips so many targets. Got Jota down. Synopsy has gotten under their skin. Behind enemy lines to be addressed now. Cello pulls us back into an even keel. Just on the edge of the smoke. Rigon, GXX both posted. Doesn't have the vision, doesn't have the info, but sprayed nonetheless. It's Flatro. 2 clicks of the mouse for Eagles to realize the Cinderella story, to find that glass slipper, and to shatter it was Cello. He's gone. It's only Woody up against an AWP. Flatro's done it, and so have the Eagles, soaring to the Legend stage. Magnificent. There isn't a human being that cannot empathize and celebrate with them. Look at their faces. It says it all. It brings a tear to a grown man's eye.
This is what it's all about. This right here, this emotion. A team without an organization has come all the way. This is what the majors are about. Against all odds. Hard work, determination, hours after hours of this video game, something they love. And you can see it, the passion. We knew that there were going to be tears one way or another, the heartbreak on the other side. MIBR, they battled the entire way through, but they couldn't stop the Eagles.
Not this time. The individuals, I mean, everyone delivering in the capacity that was required of them. There isn't a single individual. I've got Scenario at the top of my mind. Synopsy continuing to keep it up. It was definitely Flatro and Rigon as well. Like, I've just listed the whole team. GX, the plays he's going for as well. Oh man, I mean, the juxtaposition, the contrast between one side of this stage and the other. This is what those 2-2 matchups will be. We had Liquid Astralis. And now we have bad news Eagles in the top 16 of the PGL Antwerp Major of 2022. It's an agonizing time to be wrapping the cord around your mouse and just replaying that entire best of 3 series. But for the other side of that court, BNE want to be celebrated. And I ask you and implore you to direct all of your adoration to them in social media. They're not used to this. And I think it definitely deserves a firm pat on the back.
Yeah, and once again, 5 major debutantes right here, right now, getting it done. Living the dream and making a story, making history right here, right now. We'll send it over the panel to break this one on down.
The walls are still shaking by how much they were shouting and how much they were just hugging each other and jumping up and down. We need to ask if we can interview someone, because last time when they made it to the major, someone elbowed their coach and he had like a bloody nose. So let's see what happens. But yeah, I think we were kind of jokingly saying it, right, in the green room, but I had this kind of sentence for the Bad News Eagles, which is, it shows the beauty of Counter-Strike, the fact that you can have nothing and end up with everything if you just put your heart and soul in, your hard effing work into it. And that's for me what the Bad News Eagles have shown so far in this absolute grind of a match.
It's a beautiful story, an absolute beautiful story for BNE. As Matthew so rightfully said coming into it, right? It's been an explosion of good Counter-Strike coming out of these guys. 3 months ago, you would have asked me, do you think BNE is going to make the major? I would have said, who? Who's going to make the major? I had no idea who these guys were. They were playing under the Blink tag for quite some time, making some results, but the way they qualified today is also a testament to them being a good Counter-Strike team. They deserved it. They were the better team, and that's why I want to applaud them for as well. They rightfully deserved as a legend, and all the credit for that.
It's the character they've shown that really takes me away, takes me off on that last map. So many situations. It was talked about by Chad at the cast. He said the pack mentality, the trade mentality. 3v4, it doesn't matter. 2v3, it doesn't matter. You want to go in, I'll follow you. You want to flash me, I'll flash for you. They gave everything they had on the server. They went away with no regret. and they got the most beautiful day of their career.
Listen, we talked about not losing their identity, coming into the most important map of your entire career as a Counter-Strike player, the most, I guess, most important moment in your life for some of these guys as well. You know, this is such a big thing for them, not losing your identity. We saw GXX 6 rounds into the game, jump in towards the B bomb side with an AWP and just go heads down and go for the duels, right? That's what I love about this win as well from BNE. They won on their terms. They won by playing their own brand of Counter-Strike. They didn't crumble for the pressure. They kept their identity and they got the W.
The story is crazy. And I'm replaying the last map against Sinners at the RMR. When the scoreline is 14-14, 2-2 score, of course, 2 rounds away from making it. I remember Juan Fletcher having that move. And this is how we tie it back up. This is how you end up here. Sometimes you define your fate, your destiny in a couple of rounds. And suddenly all the dominoes just came together, the pieces came together for Bad News Eagle. Who would have thought that they would make the legend stage of the major?
This is insane. Talk about life-changing, right, for all of them. And now it's about harnessing that and bolstering that, because I think a lot of people, as they have when Bad News Eagles came into the major as well, would be quick to write them off and say, sure, great. You've made it to the major. That is fantastic. Be on your way now. They said, no, we will stay in your way and we will do a little bit more. Do you feel the same now that they move on to legend stage, or are you willing to give them a little bit more credit?
I want to give them a little more credit. I think it's one of those teams that in a best-of-1 scenario, you should fear them a little bit.
Dangerous.
If they get on, yeah, exactly. If they get onto a map like Dust 2, if they get into Ancient, maybe Mirage as well, we've seen them play some solid Counter-Strike on some of the more pocky maps, and in a best-of-1, anything can happen, especially for a momentum-based team like BNE. So yeah, I want to give them credit. I think this is a team you have to fear and you have to prepare for as well.
See, I like the fact that you mentioned momentum-based team, because that's also the view. That's how I represent myself, BNE. But I think today, against MIBR, they have proven to us that they can fight back from a deficit. They have a resilience that I didn't exactly really see coming. I thought they would be a team that would just run with the flow when they get into that stage, and sure, they have the players to push the advantage. They have shown that they can actually come back, figure out solutions, have individuals step up. Synopsy, quiet RMR, good challenger, Rigon showing up big time today. That character is something I didn't expect before.
Yeah, and they take everything they can get in terms of this practice they're getting now consistently, right? They're now going to have a couple of days, and it's all up to them to make the most of it now. I think it's fair to say you don't expect them to make the run to the final, but they are a very, very dangerous team. I believe we will have Rigon joining us. I can see him now.
He's celebrating. That's a special day. He's celebrating. That's a special day. It's a special moment.
Oh, yeah, definitely. So I think it's been the longest that it took for a player to come here because they've been celebrating.
Does that mean you're no longer the only Swiss guy to make a
I'm
major?
not anymore. The legend's coming over. Come on, legend.
Guy ever.
Come on,
got a new Swiss. You shouldn't be. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Appreciate it.
So, Rigon, some crazy things today. I'm remembering back to a certain pistol round to start everything off. Tell me about how you lived through this match from an emotional standpoint, from a passion standpoint, and from a gameplay standpoint.
I mean, we knew that we were going to win this game, to be honest, because on Nuke we started really well. And it was their map pick, and then we knew that on T-side it's going to be tough because we play not good T-side. And we tried to get as much points on CT side on Nuke, but they fought better on CT side on Nuke, and then by the other maps, we went outside, we had a quick talk, and we knew that it's just we're gonna reverse sweep this game.
Did you feel, look, you've just established something incredible. What you have done is incredible. Did you feel at any point that pressure in your shoulders, that you were this close of making it?
To be honest, no. No one of us had the pressure because we just came. It's just a normal LAN. I think it's a bit harder when you have like 40,000 people in front of you. Like you don't have people around you on LAN like this on studios. So we didn't really have pressure, but we just talked to everyone, just calmed down everyone, so yeah.
And you as an individual, I was really keeping my eye on you. At the RMR, sometimes you were a little bit shady, but here, you really, truly had a great performance. Did you do something special in between the tournament to come into the right mindset?
I just think on RMRs I played a lot for the team, so I didn't focus on my individual skill. Like I don't really care about stats or anything, but this major, I tried to focus a bit more on my stats, so I baited a little bit more, and I can shoot really good. Like there's no doubt, I can shoot really good. So I just used my skill to do in some situations and like let the other guys go first.
Rick, and I couldn't help thinking to myself when I was watching the game in the green room, thinking that you guys must be enjoying this so much, right? To get to play a game like this where there's so much at stake, so many emotions. Try to put a few words on what you felt during the game. I know you were super, super focused, but coming and think of it now, is this the most enjoyable Counter-Strike game you ever played?
It is definitely. It is definitely because 6 months ago I played FPL and now I'm Major Legends. Like I'm shaking right now because it's incredible. But yeah, as I said, it feels incredible for every one of us because every one of us just played FPL pucks.
It's also a lot of hard work, right? You put in a lot of effort to it. You're getting borrowed this mansion you can sit in and play in. Try to tell me and the viewers at home, you know, how many hours a day are you putting in to make this happen? What does it take for a player out there to relive your dream?
We practiced every day. We had one off day on Sunday. 6 days a week, we practiced 8 hours a day. And we put a lot of effort. We watched demos. We talked mentally with the team because you have problems in your team and you need to talk to them. Otherwise, it's not going to work. So, yeah, like 8-9 hours a day and Sunday off day.
I just had a question. Your coach gave a really good interview to HLTV, and he said something about your emotions and how sometimes you use too much energy and then you're a little bit empty. Did you work on that specifically? Did you handle that better today in that best of 3?
I definitely did because usually I shout after every round we win, but today I try to keep my energy a lot more better, and like the main problem I have when I get tilt, I don't get tilt with my team, but I get tilt with myself, and it affects me so much. So I tried today. Today I just tried not to get tilt and support my teammates.
Yeah, I saw you're sitting next to Juan Flatro, and I saw a couple of times that he leant over and he was like doing this, like or for you to calm down, or maybe for you to untilt. Does he help you in that regard?
I don't know. I didn't see it.
You didn't see it. He was trying. I also wanted to ask, last time when you qualified for the major, someone got an elbow. The coach got like an elbow in his nose. Is he okay now? Is it fine?
He's perfectly fine.
Nobody got elbowed? Okay, fine. Yeah, to round off, I don't know how many questions my colleagues have, but we talked about how important this is for you. And I think a lot of people had question marks about the Bad News Eagles saying, okay, yeah, they made it through the RMR. You know, are they going to make it at the major? Are they going to make it to Legends? What do you plan to show them? And where do you think your growth and your ceiling may be now that you're going up against only the best in the world?
I mean, a lot of people think that we can't win against the best, but as you saw against ENCE or G2, like we had hard fights against them, but we threw a lot of rounds because we are unexperienced. But like you don't have to see much now in Legend stage. I think we will do good, but I don't think, my honest opinion, I don't think we will go far. But we will try to fight as much as we can, and we don't have pressure on our shoulders anymore now. Like we reached Legends, and it's
Is no pressure a more scary BNE? Like you playing with no pressure, is that gonna free you guys even more? Because we see sometimes on the server you're doing crazy stuff. Is that gonna be even worse now in the Legend states?
No. I mean, like a lot of people say we just run around and stuff like this, but we have defaults and we have everything. It's just for example, me and Flatro have our individual play, what we're gonna do, and no, we're gonna play the same.
Yeah?
We're gonna play the same.
But play with confidence.
Yeah.
You talk about teams like G2 and ENCE. If you had to make a comparison between your team and them, where do you think is the main difference? Where do you think they make the difference against you? What are you missing right now? Just
okay,
to
first
kick their asses too.
First of all, we are 5 players and 1 coach. We don't have an analyst, we don't have a mental coach, we have nothing. So when we go into the games, we just watch one demo and we don't have an analyst to tell us what are they doing, you know? So we just play our game, and of course, they are better than us. There's no doubt. But we will, as I said, we will try to make a fight. We will try to analyze them, and yeah.
Okay, I think that's it. We're going to let you join your team and enjoy the night and the success that you're having. It is so well-deserved, Rigon. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, well, with the dream and hard work, anything can happen. The Bad News Eagles are freaking legends. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be right back to cover the last best of 3 of the day, Imperial versus Forza.
Now that's what we call Major. 14 days of high-octane action. 14 days of fierce battles. 14 days of special bonuses from GG Bet. Whoop, cheer, and make your fortune.
Boys, where would you like to start with your pick'ems?
We're gonna put the teams that are 100% going to the major, right? Okay. So we start like, my idea will be like Ains here, G2, Vitality, us, Astralis, and then you guys can...
2 more?
Yeah, 2 more.
Let's put some faith on Liquid.
What's your problem with outsiders, Vinny?
I mean, the players are saying they won't live in the team, so...
I mean,
Then
but they still got your Kinder right now. He hasn't left yet.
Yeah, exactly.
I feel like we're putting outsiders down, so we've got one more spot, and then there's the 3-0 spot.
We put outsiders on 3-0 or normal? Normal, right? 3-0, maybe too much? What do you think?
Normal.
Normal. So outsiders is the last spot, right? Or
Yes, yes.
I think you got, hang on a second. Remind us of who you've put so far. Ents, G2.
Astralis, Vitality, us, Outsiders, Liquid.
let's go with the Turkish Last Dance. Eternal Fire, 3-0.
How complex?
So your last, your 3-0 is Eternal Fire,
Yeah.
Last Dance Turkey. Although Voxic's still really young, he can't retire if this goes wrong.
I mean, we're all young. That's all what they say.
Okay, it's fine. I just like that you've announced the retirement project for Voxic will be Eternal Fire. You heard it here first. So they are going to be 3-0. To be fair, there's a lot of Turkish fans out here. You know, there's some crossover, passionate fans.
Words as well. This came from Tarek. When I play with Tarek, he teach me.
Renegades, 03.
Renegades. Renegades. You bad little man. Poor Renegades. Right, okay. Brilliant. Thank you very much, boys. Well done. You've completed the Pick'ems challenge, and if you win, if you get more than 8 right, then you win nothing. But hopefully you get through to the next stage of the major. Good luck.
The young guns versus the old guard, and it all comes down to this. A spot at Legends for one, an end of the road in Antwerp for the other, as Forza and Imperial are going head-to-head in our final matchup of the Challenger stage of the PGL Antwerp Major. Joining me to see exactly how this one goes down, I got Pimp, I got Maui. Gentlemen, it's been a fantastic day of Counter-Strike, and rounding off with this one, I can't see it getting any better.
This is going to be good. This is one of the most slept-on matches, I think, by fans out there right now. But there is so much on the line. And earlier today, I mean, oh man, I'm as an NA fan, of course. I mean, Liquid pulling off that upset. Yeah. I'm pretty happy. I'm in a good mood, Freya.
Yeah, as a Dane, I'm also super happy for what happened earlier today. Oh, okay. But you're right, you know, I think this day, you know, is an iconic day for Counter-Strike. You know, the major day where all the matches, you know, have so severe consequences for the winner, but also for the loser, right? Everything is at stake. And I tried to describe that yesterday as well, saying that when you go into this game, they're kind of living their own life, right? You can look at all the stats, you can look at all the stuff leading up to the game, but you can more or less throw that out of the window, and then you can build the narrative that this is a game that lives its very own life.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if they've won, doesn't matter if they've lost before then. It kind of is wiping the slate clean coming into this best of 3 matchup. And I think you're talking about context. I think just the wider context of this game is incredibly important when we're talking about kind of two kind of opposing sides. I mean, in terms of the age difference as well, we've got some veterans on one side and some new young stars on the other.
There are so many reasons to think that the young guns in this matchup have this in the bag. The stats back it up. Their performances at this event back it up. They've just been hot in terms of the things they've done outside of this event. But in a match like this, like you said, Pimp, it lives a life of its own, and people don't necessarily play to the expectations that we have for them. Because the pressure is so on, that's why I think the older guard here, they have such a shot, even though maybe the tactics or the stats don't always say it. It's just that they can hold their nerve in situations like this.
I fully agree. If you look how the two teams have played the tournament so far, there's no doubt that Forza has been the better team. There's no doubt that right now they have the better, I guess they have the better synergy. They have the stronger individuals. You look at the guys right here. We've been talking a lot about Sorter. We talked a lot about Shelfie and Kenzie as well, who right now is the highest rated player. A little bit going under the radar, but overall, Forza's played a fantastic tournament. You look towards Imperial and you look towards the games they've played so far. The wins they've had were wins you expected outside of the Team Liquid one. That was very impressive to me. Maybe that was Liquid playing a poor game of Counter-Strike, but if you're Imperial in that game, you got to take that W and think, okay, we can beat some of the better teams here. But as you said, experience comes into play, because we also did see Force yesterday. Third deciding map against Outsiders. You could almost see it in the body language on the server. They were whiffing shots they normally don't do. They were missing utility they normally wouldn't do. Some of the players took, I would say, irrational decisions that they normally wouldn't do. So the pressure got to them yesterday. Question is, have they learned from that experience going into Imperial today? Or do Imperial, in fact, have a chance of once again applying that pressure?
There's one man in the server for Forza that has to learn from the past, and that's Jerry. At the Berlin Major 2019, he was in the exact same situation that he finds himself in today. Challenger stage, 1 BO3 away from making it to the legend spots, but he fell to Dream Eaters, a team that nobody thought they were supposed to lose to. And so Jerry right now needs to see this matchup that once again, he's coming in as the favorites in this kind of situation, and he needs to just deliver. He needs to make sure that everybody on his team, despite how many young guns he's got right there, they need to play to the level that they're used to.
Yeah, I really like that analogy coming into this one as well. Not so much because I do get a little bit of PTSD of Dream Eaters absolutely ruining my pick'ems, along with most of the Counter-Strike community back at that major. But I also think it's an interesting kind of, maybe not so much comparison, but just looking at what Jerry brings into the server in terms of the calling ability, because we saw he was able to put the pressure on against Vitality. Sure, not enough to be taking them down, but I'm wondering, going up against such a veteran lineup, is he going to be able to be applying that same pressure to them?
I think so, especially with the way they're playing Counter-Strike. The simpler, the better, you know, in a way for these guys. We talked about Mirage being one of the maps where whenever they do a 4-man Mirage mid and just have one guy in A, that's usually when it works the best for them.
Yes. Yeah. Jerry's calling style actually almost just negates any sort of experience that some of the individuals on the other team should have over him. If they move as a unit, move as a pack, which Jerry loves to do, the 4-1 style is something that he's been using for years now, then it doesn't matter if one guy is nervous in a group. As long as they all don't just drop their guns, they'll be fine. There's going to be a guy that's there for the trade.
I do like that you mentioned Kenzie when we just got to see a little bit of that, the team impact and the individual impact from the side of Forza as well, considering, you know, I feel like you were correct in saying he is a little bit slept on coming into this. We're kind of looking at Shelfie to be that main star for the side of Forza coming in.
Yeah, and he's played a good tournament. Also a player, when you look at his play, a guy that is not afraid to make the right play at the right moment. You know, a guy that is not afraid to risk a little bit in order to win a lot. And I like those types of players, especially when they're young. Sometimes you can blame them being a little bit inexperienced. Maybe they don't understand the consequences of the move they're doing. But you have a player who's willing to make a play that could potentially win a round, instead of having a player that is playing the safe odds all the time. So for Kenzie to play a good tournament so far and to find a lot of success in these decisions is a very strong sign for Force.
One thing for at least the side of Imperial is that all of these players make strong decisions. There's so much autonomy on this roster. There's a couple different players that chime in along with Fallen to make different calls. And the thing is that Imperial like to run a default style. They like to actually just spread out and let people read the map and see what it is that is the weak point in that round for the opponent. So if the experience of Force comes back to bite them, it's going to be because Imperial just smell weakness. They smell blood in the water.
I love the way you describe that, because that's exactly what they're doing. They're playing like MIBR in 2016, 2017. The old, you know, the old SK lineup. That's what they did with Cold Zero. That's what these guys did for the majority of the time. They would spread out, and then there was so much individual understanding of the map, how to play Counter-Strike, how to play the 3v3, how to play the 4v4, that they would always edge out the opponents. They would always make them feel uncomfortable. And if you do that against a team like Force, feeling the nerves today, being a little bit inexperienced, that could be a way to win for Imperial.
Just talking about one individual under the spotlight for the side of Imperial. Bolt's highest rated player thus far in the tournament for Imperial, 1.17 rating. Can you just give maybe a little bit of context to this player for anybody who maybe isn't familiar with him and what he'll be delivering?
So Boltz right now is playing a lot of the roles that are just self-dependent. He's doing a lot of things that are lurking on the sides of the map. Overpass, for example, first pick coming out from Imperial, you're going to see him outside that B area frequently, and even on Mirage, he gets to control a lot of that A bomb site once he switches to the defense there. So he gets a lot of autonomy. He has a lot of responsibility on his own. But the thing is that Imperial trusts him. Anytime he wants to make an aggressive move, it seems like everybody on Imperial is on board for that. So I think that he's definitely going to be the player to watch, especially given the maps that we're seeing here.
I love this video. I absolutely love this video. Imperial on Overpass, unbeaten so far the last 3 months. They win every single time they played. Given they're not playing against some of the top oppositions, given they haven't really faced a strong opponent yet, we don't really know whether or not they're strong on the map or if they're just beating teams that are below them. Whereas for Mirage, it makes an awful lot of sense for Force. I think we're talking about the individual skill level. There's no doubt that Force as individuals right now hit harder than the Imperial boys. When we talk win conditions for the Brazilians, we talk experience, we talk, them playing clutches together, we're talking them being smarter on the server, but in terms of raw firepower, Mirage is a map that makes an awful lot of sense for Force.
I'm really excited that we do get to see Inferno potentially as the third and final decider if we do need it. I was actually chatting to Hugo when we were having lunch earlier, and he was saying the defense for the side of Imperial, that's something to really be watching on the B side of things. It just looked impenetrable, particularly in that game. I think it was versus Liquid he was talking about. But just coming into the first round of Overpass, sure, we've kind of sung the praises of Imperial coming into this one. Anything you're looking at for the side of Fours, Maui?
Ooh, for Fours. I just want to see if they can handle Fur, because he's just been a freak on this map for half of a decade. He was destroying people on it in some of the first majors that this team won. It's always been a map that he's just been so strong at. So if people like Zorte can just hold their nerve and hit the shots that they're supposed to, they should easily deal with Fur. But the problem is that Fur is just so random. He's just all over the place. Whenever he wants to go for a peek, he'll do it just off of feeling alone.
I really like that it was something that Fallen brought up in an interview recently, saying, he kind of compares Fur not in terms of the role sense, but he compares him to Naflight just in terms of his natural aptitude for the game, the sort of freedom that he gives. And I think it's totally right. He's something we should be looking out for.
For sure. Fur is just, he's a loose cannon in a way. And if he's feeling it, if he's reading the game correctly, we've seen so many times throughout the last couple of years, when he was still playing at an active level, him pushing up middle, in the middle of a round, finding that there's no one there so he can call the entire team to rotate to the B bomb side. Plays like that, informational plays that can set up Imperial to kind of, I guess, discredit Force right in a way. Because if first can find those picks, if you can find the tidbit of information and then call the team to place 4 men on the B bomb side, it doesn't matter whether Force are stronger individuals if they're meeting a brick wall in terms of Imperial players. I also want to throw Bolt into the mix on this specific map. His average rating in those 6 wins they've had is 1.35. This man is a menace on the defense side as well. He's really rock solid, always good for 2, so look out for Bolt. If they can handle him, there's a chance Imperial can pick up this map.
I think this is why it's just a really exciting matchup coming into it for both sides. The fact that they both have so much to prove for entirely different reasons to make it to the Legend stage.
Yeah, I mean, Fallen, the first time he won a major was over 2,000 days ago. And if you look at just who has come and gone since then, there's almost no familiar faces. Even the talent roster for that major, no one that's at this major was working that. The only guy was Maniac, and he was coaching Envious. So there's just, whereas everybody else has gone, Fallen is still here. And I think that's where he has to prove the longevity, because as a captain in this space, we gave him so much credit when he was winning those majors, 2016, 2017. Even what he did with MIBR after that was pretty impressive at times too. But the fact that he's bringing FNX out of retirement, bringing Fur from pretty much the doldrums of Brazilian CS, and now he's making this roster work and can potentially secure a major spot, that's what gets me excited about this one.
I want to give him some credit for his individual level so far at this tournament as well. We saw him in Team Liquid, and I guess we all sensed that he was done right. He couldn't really find the individual level. He wasn't good enough to be the difference maker within Team Liquid, especially when they face greater opponents. But in this tournament so far, he's been one of the catalysts behind Imperial in their wins. He's playing solid with the AWP. It's not the old Fallen, the explosive Fallen that is taking over games and dictating the pace of a game, but he's solid enough in order to have an impact on the game, something we didn't see for the vast majority in Liquid. So even Fallen right now is, a guy that I sense is more motivated, right? He's representing his own team. It's his own project. And right now he's playing some damn solid Counter-Strike.
Well, I'm very excited to be diving into the final matchup here of the Challenger stage of the PGL Antwerp Major. And to do so, we've got to throw it over to Scrawny and Lourdes.
One final spot, 2 maps away. One of these 2 teams facing elimination, the other one gets to keep those dreams growing. Forza, they've had 2 shots already, both of them fall flat. Imperial fighting from the bottom side of this bracket, and now one final challenger. And a challenger that is way less experienced, clearly as the desk has touched on. We've got Fallen, who has been here for what seems like forever.
Yeah, I think that is the interesting part of the story, because Forza, on paper, like the bookmakers say, the favorite in this matchup. And from what we've seen, you know, probably just a really, like a solid team, solid aim across the board, have proved a lot in the couple of stages that we watched them in. But Imperial, they have the experience edge. They have so many players who are comfortable in these exact situations. And right now, their hard carry in Bolt, he is actually a really well-seasoned player as well. He's been bouncing around in the Brazilian scene for 6-7 years and having pretty high impact almost all the way through, just never coming into the top 2 teams at any point for a very long time. So I think for that reason, you can't really just look at the odds and say this is a gimme for Forza. Forza are going to be the ones who are more nervous in the situation. Imperial are the ones that people have been doubting more than Forza have. So they've got something to prove, and I think even if they've got the skills, translating them is a whole different game.
Most certainly so, man. And holding their nerve while they translate those skills is another question, right? There's no doubt in my mind that Forza, you're thinking yourself, that grain of doubt has been sowed. And with Bolts finding the frag grenade kill, that's just a bombardment into this B site. Kenzie is going to be tagged to 12 health, so he finds nothing. Dude,
Jesus, what is this?
They find nothing.
Oh, man, that came in. Tactics, the frags, it all coalesced within seconds, man. That was perfect read on the setup. Always nice to have a nice demo round to start the game off. That's a hot start on the pistol. Not fun to get called out like that.
Nades over the top. Perfect. And that's how Kenzie goes down to 12 HP. Vinny comes in quick, couple of headshots with it.
There's layers to that too. The fact that they set up those nades, the 2 nades instead of 3, and they had 3 in the pack coming out of short tunnel at the exact same moment.
That one's got a bit of a message attached to it, dude. Incredibly impressive pace to the pistol, and now we just look to convert it.
Yeah, we'll have Imperial doing a lot of searching on the map. They've been defaulting a ton, which translates well over to Overpass. Can feel like quite a vast map. The only idea here for Forza is Kenzie doing a lap. Ooh, through the top of bathrooms in Norway. Hits a heater.
Oh, huge though. Bolts trades back as he falls away. He gets him with the wall bang.
Wow, that's enormous. Now there is still Shelfie inside of short water, waiting. If they're careful, this shouldn't be a problem, but he does have this deagle up close.
He's not going to find anything with it. Fallen and the Mac-10 get the better of him. Jerry's going to try to throw his upgraded pistol to close proximity as well. FNX and Fallen starting to look up top. That's where Kenzie's deagle's looking to be primed. These threats all across the map, and Fallen's going to survive another test here. Bolt's still just lingering down in the water and confirming that there is at least one more CT down here. So yes, everybody else runs at that A site where the scout is in position. Flash and smoke force Zordy back, and with that, he's going to have to concede it. So nice attempt here from Force, serving us up a reminder that, you know, despite preparation and game plan, Force still have incredible individual mechanics and talent and potential.
Yeah, it's one of those teams where there's just no real bottom fraggers, and even Jerry is good for like a huge clutch in a lot of the maps that we've watched already. So now in this round, I mean, they only have these 2 guns to take to try it again, but Imperial, I mean, they moved at a really good pace. The refrags were good, the default is good so far. I think they'll be quite happy with themselves, and they only lost Vinny at the end of the day.
Vinny, man, I think somebody else who's kind of like, if we sit here and talk about how Bolts was always on the fringe, Vinny on Furia, not a fringe team, but kind of a player on the fringe of that roster. You know, somebody who maybe at times doesn't get all the credit he deserves or was never really set up to be a star outside of Inferno.
Vinferno.
Everybody knows that's where Vinny owns. So this is the one thing I like about this Imperial team, right? And especially now with MIBR being eliminated, there's only Furia representing Brazil at the Major. And Furia are the best of Brazil.
Yeah.
But if you guys go back and watch that, or read that rather, interview with Fallen, HLTV did an excellent job of kind of extracting his mentality that you play for more than just winning tournaments. They want to lift trophies, that's for certain. They also want to represent Brazil. Representation is important. And Fallen tries to really hammer that home. It'd be awesome to see these guys kind of come out from the shadows and be that second Brazilian roster in the top 16. But for now, it's an empty B bomb site, completely clear for the taking. So an easy third one. Those saved weapons from Forza not really able to position themselves for the impact. T-side very passive on the playground push. And for that reason, easy 3-0.
Yeah, I had MIBR to win that last map, but that last series. But of course, BNE just showed so much heart, so much strength. And they leave Imperial as the one Brazilian team in the challenger stage to potentially make it through. And yeah, they're trying to carry that mantle for the entire country, of course. The amount of fans behind this roster is just unparalleled. Especially being able to have FNX back in the server is, just for me, like, I just loved watching FNX play so much back in the day. I just had this shower thought where I was just like, man, getting to watch him play on Train one more time would be so sick.
Right, that nostalgia hit.
That would be a great show match idea, actually, for the Major. If they could run it back on Train.
I think the thing is too, right? Whether you're a doubter of Imperial, and there are a lot of doubters of this project, because there are certain things that Forza has to face as being an unexperienced team, right? There's going to be doubters in that regard. The unknowns, the unproven. But Imperial also face just as much doubt for opposite reasons, other end of the spectrum. These are the has-beens. And when you see them kind of get invested in, it makes you question whether they deserve it or not. Why not invest in the future? Why look back? Well, they are 2 maps away from making a top 16 run at a major.
Yeah, it's enormous. Getting the 2-2, getting to the Legend stage, that says it all. It doesn't matter what anybody thinks. So here's Jerry with an off angle inside the bathrooms. He'll catch for off guard. It's a good fight for him, but Vinny finds the trade.
Although it costly.
Yeah, they win and chill, and they've established here. They're worried, of course, about the stairs presence, and you can see by the conclave of T's, they are aware of stairs, keeping it in mind, not dealing with it right now, but they made such a good pace already. There's still a full minute left.
FNX here, his patience. 2 CTs split up. He gets dinked down to an under 10 HP, just like Vinny.
It actually reopened stairs, so thoughts changed. They were potentially going to have him scale up and maybe hit the B site, but now Zorti is guessing what their next move is going to be.
Feels like it's going to have to be Bolts or Fallen to take that next one, try and open up a route somewhere.
It looks like the Lurk might get punished. They actually do have time to pull this off. Shelfie's walking. Oh, no, he'll be the one to find a victim, and that's Vinny down.
Fallen hears that retreat as well. Quick sprint from Shelfie all the way to the other end of bathrooms. Fallen's going to clear close corners, 20 seconds.
Yeah, suddenly it's becoming a little slow. They've got to actually pick up the pace, and FNX is low.
Just get the better of Shelfie, though. CT's not yet supporting him, and that nade is huge. All of a sudden, the health advantage doesn't seem to be much of an issue.
Okay.
Fallen surviving further damage, and Bolt's still on 100 HP. Bomb's going to be planted on Truck. No utility to stop that. Zorti doesn't even have any vision here. He's just going to try to desperately jump up, and it looks like a save. With that kill, with that frag and that fire on the dice box, we have Imperial push past the fact that FNX is tagged, that Vinny was low, and that Fallen almost died on that entry as well. 4-0 start for this T side.
Every single piece of utility came into factor there. Even the smoke and CT. Of course, if Shelfie had to be back dice for that play to work out as well as it did, but they had the perfect flash, and I actually love that they used the HE first as well. With the amount of time left on the clock, Shelfie didn't have a way to move from his position. So the late molly, all that extra pressure, he tried to wait in it, but there really was nothing for him to do when they decided that's where his rotation would be back to. That is a huge recovery. We almost got into time pressure, but that's because of the late push into bathrooms that killed Vinny in the first place from Shelfie. If not, they were actually in a decent spot. And look at the amount of money that Imperial have already stacked up. Bolts and FNX, nearly 8K apiece.
Backbone being established nice and early, and already into the connector boost. Door gets blown off the hinges. Extinguished is the incendiary. Oh, but
do it again.
An airstrike destined for Kenzie.
Oh, man, but there was someone propping him up, and Norvi has also been hit down to just 16 HP.
Yo, these calls from Fallen out of the gate are so good.
And it's unconfirmed damage, but they know they know that they wouldn't have hit just one person. So Shalfie would pick one off, and he's inside the stairs. So now they separate his rotation back with that molly. Encouraged to come forward, but is this a trap?
Ooh, the flash was there. Vinny almost a victim of it, but he'll find Shalfia's fur, gets hyper-aggressive into the A site, opens a huge gap in the defense for that bomb to come over, and so it's an immediate save call from Forza. They know they have to concede this. If Norvi can hang on to the op with this M4, okay, you got something to work with in the next, but Imperial, we see the same nade stack in the pistol. 4 rounds later, Imperial again, 5 versus 4 off of that.
Yeah.
And that was like multiple boosts clearly from Forza. They were trying to stack one up inside of Connector. They tried to do it inside of the B site for the 5 players preoccupied. And Imperial just dodged the threat. Hit him with the bunker busters.
They are moving super well right now. And it's so annoying for Forza that they get hit by the double nades because, of course, these are going to be random rounds that Imperial are going to throw them in. Right now, they're just picking all the right spots. That pistol round, that one could have been straight off a demo. This late one, just thinking Forza, okay, you give them a few rounds, see, maybe they'll try it again, and they hit right. And, you know, part of that is Norway here saving this op on 16 health. Is also a victim of that much damage. Imperial instantly on fire. And they worked hard and slowly for these rounds and actually came back out of a few tricky spots. I mean, they're kind of hitting a bunch of the metrics that are, you know, making you believe that they are just playing the best CS that you could ask at the moment.
So a tactical pause called. First one from Forza. Probably feeling red at the moment. Seeing red as well. Not able to get that sweet revenge just yet. CT side yet to get started. 2 nades just perfect. That was Fur obviously creeping up outside of the bathrooms.
Yeah, they're catching all the late push. As we saw that late push to the back of stairs. FNX was sitting in the corner. Vinny here calls the rotation out. The utility has been really good. Forza are making sure to continuously play some of these spots. I mean, they don't want to give up everything. This is a half buy. They're gonna have a, it's pretty powerful because they have the op behind it and a couple of kits here. But outside of that, only a single rifle on Norvi.
Push through that smoke pretty quick. Vinny looking to establish presence.
Yeah, they've just dominated short water over and over again.
Vinny spotted though. Doesn't want to stick around. Could be pushed from Connector. Although Fallen is coming with FNX. Ooh, that Molotov problematic if it weren't for the smoke. Still, information being exchanged, setups being read, and Vinny sniffing out an opening here through Monster. Sure enough, he has found this, and it's only Jerry watching with the MP9. There's 2 MP9s in this close-up op.
No one
and then
headshot.
the second player, this is going to be the walkout from Imperial. A clean walk into this site, but here comes Sorting with a missed shot, dives down into the water, and Vinny's got to be cautious as he extends into the crosshair, but he will get the kill. The only answer so far from the CT side is Kenzie.
Yeah.
He stops a player that lurk up on party, a 6th from Imperial.
That was great too. I mean, all we saw there was a default stairs control, and then as soon as that molly got smoked out, because they could have run for it, they had an idea. Maybe they're too stuck in the stairs, and they used that smoke against them, right? It cuts off their rotation out into short to help B, and they pendulum around through spawn. Vinny takes the lead. Entry's extremely sharp, and another really kind of composed round from Imperial. But they're putting the puzzle pieces together consistently.
Calling's looking really smooth, you
Yeah.
know? And what's really cool about this one is obviously Vinny, he gets jump spotted with the addition of that connector information. He's the person who just slides out through Monster, and Fallen recently giving praise to Vinny and to Bolts for being these kinds of secondary callers within this Imperial system. Says that it allows for Fallen to just kind of focus on the crosshair of the op a little more. So if Vinny's finding these openings, calling them, and everybody follows right suit, I mean, Imperial, that's smooth as can be at the moment. We just kind of sit here waiting for Forrest to get this ball rolling because, of course, this is a team that qualified through the RMR with a near-flawless run. 2-0 out of the gate in the first stage, and third chance, man. Third and final chance, and they're 6 rounds down at the start of the series. Grenades didn't hit their mark this time around.
But it's the audio. You know, it's just the notion that, okay, you keep trying that. We're not actually done. We're going to keep throwing those over and over again. Zordy's going to eat the full brunt of this flash, and he's really playing by himself here. He can fall back, but there is a timing inside of the bathroom, so it's really unsafe for him. His rotation will get harder. More stairs pressure comes down, and Kenzie wins his duel. Blind, but pulls it off.
Pretty critical headshot.
And just like we saw in the last round, now the rotation up the stairs has been hindered. They're being babysat right now.
Yeah, Bolts, he smokes off connector door just in case there's any kind of assist. Vinny, oh, nice shot into Jerry, that answer.
Jesus.
As he snapped it up, hunting the player down beneath instead, and Fur, it's the perfect support.
Oh, this is an unreal level right now. This is from the 4v5. Well, we're crossing that critical moment, and Shelfie wants to get back to the site. He's too uncomfortable. And Imperial now, they've got the keys. They've just got to turn him.
Deep into the monster. Lots of players coming at him, but he does have this little bit of sanctuary here. He's tough. It goes unchecked, but Bolts with the quick trade and Fall in the quicker cover. Imperial, 7 terrorist rounds straight, and every issue that Force try to throw at them, it seems like Imperial have this instant response.
Yeah, there was a disconnect there with Force because they actually did have the op out towards A, but it was alone. It was there on long. It was trying to take a fight. And Zorty, in his rotation back, they didn't even have anyone inside of bathrooms, no one spotting balloons, no one covering the top of stairs at all. So he couldn't even come to assist anybody rotating out of stairs. And that left 2 players down there in a position where they don't have great fights. The longer that the round goes on, they grow more and more uncomfortable. FNX has set up a tent in the back of the stairs every single round now, so they don't feel good about where they can go. And then when we see this pressure actually mounts too high, now there was a chance for them to trade out at least 1 or 2 players. And I gotta say, it's not just the tactics. They are coming ahead in the kill matrix between all of these different players. And basically all the head-to-heads, Imperial are fragging harder than Fours right now, which is one of the things that I didn't think was going to be possible. So at the very minimum, Fours, they're a team with no bottom fraggers, a roster that has been able to keep up with some of the strongest, highest individual levels in the game.
Oh, they're going to have to dig deep. Good flash to push Bolts back. That's going to be him low and disappears through the smoke into the night. All the way back towards T-spawn. Connector this time, 0 contest from Forza. Imperial, they're going to grab this one for absolutely free. The A-site setup, not even bathrooms, not even long. It is inside that site that everybody's playing here from Forza, and that's a turtled defense.
Oh yeah, it's a turtle defense on low grenades. They come onto this on a slightly mixed buy, but just almost out of utility here. A single smoke on Shelfie. Oh, 1 of 2, excuse me. Shelfie still has his, at the very least.
Fallen gonna feign a little presence here. Op staying trained on him. That 35-second mark, as said, 1 smoke.
There's so much pressure on the site hold now. They've given up so much space to Imperial, even though it looks like they haven't done anything just yet. They can go for this full exec on A. The rotations are very slow. As soon as that CT smoke comes in, Bank gets mollied. It just comes down to Zorty and Kenzie right here, right now.
They got to hit the shots. Closest rotate will be Shelfie. That secondary op trying to run, trying to sprint in 15 seconds. They're getting dangerously close to the site, and it's an insta-kill from Fallen. Kenzie in the corner, kills the front runner. 8 seconds left as bomb gets dropped. Kenzie's got the kills and a chance at the ace, but still they fight on with no time. Flanked. If it's not Kenzie, then it's not Forza.
Wow.
Imperial no longer flawless.
Well, at least we get a glimmer of the X factor. Okay, that's a huge play from Kenzie in a position where they had a very uninspired setup, and it came down to him holding an angle that is favored for 1 fight. But as soon as you get that first one, you've got nowhere else to go. He had to make sure it was instant first bullet headshot after the next, and if he didn't get all 3 kills, that bomb would have gone down, and it would have been right back to Imperial winning the round. So enormous, but they have to ride that momentum, and they have to come through with better ideas.
Yes.
Oh! God, they threw a flash. Kenzie turned from it, and he was just rifling over top of the smoke where you normally put an op up.
Did take down the guy who just gave the star-studded performance. He's not alone here. Four is still flirting with 3 CTs around this A site. 2 of them just locked into the upper bathrooms. But, I mean, for all Imperial, no, just walk right by it.
Yeah. The off from Zorti is trying to support. He doesn't really need to go long, though, with the 2 players in bathrooms, so he's going to stick around. But look at this. They have no idea. This is a furious strat, walking up bathrooms off that first kill. Gotta believe Vinny took part in this, but there's still 2 players on A.
Oh, Vinny gets stuck between those 2 CTs. Bomb still planted. Fur, unsuspecting, as Jerry comes in with a critical kill, but Boltzy's got this flank, and even that gets covered. He's dinked, but still able to catch Jerry. Shelfie incredibly close to sight. Norvi already rotating up, and these last 2 CTs need to be the difference, or else it's Fours with the 1 off. And Imperial with the 3 back in bathrooms. Oh, but Fallen gets caught as Shelfie goes over top of it. Norvi's going to try to maybe add a little pressure to the situation. FNX, great coverage. It's low HP on the final T, and Norvi's sticking this bomb. Bolt's ice cold as he sees the back of Norvi's legs and the back of Forza's only round win. 8 to the board for Imperial.
Man, what are we watching right now? That's actually insane. They played that to perfection. And there was one mistake there from Kenzie. It gets punished, and they pull the perfect call of walking outside the bathrooms. I guarantee you they follow the frag right there. The 2 players in a lot of these positions, the couple of CTs that are working together are almost always lost. They don't realize they're being surrounded. They're not holding extraneous pressure on their positions. Instead, they're sitting inside of them and waiting for the action to come to them. And Imperial know exactly what to do with that space. They demonstrated that a number of times now.
Oh, the Deagle's not going to find a thing. Fur, insta headshot. CZ starts to push up. Oh, and he gets it in the back. FNX. See ya later, Shelfie. Thought Jerry was going to give cover. Oh, but Kenzie still got some kind of an answer here. Drops the bomb carrier. Could make things interesting.
Yeah, that'll shake him up a little bit.
But interesting, not necessarily competitive. Kenzie continues closer. And Bolt is going to have support in a second. Vinny coming around the fountain.
Yeah, they've got both his exit and his fall back. And oh my God, Kenzie letting it ring off.
Not going to expect that 3rd piece in Vinny to trade so closely. And now Norvi, that would have been heard by the player at the top of Con, so FNX can lock this in. Bomb can just sprint over towards the A site, and Imperial will be locking in a 9th round, barring some theatrics from Norvi. But nope, he's going to just move that M4 forward, and Imperial with a world-class T-side right now on Overpass.
There's actually nothing that you can say that they're doing badly. They're executing things so well. We're seeing pressure throughout each of the moments of these rounds. They're making good time. They got close to time trouble, but never exactly. Kenzie's one heroic hold is the reason they were able to win a single round so far. And if not for that, the rest of the round, you would give it to Imperial overall. They've been isolating the engagements. They've been reading the map really well. They've been finding the CT setups, and they're targeting and showing us that by picking all the right rounds to nade the boost, to take over short water. We're almost never seeing a dry engagement. I mean, seriously, the utility has been the most impressive part.
FNX back in the server.
It's crazy to see that.
Yeah, isn't it?
Oh, we haven't got the chance to cast him, and man, I don't even know if I did, even way back then. Like I might have, but it was so long ago that he was playing in those majors, and
you weren't casting them.
I might have not been. I don't even know. Like it was, I wasn't casting those majors. Yeah.
All right, man. 8-round lead from Imperial. We're just sitting here waiting for Force to show us something, and instead, Imperial, are they just going to come out with an incredibly fast B hit after all this time, all this meticulous play towards connector and A, and it's just deep in B already. Norvi has not been spotted, but Vinny finds him over the side of that smoke. Shelfie with the only kill so far. Zordi, he's going to try to get the op in heaven, but bomb's already planted by the time he finds any kind of an angle, and he doesn't find any kind of a fight. Bolt's surrounded, and yet still he'll gun down Kenzie, turns it back on Monster, and loses the fight to Jerry. The op in Zordi trying to apply pressure. Next to him was Shelfie. Low HP for 2 of the 3, and the Opera connects with the wallbang.
Yeah, retake could be on. I mean, time is coming down.
He starts to back away as Jerry comes up close on short. There's Fallen with further op impact, and Imperial with further round wins.
Damn. And all of a sudden, they go slow, they go slow, they go slow. Monster rush. They've done a walkout monster. They've done a walkout over banana on the outside of bathrooms. A full exec while running is something they throw in the 11th round. I mean, Fallen is calling fluidly at the moment. It's too hard to read. I mean, at this point, fours have been fully conditioned. Like, it's too hard for them to figure out like what the next move will be and when every single thing has worked.
Just going to have to try and hang on for dear life at this point. Force 5 rounds best case scenario, and that would include this one with 2 Deagles and an MP9.
They've had an op for a high percentage of rounds, but not any impact really with it.
Sorty's position set on fire as he falls back into the connector. Maybe him and Kenzie can combine for something. Got a triple boost as well, about to look over top of Monster. Bolts is playing that position very tucked, so unlikely that Shalfie finds anything. Connector really going to be that key piece of the map. Unless...
They avoided the op once again.
and the last time I feel like we see Imperial walk all the way up to A, it's when there is that upper bathroom setup.
They're making sure to get their footprints on every piece of grass on the map. Like, they are exploring so well, and it's just, yeah, the calls are so perfect. Another stair stack, totally avoided. Rotations might be slow again. They're playing blind on this. No info on A, haven't seen a T. Now they're starting to move in. Oh, Zordy finds one, and Kenzie pairs it with a Deagle.
That's the kind of thing they need, and more damage.
Wow.
Kenzie again. Remember, he was the only reason Force have a single round. Fallen gets the grenade in hand, but still recovers. Norvey point blank AK headshot, rocked. And FNX is looking to come support and finds the back of Zordy. This looking like the 2v5 as Fallen gets a 3rd kill in the mix, and Jerry needs to lead by example for Forza's most desperate 2nd round.
He's cowering.
They don't know that he's here. The MP9 good for the first. Fallen staying scoped, and Fallen with an impactful 4K to keep this T-side rolling.
You're joking. You're joking. That was like his combat ops style. Picked up the AK, one through the eyes in the 2v5. Oh, surviving that, it's just a whole different level of mental battle right here. It was done.
Oh!
Laurie had every right to come through for that trade. He was so close to getting the kill.
Fallen right back at it with the 2 op kills after the fact.
What a win. Man, that was just on the eco too. The Kenzie Deagles are actually unbelievable.
FNX just offering us a little something as he comes out of the top of connector. Really cool to see this individual level from Fallen. 13-3. Again, him himself praising both Bolt and Vinny for offering communication and calling.
Yeah, and I mean, the only way you're sleeping on Force at this point is you literally haven't watched the Major yet. They have been taking scalps.
Took a map off of Vitality in a 2-0 game. Took a map off of Outsiders.
Yeah, they just nearly 3-0'd. That was pretty much the story with them. But here we are in the 2-2, and things are getting more tense.
Nice wallbang here from Zordy.
Much needed.
See if they can at least get that 2nd round win. They've been fighting desperately for it. They fall away. CT's scrambling up. Imperial, they got plenty of time. See if they decide to commit to this.
They're losing positions to throw their nades, and they are now entering, so they can try to use the headshot angles and attack this way.
Zordy sits and waits.
We know they haven't been hasty. They don't like to move when they're not comfortable. And it's worked to their benefit. Oh, this shot.
Gives it a jiggle, then gives it a swing, and hits the head of Kenzie. Zordy fully flashed. Fur blinded in the process. There comes Jerry quickly onto the truck. Vinny, immediate trade, and Zordy has to give up all that bank control. Shalfie a singular kill as Vinny takes to the helm of this hit.
Another
42 health left. Oh! With 7 seconds, he hits that off shot. Vinny needs the bomb plant. They could just try to rush him down, but he comes off of the plant, not with enough time to answer a 2nd round at least for Force.
So many times we're seeing the op miss an opportunity, then the other rifler in the site just gets one bulleted by somebody swinging wide, and Imperial are keeping a good inventory of where people are. But Force survived this one. That's huge. I mean, they do it all the way from the site. If we look at the mini-map, all the action going down here constantly is a very worrying sign for Force. Of course, you just have to look at the top of the scoreboard to understand how that's played out. But now we've got op impact here from Zorde, and at the very least, he did a good job of falling back and staying alive for a long time after getting this kill. This alone sucked time off the clock, and Imperial had to really have pressure on them to get in there, get the bomb down, and first of all, find the bomb. You know, he just goes fishing with the one shot through the smoke, but yeah, like even with that, there's just a chasm right now between Forza and Imperial for so many other reasons. So give him that round. That's not enough. Forza absolutely need to get these two just for the dignity for themselves. And the thing is about them is they've had so many insane starts to games. This is not what we're used to seeing with the Forza games. Even if they've lost, it's with 7-0 starts. We had an 11-0 start on that Dust 2 match versus Outsiders. And they're just not that scary right now.
Something in the water, man. It's Bolt's the beast. Fallen the opener.
Whoa, what's that? Oh, he was picking for Fallen. Fallen might have just walked into his angle.
Oh, Alfie. Easy pickup there for blindsided by it. Oh, and they don't know that they've been seen by Kenzie. Fallen cut off as the third player to push into A. Vinny's just already inside of the site, jumping around smokes, and Shalfie's going to win that fight up close. Felt like Imperial tried to cause a little bit of chaotic moments across the map, and, well, they don't pick up kills because of it. 2 versus 4. You know, we already saw Fallen pull out a miracle of a round, and this time looking even more unlikely. Bolts, he's got the bomb, and he's got a chance at the B site, seeing as Norvi is down here alone for the moment. But Bolts would have to be pretty brave to just run in here and rock Norvi.
I feel like this A setup was so much better. And again, like, another look at the mini-map. Well, is there a chance that Bolts can get this guy?
This round's alive, but he's got a clear monster.
Looks like he's going to, but he doesn't. That would have been unnecessarily close, I think, if, you know, if Bolts won that. Force pull out a good round. And again, glimpse of the mini-map. Kills are coming down outside balloons, top of the stairs. Before the bathrooms action, there's more activity from the riflers peeking inside of bathrooms instead of turtling up and waiting for fights to come to them. I like this energy a lot more. Of course, also, even though they lost their first Opper over on B, Shalfie traded back with that impact on the other side of the map. So 2 ops work for them there.
All good things have to come to an end.
Looks like they might set up wait for some time to see if there's a late boost and attempt to punish it.
His T-side about to finish. Norvi just got tagged up. A little bit of chip damage. Oh, Bolt, he survives the op shot. 95 damage on the sniper. Not enough.
Yeah, through the concrete.
It's such a robbery. And a warning sign. Tons of grenades, at least for Force. But also still tons of time for Imperial. This boost could be good. They're both going to go for it. Everybody pressed up close. Little jump spot. Still can't shave those shots through the wall.
Well, they just continue forward with it. That's interesting. See if Force believe they scared them or not. But as long as they don't see anybody here at the barrels. Oh, okay, Zorti, nice. There's Fur goes down.
That'll take off some of the pressure.
I was going to say, that could have turned into a monster walkout. That's the key position you want to be clear. Besides anything close right in wood wall. But it seems like the plans remain unchanged.
Just walk it out regardless. Pack mentality here from Imperial, trying to close out this T-side. Short Molotov off, they can focus on Monster, but Jerry, he turns his back to it. Norvi blinded, at least able to find FNX, but that's a bomb plant here from Fallen, unless that wallbang had hit. It doesn't. 3 versus 3, final round of the half, and Norvi locked into the water as a low HP Bolts comes hunting and falls for it. Then Fallen over the sandbags with a little bit of damage, putting Vinny into the clutch with a health advantage over top of what's left, and he has been so sharp. Flashbang finds his eyes. The bomb and dwindling time. It's a nice coverage here from Zordi, and Forza with a little recovery. At the end of the CT side, it's 4 rounds at the very least for them, for Honor.
Absolutely. With 4, we could talk about it. You know, that's a radically different half than 12-3, 13-2. So they win in the end. They figured out some of the adjustments. They didn't get caught off in the default as much, and the ops started to come alive a lot more. We're starting to talk about Zorte more often in each of these rounds, which is really important for Force because he has been one of the best operators in the stage so far. Bit weird to see him start, you know, like 1-7, not have any opening exchanges. But it is absolutely still the power position here for Imperial into the second half, the map pick of Imperial. I think we had a veto that was relatively predictable, which means the level will be high between these two teams.
Pistol round that could knock whatever wind is in the sails of Forza. They'd suddenly find themselves in a suffocating dead air. Contact long, falls back. Fur doesn't need to run any risks. Fallen, deep angle with the USP through bathrooms. And he too, going to give up a little bit more room here. Offer Forza some footing. And they're going to be happy to take it all across the map, in fact. Even starting to peek and pry towards Monster. A little re-aggression on long. It's where they saw their first player. And now as they go back at it, there's nothing.
Imperial are just hoping it's going to end B, so they can start to do the lap around bathrooms. They've actually made really good pace here because fours are setting up, but we're at 50 seconds, so we've got some things in place to try to slow this down.
CT's inside water. Paras start jumping over the barrels. Vinny going to be tucked in. Jerry, insta-kill. Kenzie right there with him, and it's a smooth entrance. 4 fours. FNX, 1 kill, falls back. And that quick attack from Fur on the back. They're trying to chase him into Graffiti, but FNX is all the way gone, and Fur, he even finds a bit more forward footing. He's going to just dodge the guy inside of water. Now he's with them, but the gun goes dry. Both sides, knives out, not enough. Fur going to start to ice this off, and Jerry in the clutch has FNX coming back from the left as Fur's attacking on the right. He dives into the cover. Bomb is ticking quick, but oh my God, they win that.
I can't believe they won that. That was 3-on-5. That was 3-on-5. They got both entries, and they moved so fast that even though it was searched out all over the A site that no one was there, the rotations didn't come in right as the site hit was happening, and you thought it was going to be over. FNX slows it down a little bit, the momentum, as they try to push into CT spawn. He works hard for his first kill, and then the USPs go dry inside the pit.
Shalfie just tucked onto the water. That's what allowed for Fur to come out from short the first time. Get that easy kill on Graffiti, run forward, just dodges it all.
The post plant was so strange from Forza. They didn't even set up in that position to take over Heaven and plant for it. You know what I mean? Like, they had to come back to the site to fight it in the first place. That one was very weird. But even in a bad post plant, having a 5-on-3, it's pretty much in the bag anyways. They probably felt like this round was over. But they thought wrong.
That's incredible. Furs just sticks it to him. And you know your heart's beating when you see that knife pulled out and someone
100%.
running right at you.
Yeah, no, I mean...
That's insanity.
It's more than just the money.
Fall into the MP9 nice and close and personal. With him in Fur, it's a solid hold on long. That's 3 immediate kills. Bomb dropped. And no reason for them to give it up. In fact, reinforcements may not even be needed.
Yeah, this 1-2 punch, man.
Galil gets 1. Norby still 75 health, but gets blindsided by FNX, who comes in to help out. That is Imperial with a dominant start.
Yeah, with super dom. We're looking at 2-3 rifles on that round. Single kill. Shut down by an MP9 M4 setup on long.
Because the entire team is here for fours, and
yeah, they got completely mauled.
Flash just no effect, essentially.
This just is not close. Damn, the contents of the rounds. struggling to even find, like, ways back into this game for Forza. Maybe it's the Kenzie Deagle.
Oh, that was the missing piece.
Yeah.
Well, we know these Deags hit hard, but do they hit often enough? For now, it's Jerry down, and clean one from Fur. Imperial look for a 10-round lead and a 14-4 score over Forza on Overpass. Dude, it feels like they've been prepping for this map for decades.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, this is, it's always been a home map. I mean, both Furia and all of Fallen's teams have played Overpass. He's had some of his biggest games here on this map. I'm not surprised to see it come into play for them.
Look at that. Lines them up, splatters them. Who's having a party? Brazil.
Yeah, a huge
right
party.
Now,
yeah,
Brazil.
I think this is the Brazilian storm that they've been talking about.
Oh, it finally showed up.
Well, it's this. Yeah, this is the last chance for the storm. 2-2 matchup here. MIBR already going down. Imperial trying to keep the fire going.
Right now, nice. Got you, Jerry. Oh, and then he spams into Bolt. So sick. What a round from Jerry. The double head hop into the smoke spam. You take what you can get at this point. 5 versus 4.
Miss smoke here to B. At this point, though, you might think it's a lure, just because everything from Imperial has just been screwing with their heads. The one time they miss a grenade, it's suddenly looks like a warning sign instead of an invitation. Well, they miss their own smoke. And Fallen will say, okay, because he's the one who's holding the confidence right now. And he'll search this out on there. Stacked in the right location. Thing about overpasses, you have to, maintain some presence. It just becomes too obvious because the rotation is too long to go to the other side of the map. And I think Forza seeing these re-smokes into Monster, they can feel that they're running into a stack. But, they find that first one.
That helps. Nice clean entry. Vinny going to be blinded on these fallback. Norby, bomb carrier, cut off. And with 20 seconds left, Vinny putting up a damn fight. Bomb will be planted safely behind the cover, and Fallen nowhere to be found. So this is a 5th from Forza. But remember how it all gets kicked off, right? Missed smoke towards long, and Jerry just spamming bolts through a smoke grenade.
Yeah.
It's not one of those setups that Forza will be able to lean back onto.
Yeah. But at least what we see is on this T side, really strong entry work, and that's the highest on the list of talking points for Forza when it comes to their AK players, basically, that just are so good at finding leverage in a meta that is leaning so hard towards the CT side.
Terrorists win.
Could drop 2 platitudes, but just, it was a drop in the bucket, but we'll see if it's a flash in the pan. Okay.
I'm so happy we have that. Thank you, guys. I was curious if you just really go all the way in, but look at this. Waits, and that 6th sense, man, just tingles. Take what you can get. Oh, missed incendiary.
Did they try to do the running mollies?
Looked like it. FNX peppering through the walls. Forza with a near non-existent margin of error, and a little patience this time as they're going to have to wait out these smokes. Kenzie on the hunt, moving past party. We do have Fur actually coming closer around the bathrooms, making a bunch of sound, and if he assumes that's clear, then Fallen could be caught off, but he sees it, misses his chance, at cutting down Kenzie. A single bullet, all he had to work with. Fur here to trade, and sure enough, you'll find it, despite a lot of damage. Then instantly, they're going to try to transition through that monster, and Jerry also takes one to the face.
Yeah, that had to peel back. They lost that opportunity. Oh, they'll leave Shelfie out with the lurk smoke. Fur's got an op sitting on the site, and he hits his shot, and FNX will find a nade kill.
They need that.
This is Imperial looking at match points.
And Jerry goes all the way back to spawn to grab bomb. By the time he comes back to B, he's lost half his teammates.
Yeah. 90% of his health.
What a crucial shot for Fur to hit there.
Yeah, seriously.
Without him, A-site's entirely in question.
Defended the trade, you know, that's Kenzie. He was trying to do a lot by himself. He took the Opera out, and instead of working the rifles back, he already heard Fur earlier go for the flash repeak, so he thought he would have an edge. But that was two players who basically knew where the other one was. He signed up for the honest duel, and Fur won Fight Club this time around. So that's 15 rounds for Imperial. A meter stick between them and Forza in almost every way, in terms of frags, in terms of tactics, in terms of utility, map control. Even the CT setups just look more competent than what we saw from Forza in the first half. Just a couple of rifle rounds deep into the second.
Match points for us. 10 match points to fight against. And so little reason to believe. Shelfie looking to be an entry. Tucks into the short water. Oh no, grenade's destined for him. He's down to a quarter health. With Fur inside of Connector, you'd think that maybe, just maybe, Vinny wants to extend around and deal with this, but for now it's going to be falling over towards Party.
Oh, he's trapped.
He's still able to make a sprint back here, finds a route to escape. That's ridiculous, and Fur will finish Shelfie. He had nowhere to run at that point. They flushed him out of short water. He nearly got back around to Monster, but just couldn't escape those tunnels.
They're making so much noise, even the B guys can hear them running up under the A site. FNX will hold.
From the corner, looking to lock this in. Bomb hits the dirt, and Imperial 2 kills away from a domination on Overpass. Bolts finds Kenzie's head. Zordy now showing himself, gets hit to 25 and tries to hold. Smoke ahead of him. Fur dunks it down, and Imperial with a gobsmacking performance on Overpass, taking Impact away from it. That is huge.
Yeah, that was amazing. I mean, that was actually insane. I didn't expect Forza to get basically bullied at every single turn, and that first half, like you said, it was a masterclass. The utility was beautiful. Their defaults looked good. The calling was on point. They're moving well, and they were fragging harder than Forza too, which is the last thing that I thought was going to be the storyline coming into this game. So they got to be feeling pretty good about this series.
You know, if they squeezed it out on tactics, if it was an close one and we saw that heart and we saw that depth, then okay, maybe, dude. But this, I could not have expected. And now, imagine you are Forza. You've seen it slip versus Vitality. You watched it pass by when it came to Outsiders, and this was meant to be your easiest game versus a team that some people had painted as an 0-3. You know, Imperial have kind of been mocked and laughed at in terms of this announcement with this roster. But since February of 2022, since they were announced, they have only been home for 8 days, Launders. 8 days. Everything else has been put into this performance. And at this major, they are now one map away after a shocking performance on Overpass from locking in a top 16 alongside Furia. 2 Brazilian representatives, maybe. Forza don't go down without a fight. And of course, we'll have Mirage up next. But for now, the panel.
The veterans rise up and in absolutely dominant fashion. A lightning-fast T-side from the Brazilians proved exactly why they should be feared coming into the grounds of Overpass. Gentlemen, I don't think there's any other word than just an absolute massacre for that first.
No, I was a little bit hesitant to say that Imperial on Overpass, would be a class team, given the opposition they played. They won 6 in a row, sure, but it was against, less good opponents. This time around, they're coming in against Forza. They're dominating from start to finish. They're playing a good game of Counter-Strike, and as much as we're going to talk about Forza shitting the bed, to be completely honest, Imperial is playing some solid Counter-Strike right now. They are making it very tough for them.
Imperial did play a solid game, but I do need a janitor to clean up after what Forza just did. I think there's a puddle of piss beneath all those players right now. They were not in that game at all. They were frightened. They looked terrified. The way that they were trying to get into some of those rounds looked desperate. I couldn't believe how bad Forza looked in this game. I knew that nerves were going to come to play in this one, but boy, did Imperial hold theirs. That was excellent stuff from them. Executed their game plan nearly flawlessly, and when the individuals needed to step up, we think that some of these Imperial players are just washed, that they have no chance fighting some of these young guns on Forza, but that's not even close. That's not even remotely the case. Fallen in particular had a fantastic game, both as a leader, as a captain, and just as a player.
I think that's what's so impressive as well, just looking at Fallen in particular under the microscope. The fact that we know he's calling primarily for this squad, but yet he can still put the frags up on the board, and it just looks so confident, particularly on that T side. He started off red hot.
Yeah, he started off fantastic. Yeah, and I guess the way he's calling, right, he's trusting the teammates. Again, they're spreading out. They're playing the default style. You see FNX being the guy always, keeping tab of no flanks are going to come in. They're not going to lose control over the map at any point. And then Fallen, Fer, and the boys, they're getting it done. I agree with you. It's not in a style where they're going out there and seeking the duels and winning the duels and firepower-wise just, a step ahead of Force. They're just playing some very simple, some very solid Counter-Strike. And this time around, that was enough to make Force look silly.
I will say, I think the one cool thing about Imperial's game plan in this one were the nade stacks. I think that actually helped condition their opponents to play a slightly different style. And when you actually get these nade stacks early on in the half, and not only being able to do it on the pistol round here, but they're able to do it on a gun round later, you just feel like they're in your heads at that point. If Imperial get that sort of advantage early on, it feels like Forza, they feel red for the rest of the game, and they actually could never fight back after that.
I want to go back to a word that you kind of mentioned there, Pim, just a trust in one another, because I think it was kind of reflected in an interview with Fallen a couple of days ago. I think it was after they won against Liquid. And he was saying, in terms of him being the primary caller, but you've also got Vinny, you've also got Bolts chipping in as well. And it's kind of good to hear that we had a similar thing going on with Liquid. It did not turn out very well for Fallen. It's kind of nice to hear that thus far, it's been working a little bit better for them here.
Much better. Much better. And we even discussed it in the green room, right? It almost feels like the way they're playing right now is the way they played in 2015. It's almost like they went all those years back, and thought to themselves, let's just play to our strengths. Let's just do what we did 6 years ago. And that's such a long time ago that people don't really see that meta being played out anymore. It's like it comes full circle now to a point where people have forgotten about these classic setups on A-Long where you have one guy standing by a tree, another one down further. I think to myself, that's something we did 5 years ago. They're doing it today, and it's actually working out because I think they're so unique in their own way because they're so old, they're so experienced, and it's just working out.
I know, these are probably setups you were running, Pim, when you were playing. Yeah, this, it's crazy to see it all just work out like that. Counter-Strike is just so fun because of that. Teams that just dig from the past, or really, they don't even dig from the past, they're just used to playing like this. And then for Force to be thinking that, how are these guys in our heads? Because it feels like they're getting anti-stratted, when I think, in fact, Fallen and Co. are just playing to their comforts.
Yeah, Overpass truly was the best of times for the side of Imperial, but the worst for the side of Force. We do have a bit of a disjointed moment from them, one of kind of many from that first half.
Yeah, I feel we could have picked many rounds, We have round 11, which is a great example of Force, again, not playing up to their best. We talked about it coming into the matchup. If Imperial were going to win here, obviously it requires them playing well, but it also requires Force not playing so well. You see it right here. Imperial comes in towards the B bomb site, no problem whatsoever. They left so much space. Sure, they're losing out the first duel right here, but the Force players are so disjointed. There's a guy in pit by himself. The other guy is now excluded from the round. The bomb goes down. This guy coming out by himself. A proper flash would have done the job. Couldn't get it done. Now, when a 3v3 like this, you can go for it and you should go for it, but at this point, it's probably better to save, and that's the call that is being made right here from the AWP. After getting this kill, he's on his way back. You see the timer up there, sort of going up towards heaven. You think, okay, they're making the mature decision to save the round. Jerry, though, he goes in for it, dies, and at what cost, at what point? They're not talking together, they're not playing together for no reason whatsoever. One guy's saving, another guy's going in, and even though Jerry wouldn't have died, he wouldn't have won the round regardless.
In games like this, the teams that are just nervous, they're either talking too much or talking too little, and that was a prime example of them just not talking at all. I don't know if Forza are going to be able to bounce back mentally speaking, because this was a catastrophe in terms of what they were clearly showing in terms of the lack of communication, and I would have to assume, too, they probably are talking too much in some other other moments where Fur and the rest of the gang is running up long, and it doesn't seem like Forza is even responding that quickly. There's all these moments where it feels like Forza are just not in it the way that they would be if they were at home. They had such crazy earnings online last year. They were doing so well, but when it's a big stage like this, you know that the big guns, the veterans on the side of Imperial, they're going to hold their nerve, and that's exactly what they did. They didn't even do anything too crazy. They just made sure they didn't make too many mistakes.
And this is where I want to bring up your kind of imperative point of the context of this matchup as well. The fact that, you know, Force come here, they're 2-2, they were 2-0 up coming out of that first day. Jerry's been in this situation before as well, so the pressure really is on for him.
Yeah, this is a moment where Jerry had a chance for redemption. Map 1 did not go his way. There is a strong chance, though, on Mirage. I really do think that there's a likely bounce back from Forza. At the very least, just don't go out with a whimper. Just don't make it look like that. If they can actually put together a better and more competitive game, they can at least pat themselves on the back. But I actually think that this is probably going to 3 maps.
Well, we're going to see exactly how it does pan out, and if Forza can have a chance to redeem themselves. It is their map pick, and it is Mirage, and it's going to be coming up after this break.
To succeed in this game, you need to invest in yourself. Be daring. Innovate. Calculate. Never hesitate. Follow your instincts. Don't follow the crowd. Back yourself. Bank your wealth. Analyze, strategize, and galvanize. Now is the time. Take your shot.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality, where a group of letters can mean everything. Where Mirage is a place for bombs, battles, and glory, not an illusion. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
A chance for redemption for Forza and a chance to cling on to their major life. It does come down to their map pick of Mirage, which coming into things does spell better things than that of Overpass. Mario, how are you looking at Forza coming into this one?
I like how Force play this map, given that they have inexperienced players. We highlighted it yesterday on the desk, the fact that Jerry really likes to call just 4-man mid-takes on Mirage, and that's something where it doesn't matter if 1 or 2 of your guys are nervous, because you will end up trading the kills out. You will end up taking the space that you're making your objective in that round. And so for Forza in this one, it's so much better because on Overpass, you get isolated very frequently. It's a huge map. And we saw that when Forza players were one-on-one against Imperial ones, it was Imperial winning a lot of those duels and just being more ready for the fights. On Mirage, you actually are able to secure yourself because of your safety in numbers.
I fully agree. You got to go back to the root. You got to go back to what you're good at here for Forza, and that is playing that Wolfpack mentality we talk about. 4-man out middle, I don't care. 4-man out A together, I don't care. 4-man out B, I don't care, as long as you do it together, as long as you're in positions to constantly trade out your frags, and as long as you force these players on your screen in Imperial to be challenged on an individual skill, because we all agree firepower-wise, they're not really up there, right? In terms of raw firepower, I don't really think Imperial are better than Force. I think they're smarter. I think they take better decisions. I think they're more experienced. But if you can isolate them and have duels where you're 2 against 1 as much as possible on a map like Mirage, you have a great win condition going for you.
Yeah, that was a great point that Launders brought up at the end of that Overpass, and why it maybe was so surprising that Imperial did win in that dominant fashion, is they did look like they kind of out-dueled them in terms of that firepower. I do want to throw something into the mix, though, that we were talking about before we went on air. The results for Force thus far on Mirage at this very tournament against teams like Outsiders, teams like Vitality, of course, Na'Vi, we have a bit of a caveat there. But it hasn't spelled the most amazing results.
The thing is for Force, they had a period online where they were winning pretty much every single game on Mirage. They took down good teams, you know, big Gamer Legion Ents, they've beat on Mirage as well. Very impressive results a couple of months ago, but still online they did this very, very well. Then into the LAN circuit, right? We saw them play it 2 times during the qualifier. They got a 16-14 win against Gamer Legion, probably one of the weakest teams we had, you know, during the qualifier. They couldn't do much at all. They barely got a win against them. Then they've lost, as you said, to Na'Vi, lost to Vitality, and yesterday against Outsiders, we thought Force were the favorites coming into that game, but they also bottled a little bit here and showed that inexperience. So we're coming into that map pick, sure, and I'm also willing to back them up for winning this one. I think Force is a decent team on Mirage, but let's not overestimate them just a tiny bit right here, because I actually feel as of lately that confidence must be shattered on Mirage.
Yes.
I think this is going to be an incredibly close game. I think that Force should just edge it out. But then again, I'm also thinking that Imperial, they don't look too hot on Mirage either. They just lost to IHC in a fashion where they could barely trade any of their kills at all. They were giving up a lot of opening picks. It's almost like they didn't respect their own smoke grenades. They almost just sometimes went before the top mid smoke landed, trying to go for dry peeks here and there. And those kind of things are going to catch them off. If they just peek Zorte, if they peek Shalfie, you're going to get punished for that eventually. They're not going to stay nervous for the entire series. So I really think that Imperial have to play much better than they've been playing too, and Forza just need to play about what they're used to playing. They don't need to go above and beyond, but if nerves take over, as we just saw in Overpass, that's the win condition for Imperial for me on Mirage.
That's exactly why I kind of want to play devil's advocate maybe a little bit to that point. The fact that, you know, we saw them getting nervous in the later stages of some of these best of threes. The fact that they've kind of already showed those nerves, those quivers on the first map. I don't know, in your guys' opinion, whether that kind of does spell disaster coming onto Mirage?
It could be. You know, we also saw just on the camps right here, the coach is in there, you know, trying to calm down the guys, you know, to tell them that this is just a game like any other game. We play our game. We're supposed to be better. So I think there's a point to maybe that, yeah, maybe they've shown their nerves now. Maybe they feel like they're in a position where they got everything to lose in a way that they can just calm down now and feel like it can't get any worse than what we saw in Overpass. And that could be a good thing that spirals out of control for them. But I think in terms of what I've seen, I agree with you. Mirage is not a good map for Imperial. They lost domestically to a team called Sharks as well, given that was online. So I feel Force should be able to take this, but I'm willing to back up your point saying it's probably going to be in a close fashion.
Yeah, I think this is going to a third map for you. I really do, and I think that Force is just going to eke it out, mostly because of the way that Jerry likes to call on this map. Makes it easy for his inexperienced players.
Well, we're going to see if Force can push it to a third and final decider if they hope to hang on to that spot and make it to the Legends. 2 other Legends though, Scrawny and Launders. What are you thinking for this one?
Lol.
2 legends.
What do you mean, lol? What is that?
Lol, heh, peep, heh. We're legends in our own rights, all right? And nobody comes close to the legendary status of the guys on Imperial, man. Now, with that message, okay, they have shook Force to their core, but I think Maui is 100% onto something here when it comes to Mirage and when it comes to just Jerry doing his thing alongside these cracked gamers. These kids, Mohan, they're making them out of who knows what nowadays.
Yeah.
All right? I would be surprised if they don't put up at
Freya
least
would
a
say
fight.
aluminium.
Aluminium, she would. You know, James Bardolph corrected me today, actually, on what do we say? Aluminum. It's aluminum. It's not aluminium.
Okay. I'll like it. I'll take any NA propaganda. We got 1A team. Okay, into Legends. Brazil are looking for one team to get out of Challengers into Legends. And if they can pull it off on Mirage, you're gonna be able to say it had everything to do with the experience. Our analyst desk just showed us that Forza the team who should win this map.
Yes. And if they don't, if they crack under this pressure again, then we're talking about an actual choke from a potential 3-0 to what could be a shortcoming. FNX puts it to rest.
Oh, FNX, he's going.
He got that fourth.
Talk to him.
For a decade.
Oh, I get so hyped watching FNX play again, dude. Let's go.
This guy's been rocking noobs. The USP. Who do you think you are?
That's good stuff, man.
3 clean ones, little bit labored, reloads in, tuck, die.
They couldn't buy a trade. But this is our first time casting an Imperial, match.
Ever.
We watch these rounds closely and everything like that. And after watching that last map, I don't know how they've lost to anybody in the world so far.
They are simply the best.
I think one of the cool things is, too, there's no players that are playing like badly consistently overall. Almost everybody is contributing a little bit. And FNX has just kind of been there in the middle, 14, 15 kills or so. We saw the impact, though, on Overpass. All the lurks, all his positions, even had pulled off a couple of sight holds as well. But whatever, I mean, I don't know, when's the last time someone's taken a break the size of FNX and been able to compete again at a major? I mean, I don't even know if that's happened before. It's just the sheer amount of time is ridiculous.
To break through new territory. How sick that would be. For now, they just got to get through some Glocks. Norvy's Deagle as well in the mix here, but bomb drop bottom in the middle. And Vinny just chilling on the catwalk. Sends Norvy packing. Jerry back onto the Desert Eagle. What can he do with it? Nothing. He's dead. They're all dead. Everybody's dead. Dead on the bench. Fours. Gonna have to hope. Gonna have to hope that once they've got those guns, something changes. Overpass was not inspiring. Mirage is meant to be different. But we could still be in a world where we get more of the same if Imperial's form just comes into this final match, this one chance to qualify for the Legend stage. Because unlike Forza, Imperial have been fighting back since day one. They lost their opening game. Then they beat Liquid, which kind of felt like, Liquid's off day. Imperial now.
Yeah, this is all proven against that, basically.
Versus the AKs and a Krieg. Kenzie the opening kill. Zorti fires off, sees that player towards Cat, and gets hit by the nade. Shalfie, he can sense that something's up, and sure enough, Bolt's very close.
Didn't take a fast step, but yeah, you can't really get out of that. Fallen being quite aware, but right now, without Connector, we've got Bolt who doesn't want to be up here, so he actually does take a peek. He does take a peek, and that's really good awareness here from Shalfie. Looking to catch rotations as they're posted up in the window. And Vinny, he's worried about it, but is he prepared for the duel? Yes, he is. Zordi goes down.
Smoke ahead of Fallen. He's got 2 players already exiting around the ramp. That Palace guy's still just locked in. Fallen doesn't go for the peek with the flash. Still shaves Norvy off the play. First gun round falling around Fours. And Fallen fighting every step of this. Goes ahead, cuts off Shalfie. And the first gun round also unsuccessful.
That's a bad sign. They had the fresh smoke in Palace, and they still tried to scale the site, and there was no way for Shalfie to come out. That strengthened the default position, which is really strong for dealing specifically with A ramp players. So that utility again coming into play for Imperial. And it was also huge for Vinny, who's got 5 kills already in the map, to pick up Zorti inside the window. That was one piece of leverage that I don't think Imperial would have been able to stand up to. So key trades again, the story into map number 2. We've had Imperial have some off days in terms of their aim. At least they couldn't keep up with IHC on this map. But, okay, wait a second. Shalfie's underbalancing. Oh my God, he doesn't get the kill. He doesn't get the kill. Sidelined by Fallen. Just walking back into his sight.
That one could have been.
That lurk gets shut down.
But there are more lurks where that one came from. Kenzie going to try to get the better of Bolts here inside a window. Sure enough. Oh, no. Not so certain. Still gets there. Hands onto the AK. Man advantage for Imperial. Deep Palace position as well. Bomb, remember, still towards T-spawn. Yeah. So this round, very wishy-washy. Oh, but Norvi. That's Vinny out of the round.
This is interesting because for a second they weren't playing to win the map. Now Fallen is playing 1-1 with his teammate, and on top of the balcony, he'll spot one. This could send them over towards B. I don't know. They could smoke him out in Palace, but the bomb is coming via A ramp. Now the rotation is what we should pay attention to. FNX will be the only person to be free to make a move. And he's trying to get in a position to cut off this bomb, aware of the push to the market, but it comes too soon.
Norby's still thinking about Palace Fallen. He wants to play it fast. Jumps over top of the Tetris. They're going to hear this. And, Kenzie makes a world of difference in this one. 3 frags for him.
Amazing cover. Ridiculous lurks that got pulled off right there. And that's a position where it was 2-on-4.
Yeah, and FNX was watching that for a while. First one's here, Bolts. That gives the gun over to Kenzie. Norby comes in, so those 2 separate deegs, but then Kenzie, I mean, FNX was running away watching that. Turns his attention for a moment, and that's when the push comes through. Imperial, they're going to give one up to the Deagles. A 2v4 win from Forza could be the kickstart that they need, but double ops immediately in from Imperial, and a missed shot from Zordi as he tries to find Fallen flying across mid into connector and possibly beyond.
Look at that aggression from Fallen in front of all the grenades, and they know the op is on A ramp, so Fallen says, I can post up now. Zordi's going to come right into his angle. That's the play. Cerebral from this team. A complete punish. It doesn't come down to how good someone is. That comes down to reading the map perfectly. Jumping by his first opponent, looking for a rifle, and then picking up the op just later on. Zordi will be kicking himself. He just got completely outplayed.
Fallen, can he get another? They're waiting the smoke out. He could sense this. Cut him off, but Norby insta headshot on that, and Bolts' MP9 you'd think couldn't do too much. Smoke grenade ahead of jungle. FNX with the potential to challenge, but Fur finds it. As Norby tries to run over, he gets shot in the back of the head. Jerry contemplating the connector push, and sure enough, FNX then comes in with it. Kenzie looking for the bomb plant, but Bolts, he's going to put a smoke ahead. And Kenzie, dude, he just sticks that all the way through. Bolts goes over top, Shalfie into the 1v3 clutch. He's been spotted and shot at. And it's going to be a tough one for him to do anything because the bomb's planted on the other side of default. I mean, he literally can't get Bolts off this. He'd have to run all the way in. Imperial, victorious in round number 5. Getting a kill through a smoke on the cross, Fallen all the way to top mid. They're not playing scared.
No, they're not. They're playing smart. That was an enormous opening pick from Fallen, first thing. But then after all the action went down on the site, you know, they were clasping their hands and praying basically with that plant. There was no post-plant setup. They were completely open to CT spawn. Bolts got 2 kills with just his MP9 and 1 smoke, trusting himself in that spot. But overall, there just wasn't much there. So far, only an eco 1x4s and what looks like a fast attack on the B site. Gearing up, rotations starting to come in now. FNX up to bat. Nate does something, but it's minimal. And for whatever reason, Imperial seem very aware that this is the idea. And Forza will take the hint. They see a couple of Molotovs and an HE go down, and they think they've been read. But do they have the utility to fan the map once again and come up with something new? It could get very lurky once again. The Achilles heel of Imperial in that 1 round, and just a mainstay of a lot of T-side attacks for Forza. They like to do that.
Keeping it grouped outside of the apartments. Norby, ooh, dangerous, dude. Just jumps around. Flash is going to prime the push. Mac 10 at the front of this. Shelfie falls downwards, gets immediately cut off by Fur. Him and FNX with a great crossfire as the Operant Fallen comes through. Bomb chucked down to the dirt, and Jerry, his position is unknown. He jumps into Fur and will find no footing. Norvi, quarter health as he tried to fight through Connector. This one is flat from fours and a 5th for Imperial.
This one's not even close. If you have someone playing Fur, like where Fur was at the fence, you know it's that's it. They had 2 riflers in this perfect crossfire in the site with Fallen dedicated inside the window. They were so light on A, but Imperial were sure that they just saw For's attempt an attack and left one deep in the connector because that's where everyone goes to sell some kind of fake towards mid. Once that gets shut down, Forza again, they have no utility, so they have to go forward with the attack. But it was already written in stone before they had jumped out of the window. Imperial locked it up. Another insane start already into map number 2. This does not look like it's even going to be a grind based on what we're seeing from Forza at the moment. So they'll pick up the op again on Zorte, and another slow map from him, 0 and 6. You know, one direct outplay versus Fallen, and they should keep investing in him. It's not like they shouldn't just because he's not feeling it right away. He has been consistently good throughout this stage.
This one's quick. Jerry already at the bottom of connector. Vinny looking for the smoke through, and Zordy gets bolts. Where's that? Inside A site. T-side kind of jumbled here inside a connector. Vinny on that close range op. He's been spotted and tagged up, then entirely smoked off. Zordy's got himself again another kill, and Fallen dinked as this one is just a swarm from Force.
Oh, great to see that. Opening kill from Zordy.
There's that life.
Fast play that they work with him on to go for mid control, disrespect all the space, pick apart an A player, follow the frag. He gets a second. This one has his name written all over it. 2 players from Imperial cannot get back into this.
Ferocious, man. That's that confident, just quick hit the Forza are looking to use to just chop down Imperial in these kinds of setups. Get through it. Sharp pack mentality.
Yeah, we saw a lot of times on from Forza they're going to put tons of pressure towards connector. In the Outsiders match, they had trouble with taking over mid-control versus a very aggressive look from them, from Outsiders on mid-control on CT side. So I wonder if Imperial, if that was one of the games that they studied, since it's a very fresh demo, and if they tried to apply that pressure, our forward's going to fall to it, basically. So I'm watching for the cat setup where Fallen starts his rounds, and as nice of a guy as Fallen seems to be in all of his interviews, he is, you know, one of the most aggressive operators in history to have, you know, won a major, to have insanely high impact and individual level. So, you know, a lot of it comes down to following him. Now, Vinny's the one holding the op at the moment, but they pick up a second for Fallen. It's one of the best ways to streak and put pressure on teams that default and lurk too much is to get 2 ops. But that set tactic in the mid, if it's red, it's kind of very hard to pull off twice, I would say. And they are jumping into underpass, which is a super solid way to deal with this as well. And Zorte, yeah, they copy and paste it. They're literally waiting for this one move.
Zordy will catch him jumping, but he's already 2-man down. Quick response.
They were waiting for this one move, and we've got to pull the pin play here on the Palace, so Fallen has his eyes trained on this angle deep to the back of it, and now feels confident that they're not even here.
Follows in the footsteps of Shalfie, who just left.
This all opens up the A site to Bolts to play in a number of new positions. The one weakness that we can see on the map is within mid again, so if fours want to scour it, there is a chance for Zorte to get a second try, actually a third one if we count the last round, for his op to work towards A, but there is no one floating there right now. But this is a position where if you're Imperial, you don't need to do anything more than what Fallen has already done in taking Palace.
Should just be able to ease this one over the line. FNX thinking about this cat play. Oh, Zorty jumps down. He's not coming up connector just yet, but FNX, uh-oh, they both get seen. And Zordy gonna offer us a little bit more here. Fallen doubles back from Palace. Bomb looking to be planted on the opposite side of Triple. And as Bolts comes in with shots, it's Fallen with impact. Smokes himself off. Creates that bit of ambiguity. Jumps outwards into the site now. He's got a little bit of a foothold. Norvi, not inside of ramp, but fighting behind box. Nice tap. Beautiful impact. As he then does get deeper into cover. Vinny trying to now come around the side of jungle, and now it's only on Fallen. He taps that bomb once, sprints across towards Sandwich, looks to fight Norvi first, and that at least is his. But there's no time, and he knows it. Four's able to cut through connector and get themselves a third.
There was one perceptible opening there, and it was searching back through mid. Force identified it. They walked up. Zorte had his impact, so that's a great sign. Good mid-round here from Force. The loose piece was FNX off Cat, and they caught him lurking. He had a chance, and he had the right idea that they were going to come into connector late. But of course, you don't want to be dueling in offer at the bottom of connector, so it was a good position for Zorte to be in. And you can just see how important he is to this team. And, you know, these are T-side op impact rounds from Zorte.
Leaves Imperial in shambles. Op on Fallen save from the last one. It is here at the intended target of Fours, but...
Oh my god. Wow.
Just gets instantly deleted. Bolts. What? Molotov bounces up top. Jerry's gonna get the fire frag. And FNX's USP, not destined for this world. It is Fours with a stomp on that A site.
That was everyone got decimated.
Little energy here in the eyes of Fours as they're hoping to rebound on Mirage.
That up again. That was the one. It was a save round, but they had carried that forward from Fallen. Zordy took him down. He's getting revenge consistently now. Taking the pen out of Imperial's hand, starting to write the story for themselves. At least we've got a bit of a longer match now.
Yeah, right. We get a game. Oh. Vinny. Prolonged spray still. That's Norvi out of it. And Norvi, dude, that one headshot he got last round. He got dinked as he takes a player with him.
I don't think Jerry's getting away with this. We've seen two come through on these plays.
Clean kills elsewhere.
Ooh, not a big fan of these set pieces from Force. They're trying the exact same thing over and over again. Doesn't shoot.
Gotta click. Gotta click. Important part of the kill. Jerry's patience. Just waiting for Fur to put his head on the silver platter.
I think Jerry's calls are okay, but sometimes he's too legible. I think it's as soon as they got some success, they decided, let's try it again. Imperial said, okay, let's just answer back to what we just saw in case they do try it again. Countered perfectly on this round. Having a rifler come out the bottom of connector as two people are jumping through the cat smoke is a really perfect counter with the flash on that timing. And Fours are going to do the running strat, then it's going to be very easy to counter with a flash. So they need to have a bit more layers to the attack, and they can save some of their favorite stuff, but they kind of need to dress it up differently every time. And I don't think they're doing a good job of that right now. So something to do with late mid, underpass control before taking top mid control as well. And really working harder to take over connector, I think, is something that they should pop in instead of continuously coming in with such a high tempo. So I think this is just what Imperial want to see.
And if we saw anything on Overpass, it was the depth to Imperial, right? The adaptability.
Yeah, they showed...
And the proactivity too, right? Sometimes just changing things before they stalled out, before it was a problem. Just keep it fresh. Obviously, Imperial embodying that part of it.
That was an incredibly healthy T-side from Imperial. You saw every single type of round. You know, they threw in a super successful monster rush on round 11. That was the one time they did it, and the rest of their half was insanely welcome, or still really compelling. So it's a small lead, but I just don't feel like Forza are really near the power position just yet. They're going to attempt it out mid right now off the spawn with Zorte again.
Looking for what was that peak from the last round. And
oh, that's good.
There we go. Adaptability off of the tack pause.
There's their counter finally, instead of running into Imperial's counter.
Depth. Shelfie looking to lock in this kill versus Fallen. utility going to indicate he's already on the Tetris. We do have these 2 ops here from Imperial on the A site. Full-blown execute could be thrown out from Forza. Vinny looking to get ahead of it. Incendiary could slow down the ramp push. Should slow down the ramp push.
Oh, is he going up top?
Remember, there's a player in sandwich.
Yeah, this is a free frag.
Doesn't seem to have thought the possibility was there. Vinny gonna miss his op shot, and Shelfie already super close. Just chasing these. Instead, Vinny backs up a little too much, and with that, Norvi strikes him down from middle. Force, nice and clean as can possibly be.
Yeah, now when you see the riflers, they're so damn sharp.
Look at that, right? The skill?
Yeah, the skill starts to appear.
Mechanically
But it does start with the calling,
dude.
right? And they actually react to what we've seen on the map instead of say, we're going to force Imperial to bend over to our will. And you can't do that before a team is worried about you. And so at least now, this is a position where Imperial said, we've seen this too many times. Let's try to have that rifler come out of connector again in case it is a fast explode towards the bottom of connector. And instead of Zorte running up Cat to try to peek into the A site once again, they just have him on a boost waiting for this exact peek. It pays off. And they throw a lot of their similar nades so it feels fast. But they don't throw their top mid smoke and block off Zorte's peek.
Little change in the game and a change in the outcome.
They've got great riflers, but of course, it's ideas that are going to win the matches. Not just strong entries. So, I mean, that actually makes things so interesting. Like, now at least some of that has changed hands, right? More respect for Forza for game planning a little bit better. What is now the response from both teams, as there's been a bit of misdirection in terms of what has worked and what hasn't?
All right, back to the boost, huh? Less presence in mid, but Shelfie's still behind those boxes. Ooh, and they're going to go hunting for him. He's stuck back there, puts out the threat. Starts to chuck out some utility of his own. There's numbers, of course, from Force towards this A-lean.
As long as he stays alive, Imperial are going to be worried. You know, what else are they trying to do besides keep this one guy alive?
Kenzie walking out. Oh, Fallen locked into the fight. More damage done. Fallen behind triple. Grenades start to fly over top. Kenzie's still stuck on Tetris. Jerry looking for that connector play. We got 3 counter terrorists trying to crunch down in mid. Jerry, half health, just trying to run. Gets gunned down by Bolts. His second in middle. Kenzie still hunting the head of Fallen. As both those players made contact, survived, and repositioned. Norvi trying to get his route open into A. Everybody grouped up here from Force. Vinny now trying to strike him down. Kenzie, 9 health, not long for this one. And Norvi right thereafter. Vinny, 3 kills on the A play. And you saw it. They were able to crunch into mid while the A exit got slowed down.
Yes, and even though Imperial didn't get the kill in mid right there, they had the boost up early. They saw one crossing, and then they maintained. And I think that the reason they can get away with this boost is because they've identified something else, that Force have not been using underpass nearly enough versus all of these setups inside of middle. Jerry comes up late, but at that point, Imperial have already won middle. They've had their position enforced. So. Okay, another round. Fast play again out towards middle, jumping up on Cat. Zorte using spawns.
Lots of pressure here with nades. Fire to the chair. Kenzie just beneath that one, and we're going to boost the guy on sandbags. Fallen barely alive at this point already. He's going to fall back around through market as FNX just looks to find something. We've got a jungle crossfire set with bolts. Kenzie tucked into the corner, can't be seen just yet.
He must have been, though. Oh my god.
And there it is, an attempt from Kenzie, cut down by Bolts on stairs. He's also fighting Shelfie, so you know Bolts just feels so desperate right here. Jerry tries to come out. The USP's in hand doing damage. That's desperate from Jerry, and yet still he's alive and fighting. Falls back, smoke fades. Zordy here as well. And Bolts, just going to clear out these corners, but look at the health. Look what's left of the majority of Imperial's players. Bare bones. 40 seconds. Force fell back. They move Jerry around through that T-spawn, looking to join forces with Norvi, the bomb carrier. Got Vinny down beneath as Shelfie looks over top. A quick B rotate, though. This is a miscall. They're going to come back. Good thing Vinny stuck around, and we'll see if he can do it on his own. or if reinforcements, which are needed, arrive in time. A headshot into Norby. Jerry's got an answer, but he has no teammates and no HP. Basically, the same situation as Fallen, Fur, and Vinny.
Yeah.
This one comes down to the wire, but it's Imperial's name stamped on it.
Yeah, but overall, they were super good. I mean, they did everything right still. Like, some of those trades, I'd say, were pretty CT favored. And Jerry will eventually get a kill right as the round ends and pick him off for Zorte, which is nice. There's absolutely no love for B. There's no one B defaulting in some of these situations. Like, regular lurk smokes aren't being thrown. They're not taking any utility out. What I'm going to say is that Jerry has identified one thing, is that once his teammates cross that connector line, have lurked out to sandwich, or have gotten onto the site and have their bomb in their hands ready to plant, they win the rounds. Even if it's not even a post plant yet. Oh my god, what a shot. Okay, that's pretty insane. What? Chill for a second, but he is the only one with a gun.
Yep.
That would have been enormous if there were rifles behind this.
What more can he do? They're staying tucked. It looked like they exchanged glances, but oh my god, the Glock dink. That's going to shake Fur for a second.
Yeah, actually a touch awkward. They can't get that that gun that they dropped, but Zorte is still alive.
You can just tell that the CTs know this one's going to be slimy. The fact that Fur loses half his HP, that neither him or Vinny are able to get either of those kills.
Look at the lurk positions that Fallen is checking right now. That's how much Force have been lurking so far.
Up close, Fallen gets one. Dives immediately back into the bomb site. And I mean, really, what Forza can do here is just throw themselves at the site. It's the only option. Palace going to be the shortest route. If they can just waterfall into this, if Zordy can give support, we'll see what Fallen can offer. He's had two really good maps, 12 and 6 right now. It's just pistols, Fallen. And so, as he gets dinked, he locks in the first two. Op player falls back. Looking to come inwards now, 25 seconds, he's got the bomb. No, he doesn't, it's still behind him, and he has no other teammates, but he's still fighting every step of the way. Zordy then able to get hands on it, looking to put himself in the post plant, give a little bit of extra money over. Vinny in the open, and Vinny over the finish line. That is a 9th for Imperial's CT half.
Yeah, so at least the bomb plant, that's better than they've been doing overall. And my only point earlier was just that up until that point now of trying to get past the connector line, trying to get up the A ramp and go for all of these lurks, they look desperate. They look desperate to get that little bit of map control, and Imperial sense it and have put in place really good stoppers for making sure that that isn't satisfied. And this shot is so ridiculous. I mean, we don't even see him between the flames. And those picks have been great for what it's worth. I can totally understand, you know, Jerry weaponizing him as much as possible and just playing spawn-based CS in a lot of these spots. But right now, from the perspective of conditioning, I mean, they're doing such a poor job. Quite one-dimensional in terms of the attacks. I think it's very clear what they want, which is already a really big problem. Now they have one more chance to stop Imperial from getting to double digits in the first half again. 4 is now close to getting eliminated after nearly 3-0ing the challenger stage. You kind of want better for them.
What a burden to carry for Jerry. He's been here before, and he is now only 7 rounds from being here again. Falling short despite all these chances. And at that point, I mean, we got to talk about pressure. We've got to talk about the stress of the situation on Forza's shoulders. Contrast it to that of Imperial, who at some point thought this would be their one and only time to get into the Legends stage. When FNX was lifting trophies in 2006, Jerry was 8 years old. Shelfie was 4.
Probably still fragging.
Queuing that FPL. Fur dives down into the smoke. Very little HP. They're spamming him.
Okay.
And they're going to get him. Then the cat fight here from Vinny. That's the answer. We got to jump up into the window quickly. Kenzie wasting no time as he looks to lurk through Murder Hole, and sure enough, he got that past them.
That's the play.
We talked about no love towards B site. Well, finally, the flank is coming. FNX, he should have been doomed already, but he will kill Norvi first. And Kenzie getting closer and closer. FNX around the corner.
This is actually
good enough.
A little scary, yeah.
Vinny hot on the heels, though. Shalfie's going to fall down into the site. Zordy's looking to cross around from Arch. And Kenzie's just locked into bench. Vinny's position could catch them off guard.
Whoa, he's walking the whole way.
He also has a little element of surprise, and he's sharp for that first one. 2 versus 2. Fallen, insta-trade into Shalfie, and Zordy now just looking for the clutch. He's got a Molotov, a flash, and an Arch position. Damage into the back CT. He knows they're both right here. Flashes for himself, does a bunch of damage, but it is not enough. And finally, you can see it, dude, the frustration.
Wow, to lose that round.
That sinking feeling that you finally have a chance to get that B site. You've got FNX cleared off of bench, but Vinny was so quickly behind them.
They did such a good job of orchestrating chaos inside of middle. They found the perfect timing. There's no way that was going to be called. Vinny just got a kill, went right up into the ladder room. Of course, FNX is dead meat. And with the entire site, we can start to see why they haven't been going B so much. Couldn't even survive in that situation. You put them on the A site in that situation, they win 10 times out of 10. That's basically what we've seen. So off we are into the second half, and Imperial 6 rounds away for becoming legends. Legends becoming legends. I think for them, they have shown they put the ego away. You know, all of the past wins, the trophies, they forgot about them. They know they have to earn it again, and they proved it. They put together a team that works and are playing really high-level CS.
Yes. Their accomplishments mean nothing in the server in 2022. A project that was laughed at, scoffed off, and yet now finds itself this close, but it's not over. Third time's the charm for Fours. Shalfie coming up from underground. Oh, Fur catches him. Jesus. Imperial, they just fall silent. They let Force play their hand, and they played right into the trap. And it looks like Imperial anticipating more of it.
Sorte's in a key spot, but it wasn't being watched, so you can see they're ready for any kind of mid push that's coming, and he'll take him out.
They're just waiting.
Yeah, there was 2 there to trade. They get the pushes that they know Force are going to give them, and now they could transpose into whatever they want. It's 5v3. Force have to figure out a way to do something creative. These are the hardest situations to figure out how. But Kenzie, he might be able to squeeze water from stone. Top mid, if it's fast enough, can get behind the player setting up their exec, but they're going to be planting the bomb before he's up the stairs.
Nobody's even close enough either, so 2 walking kills. Forrest playing hard mode as Kenzie wraps around through the apartments. Fur with the insta headshot on the Glock.
Are they even going to take damage this round? That's the question.
Dude, they seem immortal. They've got Forrest running for the save. Imperial with 2 walking kills. Forrest playing hard mode as Kenzie wraps around through the apartments. Fur with the insta headshot on the Glock.
Are they even going to take damage this round? That's the question.
Dude, they seem immortal. They've got Forrest running for the save. Imperial, they just played that so patiently. Beautiful pistol. Sat back, relaxed, and knew that Forrest, a rambunctious bunch of kids.
They just got 3 kills, planted the bomb, and won the round without taking any damage at all.
Like it's nothing.
On T side. Okay. Maybe a fight comes through now.
Kenzie, yeah. He'll get the better of Fur, that's it. But I mean, hell, it's a parting gift, and he dies nonetheless. Imperial takes second pistol, and suddenly not only 10 rounds on that CT side, but a second pistol, an early advantage from it. If they can just convert these. And they just look so chill, no stress. They've been on much bigger stages, in much bigger games, with much higher stakes. This is just another day in the office, the good old days. 5 more rounds. That's it.
Ended investment here from Forza. Single FAMAS. They've got an idea behind it, you know. Picking every single position on A, just waiting for the late round to come their way. And we don't know if Imperial are willing to scout in a position like this. So this is where stacks will be quite effective, of course. But the only thing is that ending B is so common on anti-ecos anyway. Looks like blind, they're still going to figure out what the right site is to go to. And Zorti will call for some assistance. We'll throw to smoke to scare him. Jerry and Shelfie both have smokes as well. But they can't throw him here. Molly's coming out for Van.
Yeah, Zorti's going to have to give us something spectacular. And he just needs to survive the fire first. Gets around that corner, 28 health, nothing. Empty-handed B-hold.
Jesus.
Teammates nowhere to be found. Imperial, easy, 12 on the board.
Yeah.
No stress.
Locked it up. Lost the player last round at the end. Didn't lose one this round so far. And because Forza Invest, they have a vested interest in making sure they can try to use these guns again if possible. And Imperial probably, they want to hunt a little bit, but they're running on $0 too. So there could be a handshake agreement to just give each other space and just see if Forza try to stop them from saving. I think that's what they just need to figure out. So it's safe to leave. But overall, incredibly clean round. No resistance. Forza stacked the wrong site. Hey, it's just a blind gamble. Worth a shot. At least they picked a site to stack. If they had played B there with like 2 people, then 3 on A, they lost those 2 guys, then this round would be a whole lot less easy to win or get kills in. So they give themselves a chance. Let's see if they can invest in anything else. And it's cool they've got multiple IGLs on Imperial between Bolts and Vinny and Fallen, who are all contributing, but they agree there are not too many cooks in the kitchen. 5 fingers on one hand, as Shocks would say.
Fallen also alluding to just like the general energy in the tribe as well, where it's not always going to be the best call for the best situation. Nobody's perfect, but they all accept that, and they keep the energy high, believe in it.
That's what I always say. A bad call is a good call as long as you do it fast.
And if you don't do it fast enough, then go faster.
Go to the next round. You know, if you're not going to trust an IGL to make a decision when nobody else wants to do it, everybody can find problems. But respecting the guy who has the solutions is really key. And it seems like they're doing a great job of that.
FAMAS MP9, and already an opening. Forza, it is not too late. It is never too late to try and manifest destiny.
Uh-oh.
Fur comes out from underpass. Nade hunting Zorti. He just gets away with that one. Rounds the corner of connector. Catwalk's not going to be a challenge here, so Fur, he definitely has a little bit of space to work. Jerry's double backing from sight.
Interesting. Getting around the smoke. It looks like Fur just wants to phase it, actually.
Zorti is inside of this.
I can't help but feel like he's going to get knifed in a situation like this. And, oh, but actually, well, Zorti somehow.
But with 7 HP, that AK is still valuable nonetheless. He doubles it back through the CT spawn, looking to just bolster a little defense on top of Ticket. Yeah, give it to Jerry, who has armor, but who during that swap gets challenged from Bolt, so Jerry just wasn't ready. But Zorti maybe wants to pick that gun back up, but Bomb is still just walking cat, no stress. Again, these slow, meticulous calls, these calm rounds. As Kenzie locks into Arch, you think he has to be everything here. Fallen gets the better of him. It's damage from the CT side, but Fallen survives. And now Forza, the little HP that the last 2 players have to work with, the potential to just keep some of the cash, something in this round, and Bolts is still here in Palace. Hunting Zorti and that AK. Now he knows he's here. 13-5. Forza cleared. Nothing saved. 3 rounds away from top 16 at the Major.
They created so much tension in that time. A team could have grouped up and started walking somewhere. Instead, they kept the bomb at chair, Bolts in Palace, and FNX in the B halls, and used all 3 parts of those engagements to take the B site, with Fallen walking up cat late to trade up Get Right, and his spacing between him and FNX, even if he had died, FNX gets that right away. And Bolts searches out A and brings them towards the A site the entire time as well. There's just not enough info at any one of those moments for Forza to get anything back. And I think they know that there was a CTs and underpass just now. This investment is the best one so far for Forza. Up and play full guns. Late underpass crawl as we saw them just hunt that out, and Fur, oh my god.
Tries to double down on it, but ultimately walks right into the crosshair of Kenzie. Luckily for Forza, the 3 CTs set up in mid. I mean, they find that trade.
But you know what? Yeah, Fur just saw that there was no op on the top of connector. Here he is in CT spawn. Zarte's going to be transitioning over to the other side of the
sketchy
site, and he wants to take a risk. He understands if he loses his spot, he doesn't get a kill.
Nicely done, him and Kenzie. Frag a piece. FNX comes out from underpass. Shelfie just going to keep that head tucked down. Frag lands on top of him. He'll be on 40. FNX, oh my god, he just got 2. And meanwhile, Fallen, he's found his entry onto the site. He got his 18th kill, and he puts himself into the clutch. How does FNX get that second? Bomb planted default, but think of the years of experience that Fallen has over Kenzie. The hope of the new generation as Kenzie stands in the no man's land. Fallen hones in on him and takes it. And Imperial, one step closer.
I can't believe that, FNX.
Another 2v4.
Another 2v4?
Fallen and FNX forever.
Holy hell. Send as many guys as you can. You're going to need them all. He's got 6 hands. And, man, unlimited aim. That's just ridiculous.
Ice cold.
They wanted to get rid of him so they could get just to the A side and end the last guy's life. But, man, it took a whole squad.
Still, Kenzie keeps it clean. Vinny shaved off of this one. And quick movement here from Force. Jostling around inside of the connector. But think about these rounds and Imperial's ability to just go calmly, go quietly.
Yeah, basically their lurks look way more tactful.
You know, everybody making sure they're on the same page of the book. Before the librarian checks them out. They're just going to let Fallen do his thing. Looks to find contact outside of ramp. And if that jump on ticket goes wrong...
It was spotted here, right?
Should have been. Now it has. Warning bells start to ring inside this A site. Shelfie, utility destined for him. He's going to try and put that out. Oh, he's got half of his health left over. Bolt sends a grenade, and that nade is on point. Shelfie blown out of his position. 35 seconds to the clock. You know that Kenzie can kill them. He's been so sharp. But another smoke to just guarantee it. Fallen's going to drop a shot. Jerry can't get the better. And now again, Imperial, just out of nowhere, put it down onto Norvi. So meticulous, so perfect as they look to lock in 15. Frag thrown forward, but Fallen's over towards default. Again, grenades exchanged both ways, and it's Fur with another kill. Imperial with 10 map and match points.
This is unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
The quality of the rounds. Man, Shelfie had nothing to do here. A nade to finish him off is so sweet considering it comes down to the carpet Molotovs between default and under Balk. They walked out. Another 4v5 situation. They pull it back on a tremendous A exec. Isolating the one threat in the site. Smoking out everybody else. And Force thought they finally did enough. They showed up in middle. They got an opening kill. Then they evacuated everything. They just played to sites. That might have been their mistake, thinking the game was over. And a last tack called here from Jerry. It's going to take the strat of his life. And then 10 more. And then we're just in overtime. I mean, we're, one round into overtime at that point. Fallen 20-8.
Just ridiculous. His play across Overpass and now Mirage, vintage. This is vintage CS. It is 2022. Yeah. And the core of Fallen, FNX, and Fur are one round away from being top 16 at a major. Bolts is back. Vinny to join his old teammates in Furia as the only 10 Brazilians at the Legend stage. And Imperial haven't even broken a sweat, but they have broken the backs of fours round after round, broken their spirits, broken their hopes. Five young Russians, dude, who were on the cusp of just doing the unthinkable. A 3-0 run felt real. And Fur just lurks out. Doesn't get spotted, but gives away the position. An intended B hit. This is going to have to be the round of Norvi's life as he just locks into the arch. And with this mid presence from Fur, he's really preoccupying the rest of fours.
Keep it 3 CTs here.
Nobody's leaning B. Nobody's looking to help. It's FNX on the entry. Vinny's trying to come at this from the other direction. They both get around the cat side. Norvi will cut down one, but then there's the pinch from Vinny. And Zordy, well, he's just looking to get this angle locked in, trying to cut these players off. Shalfie will attack from Cat. He's got help, but there comes Vinny yet again. 2 trades to Vinny's name, a third, as he looks to throw this forward to the Legend stage of the Major. If it's not Kenzie, then it's Imperial. And Bolts at a distance distracts him. Fallen has done it.
What a win. What a spectacle.
An unbelievable scene. The last dance. The music keeps going.
The music keeps going.
And we have a second Brazilian representative in the Legend stage. Can you believe your eyes?
Yeah.
3 months of being on the road, boot camp to boot camp to boot camp. Varied levels of success. Getting to the Major felt crazy.
Man.
They celebrated with champagne at the RMR because they got to play at this event. What they do tonight, who knows? Congratulations.
Yeah, they burned the house down. That was absolutely insane. And condolences to fours, man. They were so close, touching distance. They had odds. They ripped through the first portion of this major. But in this series, they were not the better team, and it wasn't close. It was Imperial every day of the week, and you have to wonder what kind of damage can they do in Legends now that we've seen this.
Yeah, I mean, a heartbreaking one for Jerry. Again, coming up short, the 23-year-old leading another group of talented CIS players to what feels like an unthinkable run, but has to hurt more than anything else.
Yeah.
Oh, for every Cinderella story, there's a broken heart, and unfortunately tonight, that's that of fours. But Imperial have made it. Your last team for the Legend stage. Unbelievable scenes. What do you guys make of that?
Legends never die as Imperial do make it to the next stage of the PGL Antwerp Major. Just a lightning fast series to be closing this Challenger stage out. They prove that a wealth of experience, their veteran status is enough to be pushing it over the line, Pimp.
Yeah, it's fantastic to see. They keep staying relevant. They keep dancing, right? It's a team of players, a team where you look at the names and you think to yourself, they are supposed to be good. But in reality, coming back after such a long period of not playing Counter-Strike, we're talking about players like FNX, Fur, etc., that they can come back and be relevant and play at this level, you know, making Force look so bad throughout a series. To me, that's super, super impressive. All the credit in the world to them.
I think that's the most impressive thing, to see players like you just mentioned coming back. And the thing is that I don't think they necessarily play this crazy style. They don't do anything too interesting, but they just punish opponents like Force for every little mistake. Anytime someone from Force just makes one misstep, it seems like they are so ready to capitalize. They're so ready to pounce. I'm simply happy to see Imperial do this, because the fact that they've stayed relevant for this long, even with that break in between, to see this lineup come together. So many people thought this was going to be a paycheck stealing lineup, but what now? What do those people have to say when they reach top 16?
Well, they're going to be stealing a lot of money as they move into that Legend stage of the Major as well. I mean, a 10-round streak to be closing this one out as well. It was absolutely dominating. I love that we see Vinny at the top of in terms of his impact in this map as well, because we know we're talking about this old guard. He's going to be going up against potentially his old teammates in Furia going to the Legend stage.
be
I
fun.
like that.
That's why it's so fun that Imperial made it through, right? All these players have so much history in Counter-Strike. They've been playing ever since 2013 when CSGO came out. So no matter who they're going to face in the Legend stage, there's a story to be told. Fallen was in Liquid, right? Maybe that's a matchup that could happen as well. That would be fun as hell to see again. So yes, I'm excited for Imperial. I'm excited to see them play through. I was worried a little bit that if they were to go through the Legend stage, it would be because of a lucky draw, because of them getting lucky or something. I think with the way they played today, they're giving me the confidence that they can be competitive against some of the better teams. No Imperial is not going to win the major. No Imperial is not going to make to the playoff. I don't believe that. But I think they are going to remain competitive in the Legend stage. And that, to me, is something I wouldn't have said 2 months ago.
No way. No way. You look at this team, and they were not even everybody's picks to make it through the RMR in North America. Their results in Brazil were kind of up and down, kind of shoddy here and there. But when it comes to big stages, big moments, you could see that they just have so much more experience. They have it in spades. When they are pressed up against a team that really has every reason to beat them, it's just that they hold their nerve better. They just don't make mistakes. They just know what they need to do. Everybody's so cool on that team. Everybody is, and I'm not just saying outside the server like FNX in the club. I'm saying they're really cool dudes. They're just ice cold guys.
And I have to pay a bit of respect to Forza as well. Obviously, the game we saw tonight here, it wasn't good. They fell apart completely. They couldn't hold their nerve. We saw it against Outsiders as well the other day. It wasn't looking good. But up until that point, they will remain competitive. They were 2-0. They took on Vitality and almost beat them. They took on Outsiders and did a good job. So for Force to go out in this fashion, super, super disappointing. But I think they deserve some respect for getting this far.
Incredibly disappointing, but it did seem like Force was playing worse and worse every consecutive day after that opener. I think we have one round that we can go over in which we see how Force just didn't play like themselves today. The singular push through smoke right there from the first player in Kenzie, and then they just kind of get stuck. And you see that Imperial, they retake this space in Force. They're just on their heels for so much of this game, so disconnected. It doesn't feel like there's any kills that are being traded. Players are getting away on the Imperial side with way more than they should in some of these situations.
When we're seeing a game like this from Force, right, you're seeing a team that couldn't handle the pressure. We often talk about, can you hold your nerve? Can you handle the pressure? And unfortunately for Force this time around, they couldn't. It's a good team, but today, they quite couldn't.
Well, somebody who did stay cool, calm, and collected throughout Fallen. He is joining us up here on the desk. Thank you so much for your time, Fallen. First of all, huge congratulations. What is going through your head right now, making it to the Legend stage again?
So happy, so happy. Happy because we qualified for another major as Legends. It means a lot to us, a lot to prove. It's not easy getting the team back together after so many years. FNX didn't play since 2017, basically. And, I mean, we're so happy about it.
Listen, buddy, a lot of people, including myself, when I saw this lineup come together, thought to myself, that's a cool lineup for a lot of other reasons than playing on the server. I thought to myself that it was going to be too hard. You said it yourself here. FNX hasn't played since 2017. Bolts haven't really found much success. Fur coming back into it as well. How hard has it been for you guys to rediscover the level that you're showing right now? Because I said before, the way you're playing right now, you actually deserve to be where you're at.
Yeah, I mean, it's very difficult to try to add a lot of updates into some players' mind as fast as possible.
Sure.
Because the meta changed a little bit on some regards, right? People are playing off info so much, and all those guys are playing FPL all day, and they are trading information, they're trading CS knowledge between themselves. And I mean, our players, some of them 3 years off of that. So I mean, there's a lot to catch. And at the same time, you have to understand that it's impossible to throw everything at my players, expect them to learn before they try it, right? So it's a little bit frustrating because sometimes you want things to be faster, but at the same time, you have to give time to it. You have to play some games, lose some games, you have to go through the process. And I came back to this team and came back to creating my team again like that just because I want to enjoy the process. And so far it's been very pleasant.
Yeah,
I'm loving it.
You qualified for the Legend stage. I'm always mind blown by that. Be honest with me right here. Creating this team a couple of months ago, did you believe that would be possible already now, or had you your eyes set on the next major?
So the thing is, I know the kind of level we can play because of the practice. I know how good we can get, and today was a good demonstration of how good we can play. I think it's the best match we played so far, and I'm very proud of that. But at the same time, there's so much to go through in order to get there. You don't know which kind of mental state those players are going to come for a major game like that. But I mean, those guys, they're not 2 times major champion for no reason, right? They know what they're doing. Sure.
Fallen, I want to ask, with your lineup, we've seen a couple kind of rebuild lineups come back. Several other sort of last dances. We saw the NIP guys reassemble on Dignitas. It had some mixed results. We see what EG's doing now with some of the old Cloud9 guys, also not having the best results. But why do you guys think you were able to recapture the fire and actually get this far and make it to top 16? What goes through the minds and the accountability process of all the guys that, like you said, FNX coming back? How is he in such decent form already?
Yeah, that's exactly what people are saying when we try to come back. Like, why would you go for something that never worked? And I mean, that's what being Brazilian is. That's what overcoming all the things that people say you can't do. That's being the best version of ourselves and making the impossible coming impossible, right? So yeah, everyone was saying that bringing back old lineups will never work. We have a HLTV thread about it. It's the first time they decided to do something about that was about us. So yeah, I got very pissed about it when I saw it, because I was like, that's one of the biggest outlet out there, and I enjoy HLTV so much. I'm a big fan of their work since day one, and I have been there with them for so long. And they created a post about it, like, why are they bringing a Last Dance together? And here is why.
Do you think that your lineup is more fueled by the attempt at glory or with spite?
What I mean, sorry?
Like with anger, are you angry? Is anger fueling you, or do you just want to be the best again?
I mean, it's more about enjoying the pleasant of going through the process, honestly. Okay. Because when we tried to do that in 2015, it was quite the same. Like, we came from a region that had barely any chance to play against Europe and North America for so long, and we had to grind ourselves into matches, learn from every single game we played, and we made it work and became the best in the world for 2 years in a row. I'm not saying we're going to do that here, and of course that's the goal for every single team in the tournament. They want to be the best. We want to be the best too. But just enjoying the process like we did in 2015 and being able to reproduce some success, even if at this level, it already feels awesome.
Fallen, without hurting your feelings right here, I'm going to call you old because you've been around for a very long time.
I'm old.
You are old, right? Especially in this world, but you seem happy, right? You seem to enjoy the game again. I love when we're at Majors, it's all about celebrating the game, celebrating the emotions. Are you more happy playing Counter-Strike now that you've been in a long time?
I'm very happy playing. It's been hard for me. I have a lot of back pain lately. Okay. My lower back is completely prejudiced from all the years playing. Yeah, I mean, when I started playing, we didn't have any gaming chairs. Like, we're playing on bar chairs, like, you know, those wide plastic chairs. So that's where I came from. And, you know, I never paid much attention to the way I would sit and all those things. When I started, people didn't want to even be a gamer. Like, we're just playing cyber coffees. Your mom would be saying, hey, stop doing nothing, you know, like, go to the school and those kinds of things. And nowadays, the landscape changed a lot. But I am the guy who experienced all this, and my back is suffering a lot of pain. I have been taking meds for the last 4 or 5 days. Every time a tournament is going to start, I have a lot of pain. So I'm working to strengthen and get better physically. But yeah, the age is there. It's not easy.
All right. Well, get well soon, man.
Fallen, I want to ask about sort of the landscape change, particularly at Majors as well, because you've been through so many Majors yourself with your teammates as well, so many different landscapes, different formats for the Majors too. How does it compare now, coming into 2022, looking at, you know, so many more teams competing in Majors? Can you kind of give us a few words for that?
I love the fact that the Majors are still about being very global, involving all the regions. I think that cannot change. I understand the fact that a lot of people think Europe is the strongest region, and I agree. But if we start doing only Europe, those regions never going to have a chance to really come lights up. And for example, when I was playing 2006, 2009, there was a tournament called World Cyber Games, and it was the only tournament that would give a free spot to a Brazilian team to travel internationally. And that tournament basically set up the entire year for all teams. They're all playing because of it. So for the Majors, for example, if we start removing spots from places, their scenes are going to die, just like happened in Brazil. So it's very important for the Majors to stay like that. It was great to play against the Mongolian team, IHC. They had so much structure on their game. It was very hard. And I mean, they play better than Forza today.
Yeah, all respect.
I mean, Fallen, just final words. FNX, 100% of the Majors he's attended. So,
I mean,
again?
It's either FNX or BIT right from now. One of them is going to have to keep the status.
Well, I'm really looking forward to seeing you guys going through the Legend stage. We're going to take a look at some of the results to round out the Challenger stage here at the PGL Antwerp Major. I kind of wanted to get your thoughts, Fallen, on this. Were you surprised to see Bad News Eagles taking down MRBL?
I mean, I think my BR is getting better and better with the news additions.
Yeah.
I think Shallow and Jota are very good players. I mean, they made their core very strong. Exit is a very good player too. And Wood and Turtle they're building up the team together. The fact that BIT, or BIT, the Brazilian one, came as a coach, I think is improving them strongly and fast. But I think it came out to the individual plays. And those B&E guys, as I say, they're playing FPL all day. I have played with a lot of those guys when I come to Europe. And they're good. They know what they're doing. They know their timings. They know their defensive plays. And, I mean, I think Mayberry had chances, but I'm not impressed that BNI ticket.
What about your ex-team, Liquid, taking down Astralis in that fashion they did?
I met Keith Fly before coming to this yesterday night, and I say, hey, we need to go through, man, both of us. And he was like, yeah, if you go through, I'm going to go through. And I said, but you're going to play first, so you have to win first. And then he got his win, and I was like, dude, he already did his part, now I have to do mine. It wasn't easy. I'm very happy for them. I think I had a great time on Team Liquid, even though it was stressful at times, a lot of problems here and there, but problems are going to be everywhere. And what I took from Team Liquid was so much in terms of how they treated me and how much I had a chance to prove myself with international players. That was the first time I did it, basically, entire international team, and I'm so glad that they gave me this chance. So I love Team Liquid. I was cheering for them a lot.
Well, we can take a look at the 16 teams are going to be gracing the stage at the Legend stage of the PGL Antwerp Major. Of course, this is where a hell of a lot more teams join the fray. Fallen, I mean, we've got so many names to be looking out for. The fact that we've got Na'Vi joining, FaZe, Furia as well, some Brazilian rivals there. Who are you, anybody you're hoping to face? Anybody you want to be taken down?
At this point, we'll face anyone. It doesn't matter. Every single team is so hard. I mean, every single game is going to be a grind for us. Those are the best teams in the world. We're quite happy to be here. It would be fantastic to play any of them.
I always love asking the players themselves, right? Because you're on the server, you're the one practicing against these teams. Coming into the major, do you have a favorite? Do you think there's one team that is just significantly better than the rest?
I think FaZe is being able to not only have the strong firepower they have at the moment, but also being creative with some set of grenades that no one uses, some timings on smokes that the same person is throwing at the same time. So I think FaZe is a little bit on the next level regarding that. But that by itself might not win the major. Like, there's much more to win a tournament like that. They have to grow each game. You need a little bit of luck as well. It's not easy. So we'll see. I think FaZe are the favorites for sure.
This has been a contentious word lately, but do you have a dark horse that you think could maybe surprise a lot of people here?
Dark horse would be a team that
kind of like an underdog, but does have a real
not supposed
chance
to win, but has a real chance, right?
Yes.
Yeah. I would say, game-wise, I would say ENCE. They have what it takes to win them, but I think mental-wise, they're not ready yet. So I think ENCE is on this process where they are shaping themselves emotionally to be able to win tournaments like this. But game-wise, I think ENCE could be winning this team.
Okay, that's cool.
Well, we can take a look at the schedule to see exactly who the teams will be facing going into day one of that Legend stage. Of course, that is going to be starting on Saturday. To start things off, we've got Heroic taking on Liquid, NIP, Vitality, FaZe, NCC Events can stand up to the big guns. Na'Vi G2, that is going to be a hella spicy one. For you, Fallen, you're going to be facing Big. How are you feeling about that?
I have been practicing Realize Big a lot, and they're playing well. It's going to be hard. Not too big, yeah.
Anything that you want to pick out, gentlemen? Any highlight matches for you going into that Legend stage? I mean, they're kind of all highlight games in their own right.
I mean, I think the A-Stream games, with all the respect to you, Fallen, right? Heroic going up against Team Liquid, that's a banger. NIP Vitality, that's a banger. FaZe against ENCE, that's a banger. Na'Vi taking on G2, that's also a very good game. And that's the cool thing about this stage of the major, right? There's no bad teams in this stage of the major. There's only good teams. There's only good teams left. And everyone who's here, right, deserves to be here. Either they played well during the RMR and qualified directly into becoming legends, or they had to go through a very tough tournament now to get in here.
Yeah, there's no bad matches. It's going to be insane. You guys need to keep tuning in.
Sleeper game is Cloud9 Outsiders. That's a IEM Katowice
that's his low game.
Grand Finals rematch. Of course, that was online. But
Slightly different jerseys, different colors going on there as well. I
won't even be able to recognize them.
yeah. I mean, I'm just so excited to be diving into this one. The fact that we're going to see the likes of Na'Vi for the first time here at the major, the likes of FaZe as well. I mean, the competition is only going to get even more banging going to this one, Pip.
It is. As I said, there's no bad teams left. There's no bad matchups. There's no one who's not deserving to be here. And I think we're going to see some more quality on the server as well. You know, during a tournament like this, the nerves have now settled. I'm sure you can attest to that as well. You now went through this process. I think the Counter-Strike you're going to be able to produce is only going to be better. You talk about growing into a tournament. I guess that's maybe an advantage for you guys as well, that you've had some time to play under these circumstances and now will be ready for it.
Oh, definitely. I think those matches that we played already shows a lot of progress for our team, even emotionally. Like, to be able to see FNX getting 4 kills like that in a pistol round, I mean, it's like I'm seeing 2016 out again, like, it's insane. So, yeah, there's a lot of progress going on already.
I actually have one more question I just want to throw at you before we let you go. Me and Mao, we talked about it in the group room. The way you play right now, I almost get flashback to 2015. It feels like you're playing the old version of Counter-Strike, the old meta of Counter-Strike. Some of the setups I'm seeing, Overpass A-long, where you have a guy by the tree and then you have a guy pushed up close. You saw the one pistol on Mirage as well, where you're baiting in CT spawn for FNX sitting on the side. I'm getting flashback to some like 2015, 16 setups. Are you taking some of that old meta and trying to integrate that again into modern days Counter-Strike?
Yeah, to be honest, I think the team who did that the best is Gambit. Now players, right?
Yeah.
Not Cloud9, actually.
Yeah.
So Cloud9, those guys have been playing what we played in 2016 the entire last year. Everything I was seeing, it was so static and so perfect on all reactions that remember me from my teams a lot. So I think they were doing it the best last year. And I mean, it's kind of our style too. So it's very interesting when we play together because it matches a lot. And we have been practicing against them, great practice partners. So yeah, I think a little Counter-Strike is like that. Sometimes you bring back some stuff from the past because it might not be working for a few years, but then because something changed, now it kind of works again, you know? So yeah, and I mean, it's the style of the players because we have been used to play like that.
I mean, like FNX's spot at Ninja when he just gets the 4 pistol kills there on that pistol round. I mean, that's just an old setup too.
Yeah, basically what we said is we're gonna play 2A FNX. You pick your spot and you're gonna be baiting for
he
it.
just picked the same spot he played 6 years ago.
Yeah, he chose it,
and he hits the best.
One final question, Fallen. I absolutely promise. Scorning Launders, they were saying, you know, you celebrated after the RMR with champagne. Any celebrations on the cards tonight?
Last time we had champagne, it didn't go well for us because they were champagne. No champagne this time.
Well, thank you, Fallen, so much for joining us.
getting old.
Chat with you. I'm so excited to see what you're going to be delivering in the Legends stage. Of course, we do have a day off tomorrow, but we're going to be back on Saturday with all those Legends matchups you do not want to miss out. We'll see you then.